Eu não tenho tempo agora, filho. Só um pouquinho. Mute. Tempo agora, filho. Só um pouquinho.
Hi guys, good morning everyone.
Good morning. So we're back and it's September 10th and this is our third online event post-COVID, since COVID, during COVID, what we're going through right now. And we're so thankful to be doing this again with so many incredible leaders.
Yeah, so who don't know us, so I'm Marcelo, she's Jordana. Normally, we always realize these events physical in New York City during New York Fashion Week. It's not possible now.
Yeah, but the thing for us that's super important is that we finally have this huge chance to make fashion inclusive. And I'm talking inclusive in every aspect, from inclusivity in who we are, to inclusivity in bringing the world together, to inclusivity in fashion, not only meaning the really, really big brands, but bringing in the small startups as well as the scale-ups that are making a difference, and really allowing the general consumer to come in and be a part of the conversation so that they can finally be educated on what's right.
And today you have a really amazing speakers inspiring the whole day. You start now and you go directly until 8 p.m. Standard Time. And I hope you guys really enjoy. We have been prepared for this so hard. We'll do the live stream directly here, and you cover the events in all our platform. If you're not follow us, Fashinnovation at NYC. And we are so happy that you guys are here with us. We would like to say a big thank you for all the speaker, all the partner, all our team, our supporter. This is impossible without you guys. And we really hope that you guys enjoy. We'll start the day with Lucie from United Nations Office for Partnership. That's have been supporting us pretty well.
No, they've been supporting us from the beginning of all of this, and they are just incredible. And we value Lucie Brigham, the Chief of Office at the United Nations Office for Partnership, so much for believing in our mission. So without further ado, we'd love to bring her to the stage. She has a few things she wants to say. Thank you so much for being here, Lucie.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Lucia, and it is my pleasure to join you, Jordana, Marcelo, and welcoming everyone who is joining today to the September edition of the Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talks. I'm here on behalf, as you mentioned, the United Nations Office of Partnerships. In our office, we are your global gateway to co-create partnerships with the United Nations to help reach the Sustainable Development Goals. We work with businesses, philanthropies, and others to address the key challenges that we face today. And I would like to thank you, Jordana, Marcelo, for sharing the knowledge about Sustainable Development Goals as a framework for building back the fashion industry better and stronger. So the goals, they are a roadmap to achieving a more just and equal future for all people. My special thanks go also to the Conscious Fashion campaign led by Carrie Bannigan for driving a change within the fashion industry and strengthening the bridge between the United Nations and the industry. Very important. While economies slow down because of COVID-19, the heating of our planet has not. As the United in Science 2020 report launched by the Secretary General shows, greenhouse concentrations reached new record highs in 2020. The heat waves and melting glaciers are examples of how real the climate change is and the very dire need which we face is to address it. Decarbonization is a major, major topic for the industry. Important progress has been achieved by various platforms, such as the Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action and a Fashion Pact, drawing on methodologies from the Science Based Targets Initiative. I would like to mention an example of the fashion industry's commitment to achieving climate change. And it is a launch of the first certified carbon neutral wood-based fibers by the Austrian company Lenzing, which will be a part of the upcoming New York Climate Week. I'm confident that more innovative and exciting products will follow. I would also like to highlight the work of companies in designing facial masks responsibly and sustainably. As leading examples, I'd like to recognize the Hygiene Austria and Sri Lankan company Hirdaramani. In case of Hirdaramani, the company has created amazing facial masks using recycled cotton, plastic bottles, and organic dyes. The fashion innovation events spotlight the voices that are mobilizing so many to join our collective action. And again, Jordana, Marcelo, thank you for curating a strong agenda today featuring cutting-edge initiatives in the fashion industry as they relate to sustainability, diversity, inclusion, and innovation. Well, we have a full and exciting agenda ahead, and I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you. If you would like to learn more about the Sustainable Development Goals, there is a designated section on Fashion Innovation website. With specific projects, please reach out to me directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucia, for being with us and for always supporting and having been with us from the beginning. And to us, the Sustainable Development Goals is really the driving force for us to move forward in the right direction. And so I thank you all for doing such wonderful work with that and allowing us to just be a part of it and hopefully enhance the message to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic job, and I look forward to joining the event today and to learning more about all the exciting voices and initiatives that are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucia. So that was incredible. We just love them so much. And like I said, sustainability is the way forward, is the thing to take a front seat in the industry moving on forward if we're going to be doing things in the right way. And without further ado, we're going to start off the day with a really special panel titled Fashion is Chinese Culture and Adaptation. And moderating the panel, we have Jane Singer, who's the Managing Director of Inside Fashion. So I'm just going to wait for all of them to come in here and get started. We're missing Jane Singer. Is she here yet? There she is. Thank you so much all for being here. It means the world to us. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. And Jane, I'll let you take it from here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Oops. Jane, I think you're on mute.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So I'm very excited to be here today and participating. We have a great panel talking about Chinese fashion and culture, which of course is a very relevant topic today. And our first panelist is from On Time Show, founded by Yili Gu, a leading Chinese fashion entrepreneur, fashion curator, film stylist, and art director. And she felt there was very little support for Chinese independent designer labels, so she founded the trade show, One Time Show, in 2014, and it's held biannually during Shanghai Fashion Week. Now, she's not able to join us right now because she had a flight delay, so her colleague Aroma is going to be taking her place. So, Aroma? Yes. Yes, you're there. Okay, perfect. So perhaps you could just start off by telling us a little bit about the current status of the fashion business in China, maybe focusing on designer brands, talking about the scale and development space of the wholesale market and so forth.
Okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Hi, everyone. I'm the co-founder of On Time Show, also the partner of Yeli, and I'm really happy to be here today because it's nighttime in Shanghai to join with everyone about this the panel. Yeah, now because we are doing designer brands basically because our trade show started from 2014 and till now that we did it for 6 years. So but every season we will hold these events within like over 300 brands from all over the world coming to trade show in Shanghai. And especially like this year, because everyone knows the COVID situation, but China has been like recovered really fast and well. And especially like we were just talking after May and June, the retail market here has been recovered very fast. So now that everybody is preparing for the coming season, and because our next show is in October, we already like recruited over 300 brands for the next one, and happily like seeing all the buyers and retailers and still like having a full budget for the next season and for next year. So we are very happy to see that the market is getting back very fast.
Oh, that's great to hear. Very encouraging news. Perhaps you could tell us right now a little bit about what you see as the uniqueness of the fashion market in China, because I think that, when we talk about China as compared with other markets within Asia or elsewhere in the world, China's so big and people don't realize how diverse it can be from region to region. So could you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing and what's happening?
Yeah, China is a huge market. I think like same as US. So we have like 4 different economic district and also like 7 different like geographic areas for business. So for this huge market, that every area's taste and every area's the consumers' needs are kind of different. So for online show, we will attract like 6,000 to 8,000 buyers all over the country every season. So and basically they're coming from like different regions, and so that's why we also like providing this like different style of brands at this trade show to provide the needs for the market. And because also like the region of China has been the north and south, east and west, the climate environment is different and the people's the tastes are different. So we need to like select really carefully of the full list of the brands to meet the different needs for it. Yeah, and also this is about this regional difference, and the retail environment now in China is also it has been like online offline. We have to combine it really tightly. Every retail store they also do a lot like online experience, live streaming, and so the customers actually do the shopping not only in this physical environment. Also, they have a lot like they spend a lot of time doing online. So on every store, so every retail spot, they're trying to provide like the full channel service for the customers.
Yeah. Wow, that's really interesting, and I think that's probably been a blessing in a sense during this time when there's been a pandemic and people haven't been able to go into stores. So having that component is really important. So when we're looking at today's young generation in China, if you're talking about celebrity brands, right, influencer culture, offline, online, could you dive a little deeper into that?
Yeah, because the young generation of the consumers in China that they do like trying to having a new habit of shopping. So even like the celebrities here, they're not only the influencer to helping the brands or helping the luxury brands to sell the product themselves are starting to become designers. They start their own brands. So this is like a very new and interesting phenomenon here. We have this new brand just launched in this year. It's founded by this rapper, singer, and also dancer. The brand is called Team Wong, and they did like offline pop-up, and just for 2 months, but they're like one day launch the product, the sales can go up to like 10 million RMB. So this is like a very fast growing and also a new way of the consumers trying to see like streetwear brands, to see fashion brands. Meanwhile, that the influencer culture and everyone, the young people here now, they really spend a lot of time with TikTok,
Right.
in China, and those live stream hosts, they would also like sell beauty products, also daily use product, also fashion items on it, and these sales can like go crazy in just seconds. The population of China, of course, like helping a lot of these sales numbers. But also like it's just making the whole market like having this new habit of not only doing offline, but a lot of the sales actually happening online.
Yeah, it's really remarkable when you see the figures and you see some of what people are doing with that.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about, you're talking about a lot of opportunities in China and about the younger generation. What are you seeing about the perspective of a younger generation? Because we've been talking about how to sell to the market and the fact that there's, emerging Chinese designers and that's growing very fast. But, what are you seeing about this new generation of Chinese designers? What differentiates them perhaps from other designers?
I think because of the China, the market base is very big, and they actually provide a lot opportunities for younger designers to really have to make an entrance into the market. Because before, traditionally, the designer graduate from the design college and they launch the brand, and then they go to fashion week to launch it, and then they go to trade show or showrooms to get the sales to wholesale market. And this is like traditional way of them to build a business. But also like China has Taobao, we have Tmall, we have all these the huge online platform, which also like doesn't really like have a very high entrance level for new brands. So they could start up a business from those platforms. So this is like to market first, from market to brand. So many of the brands were trying this way to start up a business in China. And also the younger generation of designers, most of them educated in that country. I feel like the world really have more global cultural relevance. So what is in China, but also the really have holdings of global brand. So it's easier to audience with brands not like
So if you're looking at some of the opportunities that the China market has brought to the rest of the world in 2020, how would you see that? What do you feel China has brought in this crazy year?
We can see business of number of and also we do see ability
Yes, Larry?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you? So thanks for joining us. And so you're doing something quite different than the fashion design. And okay, so basically you're coming from the media side of things, and you've developed a whole media company based on trying to develop content for a Chinese audience, both within China and around the world, which is quite a diversified audience in some ways. Tell us a little bit about what your concept is.
Well, sure. My background in the rest of the world has been, entertainment television, which, whether good or bad, has brought you things like the Kardashians, who are
Right.
certainly among the biggest influences in the world. But, we developed style, the TV network style, and we were the first ones to do red carpet with Joan Rivers and, all of that kind of stuff. But in China, we do a lot of media. We do all kinds of stuff, from drama to sitcoms and web content and stuff. And, fashion is a very, very important piece of what we do. I mean, regardless of what kind of show we're doing, we pay a lot of attention to the fashion side of it, because the interest in fashion in China is much more avid and robust than it is literally in any other place that I know. So, you look at, some of the TV shows, the Western shows that have done incredibly well in the Chinese market, a lot of it because they were a lot about fashion. You go back to Sex and the City, and then you look at Gossip Girl. They were key drivers of what young Chinese women were wearing and buying and aspiring to. So, the next one that we have up, which unfortunately has been kind of paused by the pandemic because production is not ready to roll yet. We're working on a project called Lookbook. Lookbook is a very interesting project in that it's actually probably the first TV show that has cast in and runs parallel stories in two countries. It's about a New York fashion dynasty family where the father gets sick and the kids are fighting for who's going to take over the fashion empire. But, in the first few episodes, there's, folks from China, from the factories, from the fashion world, from that. And, so the characters actually between the China show, and then there'll be a TV show in China. So the characters in both shows actually know each other.
Great.
So it's almost like the Marvel universe, where, everybody kind of knows each other. So from time to time, you'll have, the folks from the U.S. TV show calling the factory in, Shenzhen, or, vice versa and stuff. So interesting experiment, very, very heavy on fashion. Lots of online and offline shopping opportunities related to the show. And, so that we've been getting that ready for a while, but like I said, the pandemic came and kind of slowed us down. We'll pick that up at the beginning of the year. So that's kind of the big project. And then we're doing a film called Empress, which is about Empress Wu, the first woman and probably the only woman ever to rule China. And, we're looking at, it's going to be in English, using all, American-born Chinese, Canadian-born Chinese. The movie will be in English. So, in our story, even though she's been dealt with a lot of times in Chinese media, she's never really been dealt with in Western media and stuff. So we had Ron Bass write it. Ron won the Academy Award for Rain Man, co-wrote Joy Luck Club. And, the way we interpret the story is really about a woman's struggle to make it in a male-dominated society and stuff. But, the costuming in the show is going to be amazing. Just, we've got some very significant Chinese designers working on the costuming for us. And then, the plan is to actually then do some clothing that's available at, at retail that's inspired by, the Empress took place 1,200 years ago.
That's great. I think that's what we definitely, it's the right.
And, and just coincidentally, you look at, things like some Chinese designers that I know, like Lo Pei, who does couture. Her most famous dress was worn by Rihanna, and it was called the Empress dress. So, how appropriate is that?
Right. That's just perfect. Well, very exciting. I mean, I think that it's a concept. I think the pandemic has been a curse in many ways, but I think that for what you're doing, the market will be primed for this because there'll be a lot of pent up demand. So I think that's a good thing. I think it'll be very fortuitous for you.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, you know, with every challenge that the pandemic is, you know, given us, you know, we do find the silver lining in it. We find opportunities that are, you know, just bigger than they were before. You just need to work a lot harder and dig them out.
Exactly. So talking about what you're doing in terms of developing content specifically for this greater Chinese audience, what are some of the biggest challenges that you faced with this?
Well, I mean, for me, it was just, you know, getting an understanding as much as any Westerner can of, you know, what, you know, the differences were in the Chinese audience. And at first, when we started doing stuff there, we did a lot of stuff that I'm familiar with, you know, kind of the Hollywood news and gossip and features and stuff like that. But the Chinese audience was interested in a lot of different things than the U.S. In the U.S., it's kind of become, you know, nasty gossip, TMZ kind of thing. In China, it's actually much softer, much more informative. You know, people want to know not about Brad Pitt's strange religious practices, but they want to know what he does with his kids on the weekend. And, you know, so that stuff, again, fashion consciousness much higher in China than anywhere else. So we pay a lot more attention to it there. We actually on production have fashion people kind of guiding us through that stuff there. And just, you know, some of the things that, you know, we typically do in the U.S., you know, people don't really know their grandparents and, you know, things like that. And in China, you know, people grew up with their grandparents and they actually respect their elders and stuff. So, you know, we're fortunate in that our team is people who typically were trained in media in the West. I mean, we have a lot of USC and UCLA people, but they were born and raised in mainland. They've gone back to mainland. And, you know, for me, who writes stories, you know, being surrounded by 25-year-olds that are, you know, born and raised and understand the culture, it helps incredibly in being able to develop properties for the Chinese market.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's got to be critical. So, you know, looking at this journey that you've been on, what have you learned since you first embarked on this journey?
Well, I've learned the culture is incredibly different. I mean, you know, when I first started going there, and yeah, we have offices in Beijing. We used to have Shanghai, but you know, we've just got Beijing right now. But you know, just business culture was unbelievably different. In the U.S., when you sign a contract, it's a contract. In China, when you sign a contract, it's kind of the start of the discussion.
Right.
That, and you know, even with our own staff, you know, I would say to our folks, you know, before I would leave, you know, to come back to the States, I go, okay, now do you understand what we talked about and what you have to do? And people would shake their head going, yeah, like, you know, this. And I've learned that this means I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You know, just a lot of stuff you have to learn. But also, you know, it's very interesting for me, you know, who's done a lot of stuff around the world, particularly in Soviet Union and Russia, where there was this great aspiration to be either American or be like an American and stuff. And in China, it's not like that. People in China are happy to be Chinese, and they don't necessarily need to marry an American. They don't need to come to America. They want to learn about things in the West. They want to learn, you know, our history, our culture, and all of that. But they don't necessarily need to want to be us.
Right, right. Yeah, I think that's a very important point. So one final question, Larry. What's your future vision for MGEG?
Well, we continue to do content. You know, we don't really want to try and own a lot of infrastructure there because, you know, the laws change and, you know, stuff like that. Maybe someday that changes, but we're a content provider. I'm doing a big series now for Western markets called Explore China, where we kind of go around and look at the China that Americans in particular don't realize exists. Debunking some of the myths. One of them actually, it's funny because it's about Shanghai. When I come back from China, my friends who are supposed to be reasonably sophisticated go, "Oh, where do you want to eat? You must be starving." And I go, "Why would I be starving?" They go, "Well, you just spent a month in China." And I say, "Well, do you think they have no food?" And they go, "No, but you probably had Chinese food morning, noon, and night." And they just don't realize that probably next to New York, Shanghai is now the best food city in the world. The restaurant levels are unbelievable. I mean, you could get better wine in China than I can get in the U.S. now. I mean, all the first growth coming out of Paris, all the auctions, all that stuff goes to China first. And, if you get a bottle of it in the U.S., you're really lucky and stuff like that. So, we'll continue to do our content. Again, the movie Empress is a big one. We're doing Explore China, which is for the West. I'm doing a series there called Explore the World, which is we're going around to locations that are not so well known by Chinese travelers. We were actually shooting Croatia, and again, the show is in Mandarin. But we were shooting, Croatia when the pandemic hit, and we had to kind of wrap production and send everybody home. But we'll pick that one up again, and that's going to be a big series that's going to go on, the digital platforms in China, and really exploring places, not so much from the history, but really to help Chinese travelers understand the culture of the places that they're going to travel to.
Wow, really exciting. Really sounds like great content, and when it's ready, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing some of it myself. Whether or not I can understand well, I have to practice, right? I've got a little bit of lead time.
And for us, quite honestly, one of the things we use to help guide us through the market, I mean, we actually do a bunch of stuff with Jenny Bai's company, is really relying on them to give us insight into where the market is, where the market's going, who the right contacts are, and things like that. So you have to have roots in China, and you have to have people in China whose opinions you trust in order to really navigate that market.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. Yeah, thank you, Larry. Really appreciate that insight. Very exciting. I think next up we have Ophelia Chen from Bobblehaus. So getting back onto the fashion side of things. So Ophelia co-founded Bobblehaus in 2020 with Abby Lehrheimer. Hope I pronounced that correctly. And it's driven by a passion and a mission to build a community-led digital and retail space dedicated to the multicultural Gen Z across the world. Wow, what a huge mission, but very exciting and very timely. And it's New York designed, but Shanghai made, sustainable, genderless, elevated streetwear brand for the global youth tastemaker to express their inner absurdities. So, wow, massive concept. So, Ophelia, perhaps you can jump on the mic and tell us a little bit about your thinking on this brand and what you're doing, and what do you see the Gen Z or the millennial consumer of today really wants?
Yeah, for sure. So a little something about me is I'm actually born in 95. So depending on what report you read, I can either be categorized as a Gen Z or as a millennial. So when we first, so I can come in on like a little bit of both consumer and like a brand side of things. And so when we first started the brand, my co-founder is actually come from like traditional fashion design. So, exactly like Roma mentioned and Larry mentioned before, like you graduate from a design school and then you do fashion shows and then you go to a trade show. That's kind of like the traditional way. But when we first started, it just didn't feel quite right. So for us is that we want to talk to the consumer. We want to build a community. So for us is that Bobblehaus is built to break a lot of these traditional boundaries in a sense. So we are seasonless. So we operate on the drop release rather than AW or SS. We are genderless. So all of our items are unisex, if it's both male and female, and as well as non-binary. And we are also sustainable in the sense that we actually do not produce any of custom fabric, any custom colors and anything. Everything that we make, everything that we design, everything that we build and produce are using what is the fabric that is currently in the market that we can source. It saves time. There's no chemical waste. It also, pretty much just a more eco-friendly way to build a brand, and because we really think that there's more than enough fabric in the world. So
right. Wow, that's really interesting. And I think it's a concept that a lot of people in Gen Z and millennials and I mean even older consumers as well will embrace, because sustainability has become such an important issue for many people today. So if you're looking at the preferences, or the differences between Gen Z and millennial consumers and perhaps boomers, boomers were really a shop till you drop kind of a mentality, right? People just wanted to buy more and more and, sort of the drivers of fast fashion and so forth. Do you see that Gen Z and millennials also have that same want to have lots and lots of fashion? Or do you think that they're looking for sort of a fewer and better kind of a fashion, something where they'll have fewer pieces, but there's something that they can, savor, and that's a little more special and so forth, more detail? What's your take on that?
Yeah, so I think for Gen Z consumer, and speaking for myself as well, is that they're really looking for the personality and the uniqueness while being while the brand being well known enough to be recognized. So I think they're really looking for what this piece of clothing or this item means, what the brand means, like whether it's a community or a celebrity or, kind of what it stands for. The authenticity is what Gen Z consumer craves across the world, I think.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, because I think that many people believe, right, that the younger generation just wants constantly new things all the time. But I think you brought a very good point, up in terms of that they also want a little more depth, not just volume but depth. So how would you describe what the young fashion consumer is looking for? I know you said they want authenticity and they want something more personalized. But if they're in a store and they're looking at many things on the rack, and since you're trying to sell to this generation as well, what are the must-haves when they look at something, either in the store or online? Obviously how it looks is going to be important, but what are the key criteria in your opinion?
I can tell you one thing is that I feel like this generation grew up with ability to access everything. So in return, they want it all. And they're used to getting it as well with a touch of finger point. When it comes to online, they have, the video live streaming shopping experience. They have the video content. They have borderline like direct communication to celebrities that they follow, the designer that they love, the brands that they talk to and belong in. So for offline, I think they're looking for that exact experience. On top of that, they're looking for customization, personalization, like what this brand means to me, right? So it's that communication and that relationship with the brand on top of the product itself really drives the customer conversion, I believe.
Okay, now in terms of the product itself, right, once you get past, the pre-sale and everything else like that, I know that we went through a big phase, probably certainly pre-Gen Z and probably pre-millennials, where as long as it had a designer label on it, people wanted it, right? That was the big thing, right? Nice label on the outside, bigger the better, right? And then, okay, we got a little bit past that. But right now, of course, sustainability is an issue, but what are people looking for? Is quality an important point of it, or is it more about influencers, or, in your opinion, what are you seeing on that? When you're creating your clothing, what are some of the things that you feel you have to have in there, and what are the things that you feel aren't important? So we don't need to pay too much attention.
I would say the number one thing is the fit, but also I do want to emphasize is that the consumer of Gen Z is so diverse. Never have I seen a generation and a group of consumer that are, borderline so niche, but at the same time so broad. You can find customers that are into a spectrum of things, because there's like much more offer, much more accessible, much more relevance, and just like much more creativity in the world, right? As Roma mentioned, is like there's just much more emerging design because there are many more channels that are offered to these designers. So I think for the customer, when we're designing, the fit is our number one thing, and the other is the color in itself. The color means something very important to us. And because we don't do the custom color, we search all over the market for, the vibrancy, the kind of the fun, the classified absurdity that we call, and hold true to ourselves, is to showcase like, your identity, your mood of the day. They call like the outfit of the day, and etc.
Yeah. Wow, really interesting. So fit and color are your must-haves.
Yes.
Deal maker or deal breaker. Wow, really exciting. So in terms of the customer that you serve, when you're looking at online versus offline, of course, online is very important because it's everywhere and there's a lot going on. Is offline still relevant, do you think?
Oh, actually,
does they matter?
Yeah, so we are currently based in New York. So due to the pandemic, a lot of retail just opened actually the past 2 months. So yesterday is actually our first day of our pop-up experience. So in the beginning, when we launched, we were originally planning to launch in February. And in the beginning, we were planning this like 2-month amazing pop-up experience to really connect with the community. We were going to make it like a Bobblehaus Summer 2020 block party. We were saying like 2020 is our year. Like we're going to do this. We're going to have like, like musicians, friends and family. We're going to have bubble tea just floating around. And then when the pandemic hit, of course, like everything pushed back, and then the pop-up plan was canceled, of course. When things starting to get better, and when quarantine starting to lift and New York entering phase 4, we received government like list of requirements and list of recommendations, and we had very long discussion with the team. Is that how can we still build the relationship with our customer face to face, but on top of it, our number one priority is how do we guarantee our customer safety, right? So with that whole in mind, we actually created 100% contactless shopping experience for our customer in our pop-up store. So before the customer entered, there is mandatory contactless screening, hand sanitizer required, face mask at all time for everyone in the shop store, while social distancing is strictly maintained as well. But on top of that, the whole process is designed to be self-served, in the sense is that there is one unit of each size and each style in the pop-up store, and the customer can try it on themselves and will sanitize afterwards. If they would like to purchase, they can scan the QR code on their phone, and it's linked straight to online. They can purchase straight on their in-store on their phone, and then they can choose either to ship to their home or pick up curbside. Wow. So the whole experience is truly 100% contactless for this pandemic situation.
Wow, brave new world.
Yes, it's the new norm, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from the pandemic, which of course we know is going to pass at some point, do you feel that particularly for the Gen Z and the millennial consumer, that physical retail, I mean, how important is that? Or do you feel it's just is it a minor part? Is it, a key part of the entire, selling process for your brand? And how do you see that?
I think the in-person relationship will always be important for the consumer. To feel the fabric, to talk to the staff, to really immerse in the experience in the store space with the product. And now that all the exhibits and all the retail shop are multi-sensory, from music to smell to touch to feel and etc. So I think that experience, that face-to-face and direct relationship will always be important.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because there's been a lot of discussion about whether physical stores are relevant anymore, particularly with the growth of e-commerce and, like you said, live streaming and so many other digital opportunities for selling. So there's been a lot of discussion over the fact that physical retail is irrelevant. Malls are dead. I don't know. I mean, it'd be just interesting to see how it plays out. But I appreciate your weighing in on that. So if you're looking at Bobblehaus and sort of zooming past the pandemic, what's your big vision for Bobblehaus?
To build a global relationship and connection with global, like Gen Z everywhere. That's the ultimate goal. I know it's a really big sentence, but at the end of the day, we have Bobblehaus, we have our Bobble blogs. So what it is it's a community, actually. We have global contributors from Amsterdam to London to Jakarta to Shanghai to Taipei to New York and to Chicago and then to San Francisco. We have contributors everywhere to share their experiences, to share their perspective, and we build a community on top of that.
Yeah. Wow, that's very exciting. And I think that, that really, in many ways, differentiates what millennials and Gen Z are looking for, because it's a more collaborative approach. Whereas prior to that, certainly in the boomer generation, which is what I grew up in, and probably maybe, trickles down a little bit to the next generation, it was more a top-down kind of a situation, right? Where the brand would design the brand, push it out into the market, and you would buy what they decided to make, right? They would they would dictate fashion. Whereas now it appears that fashion is much more collaborative.
It's a two-way communication, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, very interesting. Oh, really very interesting. Thank you so much, Ophelia. So Jenny, you're on and you're doing something really, really interesting and I think very exciting to see. You and your business partner build brands and audiences for Western celebrities in China. So Jenny's worked with 50 plus stars, from Chris Helmsworth to John Legend to NBA players. Wow, very broad spectrum of people. And she's managing this across social media platforms in China and doing this since 2010. So she's able to take a lot of these stars who are very big in the West and find a way to give them a presence, shall we say, in China. So Jenny, tell us a little bit about what you're doing and about some of the nuances. Of course, it's a very different culture in China than it is in the US. So what is it about the Chinese consumer that's different from the rest of the world?
So thank you. Nice to be here. I remember in 2010, I was like Larry, who just spoke. I was like, what do you think about celebrities in China? And he's like, how could you not? How could you not embark on that? And so I guess my perspective on fashion, I have 2 points. One is from over 10 years from a bird's eye view of the entire culture and identity of Chinese youth, right? First from the millennials and now to Gen Z. And China went from luxury to premium to now niche. And then on the other side of it is from the celebrity perspective, where way back when, where WeChat wasn't even the prevalent platform that we were using, we were essentially importing online, celebrities, huge stars that would normally come to China, go to the red carpet, kind of wave and then leave, right? But what we were doing, because China was so advanced that the world didn't know that, and the world didn't realize how technologically adept that the consumers were, we were able to create content and open the market for these celebrities. For us, that was just the first step for Mingyian. We were building the audience because we were opening the market so we could understand the perspective of what Chinese youth wanted, where they live, what they love. And it started off them being impacted by Western culture. And today it's completely reversed, in the sense of, I was born in Shanghai, raised in the States, and been in China since 2006. And China taught me how to have a global perspective, because I've never seen anywhere else where consumers and fans and viewers have adapted more of a global mentality. And today it's become its own thing, right? Before it was like, oh, I love this, let me wear this, or I like this, let me act like this. Now it's become, its own identity. And so, another thing that we do at Mingyian is that we build and co-own consumer-facing brands with our clients once we let the market tell us what they're interested in. So, for example, we recently launched a health and wellness company with a well-known TV actor. And this past year, we launched what we call an officially licensed streetwear merchandise brand called Block City. So that features a collaboration with the NBPA. For those of you who don't know, it's the National Basketball Players Association. They represent the image and likeness of all 450 NBA players in the league.
Wow.
We're the only ones with this players only license in China. And what we've done is we've used it to create a community of hardcore Chinese basketball fans, but at the intersection of street culture. And so it's, if you're saying what the heck is officially licensed streetwear merchandise, what does that mean?
Right. I was going to ask you to explain that.
Yeah, it basically comes from our years of experience in the cross-border world, where we're at the intersection of the world's biggest stars, the world's largest consumer market, but leveraging global fandom. So there's streetwear, right? There's everywhere from Supreme, obviously, to locally grown brands like Clot. And then there's merchandise, which ranges from, some random person sitting behind a table selling a T-shirt for a major artist at the Mercedes-Benz Center to sports jerseys. And, so what we've done is we've connected this two, because in our years of building celebrities, we've gotten really good at understanding the pop culture, the memes, the real-time trending stuff, and not just looking at it and viewing and being like, oh, that's interesting, but really taking that and understanding, okay, what does this mean to Chinese young identity? Why is this happening? And how do we integrate that into something consumable? And that's where something like Block City comes. We're leveraging this idea of global fandom where, okay, before LeBron James, is massive, but now it's the fans that are actually working for us at our company that are influencing these, for example, basketball players and how they enter the market.
Right. Well, I think that's really interesting because, for both sides, as you were saying, it's a win-win. There's a tremendous opportunity for everybody to expand the pie as opposed to competing. And it's interesting, as you said, to understand the nuances of sort of what you might call the new Chinese consumer market, right? Which is much more global perspective, very tech-driven. So,
and they're sophisticated, and they don't just want the things that everyone else has. I believe Aroma and Ophelia were talking about, the new thing about celebrity influencer brands popping up, but then also wanting to be niche, but also mass market. And so even just giving, again, basketball examples, it's no longer just the LeBron James and Stephen Currys of the world. It's the Trae Youngs and John Morant's, the up and coming, because they want to say, hey, I know this player because I identify and that's who I want to be like, or I like this part of their lifestyle. People are creating their identities. And that's why that's what fashion has turned into. It became it went from a gifting luxury kind of status symbol to completely full expression of a Chinese consumer that the rest of the world really, really has no idea just exactly who they are yet. So that's kind of I think the next stage.
Wow, so interesting. So, from your point of view, what does the young Chinese consumer look for when they're making a purchase?
It's an interesting question because you really have to get into the psychology or just even understand the different breakdowns. So let me give you an example, right? There's a Chinese girl who lives in Shanghai, and she could be what I call the local dreamer. Let's say she's in her early 20s. She lives at home, either with her parents or her grandparents. She doesn't have any housing or food expenditure. Her income is disposable, even though she doesn't make a lot. She dreams about traveling around the world, loves to discover new people, cultures, and she watches shows like Game of Thrones, right? She's obsessed with models like Lucky Bluesmith, and she follows the makeup trends of all the celebrities and stuff, but she wants to live her own life. And she had to give up her job in marketing in order to become a nurse to please her parents, blah blah blah, right? So that kind of person, when she's choosing what she buys as a brand, you have to give her a way to feel more independent and connect to her dreams, discover the world while also living kind of the reality of what her parents expect of her, right? But then there's the other one, I like to call her the urban princess, right? She's late 20s. She's studied abroad. You know, she's from a big Chinese city. Maybe she's a project manager of like a cross-border startup. Her father's a real estate mogul. Her mother doesn't work. Like, you know,
Jenny and Jane, sorry to interrupt. We do have to wrap up. We have people from India.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. We just put it in the chat, and I just wanted to tell you guys for a few things. We have so many questions that came in, and I know that we ran late on time just because this conversation is so dynamic, and what all you guys are doing is so important for culture and for fashion, and also all for the good reasons and for things that really will make the world a better place, as well as the fashion industry and the entertainment industry. So this conversation, I hope we can continue and even maybe do an offside panel on this conversation, because I really do believe that there's so many people commenting from all different social media platforms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send all of you separately the questions that came in from the audience, and whenever you can answer it, it will be great so I can send it back to them. And you guys did a phenomenal job, and I'm sorry that we ran a little bit over time, but I totally understand why, because you're all so dynamic and wonderful. So I want to thank you all so much for being here. I'm sorry that we didn't have so much more time with all of you, and I hope to continue the conversation with every single one of you. And thank you so much for being a part of today.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Jordana.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So we had to cut that one short, even though there's so much more that we can hear about all of the wonderful things that they're doing. But we do have something really exciting right now. We're going to go live to India, where we're going to speak about fashion, social innovation, and virtual. And we're going to actually have a virtual tour. This I'm super excited about. So they're actually they built an innovation lab called the Manchaha Lab. And I'm going to let them speak about it more to all of you, because I just think this is one of the most exciting things that we've been looking forward to with this today. So thank you both so much for being here. We're so excited to hear all that you're doing, and I'll let you take it over from here.
Thank you so much, Donna, for having us on this channel. And good morning to all of you, and welcome to the Innovation Lab, supported by Royal Rajasthan. Then in the second part, we are going to take a virtual tour of this beautiful Manchaha Design Lab. So without wasting any time, let's start the conversation. The first question I'm going to ask her is about her journey in Aspura. So she's going to talk in Hindi, and I'm going to translate for you guys. If you have any questions, maybe just chat in. So Prem di, आपकी आज तक की आसपुरा की जर्नी कैसी रही?
सभी को मेरा नमस्ते.
So she just greeted all of you with a namaste, which means the divine in me welcomes the divine in all of you, because that's what she said, namaste to all. And now we are going to listen her journey in Aspura.
मैं पिछले 20 साल से वीविंग का काम कर रही हूँ और पिछले 5 साल से बुनकर सकी हूँ. तो पहले बुनकर सकी का प्रोसेस आया तो मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं था कि भाई क्या होता है. फिर पता चला कि भाई घर घर में जाना पड़ेगा, लूम चेक करना पड़ेगा, लोगों के साथ रहना पड़ेगा. तो मैं थोड़ी डर गई थी कि मैं ये काम तो नहीं होगा मेरे से. फिर मेरे घर वालों ने सपोर्टिंग किया, मेरी सास ने, मेरे पति ने, कि नहीं ये काम तो अच्छा है, आप कर लो. फिर उसके बाद में मैं कर रही हूँ ये काम.
So she just said that she's doing weaving for last 20 years, and from past 5 years she's the bunkar sakhi. So what's bunkar sakhi? Bunkar is the Hindi term for the weaver, and sakhi is friend. So she is weaver's friend. She mentioned that when this work first came to her, when she became the bunkar sakhi, the very first time, she was very, very scared. But usually how the in-laws and the husbands are not supporting, it's very, very different for the Prem. When she mentioned about her the problem, why she don't want to become a bunkar sakhi or what's scaring her, they actually supported her. And now Prem is the bunkar sakhi, or what you see on this screen is the artisan leader of Aspura village. आप जब से बुनकर सखी बने हो, तब से आसपुरा में क्या बदलाव आया है?
तब मैं शुरू में बुन कर सकी थी, तब मेरे पास 20 लूमें थी गांव में, और आज मेरे पास 37 लूमें गांव में। और थोड़े दिन बाद धीरे धीरे करके मेरे पास 3-4 गांव हो गए थे। तो मैं गाड़ी से जाती थी लूम चेक करने के लिए, तो वहाँ पे मेरे को काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम होती थी कि गाड़ी नहीं मिलती थी समय पे। तो फिर मैंने स्कूटी मांगी कंपनी से, तो मेरे को स्कूटी मिल गई। तो चलाना नहीं आता था मेरे को, फिर कैसे भी करके सीखा, और उसके बाद स्कूटी पे जाती थी मैं लूम चेक करने के लिए।
When I asked her that what changes she saw in Aspura after she became the Bunkar Sakhi, she mentioned that when she became Bunkar Sakhi, the entire arrangement and the engagement in the Aspura is changed. So when she was Bunkar Sakhi, only 20 looms were there in Aspura. Today it's around almost the double, 37 looms, and almost 100 artisans are working. So she need to travel to different villages, let's say from one village to another. There are almost 4 villages that she is looking after. She said she was a little skeptical about how she is going to reach on time. So she asked for a scooty. She's again scared because she don't know how to ride it, but with her diligence, she learned it, and now she's traveling to all those 4 to 5 villages, checking onto the looms, checking onto the quality. प्रेमदी, आप और अपने एक इंसिडेंट के बारे में बताइए।
किसके बारे में?
अपने एक इंसिडेंट के बारे में बताइए जो आप बताते हैं कि आपके पास जब एम्बुलेंस आ गई थी और फिर भी आपको लूम चेक करने जाना पड़ा।
फिर थोड़े दिन बाद में, मतलब मेरी बेटी होने वाली थी, तो लास्ट टाइम था, तो मैं लूमों पे जाती थी। वीवर से काफी लगाव था, तो वो मेरा पीछा नहीं छोड़ते थे कि नहीं आप तो आया करो, बंद मत करो काम। तो फिर मैं जाती रही। तो लास्ट में क्या हुआ, एम्बुलेंस आ गई घर पे, तो मैं खाना बना ली बच्चों के लिए। 2 बच्चे और थे बड़े, उसके लिए खाना बना ली। फिर वीवर्स का कॉल आ गया कि आप थोड़ी देर आ जाओ 2 मिनट के लिए। तो मैं तुरंत लूम पे चली गई। फिर ड्राइवर ने देखा कि वो कहाँ गई, फिर वापस आई तो बोले ये तो लूम चेक कर रही है।
This is one of the incident that I like slightly remember from what Prem has told me earlier, but now like today I'm going to share it with the entire world. She was about to deliver a baby. There was an ambulance standing outside her home. She eventually got a call from one of the loom, and she went on the loom to check the quality and everything, and she was about to deliver a baby. So when she was coming back with all of the tool and everything, the ambulance guy and her husband started laughing that she is at the time of delivery, she is still checking onto the loom. But well, it says so much about her diligence and the passion for the work. I just want to include one point, that the very nice tagline of this talk is "Fashion is to love." Do you know the meaning of Prem is to love? And that's why I give this lady sitting next to me. It's talking so much about passion and diligence, which the entire space has been changed into one of the most creative villages.
जब शुरू में मंचा आया था कर दिए शुरू में, तो फिर ऐसे भी करके फिर धीरे धीरे काफी मिले हैं सभी को। और आज सब व्यूअर्स से बोलते हैं कि हमको तो मंचा चाहिए, नक्शे वाला नहीं चाहिए।
I just asked her about one of the innovations, which is Manchaha, where the weavers got to be the designer of their own rug. So each rug and each carpet that they make is one of a kind rug, because it's just free flowing from their own imagination. There is no design, no CAD being given to that. They spend 2-3 months, 4-5 months on a loom and make that one single piece, which is essentially a discovery of their surroundings and being woven into one pattern. So I asked her a question: when the Manchaha first came to Aspura, what was the scenario and what is it now? She said that when Manchaha came first to Aspura, Nobody was even interested in opening up the sack. Everyone was so scared. Everyone said that, this is something, please take away from us. We are not going to make it because there is no design, nothing. Just a bunch of yarns being packed in one bill of material, and we are not going to make it. She diligently moved on every loom for good 10 to 15 days every day, motivating those artisans, capturing a lot of pictures, making them see a lot of different designs which they can weave into that particular rug. Now when I'm standing here and sitting next to Prem, which has bagged most of the global awards. प्रेम दी, ये मनचाहा लैब आसपुरा में आया है, इसके बारे में आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
इसके बारे में ये रॉयल राजस्थान फाउंडेशन है, उसमें ये हमारे गांव में मनचाहा लैब खुला है यहीं पे आसपुरा में। तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। काफी देशों से बड़े-बड़े डिजाइनर आएंगे यहाँ पे, तो हमको सिखाएंगे तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा।
She just mentioned that I asked about the Manchaha Design Innovation Lab. What is it all about? What's her vision with the Manchaha Design Innovation Lab? So she just mentioned that it's been supported by the Royal Rajasthan Foundation, and this lab is actually going to help these artisans to collaborate and co-create with the other designers. She mentioned few countries like America, Italy, where she's going, these 15, 25 artisans are going to have a conversation with the design fraternity globally. We're going to exchange the knowledge and going to learn with each other. While we take the virtual tour, I'll explain with each of the system that's been set up here, what additional things they are going to do with the Manchaha.
कुछ दिन पहले यहाँ पे मतलब कोरोना आ गया था, तो ब्लॉक लग गया था पूरे गांव में। उसके बाद आना जाना सब बंद हो गया था, तो इस लैब के जरिए हम मिल सकते हैं, कंप्यूटर मिल सकते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। लोगों से जुड़ा सकते हैं,
is the most beautiful thing in the world. The entire is going to co-create a circular economy while these people are going to collaborate with the global designers in the world.
मुझे एक बात याद आ रही है कि पहले हमारे एक ऑर्डर आया था इटली से, पावला जी का। वो अपने पति के लिए कारपेट बनवा रही थी मनचाहा का, गिफ्ट में देना था उसके बर्थडे पे, तो उसकी पूरी कहानी उतरवा रही थी उस कारपेट में, तो हमने बनाया था। तो उसकी कहानी ऐसी थी, पहले उसमें काफी दुख आए, फिर उसके बाद सुख आए, तो उसको सुन के हमें खूब महसूस हुआ, दुख महसूस हुआ।
In the virtual tour, I'm just going to tell you that she said that she remembers one of the story where they make a carpet based on the life story of an end user, and that's what makes the connection, where she essentially even know about the story of that artisan and even know the story about that customer, and they still are connected because they can feel the pain and the happiness and the customer can cherish and the end user can cherish it for the life. So now we are soon going to start the virtual tour, and let's go ahead. So we'll see the frame at the end. I'm going to join on the Jaipur Rugs camera too, and we are going to do a virtual tour now. See you all there.
Hello all. So I'm here, and then now I'm going to give you a virtual tour of this beautiful Manchaha Design Lab. For the first time in the world, the cricket meets crafts in the communities to exemplify the dignity and celebrate the rural potential. Royal Rajasthan Foundation, which is the philanthropy arm of Rajasthan Royals League team in Indian Premier League, join hand with Jaipur Rugs Foundation to tap into the untapped potential of the rural community. So let's go on. Let's have a virtual tour. Come. Enter into the store. You can see this Manchaha Innovation Lab,
which welcomes you
to share, collaborate, and the most important thing, dream, because nothing is exciting more than dreaming. And once you dream, we can fulfill a lot of things. Let's move on to the next room. We sort of divided this lab into 4 rooms where the weavers are going to exchange the knowledge. And here you can see a very beautiful rangoli. It's made with the different flowers, and you can cherish it. And once you come to India, you all can enjoy this rangoli. Let's come to the next room where you say there is an array of yarns which is more than 3,000 plus colors. In Jaipur Rugs, we use the palette of all these colors to make the different rugs. As you see this particular rug here, and this beautiful lady being placed here, Bimla, she is one of the ladies from this village who went to the Frankfurt for the first time, to receive her own award. This particular pattern is inspired by the Shakarpara pattern, and as we are running little late of time, let me just run you through. So these are the different textiles being placed here, and if you see all of these swatches being placed, this is actually a room for the artisans to collaborate, to learn onto the new things. Now, next we will go to one of the most exciting rooms where you are going to see how we are preserving the craft through the different innovations. So follow in, let's go. You can see all the beautiful faces and our very pretty Prem reading the book here. So let's come here. And we will enter to the room where you see the beautiful pieces being woven by our artisans. One of the rug, I'm just quickly going to tell you that she has woven all of her childhood memories from top to the parts and everything. And when we asked her why you did not draw it all over the rug, she mentioned because I'm collecting memory, and that's why it's in one panel and being closed with these diagonal lines. This particular rug is being made by one of the artisans, Daphne, in this village, and she got the European Product Design Award and IF Design Award for this piece. As we move next, see the beautiful places being inspired by their surroundings. You see the mountains, the reveries on the rug woven. This has been woven over the 8 to 10 months of time. And as we move in here, Rajasthan is also known for its royalty, and that's how you see a decades-old utensils being placed here of bronze, copper, and gold, which is essentially for these artisans to get inspired. As you see the frames here, this is actually a wall of fame, wherein the artisans are being won all of these awards. So I'll just run you through this, and then we'll move to the next. Then we'll move to the next room. So let's go. So now this is the room where knowledge meets the wisdom. So here you see that the tech system being placed and the mood board being placed. This room is actually being designed by an international mood board so that our artisans get inspired by what's happening globally. As you see the book slide over here, and then these one of the museum photos and one of the galleries photos from the international designers, being Rosanna Orlandi's one on the one side, and then our designer Kavi as well. So all of these designs and their studios have been put here so that the artisans can get inspired from all of them. We are now going to one of the most important rooms, which is also called the collaboration room and the installation room as well. And you can see a few of the things made with the paper mache and the earthen pots as well. So once we move here, you can see a beautiful installations of the, used by the different yarns. And you can see this particular map, made with so it's a handmade CAD, which essentially they not on the rug according to it. Once we move through this room, you see the different installations being placed here, made, with the handspun yarn. We still use that old Gandhinian charka to make these yarns as well. If you just flow through the texture of it, it's essentially for our design fraternity to come and sit with our artisans, brainstorm on the ideas, and create something which is very unusual. I'm going back to the lounge, and I'm going to come back to the frame. So this is, my camera is coming to the front, so that's okay. So this place is where all of you are welcome, and we sit here, we co-create here, we are going to exchange the conversation here, and a lot of the artisans are here to co-create and listen to you. So all of you are so welcome to it. This is where we exchange the knowledge, this is where we exchange the culture, and this is where we nurture the people. So dhanyavad from both of us to all of you who are watching us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I'm going to try to say this right. Bahut dhanyavad. Is that right? Is that
yes,
thank you?
Jordana.
So I can't hear you. I think you're muted. But I just want to, there you go. I just want to say thank you so much. And one question that came in, because I know we don't have that much any more time, but people want to know, where can they purchase these carpets and where can they purchase pieces from the artisans?
So these pieces from the artisans are actually on our website as well, which is jaipurrugs.com. They can essentially, visit that website and they can purchase from there. But if you want the artisan pieces, we have a section of Artisans Original on our Jaipur Rugs Foundation website where they can learn about the stories, where they can know what exactly the artisans, sorry, my Bluetooth fell off. So where they can actually know, how each rug is being designed and inspired, and actually whenever you get an artisan piece, you'll get to know in-depth artisan bio as well.
Oh,
so you can visit any of the Jaipur Rugs sites.
I have to say, this was such a treat for all of us. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the work that you're doing. She's incredible. You can let her know, it's just incredible. And we are just thrilled to continue the conversation. And I hope that we can get all that information, and we'll be writing it on our platform after the event, so people can, follow up with you and contact you and all of that type of stuff. So thank you both so much.
That's perfect, Jordana. Thank you. I'm letting Prem know that इन्होंने आपको बहुत धन्यवाद बोला है and आपको बहुत appreciate किया है. So yes, she is happy, and thank you so much, Jordana, for all your support. I hope this is exciting for everyone who's watching it.
Yes, it definitely is. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
So without further ado, because I know that we are running a little bit today just because it's such an exciting day with so many incredible people, we have our next panel, which is actually a fireside chat titled Fashion is Continuous Exploring and Sustainability. And it's being led by Brooke Roberts-Islam, the founder of Textiler and senior contributor at Forbes, alongside Jill Dumaine, the CEO of Blue Sign Technologies. So I am super excited to hear from these two ladies.
It's nylon. We all know what it is, where it comes from, and where it ends up. But we are writing another story. From the deepest of the oceans to forests and landfills, through a unique regeneration process that takes place in Slovenia. We are transforming a waste problem into incredible design and fashion solutions. The resulting nylon has the same quality as virgin nylon yarn and can be recycled infinitely. Our EcoNeil regenerated nylon can be recycled, recreated, and remolded again and again, so you can create new products, and buy new products without ever having to use new resources. No waste, no new resources, just endless possibilities.
Hi.
Hi, Brooke. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Doing great, thank you.
That's great. I'm really excited to be here today talking about not just sustainability and sort of mapping out routes to sustainability, but actually digging a little bit deeper into one key component of sustainability within the fashion industry, which is chemicals. So don't let that put you off from the outset. This is going to be the kind of discussion that demystifies chemicals and makes this whole area a lot more tangible. So first of all, just a quick introduction. I'm Brooke Roberts-Islam, founder of Textiler, a publisher and advisory service for sustainability and fashion technology, and senior contributor at Forbes. Helpfully, I hold both science and fashion degrees, and I've had an overlapping scientific and fashion career. So I hope that will come in handy today. And I know that Jill DeMann, CEO of Bluesign, shares these same dual passions. She's had over 2 decades of experience at Patagonia, initially as a testing technician in the fabric laboratories, then moving through the textile research ranks to be director of global environmental strategy. Jill was appointed CEO of Bluesign, a consultancy service for textile chemical analysis and certification in 2017. So we're really privileged to have someone with the depth of knowledge that Jill has here to unpack this topic for us. And Jill, when we spoke ahead of this fireside, we agreed that a little intro into what chemicals means might be helpful.
Absolutely.
So with your permission, I'm just going to launch into what I've noticed as a journalist as a tendency within the fashion industry to assume that chemicals are always bad and that chemical actually means toxic or harmful. But actually, the word chemical simply means a combination of different elements where a reaction takes place. So you could use the example of 2 hydrogen atoms joining with an oxygen atom to make water, which is a perfectly safe chemical existing in nature, as many chemicals do. But what Jill and I will be talking about today is chemicals in relation to textile production, where we need a vast range of chemistry to deliver on the vision and the creativity of the fashion industry. We need dyeing effects, special finishings, matte and shiny finishings. We need waterproofing. We need breathability and waterproofing, all of these different things. So the chemistry that we develop in order to deliver that has to be safe. And we're talking about nuance here because it's possible to tweak chemistry that's unsafe and make it safe and still perform. So Jill's going to help us to understand the role that Bluesign has in informing and implementing safe chemical practice across the fashion supply chains. And she'll also help us to understand why it's important for brands and designers to know this information and what's pivotal for them. And it's so closely linked to sustainability, it's fundamental. So Jill, I'm not going to speak anymore. I want to hear from you. I want to hear about what you do at Bluesign, your approach, and what you're going to share with us today in terms of use cases and how you're working with the supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely, Brooke. Thank you for that introduction. And for all of you out there, the irony of this interview is Brooke is actually the chemist. I am not. And so when you have chemistry questions, ask Brooke. If you have implementation questions, you can come to me. But
it's actually applied physics that I
okay. But it's wonderful to have somebody with the science background with the ability to translate it into this language that we can all understand so that it's not so intimidating. And I think that is one of the most important things here. And at Bluesign, it was 20 years ago when the company began and taking this very comprehensive approach to this in the supply chain. And I sat in a brand chair for many years. I had responsibility around chemical management, implementation of it, and trying to figure out the best way to do it. And at the time, Patagonia wasn't such a big brand. And so I didn't have endless resources. I didn't have huge budgets. I didn't have, I think, a lot of the tools that people assume Patagonia might have around sustainability. It's a much bigger company today, but still it's trying to figure out the best way to do it from a business standpoint. And then when I made the leap over to Bluesign, it's been very interesting to see how different brands do approach what we're doing and what we're offering. So for me, again, I think the most attractive part about Bluesign is it's a very comprehensive solution. It starts all the way back at how chemicals are manufactured. So we evaluate an on-site assessment, see are the air emissions good, are the water emissions, all of those things happening. And then we look at the products and assess each chemical. Is the chemical itself dangerous? Is it toxic? Is it hazard? Is it safe to be used in the textile mill, which is the next stop, in the process it's meant to be used? So then we look at the textile mill, same on-site assessment, what kind of chemistry they're using, how are they using it, and then it goes to a fabric, which is an approval onto a brand. So when a brand buys an approved fabric, they know all of these processes have happened behind the scenes, down to looking at how chemicals are manufactured. And so I think with Bluesign, it's really getting at this input stream management, solving the issues from the beginning, not letting them crop up at the end of the process.
Sure, because a lot of testing happens at the end of the process, during or after shipment, even on goods that have arrived at their destination country to go into warehousing and then sales. So I completely understand that reactionary approach is not optimal. It would be really good, I think, to touch on what Bluesign does in terms of taking, I guess, the very large and complex role of understanding global regulations and, new developing chemistry that, is crucial to the industry. I mean, it's impossible, I would say, for a brand to keep abreast of all of the regulations and what chemicals can and can't be used and in what quantities. So how does Bluesign navigate collating all of that, analyzing it, and then assessing based on that?
So one of our main tools that we use is called the Bluesign tool. And that was a proprietary, customized assessment system that is looking at each chemical product for what it is. And then we rate them with it's allowed to be used with certain conditions, or it's not allowed at all, and it's put onto the blacklist. So part of that evaluation of looking at what chemicals can be Bluesign approved, legislation is one of those. So we look at the main global ones, we look at the most important ones that are influencing more regional legislation. So when we do a Bluesign approved chemical, it's going to meet the major international regulations that, in our experience, are the ones that typically start to impact the more regional ones. If there's a specific regional one of our clients is concerned about, or they're selling into a market that has some of that, then we have the ability to go back and look at would the chemical meet that requirement or not. But generally, it's works for the majority of the chemicals going through because it's looking at the major ones. REACH is one that's in the European Union that then starts to impact all of them around the world. So we're looking at global ones in that kind of way.
Right. So really using the most stringent as the benchmark.
And in my experience, again, at the brands typically aren't making production for different sales channels. They don't, it just doesn't make sense. And so then the most stringent legislation is what tends to govern no matter where they're selling. And then the other point, by looking at the chemistry with the same criteria, the fabrics with the same criteria, a brand can be assured if they're buying a Bluesign approved product, it goes through the same evaluation process no matter where they're buying it. And for me, again, when I was purchasing, it just took that whole part off of my plate. If I knew I was buying from a Bluesign supplier, then I knew all of these conditions were met behind the scenes.
And I guess some of the audience listening in now from brands or from smaller independent companies and who are designing themselves might be thinking, why can't my supplier take care of this? You know, this isn't my area of expertise. We all know it's a very challenging time for designers and brands right now. So why is it important that brands take and designers take a role here and become more informed and engage more with what chemicals are used and start monitoring of some sort, or you know, at least put in place a knowledge base within their teams?
Right. And yes, I would say it's everybody's responsibility. It's the whole supply chain. And again, with the systematic approach we have, we place those responsibilities up and down the supply chain. But a brand starts the process during design. You make decisions. What color is it? What kind of performance attribute? Does it need to be waterproof? Does it need to be water resistant? Does it have adhesives because you're putting something novelty on it? There's a lot of different places chemicals come in that we don't think about it. And as a designer, the more you know, the more you can care about what you're doing. And if you don't know, you can't care about it. So even a little bit of knowledge allows you to look at what you're making and how to make the decisions at the front end that impact down the line. And your suppliers are going to try to meet your requirements, and they may not share with you a better way or a different way to do it because they want to meet your requirements. So if you know enough to be able to say back to them, hey, this is going to be better from an environmental, from a toxicity, reduced water, reduced energy, any of those kinds of things, they all start to play in with the choice of chemistry and the choice of process that a designer can do without really taxing the chemical part of their brain if they don't have that.
And there's a really interesting sector of digital design emerging, and I know that you're working on some new technologies at BlueSign, but is the digitalization of fabrics allowing the BlueSign data and potentially subsequent consequences of choosing one fabric over another, is it allowing that to be integrated into the digital design process? Because, I mean, it could be quite haphazard to try to disseminate information to designers in another way. But that's sort of, if it was inbuilt into systems, is that something that you're looking at?
Yeah, it is. And I would say it even just begins back to the systematic approach of BlueSign. When I was talking with my designers and working through issues with them, and they would hear something or read something and say, such and such is bad, but I need it for this product. And my comment always back to them was, choose a BlueSign fabric. I know, but it's bad. So how do I, it's like, but BlueSign is taking care of that for us. So in the simplest form, even without digitalization, no budgets needed, just sourcing from suppliers that have already gone through that is a huge leap forward. That actually is quite an easy leap today. We have over 650 system partners, and so the choice is quite broad. But then we also do have online tools that we make available to our system partners that help with sourcing, especially for brands that are newer or brands that are smaller. And you can go in and choose a geographic location that your production department might have told you they want you to focus on. You can choose knit or woven, recycled or organic, or there's a lot of different choices. And then it narrows it down to the suppliers that have those capabilities. So my experience again was I never was looking for fabric XYZ specifically, but a capability of a circular knitted fabric coming from a certain region with organic cotton and BlueSign approved. So if I can narrow to a list of suppliers that can provide that to me, it's a huge head start, even compared to a trade show or something like that, where you're walking the halls hoping to find that little gem somewhere.
Yeah, but you're looking at it in isolation without all of the, you know, the extra, what's becoming essential information about chemical use. And that brings me actually to the question about transparency, because I'd like to know a little bit more about BlueSign's role in shifting the industry towards safe chemical use for consumers. What's your part in you know, this very big and complex, opaque supply chain and making it more transparent?
So when Blue Sign came onto the market 20 years ago, we're just celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, which was really fun when it was 20 in 2020 before 2020 began. But we're still happy we're here after 20 years. The best practice was really surrounding consumer safety, and that was the testing that you referred to. So it goes through the whole supply chain. Before it goes to a consumer, testing is done to see if there's any contaminants on it. But as also you pointed out, the ability to find that problem at that point is one, very difficult, and then very expensive. You have to choose what to do with these garments if they're not safe to the consumer. So that was a minimum hurdle Blue Sign had to meet as they were developing the system and as it was growing. And so the idea with Blue Sign was still really prioritizing consumer safety, but also including worker safety along the supply chain. So if you look at an input stream management system and you don't put it in at the beginning, it's still not going to be there at the end. So the consumer's safe, but then you have the ability to say along the chain, all of the other colleagues that are working deep in the supply chain are also protected that way. So our systems allow us to have this traceability up and down, which can be used for root cause analysis. If there's a problem, it can just be getting to know who your supply chain is, but then also it allows a brand to be transparent to what level they want to be. So as we are looking and working with these different suppliers, we also collect metrics when we're on site. So how much water, how much energy, how does that relate to greenhouse gases? Is this mill above or below? If they're below, how do we help them get up to above? And so a brand can start to encourage their suppliers as well against some benchmarking numbers to see where they fall against the industry.
So it's really actually part of a very large system that needs to become more sustainable, and that change really from the initial chemical stage is essential to ensure that that problem doesn't follow the material and the product all the way through to the consumer. I've heard, you know, a number of different people in this area, including the Beehive team, talk about ingredients on a garment, and it got me thinking that often we look at the composition of a garment, for example, 100% organic cotton. But I was wondering, with your expertise and knowledge, what does that actually mean in terms of chemical composition? I mean, that's just the material, that's just the cellulose, let's say, it's just the plant. But I mean, I think, and I assume that people might buy that thinking that it is a completely bad chemical free. But talk me through that a little bit.
Absolutely. So organic is referring to how it's grown in the field, as the definition is. And back in the 90s, when the organic textiles were coming on the market, it really didn't mean much to the consumer, because it's hard to believe today, but at that point in time, organic didn't have a lot of equity in the name. And so brands had to be really intentional and strong in their education to talk to the consumers about what it was and how it was different. And I sort of feel like that's where chemical on fabric is today, that it's a topic people don't like to talk about. Pesticides also is a topic people don't like to talk about. And I just actually had a small debate with one of my board members. He said, but we're so much more complex in the chemical field than organic. So that's because we did a good job 20 years ago, 25 years ago now, and being able to explain it and bring the consumer along to understand it in a way that they can. And I mean, that's what I appreciate about journalists and the work that you guys are doing of bringing it into a level consumers can understand and be empowered by it. Because if they see a Blue Sign mark or another one and they use their purchasing power, that's a very strong signal to the brand to keep going down that line. And so it becomes a very virtuous circle then, where the brand is rewarded for doing some of these extra steps. The consumer knows they're buying something responsible, and it really helps bring it along in a different way. So I think, like organic at the beginning, again, it was really, nobody knew what it was at all. And now 25 years later, it's different. Hopefully chemistry, we're going to see a shorter time period on that. And I've been really encouraged, actually, what I've seen in the media for the last 5 years, which I feel is really different than it was prior to that. of not shying away from the topics and being willing to go a little bit deeper to understand what that is.
Well, I think it's become necessary for one of the other main reasons that we're having this discussion, which is the urgent need for the industry to become more sustainable. And there's been a lot of work done in chemical recycling. Again, chemical doesn't mean bad. It's just the use of chemicals in order to recycle materials. There's been a lot of work done in this area recently because of the amount of waste the industry generates. And there was an interesting finding by IKEA, who uses, I think, one of the largest quantities of cotton of any company in the world, where they were not able to source enough cotton waste that was contaminant free as an input stream for their recycling processes. So that their circularity aims and their aims to, you know, reach a certain percentage of recycled materials within their collections by a certain time was being hampered by chemistry. So I think it's important that we understand that chemistry and understanding the chemical component of materials affects whether or not they can be recycled. You know, I maybe if you could expand on that a little bit and tell us a little bit about how some of your brands that you work with might be looking at circularity and analyzing their supply chain in that context.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody knows we are on a finite planet. We are going to run out of resources. The Stone Age didn't end because we ran out of stones. We ended because we became more efficient in something better. And I think that's the journey that we have to think about here. And so when you think of circularity, and I've always liked to think about it using the resources that are already in play. We don't have to drill more oil. We don't have to go and expand the human footprint throughout the globe. But chemicals have sort of been the missing piece in the circular conversation. And that, again, has changed in the last 12 to 18 months, which has been great. But when you think about the first product, there's a certain design brief that is going to be met. They're not typically thinking about product number 2, product number 3, or even product number 4 of where that might get recycled to. And that's where I think we either have to start understanding where is it going to be recycled to, or at least understanding what chemicals were used so it can be considered as you go into the next product, whatever that might be in the circular process. And if you start not knowing, there can be some very strong unintended consequences of a product that maybe isn't meant for that end use.
I think this also highlights why understanding the chemistry or having visibility over it touches every aspect of the business, because it's how you communicate with your consumers, the degree to which you can be transparent, the degree to which you can recycle any materials or any products that are sort of reaching end of life from your supply chain and your sales. So I guess it's sometimes seen as this peripheral thing for someone else to worry about, but I think this highlights very nicely how it's actually at the center of most things where there's a materiality. We've got a minute or two. How did this happen?
I know, it goes so fast. The thing as a designer too is to not be intimidated by it. You don't have to be able to explain a molecule or an atom like Brooke did at the beginning of this. You have to just know what questions to ask your suppliers and how to show them that it's important to you. They're going to meet you there. They're going to be happy that you're starting to look at this level at a different way. And one very good unintended consequence for me, once I started looking at the environmental pieces of my supply chain and working with my suppliers differently, was I suddenly had a whole new development arena. They knew I was serious. I started to understand fabrics better. I could have a real conversation with them. And then suddenly, like, our development ability was in a very different frame. And I think where Bluesign also tries to do that is to take all the unsafe toys out of the sandbox. Yeah. So if you're playing in that Bluesign sandbox, then play with everything there. You're okay. You're in a safe space, and you don't have to understand the relationship between chemicals and substances and atoms and molecules and catalysts, all those things. It's okay. You don't have to know that.
Yeah, I guess what you're doing by bringing that to them is saying, I want a partnership. I want to work with you more closely. I want to collaborate. I want to understand what you're doing. And of course, that's the basis of any solid supply chain, isn't it?
And partnership. It's really important because it's not the brand telling the supplier what to do. It's learning from the supplier so the brand can make a better decision.
Absolutely. I wish we had more time. We had some questions that we couldn't get to. It really flew and it was so interesting. I learned a lot from you, Jill, as I do whenever we speak. So always a pleasure.
I do have to say that I would love to bring both of you back to continue the conversation, because I think what you're doing, Jill, is so important to the industry, and there's so much more that people really need to understand in regards to how you're really shaping that way towards sustainability in a very effective way. So I appreciate both of you so much. And Brooke, you're amazing as always, just like flowing with the conversation and really bringing out the information that everybody wants to hear. So thank you both so much for participating today, and let's figure out a way to continue this chat and put it up so that people can really get to know more, because I think that's super important. So thank you both so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jordana. I mean, you put Brooke and I together, and I think it was a brilliant match. I mean, from immediately the beginning, it was just easy. So anytime you want to continue, very happy to do that.
I would love it. Thank you both so much. Have an amazing day.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
So we are so honored because right now we are going to go live to Nigeria, Africa, where we're going to meet with let me just fix my mask. We're going to meet with our partner who has helped us create and make magic behind these Fashion is to Love masks that we're wearing. They're actually handmade by artisans in Nigeria. And right now we're going to go live with her so that we can donate some masks to people in need. So Leon? Hi. Your volume, your microphone. We can't hear you. You have to unmute. Unmute.
1 minute. Hi, how
There
are
you
you?
are. How are you? Thank you so much for doing this with us today. And we're so excited. And we love the mask that your community has created and through our partnership. And we're really proud to have you donate these masks today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jordana. I'm actually here in Kibera slums right now. I'm actually here in Kibera slums right now, and we are here. You can see so many people are here gathered to receive the mask, and this is all grateful. This is all thanks to Fashinnovation. This is all grateful to your Fashion is to Love mask, where everybody is gathered here. If you could see, they're all being donated. Thank you so much for all your support. So many people are going to be receiving. We're happy. Thanks to all the support from the buyers of the Fashinnovation masks, we are able to donate so many masks today. Children, as you can see, the children, the older people. Here in Kibera slums. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. It means so much to us to have done this partnership with you. And guys, get on our website. You can purchase these masks. The more masks that are purchased, the more that we can give back to the community. And Leon, you have done such a tremendous job. So thank you so much for partnering with us in this. It means the world. And I'm so happy to see some people receive the masks that really need them.
No, thank you. Thank you for all your partnership, for bringing this initiative to the platform that people can come here and see. I'm so sorry there's so much noise. People are so excited to receive.
No, we're so excited to see that.
Everybody's here so excited. As you can see, everybody's trying to get more than just one.
That's amazing. Well, we're going to do everything we can to sell the time so we can keep giving. So thank you so much.
Sorry,
Thank
I didn't
you,
get
guys.
that, Jordana. You have to excuse me, the excitement over here.
It's okay. No, thank you so much. We're going to definitely be in touch soon. And everybody get on our website, purchase the masks. It's going towards a really good cause. and helping people, not only employing people, but also giving back. So thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Love from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, Kibera Slum. Love from Kibera Slum. Thank you.
So that was really beautiful to see. I mean, you saw the excitement in people receiving the masks. We did so much work with her to really be able to employ the artisans in Nigeria, Africa to make the masks and then be able to donate to all of the people that you just saw live from some of the slums in Nigeria, Africa. So thank you all. And now without further ado, I know we're running a little bit behind on schedule, but that's just because there's so many great things. So we have the next panel, which is going to be really insightful, titled Fashion is Technology's Assisting in the Next Normal. And leading it, we have Jackie I don't want to say it wrong, Trebulcock. And she's with the New York Fashion Tech Lab, and she does such tremendous work, and she's joined by so many wonderful people. So I'll let her take over and do the introductions, and we'll take it forward. Thank you so much, everybody.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Jordana. I'm Jackie Trebulcock, as mentioned, and I run a program called the New York Fashion Tech Lab. I'm so excited to be here with all of you today, coming here live from New York. I've been watching all morning, and it's so cool to see how global this is, and that rings true with our panelists here today. So I'm excited for you to meet them and hear a little bit more about what they do and how they're changing the industry with technology. Before I do that, Jordana mentioned that I could tell you a little bit about the organization that I run, which I think is relevant because it kind of gives the sync as to why I'm here and how this all comes together. So I'm just going to give a quick overview / plug for the New York Fashion Tech Lab before we dive in and hear from all the panelists. So the program I run is a nonprofit that was established in 2014 and focuses on women-led B2B fashion and retail technology. So that means that it's any sort of third-party proprietary technology that could benefit retailers and brands. So it's not physical apparel or direct-to-consumer companies or marketplaces, but really the technology that can help the industry and address any pain points they have. And that could be anything from visual search to analytics to inventory management to supply chain and AR/VR for shopping. It could be fit technology, and the list goes on. It's quite long, and we're always adding to it. And we run one program a year that takes place approximately March to June and focuses on early to growth stage companies. And we call them startups, i.e. emerging tech companies, again, led by women. And it's in sponsorship, it's in partnership and via sponsors from large retailers and brands. And they're really joining to support these women and then also to find solutions that could help them address pain points or take out an area of friction. The reason we're a nonprofit, the reason it's specific to women is it's part of a larger organization called Springboard Enterprises that's been supporting women in tech for 20 years in different sectors like life science and biotech and media and ad tech. And New York Fashion Tech Lab is just one of their programs. So that's a little bit about why I'm here and kind of why I'm relevant to this conversation. And also we are gearing up for 2021, so we're getting ready to launch and announce the timeline for that initiative. So the companies that you are going to meet here are not part of the lab, but I'm really thrilled to have met them through Jordana bringing us all together. I've spent a little bit of time learning about them, and I'm excited for you to hear about them too, because I think they're really changing the industry. They're all quite different, but each addressing something that couldn't be more relevant today. So without further ado, I'm going to have each of them introduce themselves to you and talk to you about who they are, when they started their company, where they're joining us from today. I think that's also interesting. And then they're going to give you an overview about what their company does. So why don't we start with Francesca, if you want to kick it off and tell us a little bit more about yourself and your company.
Hi, hello. Thank you, Jackie. Hello, everyone. Thank you to Jordana for inviting me as well. I'm very, very excited to share this stage with these wonderful panelists today. I'm the co-founder and the chief creative director of Cute Circuit. Cute Circuit is a company that I co-founded in 2004 with my partner, Ryan Gantz. And basically, we founded this company with the mission of bringing fashion and technology together, creating garments that could do magical things. So some of the things that we do have microelectronics built into it and smart fabrics. I can let people communicate, express themselves, and And really, the reason we're doing this is that we think that by using this kind of technologies, we can connect people, but also make fashion more sustainable. So it's sort of a mix of different skills that come together from like arts and sciences, and sort of like creating products that actually can create experiences that are truly magical for the wearers. So some of the things that probably you saw from us were like illuminated clothing, like Katy Perry's dress at the Met Gala. And from on there, we did like a Twitter dress where you can control what your garment looks like through an app. And then one thing that we're really well known for is for creating wearable touch telecommunication with the hug shirts that are garments that let you hug someone over distance. And so maybe I'll talk about this a little bit more later on, about what happened with the hug shirts now that we are going through a global pandemic, and the fact that people really need to touch someone and hug someone to feel connected and feel better. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And you may touch on it a little bit later too, but overall, and specific to the business where you're creating these like couture garments, how has that changed since March? So thinking about the new normal, which I don't really believe that we all know yet, we're still figuring that out. How has your company changed since March, or what are you doing differently?
Well, one of the things that really has changed for us is that we were used to doing massive amount of live events all over the world, because we literally travel to concerts, album launches for rock bands, and just like created these live shows with thousands of people wearing our technology and feeling immersed into the sound. Now, as you know, with this pandemic, there are no rock concerts happening. So one thing that has happened is that we are more focused on consumers directly. So instead of creating a global event where people can come and try the technology and feel this experience, we are creating a version that is the consumer version of the same product. And it actually, you can experience it from home. It works with an app on your phone, and it sort of makes your life much easier. So you can still participate in a global event, but you can do it from the safety of your house. And I think that this focus on creating this consumer version of the app, it's really sort of helped us also refine the product and refine the interaction. And so we're more planning to have these garments become a sort of a touch social network, so that you can really feel the embrace of your friends and family, even if they're far away. So it's really going like from a big global event with thousands of people to thinking about the experience of one person in their home and feeling connected with people that are far away.
Very cool. And you mentioned you started the company in 2004, which is quite impressive. So how big is the company now, and where are you based?
We're based in London, United Kingdom, and the company is just like, we have about 10 people here in our headquarters in London, and this is our design headquarters. So we have manufacturing partners in Italy and in China, and also in Scotland. Some people think here is a different country than England. And basically the thing that we do is that we literally, when we started so many years ago, and people thought, what's this wearable technology? Nobody really had heard about it so many years ago. So one thing that we had to do over the years, many of the challenges that we had to overcome, was to create new materials that we could use in the garments. Because of course we wanted, I come from a fashion background. I worked at Valentino, so I had sort of a sense of the luxury, like a finish of a garment. And so the first thing we thought was like, definitely we're not going to make a wearable technology with wires inside and make it be uncomfortable for the wearer. So we have to develop these conductive ribbons. We had to develop special smart fabrics for sensors. So there was so much work into going from being like a designer to sort of becoming an engineer and a material scientist, to create these garments in a way that still felt like fashion, but also did something special. Overcoming challenges is my motto.
I remember hearing about your company really early on, a lot around like the wearable, when that term was like the biggest thing. Is that still what you categorize it as wearable?
Yeah, if we say that it's like a fashion wearable technology, I mean, I think that actually all fashion companies should eventually be tech companies in the future, because we're trying to solve a number of problems, not only like what people do when they wear their clothes, because we know that they want to express themselves and communicate, but also how technology can make fashion more sustainable. So, for example, with all these controlled garments, we are aiming to manufacture less, but make garments be always reusable. Mm-hmm. So it's really, and also for our more complex garments, we have a recycling program. So if one person really decided that they got bored with our garments, which hopefully doesn't happen that often, we can just recycle the whole garment and create something different with it. So it's really trying to think about the whole sort of ecosystem of creating garments that actually have technologies inside. So we don't want to pollute the environment, and we want people to be able to use these garments for a very long time. So it's sort of like bringing together all these needs and trying to make a product that really works, both for people using it and for the environment.
Very cool. Thank you. We'll have more questions. We'll come back to you. Next, we'll go to Bill, if you wouldn't mind telling us a bit about yourself, your company, when you started it, where you are, and most importantly, what does it do?
Sure, yeah. So we're a relatively early stage startup, nothing like 2004. We're actually a spin out of another company called Leaf Labs. We're in Boston, Massachusetts. And it was a deep embedded engineering company, nothing to do with fashion at all. And that company was started about a decade ago. I was working for them and bumped into counterfeits. And so we ended up, what we do is basically anti-counterfeiting and anti-gray market through NFC tags. So this little thing right here is an NFC tag. It's the same technology as Apple Pay and Google Pay. So every single person listening to this broadcast right now has the reader to read that tag right in their pocket. But the important part about these new tags is they can't be cloned. So you can incorporate them into physical products, and customers can tap them and see if they're real or not. So at this point, we've been at it for about 2 years. As I said, we were a spin out of Leaf Labs, who does a lot of kind of blue sky research for companies like Facebook and Google, very large tech companies. And we do a lot of digital security work. So this was sort of where we got the inspiration and the idea, and sort of said, hey, we know a lot about how this digital security works. Can we apply some of this to the physical world? And it turns out these NFC tags are a really great way to do that. So we're not really a customer-facing company. We work with the brands themselves, and we work with how do you incorporate these NFC tags into your garments in mass, and how do you make that turnkey? Because while Francesca wants all these companies to be tech companies in the long run, right now they're not. And so right now what they're looking for is a really turnkey solution to say, we manufacture over a dozen different factories, and we have, each single clothing line we have comes in 2 genders and 5 sizes and 6 colors, and we have literally thousands of SKUs, and we need to serialize every one of them down to the exact one. So we have millions of these tags, and how do you, across those factories, get the exact garment attached to the right tag so that they know what's going on and it doesn't drive their costs up. So a lot of our focus is on both the technology of these tags are encrypted and how do you handle all the encryption keys and make sure you don't lose them and you don't get hacked. But also a lot of it is just a logistical problem. How do I handle order quantities that are changing daily as COVID hits or as orders go up? And how do I make sure that I can accurately put all those tags on the right garments in a way that doesn't drive my costs through the roof? So a lot of this is a focus too on the logistics and supply chain side of that. So of our team, we're about 5 people, and 2 of the 5 joined from McKinsey, and we have supply chain degrees as well. So it's an interesting mix of kind of fairly hard tech with deep encryption. And then the other side of it is just really ironing out supply chain. And so that's what we do as a company, is work with brands to kind of make that whole process, let them digitize really their entire product offering.
Great. And how have you found the reception to this? I mean, I think it's something people have been trying to solve for a long time. And what's kind of like any roadblock that you might have with a retailer or a brand? Is it pretty easy, or is it kind of really taking a look at what they do and, as you said, the whole supply chain and where you can really integrate?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And you're right. Companies have been working at it for a while, and it hasn't really taken off. And I think you're spot on. So there were 2 things that were super important for us. For one is these encrypted NFC tags were only available starting about 2 years ago. And so up until 2 years ago, you could tag clothing with RFID or NFC, but it was really easy to clone it. So it didn't really offer a lot of security or protection. This is really a game changer in the way that the encrypted technologies work. And the latter part of that is exactly what you said. The real crux of what makes it difficult for a brand to do this is, it's one thing to say we're going to take the Adidas soccer ball, there's one model, and we're going to make 10,000 of them in a single run, and we're going to sew tags into them, and we're going to push this as a marketing push. And that's been done many times. But it's a really different problem to say we have a dozen factories, we have 1,000 SKUs, and we have production quotas that change daily. We need to be able to do this sustainably in the long run across all of our factories and not turn into where this is a major focus of what we do, right? We're a clothing company, we're not a technology company at this point. And so the hard part to sell them is really looking at how much is this going to change our process? How much is manufacturing going to accept this? Is supply chain going to accept this? And of course, marketing is happy to accept it. But at the end of the day, when you really look at how a company has to change the entire way it does manufacturing, that's a really big deal. And so that's been the hardest part. And that's really what we work on. So how we see ourselves a little bit different from some of the other companies in the past is this major focus on implementation. And the technology is important, but we realize that the technology is not what's holding back this from becoming mainstream. It's really, can you implement this in scale in a way that works with how companies already work?
Got it. And you mentioned the soccer ball. So that was one of my questions, was when you think about like apparel, accessories, and then other just items, what's kind of like the split to what you're working with, who you're working with now, or who you want to be working with?
Yeah, in the end, counterfeiting, we started in apparel just because it's very well known. It's pretty straightforward on how to attach the tags to garments, and the end customers are pretty interested in knowing that what they're buying is real. Counterfeits go, it's a over $1 trillion a year now. So things like pharmaceuticals, 5% of aircraft parts are now counterfeit. So there's a huge swath of areas that receive counterfeits. Specifically, what we're really interested are industries where the end consumer wants to validate that it's real. So for something like aircraft parts, well, the brand wants to its way, but there are a lot of other ways that you can do this. So for us, things like accessories are great, apparel is great. In the end, things like pharmaceuticals when we get there. But so our focus is really letting that end customer do the authentication. And when they do that through their smartphone, then can interact with the product in a digital way through some kind of branded experience.
Got it. And so last question for you right now is, how has your business changed since March, or since this new world we live in? Has there been more like outreach, people interested in this? What's been the difference?
Yeah, so obviously when it first set in, there was a lot of belt tightening with everyone. So we laid low. We're working with our current clients, but weren't really looking to expand. I think, but for us as an early stage company, it's actually a really exciting time. As we all know, and everyone's talking about, there's this massive move towards e-commerce. That was already happening, but now it's really being forced. And so when you look at where the counterfeiting happens in the gray market, yes, there's Canal Street in New York, but that's not really a concern for these brands. What's a concern is someone who's buying online, sees it for 20% off, buys a $1,000 handbag thinking it's real, and it's not. And so really where all the counterfeiting occurs is online. So for us, this has actually become a more interesting proposition for brands as they realize that they need a better digital experience, because as fewer people are going into storefronts, having a customer be able to tap on something and having the online experience, even at point of receipt of the item, become richer is important, as well as the threat for counterfeiting is only increasing. So for us, actually, even though right now the budgets are lower, the interest in the product is actually increased.
Got it. Great. Well, thank you. We'll come back to you with a couple more questions, but we'll move on to Ayan to tell us a little bit more about Ditto Africa. So if you want to tell us, who you are,
Hi, guys.
and tell us about the company.
Hi guys, my name is Ayan Mohallam. I'm the founder, CEO, and creative director of Ditto Africa, which is a content-driven, curated, and standardized shopping platform. We're also a marketplace, and my goal for Ditto Africa was to create a shopping platform where you can shop the top brands from Africa, whether it's apparel, clothing, shoes, home goods, and have it in one easy shoppable platform that's well curated and very heavy on content. Because when you're talking about African brands, there are so many different stories to tell, whether you're talking about a jewelry brand in Kenya or a textile brand in a clothing brand in Nigeria or South Africa, or beauty brand in Morocco. How do you bring all these brands together and curate it so that people feel like they are shopping from the continent in Africa? And it was very important for me when I started this company that it looked very high-end and luxury, and it was very standardized. And because of that, when you go to our platform, it's like you're shopping on an e-commerce site. It doesn't feel like a marketplace. All the images are standardized. We have a shopping cart and one shipping fee. So it just feels like you're in a e-commerce site that with lots of different brands to pick from. We are based between Nigeria and New York. It was very important for me as I live in New York, and so it was very important for me in order to have a company that focuses on African brands and African diaspora brands, that I had a foothold on the continent, and I chose Nigeria because, to be honest with you, it's become one of my favorite places in the world because it's just so full of talent. The textile industry, the clothing industry, the music industry. It's just a booming city, and it gives me an opportunity to travel to whether I need to be in Kenya or Morocco or South Africa. And so sometimes it does feel like I live in the entire continent. I'm traveling so much.
Great. And why did you start the company? You were a designer, right? Is this kind of the part of your experience, and what made you do this?
So I have a twin sister, and we started a brand called Matano a few years ago. And one of the things that came out of having a brand is that we got a lot of press for being African designers. We're originally from Somalia. And when we started the company, we weren't thinking about Africa, but because of the way media works, it just sounded better to say African. And so we started getting opportunities to travel through visiting different countries and showcasing our brand. And that's when we started meeting so many talented different designers. And we were really blown away because you don't imagine that there's so much talent and so many designers, whether it's shoes or clothing. And then we saw the industry, whether it's the leather or textile industry of Nigeria or the cotton industry in Ethiopia or the weaving artisans of Morocco. And that's when the light bulb first hit. And I knew that I was going to, at some point in the future, work in Africa and be a part of this fashion industry that was sort of just starting to bloom. And I was looking and I was doing research, and I saw that regular e-commerce models might not work because there's just so many different brands and controlling them and trying to get all these products on the platform. So that's why I decided to make it a marketplace. But our first 3 to 5 years is going to be heavily curated and controlled by us until we're able to fully standardize it. And it's been really amazing. People have been like, we get orders from everywhere. It's really interesting for me to see someone from Russia ordering a Nigerian brand, or someone from Germany, or just Puerto Rico. It's been validating to see that people all over the world are really interested in African brands. And then African consumers, which is a growing base, are really interested in having an easy access online platform to shop, all the brands that they know and they grew up with shopping.
It's amazing. And so it's much more than a marketplace though, right? There's a lot of different technologies that you offer to these brands and you kind of standardized and streamlined it for them, right?
Sorry, you're sort of breaking up, but I think you said, yeah, we're definitely more than a marketplace. So we create a lot of content around our brands. It was very, very important for us that we weren't just going to come in and bring international photographers and just start saying, hey, this is our vision of how we see these brands and this culture. It was very important for us, for every time we are highlighting a brand, we work with local artisans, so local models, local photographers to create the content, because it's important. We want to continue to share the narrative from their perspective and not for us to come in like, oh, we're New Yorkers and we know better, because there's so much talent. So that was very important for us. And even when it came to raising money, because we're a tech company, we focused on raising it on the continent. Eventually, obviously, we're going to take money from everywhere, but that was really important for us, for people, for investors in Africa to see value in what we were trying to build.
Great. And last question for you, how has your business changed since March? With the uptick of e-commerce sales, has that been a benefit for you? What's the overall scope of how it's changed?
Well, two things happened. COVID made everybody go more online, so that's been really great for us. But we were really worried about a slowdown, but we've only seen an increase. And then the Shop Black movement happened. I don't know if you guys are aware, but it was this focus for retailers to really think about African or Black and African American brands. And so that also gave us another uptick. Tech-wise, we were already thinking we were technologically savvy because we were bringing all these designers together and having one place to shop, and we have a unique API that we developed. But what post-COVID has made me think about is there's a lot more to do. So we've really fully integrated and fully moving towards 3D design, working with our designers. So we're trying to be more sustainable and create a lot of made to order through using 3D sampling. We are working with technology that is, VR, virtual reality, augmented reality, and how we can make sure that people all over the world can get a shopping experience and feel like, they can see the clothes in different sizes. They can try it on, whether it's beauty products, whether it's clothes. So we have a long way to go, but COVID has really made us think about how much more technology is going to help us to get our products out there and to the consumer.
Great, thank you. Well, I spent a lot of time on the site, probably too much time on the site browsing, and it's really beautiful, so congrats. So next we're gonna go to Lorenzo. If you wouldn't mind telling us who you are, where you're based, where you're dialing in from today, and then a little bit about your company. What does your company do?
Definitely. Well, thank you for having us, and really exciting companies around us. So very honored to be here. And so I'm dialing in from Taiwan at the moment. I've actually been here since lockdown. So back in February, I flew over here for a project, and then COVID happened, and actually decided to stay here because it's very safe and there's a lot of exciting stuff to do also here. So we're probably going to go back to Europe, where I spend most of my time in December. But nonetheless, what we do is we are a circular retail platform helping brands and retailers to tokenize their products at any level of the supply chain. So basically helping trace the individual journeys of products from the ingredient manufacturers, the garments, the manufacturers, the actual brands, the retailers, and different from traditional, specifically B2B, I would say, traceability systems. What we do is we actually help the customer journey. So we're very focused on the end customer to actually, basically help the traceability part of the actual garments. And apart from that, we have a consumer app, which is called Spin, and a enterprise part, which is called L+, which is like a merchandising system similar to Shopify, if you like, but really focused on circular economy and tokenization on blockchain. And the third part of what we do is the Circular Fashion Summit, which is actually launching in October, on the 3rd of October for Paris Fashion Week. And that's actually been mostly disrupted by COVID than anything else, as online sales, everything, as you know, are growing. So that's not a really big concern, but actually to create an event that's changed so much, the same as you guys at Fashinnovation. So we had to also adapt to gather people in this global pandemic. And so what we're doing is we're actually organizing the first virtual reality summit for fashion, which is very, very exciting, by digitizing the Grand Palais in Paris and by gathering the 5 leaders of the major fashion weeks from around the world to discuss about the issues in our industry, but most importantly, to set 3 major goals to achieve collectively in 12 months. And so the summit is we like to call it a global collective action summit. And so what that means is that we focus on 3 panels, so design, technology, and sustainability. But then most importantly, we set 3 goals to achieve every 12 months with our partners. And then, of course, through the technology, using it for good to make an impact together. So that's basically what we do at large, but happy to answer.
Yeah, so question about kind of your company and the Circular Summit. How did that come to be? Like, where did that come from when you were at what stage of your company when you decided you wanted to dive into this initiative? Because it's quite a big undertaking. We talked about it just yesterday. I spent a bunch of time researching it, and it's really amazing. So I'm just curious about like why and what this thing is.
Well, that's a great question. So my background is not in technology. My co-founder neither. So we're not technical co-founders. We both come from luxury fashion industry. So I was a bespoke tailor and designer at the time, and my co-founder Yun from Taiwan, she was buying and merchandising manager in Giorgio Armani and Etro in Milan, Italy. And we really met and decided that what we were doing, just to push more products in a broken system, if you like, wasn't really making us looking forward to the future so much. So we decided to stop what we were doing and just, I closed my studio, she abandoned a really great job, and we just got together to build a system to change and fix the problems that we met in our journeys. And as you know, the fashion industry is one of the most polluting industries in the world, and we decided to embark on this mission back in 2016. So in 2016, we started to learn what circular fashion is and what it means. It was a little bit early days. It wasn't so popular at the time, but it took us the classic valley of death of 3 years to reach something that was really valuable for our customers. We never gave up, and at the end of the day, in September 2019, that's when we really hit the nail on the head, as we say, and we got the Link Crawford Joyce Group, which is the largest luxury retail group in Asia, as our first client to actually build a very special system for, basically omni-channel, online, offline solution for them. And that's when our business kind of started for real. And so since then, we've launched the Circular Fashion Summit in the same year. So it was September 2019. And once that we had the technology, we decided that we needed to build, and we wanted to build a community around the technology that could actually use it for something good. So that's the whole mission of the summit, to really create collective action and measurable goals, and just provide the tools that we built so that we can achieve the goals that are then part of the SDG goals. So they're part of a wider conversation, and to really accelerate, if you want, this transition towards a digitized circular economy for everybody.
And I know you mentioned that you need to have VR goggles to view it. How do you access them? How do you get them? And why is that the case?
Definitely, yeah. So the summit last year was launched in Paris Fashion Week. So the summit is between Paris, but we have also partner branches around the world. So in Shanghai, London, and other cities around the world. So, but the main event is in Paris. And last year, of course, was physical in Station F, which is one of the largest tech hubs in the world. And this year, actually, seen as there is no anything really going on due to COVID, the Tranoi show and the premiere class, all the major fairs are postponed. And so we actually united. We're now partners also with Tranoi. We partner with the Grand Palais, and we had to, talk with the French government. We had to get Chanel involved. We had to partner with Unity Technologies, which is one of the largest 3D software companies in the world. We partnered with Oculus from Facebook. We had to partner with Microsoft. It's been a bit insane, and in the last months, doing everything here from Taiwan. But yeah, it really shows that you can do these things globally. And seen as there was no company out there that could really do what we were looking for, we had to kind of found a new company of itself. So we have an entire new virtual reality team in Australia that is basically focused on this kind of technology. And so basically, we partnered also with the architects from the French government that are in charge of the 3-year restoration that is starting next year. So the building is actually closing for 3 years. And so now they actually have this opportunity to keep rolling it in VR. So that's really exciting as well. But nonetheless, we had to bring it all in virtual reality, doing laser scans and a lot of work there, and really creating really heavy assets that could actually work in a VR headset. So bringing it down to without losing the quality, that was the real challenge. So that's why we partnered with VR and special effects people from cinema, from LA and so on. So a lot of different, I would say, points of view to make this happen and not lose the quality. As virtual reality is more for gamers, we're trying to create a luxury experience that is not creating fantasy worlds, but is actually aligning the physical to the digital. So that's really what we're focusing on. And the reason why we want to do it 100% VR is we don't want people to have a mixed experience and not really have the real thing. Because if you are able to join with a computer or a smartphone, you're gonna join with a computer or a smartphone. You're not gonna go through the friction of buying a VR headset, and you're gonna lose 90% of the experience. So we decided to
Well, we just have about a minute left, and I have a lot more questions that we didn't get to. So why don't I'd like to just go around, and if people do have more questions for you, what's the best way they can contact you? What's your website? What's your email? Because if there's other questions that we didn't get to in the chat or that the audience wants, I would love to just highlight how they can contact you. So Francesca, how can they contact you? If they want to check out these shirts or buy them, how do they find you?
Okay, we are very easy to find. Everything on social media is Cute Circuit, and our website is cutecircuit.com. And actually, if you guys are curious to know what we do on a weekly basis, we have a live show every Friday at 4 p.m. So we are preparing tomorrow's episode as well. But literally, send us direct messages or emails at kids.com.
And Bill, how do they reach you?
Yeah, we don't have any cool shows on Friday yet, but I'm Bill at alera.com, and our website is a contact form, so it's pretty straightforward.
Anya, how do they reach you? What's your website? How can they shop? How can they find you? Oh, I don't know if she can hear me. Maybe not. I think it's frozen. All right. Oh, she's gone. We'll get back to you. Lorenzo, how do they reach you and find out about your company and the Circular Summit?
Definitely. Well, so my email is just lor@lablaco.com. And you can go on lablaco.com, or you can go on circularfashionsummit.com. And just for your information, we are actually closing the sales of the tickets on Saturday, as they're all selling out. So I suggest, if you want to be part of it, you need to rush to the website and order the ticket, which includes an Oculus Quest in the price of the ticket itself. And so you're going to receive an entire VR headset with a training session, so you can actually be part of this very exciting experience altogether and make positive impact together. So
amazing. And we lost Anya, but her website is just dittoafrica.com, DITTO Africa.com. So everyone can go there and check that out. And if you want to reach me, I'm at NewYorkFashionTechLab.com, just Jackie at NYFWLab.com.
Thank you all so much for being here. I know even as we do these events, how important technology and figuring things out. I mean, as little as something as putting together an online event, there's so many things that we kind of weave through as the day goes. So all of you, between VR and 3D and authenticity and what you do, Jackie, with bringing everybody together, and with what Ayan does with, supporting brands outside of the US with ways of technology to still get them a global kind of reach. I think it's super important and where we're headed next. And so I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you all for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 So without further ado, we have our next panel coming up, and it's going to be super exciting because it's so global. We have people on this panel literally from all over the world, and all with just a commonality in sustainability and how sustainability is important to their business models and what they do. So the title is Fashion and Sustainability Designers Around the World, and it's being led and moderated by someone who I have learned to know and just adore for different reasons, but by Christopher Lacey, co-creator and host of Retail Revolution podcast. And I think we're missing one person that I don't see on here. Is Tomas here?
He is. He's might be trying to come in.
Okay.
We just had him.
All right. So he'll probably pop in. So I'm going to let you take it from here, and we cannot wait to hear this conversation. Thank you all again.
Thank you so much, Jordana.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this really exciting panel. I'm super excited because, as Jordana said, this is really a group of global change makers and innovators in the industry. I am Christopher Lacey. I'm an assistant professor at Parsons School of Fashion in the MPS Fashion Management program. I'm also host of Retail Revolution podcast, where we tackle issues around sustainability, community, retail, design, and all areas of fashion. And we were really fortunate to actually have Jordana on it twice because she was so amazing. So it's my pleasure to allow our panelists to do an introduction of themselves, and we'll start with Alfea. Alfea, can you hear me? Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Alfea Ballerina. I'm an accessories designer. Yeah, I can hear you. Is it okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I think we're on that really cool delay as if we're
Hi
on
everyone,
piano.
my name is Okay, sorry. Hi everyone, my name is Alfea Ballerina. I'm an accessories designer based in Indonesia. I produce all my products in my studio with the help of local artisans. I also source all my materials in Indonesia.
Thank you, Alfea. Bea.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Bea. I'm Spanish, but I live in Indonesia, even though now I'm close to Barcelona. And I have a brand whose name is Keman, and we also work with local artisans in Indonesia, and then we produce vegetable tan bags and accessories. And I have a little bit of a different background because I'm not coming from a designer background, but more from an activism sort of background, working in international development. So maybe that's also something that we can bring in the conversation. I'm very happy to be here amongst you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bea. Diego.
Hello. So my name is Diego Vanessa. I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm originally from Brazil. I've been living in the UK for 15 years. Me and my partner, we run a brand called Vanessa Barra, based in the UK. We are specialized in footwear. We used to showcase London Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, and since last year, our brand has stopped wholesaling, and now we are direct consumer only, offering a flat price proposition.
It's fantastic. Jonathan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Cohen. I'm the co-founder and creative director of Jonathan Cohen. I found the company with my business partner, Sarah Leff. I'm based in New York City, and most of our products are made in New York. We focus a lot on textile development. I design all the textiles and really focusing on how we can reduce waste in our company.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And Tomas, did we get you?
Oh, hey guys. My name is Tomas. I'm 35 years old. I'm the founder and creative director of Verdi. And Verdi is a Colombian textile studio that specializes in combining natural fibers with metals to create contemporary textiles with an artisanal heritage and contemporary. And we have three pillars, or we move in three worlds, which are home, fashion, and art. And well, I'm very excited to be here sharing the stage with all of you lovely people.
Thank you so much, Tomas. It's a pleasure to have you. So I want us to jump right in. And Ophelia, I'm going to throw this first question to you, which is, you know, when we consider the challenges facing designers today, really, what's the difficulty when you're designing and you're trying to produce sustainable products?
Okay. So to me, it gets pretty challenging when it comes to like sourcing specifically like for the hardware, because I do handbags. Like Indonesia, there are not a lot of like people who do like hardware. So like so when it comes to like designing my bags, it kind of like limit myself when I want, for example, like I want like a luxury sustainable chain on my bags, but I can't find it in Indonesia, you know, like unlike maybe you can find it in Italy or like China. So that is one of the challenges. And also the packaging also, because like we all know like packaging is also like sustainable, we all know like packaging is not the most sustainable part of the products, because like you just needed to like package your products. So that's something that I'm actually working on. I met this lady in Indonesia who actually like upcycle like packagings from beverages and food packaging. So I like talking, but one of my issues though, the price gets even like more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a big part. When I talk to younger companies that are trying to go in a more sustainable route, and even what we kind of see in our company is sometimes the minimums can be very high for packaging products that are sustainable. Where like you just don't need that many things. So if you want to like just dive into if you just want to start slowly with your business and want to like get packaging, sometimes you have to buy into very heavy minimums, which then even creates a bigger product of creating waste. So it can be really challenging. And then that goes into even the textiles. When you're purchasing textiles that you're excited about and that are sustainable, sometimes the minimums can be extremely high, which people don't realize. Sometimes you have to buy into like thousands of meters before you can even think about it. So those are a lot of hurdles that you'll like come at when you're like starting a business, or even just when you're deep into your business.
do either of you, or does anyone on the panel kind of think, you know, what are some, if you were a designer starting out, because I'm sure there are some who are listening, what would be kind of some easy ways or some ways to kind of move the needle in the right direction? Because to both of your points, there are some serious challenges, whether it is geographical or monetary, to make this happen. So are there kind of some solutions that, or an avenue they can go down to get this information to do it?
May I? Like,
please.
Yeah. Okay. So what we did is like, for me, one key word is partnership. What we did when we started, I mean, we could find ourselves some of the information, but some of the information we couldn't access it. So we tried to look for people to help us. And for instance, travel to Java and to look into the workshops where like they are tanning the leather or where the leather is coming from, to check them, to verify them in case we couldn't do it. So it was a way of having, you know, the eyes and someone helping us in that process of sourcing. Because what I think is challenging is, and maybe because I come from that different background, is that before the work of the designer was very much the creative. All of a sudden, if you really want to, if you commit to sustainability, you become like, you become a political figure in a way. So you cannot ignore, you know, like who you're working with, the materials that you use. So you have to open your eyes and know much more of that, you know. So, and then sometimes, you know, you need the help of others to help you navigate through the process and identify who are those partners that you can work with, especially in countries like Indonesia, where maybe you don't have the same standards, maybe the legislation is not there or it's not being enforced, you know. So you really not, I think I really believe in those partnerships, in working with others to identify those pieces, yes.
Yes, to us.
I have, Christopher, something I'd like to add of a story that happened to us last year. We actually work with 18 families in the central region of Colombia. It's called Curiti, Santander, and that's where we source our fiber. And they actually dye it using mainly ecological dyes. But we've gone there several times. And last year, I went there with a chemical engineer, basically, just to see how they were dyeing everything. And we found several problems. I mean, one of them was that the house, let's say the families, the ladies, they were dyeing and they would swallow up all the smoke. Another one was that they were throwing the liquid or the dyes into the mountain after they were finished. And these are people that really don't know what's going on and what they're doing and the damage that they can create. So we actually embarked on a project to show them how to dye in a sustainable way. And we went to Curiti 4 times. But at the end, we were basically overwhelmed because we are a very small company and it's very hard to change the custom of a community who has been doing this for generations. So we went and got help from University of Los Andes. And this was going to be one of the projects for this year, but due to the circumstances, we had to postpone it for next year. But now with the help of the university, we're going to set up a project and we're going to go out and search for funds. And then hopefully with this, we're going to be able to really make an impact. But I mean, that was going on. And if we hadn't gone there and seen for ourselves, you know, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to be able to help. So I think one of the main things that everyone can do is just try and go out of their way and see what they can really do to help. And that's what we're focusing on here at Verdi.
I'm glad you actually brought that up because, and Bea segueing us into that with the idea of partnerships. And when we think of partnerships, I think a lot of times we really only think of it in terms of just, you know, corporate to, you know, B2B. But there's also the other part where we do have to involve community. And Diego, maybe you can answer this, because when I think of community and I think about sustainability, it automatically comes into my mind socioeconomic concerns. And I'm just wondering, how can we begin to start making sustainable fashion accessible to lower income groups? Because they're technically supporting fast fashion out of necessity, right? If you're a mom who, or any parent, mother, father, whatever, and you've got 4 kids, sustainability isn't really the first thing on your mind, right? When you go shopping, it's survival. So and then we talk about sustainability. It's quite costly. So Diego, do you have thoughts on this at all?
Absolutely. So here at the bar, we are firm believers that sustainability goes beyond the raw materials. Okay, of course they are essential, but it goes beyond that. We believe in craftsmanship, okay, longevity, durability. Because when you purchase an item that lasts longer, when you make a considered purchase, okay, that means that this item that you bought that probably uses the same amount of natural resources to produce, it's something that is not going to go to the bin. So one thing is about educating your customer on that journey. And second, which is something that we've done, which has been very successful, is that how do you make sure that you can produce luxury, that you can produce the best possible product, okay? But how do you reduce the cost of that without affecting the overall quality in the design and manufacturing and in the quality of the raw materials? So last year, we went direct to consumer only. This means that we have stopped wholesaling. We used to wholesale in famous, important boutiques around the world, okay? But the added markup on items, okay, it's a lot. And that drives the price very high. Another thing as well that we want to move from, we've never been there because never been close to the brand, but is the importance of hype that fashion builds. So to build hype is very costly. Now, if you can bring craft and you can bring design excellence, okay, to products that last long time, and you remove the middleman, we felt that we can offer worldwide quality items, okay, for a price that is less than half what it used to cost. They're still expensive, but there are, I mean, a Vanessa Barra product is the best it can be. So as much as if you can reduce those extra costs that digitally you can avoid, because nowadays, for example, from the UK, we can ship to the US in 24 hours. So technology has enabled us to do that. And I think this is about being sustainable as well, is to actually make sure that you can buy a product that is fantastic, you pay way less, and you'll cherish for very long.
Fantastic. Bea, were you about to say something?
Yeah, because I think that it's true. I mean, slow fashion is going to be more expensive than fast fashion, because in fast fashion, someone is paying. I mean, it's like you don't see that, but in the supply chain, because I mean, someone is not being paid a fair wage, or because they're using products that are harmful, so it's cheaper. So I think, of course, a lot, as Diego was saying, has to do with informing and raising awareness on why this product is costing more, you know, like, and also, like, I think the concept of that you make an investment, you want, the idea is to buy something that is going to last longer. It's not like for 1 season or 2 seasons. It's really going to last, maybe if it can last like a lifetime, even better, you know, like, so that you don't have to buy 5 or 10, you're going to buy 1. But I think one key element, and Diego was also referring to that, is access, how people can have access to that. And one is where they can buy, and I think there are not enough marketplaces where sustainable brands, there are a number of them, and that is helping, so that people can go to a place online or physical and know that the brands there are sustainable or are in that path towards sustainability. But maybe there could be some thinking into whether there's a way of facilitating access financially, you know, like to the people who want to buy something, and maybe they cannot make the investment right away, and there's a way they can buy something, not getting into a debt, you know, but really giving that possibility of accessing, you know, like, because I think for me that's a key issue, especially for those that don't have that wealth or are not that wealthy. Yes.
Can I say something quickly?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do think for me, this question that you pose is probably one of the most challenging and biggest issues I think we face in sustainability. That how do you make a product that's well made and you can educate a customer, but at the end of the day, if they can't afford it, what do they do? And you see this happen in the food industry a lot, where it's like, buy organic, but it's very expensive. You know, and it's easy for me to sit here because I'm at a luxury price point. So for me to, you know, go to an organic cotton versus conventional cotton, it doesn't really change my prices, you know, but I think it's the bit, and I don't even have an answer for this. And it's something I think about a lot, is how do we get a good price point for everyone, so that sustainability can be for everyone and not just, a luxury price point. So I think it's the biggest challenge we face.
Yeah.
I agree. And I think, when we start this process of talking about it, sustainability can mean so many things, but we really won't move the needle until we make it so that it's accessible for all.
Yeah.
Diego, I feel like I cut you off, so please.
No, sorry, I interrupted. No, I was just saying that trying to do sustainable fashion means that we go against the grain of fashion. Okay, it goes against what the large corporations want to do, which is more profit, more volumes, always more. And it's difficult to convince a board member that is investing for their retirement, to change that. So what we have to do is to unite ourselves as independent designers for that, because the big companies it goes against capitalism in a way. It goes against the profits in Wall Street or in the city here in London, right? So it goes much deeper that, and I think that's the potential of independent designers. I think that's why we have to support each other as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and this will lead to a question from the audience, and I'm interested to hear from Tomas and Althea about this, because we know that technology has helped us as a civilization in many ways, right? It's helped us access and bring information and technology and all these things to developing countries. So when we think about how technology can be introduced in the industry to shape sustainability efforts, what do you all think is the most exciting that could help and then get us there? So Tomas?
Well,
I love that you raised your hand, by the way.
Yeah, for me, it's all about communication. That goes hand in hand with what Diego just said. And when it comes to social media, right now, we have the power to really educate our customer. And not only our customer, but also, let's say in Colombia, the communities that we work with. So we're all communicated, and we could just set a better example. We can show what it means to be sustainable. I mean, when it comes to, how do you call it? Slow fashion. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, but that's basically it. It's about communicating the whole idea.
Well, no, so because what you're doing, and you mentioned it earlier, is this creation of using metal with fabric, right? And it would be interesting, and for, I think, all of the listeners to know how you're using technology to create that, because, or is it being done by hand, or how are you leveraging this to make this so it looks supple, it's nice, but it's still good for the environment?
Well, what we do here is that we use natural fibers and we combine them with modern materials. Here I have an example. But this is all organic silk and copper, but it's all handmade, basically. So there's really no technology when it comes to this. It's all about the design.
Okay.
Basically.
And Althea, I mean, what you're doing out of Jakarta, I'd love to hear how you're using and leveraging technology in the push towards sustainability, or what you think in the industry.
Honestly though, like when it comes to producing my stuff, I'm actually embracing traditional techniques. So I like the idea cutting everything by hand instead of oh, let's get a cutting machine. But I actually love doing it traditionally, and the artisans that I work with actually they also love doing it their own way. So I think I embrace it, and then I feel we're more comfortable doing it the traditional way, and I feel we also use less electricity energy too, so.
Yeah, I actually like that both of you mentioned the fact of things being by hand, because there is this idea that technology might solve all of the problems, but at the same time there are some artisan work and craftsmanship that's being lost. I think it's funny that I can talk to people who are younger and they've never felt what true lace work feels like or looks like. That's scary to me, right? But there are frameworks that we do need to look at, and how do we blend the technology with things by hand? And Bea, I think just from your perspective and the impact from an activist role, and you look out at this, what do you think are some systems or frameworks that we can put on local and global levels?
I think what I'm seeing now, I think that so we have the brands or the designers ourselves. I think there are a number of it's like pieces or initiatives that are like emerging. Some more on a multinational level, some more local, and they are serving to create that sort of network. You know, for instance, you were mentioning before technology. So we also work. Everything we do is like handmade by artisans, but we're using technology and blockchain technology now to try to bring more transparency. And we have partnered with, it's an app, and I think there are a number of them that help us tell our story, so that when you buy a product, there will be like a QR code and you can link into that. And then you can see what is behind, you know? So it's a sort of like bringing the story and in a visible way, but also explaining the whole process so that people understand sustainability, because otherwise it's a concept that it's a little bit too abstract, you know, and there are many ways of interpreting. So I think I'm seeing, of course, you have at the very global level, the Sustainable Development Goals and that 2030 agenda, but it's a little bit too global, you know. We have marketplaces online or like offline in I know, for instance, we work with those guys, the Canvas, that have created that marketplace where they have like 150 brands, you know, and they are doing also a number of things. So I think the more there are those or frameworks or initiatives connecting, the better, to inform the public, to give more access to the public, to enforce, you know, like so. But I think technology can play a key role, especially when it comes to bring more transparency and to help tell the story. Because I don't believe, for instance, in naming and shaming. I mean, I don't think it's good to tell people you're doing wrong, you shouldn't buy this. We need to explain what they should buy and give options, you know? So in this sense, I think technology can really help, you know, explain what sustainability is about, and also help brands, you know where they are standing in that journey, because it's also a journey, you know, like with regards to the people you work with regards to the materials, with regards to the different things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you brought up and you said a really important word, which is transparency, right? And transparency and framework, it really goes hand in hand. And I actually love that you brought up the fact of shaming. I think we get into this point where we love to shame organizations that aren't doing what we think they should be doing, or people. And we forget that it could just be a simple thing of telling people what it is that needs to be done next and how to do something efficiently. But because you brought up transparency and QR codes, I want to ask the panel, and Jonathan, I'm going to throw this at you first, is what are your thoughts on price transparency? Right, when it comes to sustainability?
Yeah, I think in general, it's a very important conversation. I'm happy to see it's starting to happen a lot more. Like even when I talk to customers or editors, they're starting to bring that up more, because I think people think, oh, you're a luxury price point because like you want to be bougie and you want to be chic. And it's like, sometimes it's really important for people to understand what goes into a product for why it costs that much. You know, people don't realize like how much the fabric costs, how much, you know, shipping costs, keeping your lights on, and also how much, and to make sure that the workers who are making the clothing are being paid fairly. That all costs money. So I think people don't really realize that. They just see the product, they get it, and they just see the price and they're like, that's it. So they don't understand why it's like that. So I think the conversation is important to have a lot more, so that people understand why something costs the way it does. And then even when you're buying like a t-shirt that's $11, really start to think and break it down on how that can cost $11. And then really someone's not getting a cut from that, you know? So I think it's important to have those conversations, so that when people do see a higher price point, they understand why. In some cases, you know, sometimes it is just, and that's a whole different topic, but I think as companies, it's important that we explain why our products cost whatever they do and how we got it to that price point.
And I think this is going to be really important right now. Tomas, I'm coming right to you, because of what we see happening with countries going into developing countries, and what we need to do to ensure that there's not exploitation of those workers, and that, you know. So Tomas, I want to let you speak on that, and then Diego, I know that that topic of exploitation is something that sits with you as well. So I want you to speak on that too. So Tomas?
So going back to the question about storytelling, basically, or transparency, is that like in Verdi, what we try to do about the fair price is to merge it with our story so we can educate the customer. So just throw it in our storytelling and just talk about the materials, talk about where we source them, talk about the manual labor, but don't just throw it directly at fair pricing or use that word, but just educate by showing what's going on, and then people will start to understand. So that's what we basically do.
That's great. In most companies, I think that education is key to this, right? People like being educated on what your company is about. So Diego, I want to give you the opportunity before we take a question from the audience to speak on this.
Sure. So, well, I mean, exploitation can happen anywhere. Okay, if you look deep enough, it happens in Europe too. Everything we manufacture is made in Brazil, near my house where I'm from. And an advice to whomever wants to kind of like new designers or study brand is to get to know who actually makes the product. I have on my WhatsApp pretty much any person in the manufacturing part of things. Okay, I know where they live, how they live. I know who they're dating pretty much. I know if they're sad, if they're happy, because I have a very personal relationship with the embroidery person, with the person who cuts the leather, with the person who masters the shoe, the person. So I actually have this personal touch with everyone that touches our shoes in manufacturing. So I know better than me to ensure that the people that I work with or the people that I employ are people who are being treated the best possible way. And if there are any issues, they can come direct to me. So there is this direct touch point between brand and the actual person who makes it. So it's not a production manager being in between the brand and who is actually making, but it's having the brand. I know it's very difficult to do it, but maybe because we're a smaller brand, I'm actually able to continue doing it.
Right.
Customer relationship with everyone.
And being nimble. That's a great point. I'm going to end us with a question from the audience. And Althea, I would like for you to go first. The question is, do you think the industry is moving fast enough? And what would you like to see happen in an ideal world?
I think I would like to see it slower down a bit, because like we've been, especially like after this pandemic, we all been like, like questioning what's the future of like Fashion Week, and then what is like wholesale gonna look like? Are we all going to direct to consumers? So definitely I would like to see the industry going slower. That way we can be more sustainable and we can educate more people. And eventually people are more educated and they will, buy less fast fashion and shifting towards more, like independent designers and support more designers from, local around the world.
Thank you. Bea, any thoughts from you?
I think like it's moving. I'm seeing a lot of movement when it comes to independent designers or small like companies or brands like us, in a way. And what you were saying, Diego, really resonates with us because we also know we don't vertically integrate like the artisans we work with, but we work in partnership with all of them. So we know them on a personal basis. The problem comes with bigger companies or bigger brands. And especially when they outsource, So what I would like to see is more responsibility on their side, because I think it's very easy to say, because it's not as we buy to them or we buy in Bangladesh, we buy in Cambodia, we cannot control. And I don't agree with that. And also because some of those workshops, they don't know better. So they need to help to work in a different way. And this is what, Tomas, you were saying, for instance, about even those families that you were working with. That, they were using traditional techniques that are really rooted, but maybe they have like hazardous sort of effects, So those big companies need to have a responsibility towards the workshops where they source, and they need to share the burden also and help them change also like some of the systems, to make them more sustainable. I don't think that the responsibility can only be put out at the end of that in those countries because it won't happen. Yeah.
Great point. Jonathan, we have 2 minutes, I think.
Okay, I'll go quick. I also think kind of what they were saying, I think also the responsibility can't just come on the designer a lot of the times. I think we as an industry need to start looking at also the way that stores are working, how, you know, all these different supply chains are moving. Because I think a lot of times, you know, you have stores that might buy designers who are sustainable and they might promote it, you know, and they look like they're really on board with everything. But I think we also have to like kind of look at their infrastructures and see what are they doing to also help push sustainability forward in a 360 kind of way. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Diego?
Are we in the question? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think the industry is moving fast enough. Of course not. Yeah. I mean, that's again, all going back to what I said before. I think independent designers should get together to create a movement, okay, to encourage like the young generation, for them to understand, because we've got technology in our hands, okay? The big brands are not gonna do that because it goes against the board. I mean, it's just an economical, it's math. So basically, we are in a very good position, okay, because we've got the internet to help us to get our message across. So I think it's gonna take a little while, but I don't think we should be thinking that someone big is going to do something to help. No, we are going to do it, you know, like brick by brick, like a brick wall behind us. Joining, we're going to build it. That's how I think it's going to happen. We are going to do it, not somebody else. We have to get together to do it.
We have to do it.
100%.
Tomas, I'll let you have the final word.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the industry has always been moving extremely fast. And that's one of the things that I've appreciated of all of this crisis that we're going through. It is actually just to put the, you know, brakes, especially here in Colombia, and it has given all us time to think, really stop and, you know, just look around, not only at work, at life, and just let's say, how do you say it? Reinterpret what you're doing or rethink what you're doing. So I always think, and then I also think it also comes to education and just the customer. So little by little, I think that, you know, the customer is appreciating what slow fashion is, what is happening, the dangers of fast fashion. And I think that movement will spread and eventually have a huge impact on the industry.
Fantastic. Look, thank you all so much for joining today. This has been an awesome time speaking with all of you. Jordana is back with us.
Yes, so no, I want to thank all of you so much. This panel, there were so many questions coming in and people were so excited on social media and a ton of different platforms. So I'm definitely going to send all of your information so people can contact all of you directly. And just congratulations. I think, honestly, like Diego said, it's probably going to be us having to do it. But I think that with the force that you all have and everybody else that really wants to make a difference, I really do believe it's possible. It will take a little while, like everything else, but I see the future really being bright. And I think all of this that's happening right now is really for a better and more beautiful tomorrow. So thank you all so much for your incredible just energy and work, and just continue doing what you're doing because you guys are wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jordana.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. It was good to meet you.
Bye. You too.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So that was really incredible. It's so uplifting, you know, in a time that we're all going through so many just not so, I don't even know what the word is, but just going through a lot. And no one, I think, really knows how to express what's going on, but just know that there are people out there wanting to make the right difference to move forward in the right direction. So without further ado, this next panel is going to be another really uplifting and very really going into the conversation with the title of Fashion is Textiles and Chemicals via Technology Shaping Sustainability Efforts. The conversation is being led and moderated by one of our dear partners that we could not have done this without, that we've had our support from the very beginning, Carrie Bennigan, the founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign. And I'm going to let her introduce all of the other wonderful panelists that she has in her panel today. So here we go.
Our blue planet. home to over 7 billion people. And all of them need textiles. To satisfy this demand, up to 60 million tons of natural or synthetically produced fibers are processed into textiles every year. Did you know that the production of just 1 kilogram of textiles requires up to 600 liters of clean water and about 1 kilogram of chemicals? That's 10 million tons of chemicals year after year. Including many that, when used irresponsibly, involve risks for mankind and the environment. Risks that affect us all. And how do we handle that? More and more companies in the textile production chain accept the responsibility of managing these risks. They do not test millions of different components. They are bluesign system partners. They are well on top of their chemical management, keeping it as simple as possible and without any risk. They know that the only sensible way is to manage the risk chemicals properly from the beginning, so that the poison isn't even used in the production process. Bluesign supports its partners in this process, every step of the way. The result is an ideal production process with non-hazardous chemicals for sustainable textiles. Bluesign approved. The best-known textile manufacturers and brands already rely on the Bluesign system today. In this way, they reduce the effects on mankind and the environment, and at the same time, also their costs. This holistic solution achieves the aim, the best avenue for us and our blue planet. Bluesign, managing inputs, responsible actions.
Hi. I've made an introduction, and I just wanted to thank you again for having Conscious Fashion Campaign be a partner and really allow us to continue this beautiful conversation that I'm so thrilled for you to lead today. So thank you all again. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for having us. And is everybody here? No, waiting for one more.
There we go.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. I'm Kerry Bannigan, founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign, and I am joined by Giulio Bonazzi, Chairman and CEO of Aquafil, Gregory Altman, co-founder, Evolved by Nature, Charlotte McCurdy, designer and researcher, and Alon Moshi, CEO and co-founder of Twine Solutions. Thank you all for taking the time to join us today. And I'm super excited to dive into this conversation with you all, hear all your insights, even just from the backstage chat, we were ready to go with this panel. So thank you so much all again for your time. During the pandemic, the United Nations announced a call to action to focus on science, solutions, and solidarity that can usher in a new era of transformative action for a healthier, more equitable, and greener world. Each of my panelists here today are committed to innovative solutions to shape a more sustainable fashion industry via textiles, chemicals, and/or technology. I'd love, before we delve into any of the questions, for each of you to briefly share about your mission. Charlotte, could you please start?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. As was mentioned, my name is Charlotte McCurdy, and my mission is focused on making existential threats more tangible and more addressable through design. So I focus primarily on climate change. And to Carrie's introduction, we're at a moment where clarity and understanding of science and scientific concepts is super important. And I think design has a big role to play in making the goals that we're working towards more vivid and more meaningful so that we can all pull in the same direction.
Brilliant, thank you. Giulio?
Yes, well, I'm Giulio Bonazzi, and I am the chairman and CEO of Aquafil. What are we doing? We take waste, back and nylon waste, and we transform them into a yarn or a polymer that can be used exactly like the one coming from oil, but without using oil. 100% coming from waste, infinitely recyclable, giving endless possibilities to designers, and with 90% less CO2 emissions. That's it. This is ECONYL.
You say that's it as if it's very simple. It's incredible. I will dive more into that shortly. Alon?
Hi, thanks a lot, Kerry. It's a pleasure to have you host us. So important a subject. So my name is Alon Moshe. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Twine Solutions. Basically, in a nutshell, Twine has developed a unique technology to digitally dye a continuously running white thread to any of 1 million colors ready to use. This simple statement has tremendous implications to the textile industry, both on two fronts, both on the customer economics and sustainability benefits. So in a nutshell, the system that you can see, this magical system behind us, does that magic.
Thank you. Greg?
Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Evolve by Nature, and we exist to create healthier chemistry between people, the things that we love, and the environment. And we do that by bioharvesting chemicals from the natural silk protein found in its cocoon form. So that's our mission.
Thank you so much. And Greg, I'm actually really looking forward to learning more about this, and especially around your ethos, chemistry with a conscience. So I'll be coming back to you to learn more on that. Julia, starting with you. So congratulations on the latest news of Longshore using ECONYL for its new Green District collection. Can you please take us through the ECONYL regeneration process, including the type of waste you recover and how you created the reverse logistics for waste recovery?
Yes, normally when you manufacture something, you are very focused in selling, so shipping material out of your gate. In our case, it's just beginning from the opposite side of the world. So we go around the world in every continent, in several countries. We try to find nylon waste under the forms, for example, of fishing nets. So very nasty ones, because the pure ones we are not interested in, because they are already recycled by the injection molding industry. So we go and we look for fishing nets, for carpets at the end of life, for fabric trims, plastic scraps, whatever containing nylon. At this point, we have to organize the reverse logistic, which is, sounds easy, but it's quite complicated. Once the waste is back in our gate, we return to its original building blocks. It's a special system which is called depolymerization. It's not a conventional mechanical recycling, but through this you return to the raw material. So returning to the raw material, you have the flexibility and the possibility of making any nylon products again and again and again, and without any limitation. And as I said short ago, with very much reduced CO2 emission, which is quite important because, of course, decarbonization is, absolutely a necessity for the near future. It has taken a lot of time to develop. Unfortunately, a lot of money. So far, we have spent already more than $200 million, and oh my God, we are just at the beginning. Because if you want to change the world, you have to spend money. It's not so easy. To change everything without spending. So you need creativity. You need sometimes also to think a little bit out of the box, and of course a bunch of very good people that are helping me in this incredible adventure. And at the end, you find very valuable customers like Longchamp, but also like Gucci, Prada, Stella McCartney, and many others that I have more than 1,000 customers today that are already using ECONYL as their raw material.
That's incredible, because it also just shows you that the industry is definitely moving, and maybe not at a speed that everyone realizes, by having over 1,000 customers. So congratulations with that. Charlotte, your fascinating work after Ancient Sunlight focused on carbon negative materials. Can you please share your findings as you encourage the use of new materials, and what do the textiles of the future need to consider?
Absolutely. So I think it's important to start with language. So that piece, carbon negative, doesn't really mean much. It actually sounds kind of bad because negative has these bad connotations. So just as a quick getting on the same page, I'm talking about materials that on net are taking carbon out of the atmosphere and putting it back into the geosphere, and we're at a point where we can't just be reducing our emissions. We're at a point where we have to be actively resequestering carbon. And I just want to piggyback off of how Julia's already set us up, is that I'm absolutely an advocate for new materials in places where we need new renewable replacements for materials. But actually, one of the most important findings out of this work is that we have the opportunity to rethink a lot of our existing materials, and in places where we can't, where recycling is not enough to meet demand, how can we start to have renewable feedstocks be coming into that system to make it truly circular? And that extends to a lot of our existing polymers. And it's important to remember, right, that more than half of our textiles are currently made of fossil fuels. So as we think about decarbonizing, we have to be thinking about where that carbon is coming from. And life is really good at making really big, beautiful molecules out of sunlight. And all of our fossil fuels came from that originally. And we can decarbonize by re-embracing that kind of technology. And sort of similarly to what Julia was just saying, like, it totally makes sense to me that reverse logistics is a huge process, because the entire natural life cycle of breaking down organisms, breaking down a tree back into its raw ingredients, that took a whole other set of evolution to come about in the natural world. So we're sort of catching on now, I think, in our industrial processes and taking inspiration where we can.
That's great. And what I would love, if you don't mind, could you just briefly tell us about the work after Ancient?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I get too quickly into the weeds.
You bring it up, but I'm very fascinated by it. So selfishly, I want to hear about it all over again.
So the project is a carbon negative raincoat that's made entirely of a naturally occurring algae biopolymer. And I sort of offer it as a tool for talking as an object from a decarbonized future. Because why is it made of algae? Algae is one of the most efficient organisms at sequestering carbon. And as we start to think about what is that future world where we are no longer dependent on hydrocarbons, and we have 7.8 billion people, it's not about going back to pre-industrial technologies. It's about finding new ways to live in a dynamic relationship with solar flux and taking advantage of the sunlight we already have. And the exciting thing is that we can do it. And there's so much opportunity to create a vibrant, beautiful future and not just a desaturated version of our present.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So Greg, I had mentioned earlier, evolved by nature's ethos is chemistry with a conscience. Can you tell us more about this and what this means for human and environmental health?
Sure. Appreciate the question and the opportunity. I think for us, much like was discussed, we want to make sure that we think about upstream, our supply chain, and also downstream, where our chemicals are going to end up. So today we know about $30 billion of undisclosed chemicals are used to coat many of the materials that were just discussed. And those chemicals are most often safe against human skin in that moment. The production process of those chemicals lead to the release of poisonous gas and pollutants and all of the Superfund sites that we've heard about. And furthermore, those chemicals, when they get shed either as part of microparticles or just simply down our washing machines or into the ocean at the tannery or mill. And so what we are trying to do is bioharvest new chemicals from the silk protein. And what most people don't know about silk is that it was the inspiration for materials like polyamide, for rayon. It was one of the first super polymers and super plastics. It was just made by nature. And so when we think about chemistry with a conscience, we think about the fact that we use solar power to grow mulberry leaves, the sole source of the food supply for the silkworm. And the silkworm becomes our bioreactor. And if handled ethically, it can produce tons of a new alternative feedstock. And so that's the silk cocoon. And then we basically bioharvest different parts of the silk cocoon where we can use certain aspects to make materials water repellent, other materials to wick water. And so what we're trying to do is think about all the innovation that's happening in the industry around new polymers and fibers, but really go after the hidden, undisclosed use of chemistry in textiles. And if we can remove those chemicals, then the materials that we just discussed can continually go back into a circular economy, and we could stop pulling fossil fuels out of the earth. So what we're trying to do is really address the bigger issue of sustainability by thinking about the small chemical that you can't see in everything that we wear and put against our skin. So.
Thank you so much. It's so interesting. I mean, each of you, it's just incredible what you're all doing. Alan, I'm just going to move over to you for a moment. What are the costs of conventional thread dyeing, and what does twine offer in terms of sustainability and customer economics in comparison?
Well, one needs to truly appreciate the costs, the actual cost associations in the entire supply and production chain. If you to peel an onion, so to speak, it is highly daunting to appreciate the impact of this tiny bobbin on an entire industry at every vector. The direct cost of this pretty much commodity item is so much, but the indirect costs need to be factored in the supply chain and production chain. If you think about it, lead time, inventory turnover, logistics, situations, labor subjected to minimum order quantities, increasing SKUs, are just but some. So each on their own have a massive contribution on cost and sustainability upon the various stakeholders within that supply and production chain. Much of that is pretty much eliminated through a twine system that is deployed or placed at a manufacturing floor, that digital on-demand capability. So ultimately it equates to multiple factors, both on customer economics over the traditional approach and the sustainability. It's all about speed and sustainability. These are key.
Thank you very much. Greg, I want to just come back to, you had explained what your mission is and what you're looking to do, but can we just dive a little deeper here? Why is it imperative to remove these chemicals of concern from the supply chain in order to make strides towards a circular economy? And Charlotte, I'm going to come to you in a second to just add comment to that, if you don't mind.
Sure. I think when we think about the circular economy, what we're really trying to do is say what the earth can produce today naturally is enough. We have more than enough polyester on the surface of the earth today. We don't need to frack any more gas and crack it into ethylene. So the question is, how do you take that water bottle that is famously recycled into recycled polyester and then turned into the performance t-shirt or the yoga pant? And then how do you prevent that yoga pant from ending up in the trash? Because right now recycling is just a series of bus stops on the way to the trash pile. So in terms of imperatives, if we don't remove some of those harmful chemicals that we can't see, then it becomes nearly impossible for people to either mechanically or even chemically start to recycle some of those synthetic materials. And the same goes for even natural materials where you have short fibers, say recycled cotton or recycled wool. If we have fluorinated chemistry on those materials that we're unaware of, it becomes dangerous to actually put them back into a circular economy. So the key to us is if we truly want to achieve circularity, we have to understand all of the chemicals and all of the components of a molecule and a material, and then work to remove the harmful ones so that way we can keep using what we already have. The second part is, that's from a sustainability and environmental perspective. The second part to that is when we recycle material, as everyone here knows, performance goes down. So we need chemistry that can actually help these materials improve their performance. So it's this juxtaposition where you need something that is healthy and safe, but also performs with the best of the polymers available today. And so that's where we try to leverage the properties of silk to bring that all together. Because I think we all know the customer and the consumer will not accept inferior performance at any stage in the process. And so that's where we have to really start to think about how do we achieve, both goals and think about upstream and end life for our products. Thanks.
No, thank you. And Charlotte, just before I come to you with that, Greg, there are so many items and tiers that you're taking into consideration. And obstacles, no doubt, that you go through in your research and development as you're looking to achieve this, because it's a big feat. And it's incredible that you're looking to do this. So thank you. Charlotte, I'm really intrigued to hear on your side here, especially regarding how the conversation about chemicals needs to also address system level climatic effects.
Absolutely. Yeah. So like it's the connection between the chemicals that get shed in the processing of materials and climate is like so parallel. And it's also a question of scale, because climate change also is caused by these tiny molecules that we can't smell or see, but that has massive impacts on all of us, ecosystems, on the geostability, on like so much that's important. So what I would like to challenge us all to think about is to not just worry about the chemicals that come off of a production line that are dangerous to personal health and safety, but also potentially quite benign. Carbon dioxide is a raw ingredient in life. It's not poisonous per se, but it affects the geochemistry of our atmosphere and our ocean in a way that is not sustainable. So how can we start to ask and have like clear labeling and expectations around not just all of the chemicals that touched a textile, but also which, like, can we get down to the level of the atoms of carbon? Where do they come from? Are they coming from underground and entering the biosphere, or are we capturing them out of the air through using ancient technologies like photosynthesizing natural sources of polymers and textiles, or through emerging technology that's letting us do carbon capture based fiber production?
Thank you. There are so many questions still, isn't there? And so much learning to happen. Julio, now you have a lot of experience. You shared the journey you've gone through from the financial side of it in your research to clientele and taking things to market. In your opinion, what is now needed to achieve a circular fashion industry?
Well, a lot of work, first of all, but I always like to say that we need three basic things. I mean, the fashion industry and the textile industry is really working hard to improve the present situation, which is, of course, not sustainable. So I believe we need a good legislation, because legislation is always supportive, especially at the beginning, when you need big capital investment and when you need to make hard research work that sometimes ends in, how can you say, positive way or in a negative way. The second thing that I like to say we desperately need is better education. Education is the base, or should be the base, of our life. When I think about this very sad period that we are going through, and I think that in Italy we open up nightclubs before schools and universities, I always think that there must be something wrong. I mean, we must think first how to educate people in being better citizens, in understanding what is good and what is bad, and also helping them to pick the right product depending on their need. Then the third very important thing that we desperately need is eco-design, because all what we have today, I like to say, is basically wrong, has been wrongly engineered, has been wrongly designed because of linear thinking and not of circular thinking. So you need really to work throughout the value chain between customers and suppliers to redesign and re-engineer products and selling and distribution processes in a way that at the end, products ending their first or second use, they don't finish in landfill, or even worse, in the case of fishing nets, abandoned in the seas or in incineration processes, but they start to come back more easily, more competitively, and then they can be recycled because, I mean, they were developed with the end in mind, as I like to say. These are the three basic things that, in my opinion, are absolutely the necessity for the future.
Thank you for that. And wouldn't it just be great if the industry could start to speak the same language all together to achieve those pillars and accelerate the change? Alan, just please add to this. What changes must happen, in your opinion, to ascertain sustainability impact?
Well, I think I would strengthen all the points mentioned. The textile industry must transition. There needs to be a fundamental mindset change. which is currently deeply rooted and inherent by the traditional supply chain to production characteristics. These are incredibly strong forces and they must be broken. If you think about it, the current forces are basically a predict and design of customer expectations, materials, productions, and the shipment and manufacturing, and the act of selling. Now, to ascertain the sustainability impact, it must shift towards a capability of a sell then manufacture paradigm, which is challenging today. The industry it must invest and develop those capabilities. I see this as an important responsibility on the industry and on our part as a whole to get there. We are moving in that direction, but it is a challenge. So I totally agree with all what was stated just now.
Thank you very much for that. Charlotte, what happens to our outlook on climate change when we're not just racing to be the least bad, but have the power to be beneficial, restorative, and regenerative?
I think your question connects just to what Alan was just saying in terms of the need for a fundamental shift in the way we think about this problem space. So you guys, the listeners out there, you're probably familiar with the way we tend to talk about climate change has to do with reduction and lowering our emissions and being less bad. And that's a really paralyzing story to tell because we're here in a UN event. We're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. You can't just tell people to not want food on the table in front of their kids. Like, it's this reframing the question of climate change, not in terms of necessarily the system is bad, so try to use less of it. Instead, if we can start to re-engineer that system so it's actually beneficial, and in the case specifically of carbon, by using regenerative techniques, we can be resequestering carbon, which again, the majority of our models for staying under 2 degrees C globally involve negative emissions, involve sequestration. We need to be doing this at scale, and fashion has the opportunity to be part of that resequestration. But more to the point, I think that by reframing the problem in terms of the opportunity to do good is a way to invite people back into the problem space. Because instead of feeling like I'm a bad person, I'm just like my existence is the problem. Instead, there's the opportunity to do good and to be beneficial and to give a gift in good faith to someone you love and have it not have like a red flag on it that it's part of a problem. We have the opportunity to have beneficial systems, especially on climate.
Especially if we could take that and really incorporate responsible messaging as well with it, but also twist it, turn it, make it better, turn it upside down and make it positive. And you are right, just as we are wired as human beings, we are more attracted to it. We want to do better for doing good. We want that little bit of a reward system in a way. And especially people that are not in this space, it's so overwhelming for them. Yeah. That in a way, we're sometimes finding so many people are doing nothing because they just don't know where to start. And Greg, that leads me to you. What should people look for and what kind of questions should they ask when seeking more sustainable alternatives so that they are more informed about the impacts of their decisions?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the way change comes is in a few ways. I think there's consumer demand. So I do think right now as a consumer, everyone has a choice to ask their brand, ask their favorite company, what is actually on the product that I am about to put on my skin. And dear brand, if you haven't asked your supplier, please start asking, because that is how we drive change. So for example, when we make activated silk, which is basically the silk protein dissolved in water, right? It's just this liquid solution. And we have to start to insert it into a mill or tannery. And just like it was discussed, sometimes there are operating costs to switch out chemicals, right? So one barrel for another barrel, and that mill may not be incentivized to do it unless there is a brand that actually wants that product. And that brand is willing to advertise. And that brand is not willing to advertise unless a consumer is asking for a sustainable choice. And so whether we start to advertise the carbon contribution or actually carbon negativity on our tags or the finishing chemistries, the consumer can do a lot just by simply asking or tweeting or engaging their brands. And that is how we will start drive a lot of change outside of the fundamental need for some regulatory change and for some change in transparency. So, when we wear skincare, we have to tell everybody what are all the ingredients in that bottle. When we wear a pair of yoga pants or workout shirts, we don't have to. And so that there is a fundamental change. But I really want to bring it back to what Charlotte was saying is that we don't need shiny new blingy technologies, right? Like we're talking about fishing nets that exist in the ocean today, right? Like, is biotechnology going to save us? Our opinion is nature can save us if we just actually look to it for its clues, right? And we really start to think about simply how do we start to re-engage nature. And the problem is the environment has been subsidizing the fashion industry and the skincare industry for a very long time. And until we start to factor in the full cost of whether it's environmental pollution or health toxicity, these products are inexpensive. They're relatively easy to make, and they continue to contribute to an unhealthy world. And so I think the consumer can do a lot by just doing a little, but if everyone starts, then we have a chance.
I was going to say, if everyone starts doing a little, it definitely becomes kind of transformational on what can happen. So before I move over to audience Q&A, Julia, I'd like to ask if you wouldn't mind sharing with us, what is your focus for the future?
Well, we are now running a lot of new projects with some old and also very important new customers. Most of them I can't disclose because, of course, we are bound to an NDA that we can't disclose what they're actually doing. But for example, a few days ago, Mercedes just launched the new S-Class. And inside the new S-Class, there will be ECONYL as a carpet on the floor. So this I can't disclose because they just published in their website. But what I like to speak is about eco-design projects, which in my opinion, they do represent the future. So projects like the one of Napapiri Geographic that we realized last year after 3 years of hard work. In this case, they redesigned their jacket Infinity, which is their most important product, with a single monomaterial, nylon. So everything made out of nylon. So including the zippers, the linings, all the part of the jacket is coming out of nylon and possibly out of ECONYL. And they are selling it with a QR code with the idea of creating a community and also to take back the jacket, but not earlier than 2 years, because of course they don't want to encourage fast fashion, because this is something that also is representing a big problem. And then being a monomaterial jacket, it's easily recyclable through our system. Well, we have other projects like this that are on the road and are super exciting, and I believe they can really represent the first steps through a full circularity, at least within the nylon industry. Because at present, we are recycling a lot of nylon waste, but we have to start working, to make carpet, for example, fully recyclable, garments fully recyclable, or plastic components having the same features.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And Alon, same question to you, please. What is your focus for the future?
Well, to continue plowing forward as we see a critical and vital importance, upholding also to the ESG and UN's SDGs principles. Certainly there's a massive economic benefit to the customers and a massive benefit on the sustainability aspects. And so we are doing the first steps with our system technology. Again, not so simple to do it, over the period of 5 years. Trust me, it's very challenging. Have fantastic investors and partnerships like Coats, the world's leading industrial thread manufacturer, towards an important ecosystem build-up for this entire industry. And there are other things also on the horizon that will come later down the road as well. We certainly definitely see that the impacts are tremendous on both fronts.
Thank you so much. Okay, all, we are going to move over and see what's coming in from the audience. So first question is in, and please open to all. How can we educate the next generation without putting them in debt? In the new Sustainable Development Goals, how do you do it? I almost feel like we can separate that question slightly. I think the first part of that question is quite heavy in itself. So anybody want to take an approach here on how to educate the next generation without putting them in debt? I would say further debt, but any panelists here want to start with that one?
Sure. I'll do a quick one. I think one of the challenges when you look at an item is that, and this was mentioned as well, is that it's incredibly challenging to truly understand or appreciate what went into that item, the garment, the shoe, or what have you. You know, if you were to try to apply activity-based costing principles specifically to an item, you know, we'd be lost. I think that's part of the challenges that the industry having a index, and there's Higgs index, and there's so many indices, but you know, the standardizations and those challenges, the minute that the ability to do such a case of that level, it creates an education by virtue of identifying that item. Hopefully I answered in some respect.
Yeah, thank you so much. If no one's got anything to add to that, I want to take the second part of the question. Oh, Charlotte, do you want to add?
I would love to quickly add.
Yeah,
it's maybe super dark. It's maybe super dark. We are in debt. We're already in debt. Debt and investment are related concepts. We need to be heavily investing in a system that works, and we can't just retrench and stay stuck in the system we're in. And in terms of education, I also want to push back on the premise of the question, which is that I think that we need to do a better job of listening to the questions people are asking.
Yeah.
The way we tend to talk about sustainability, and especially in the climate space, is intentionally opaque. A part per million, what is that? That doesn't mean anything to someone. Why is 350 a magical number? Like it doesn't have a meaningful resonance. So if we can start to give space for people to ask really dumb questions like, wait, actually, what is this dye made of? Like, what is this? Like, why is it made of that? Like, if we can start to listen to those questions and answer those questions, then we can not just educate people, but create understanding.
Yeah, exactly. And the second part here, it talks about, you know, how to educate around the Sustainable Development Goals and how to do it. I think you've all got incredible and very different experience. It would be great to hear from each of you how our listeners, and as well as whoever submitted this from the audience, how everybody can take the steps to apply sustainability, whether it's in their day-to-day life, but here more so as a business community. Julia, would you like to start?
Well, you know, we are a listed company, and clearly ESG is an important factor also to determine our market capitalization. So we are measured every day, even if sometimes I disagree on the way they're measuring us, because, for example, the environmental part as an indicator is still the minor part, around 30% of the rating. And this is why. Why? Because the biggest companies, you know, they don't have so much to say about environmental, and so they try to leverage more on the social and governance part, which of course are very, very important, and you know, that you have, of course, to be very focused and trying really to create quality and possibility, and of course respecting your environment also from the social standpoint. So for us, it's a daily fight. I mean, in trying to get better and to follow all the principles of the Sustainable Development Goals. Sometimes it's not easy, it takes time. You have also to educate first, you know, yourself, and then, I mean, to try to cope with them.
Yeah, Greg?
Yeah, I think just to come at it from a different perspective, from a consumer perspective, I think to a certain extent the answer is about quality. So, for example, one aspect of circularity is getting a garment to last longer. So if I can invest, if I can afford to invest, and I certainly understand that, especially in today's economy, not everyone can. But if I can afford to invest in a sweater that might last 4 years rather than 2 years, then I only needed to make that one sweater, right? Versus fast fashion, that's the challenge. We're purchasing lower quality material, and we're purchasing more of it. So we're actually doubling the demand on our fracking and our oil production. And that really is the issue. So one thing you can do, which I am famous for because I'm terrible in fashion and design, is I'll wear a shirt for 10 years, right? So I have no problem with that. And I'm sure other people make it look really cool. But making garments of higher quality last longer is one way that every consumer can contribute to actually, starting to pay down the debt. And again, what we have to do is we have to get debt free, which means we really have to turn off carbon extraction going into the fashion industry, right? And so that happens both at the polymer level, at the fiber level, but it also happens at the chemical finishing level, and it just has to work hand in hand.
Okay, great. Charlotte or Alan, anything to add?
Well, e-commerce, mass personalization, fast fashion has gone at an extreme rise. I saw an article regarding the purchases. The pandemic is certainly here, and it's going to have permanent purchasing behaviors. Back in 2015, e-commerce of fashion goods had already overtaken electronic goods space. And now with the pandemic, it's on a high increase. So the challenge is even greater. So certainly there's going to be, we need, to somehow educate the purchasing, the younger, generations in order to do that capability. So quality of the materials or quality of the products, and telling my kids not to start purchasing items from the e-commerce space. Yeah. It's up to us.
Thank you, Charlotte. Just as we wrap up, is there anything you'd like to add?
Super quickly, in terms of the future of the SDGs, I think that we just need to acknowledge that we're responsible for all 7.8 billion of us, and we need to practice in this context, listening and talking and staying connected to each other and honoring each other's dignity and right to exist in this world that we're building together.
What a perfect way to end this. So thank you so much all. And Jordana, thank you for having us.
Thank you all so much. It was really inspiring, and it was really knowledge filled, which I think a lot of people think that you talked about. You really went in deep with transparent information, and I think that's super important for us to start getting the supply chain to where we end up having that end purchase and to really, educate the consumer in a lot of ways, which you guys did today. So thank you all so much. This is incredible, and I hope to continue the conversation with all of you. And thank you, Carrie.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Much appreciated.
So that was incredible. We really went in deep there. And now we're going to go into a conversation, which is titled Fashion as Art, Sustainability and Design, being led by Massimo Casagrande, the academic director at Istituto Marangoni in Miami. But before we do, we're going to play a little clip and then we'll get started. Thank you all so much again. Just want to do one quick other thank you. There aren't enough things that we can tell all of you, and I think we're missing Oscar, but I know this conversation is going to be full of inspiration and knowledge, so I'll let you take it from here, Massimo. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Jordana. Hi, everybody, and welcome to this panel today. Oscar, you there? Okay. So I'm very excited to be here today and to be able to talk about fashion is art, sustainability, and design with this very inspiring group of panelists. We've got Mara Hoffman, President and Creative Director of the Mara Hoffman brand. We've got Marina Testino, Creative Director, artivist, and founder of Point of View, correct? Point of View, yeah. And then we've got Sofia Ciconia, who's the founder and creative director of the Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in Tbilisi, the PNext competition, and the Arts and Culture Center in Tbilisi, Georgia. And then we've got Oscar Metzava, who's an artist, founder and creative director of Osklen, and also the founder and president of Instituto E. So welcome, and so glad to be with you guys today. If you could just briefly we can do a little round table where you can introduce yourselves and just explain a little bit more about who you are before we start the questions. Thanks. So Mara, we'll start with you.
Hi. Mara, sorry, I heard Marina.
I said Mara, but whoever.
Okay, hi, I'm Mara Hoffman. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I started my company 20 years ago. So this, actually this May marked our 20-year anniversary, which is a really crazy time, an introspective time. I focus on women's clothing and ready-to-wear and swimwear. And about 5.5 years ago, we made the shift towards a more sustainable and less harmful direction for our clothing brand. And we focus on celebrating women and working from fiber up on the environmental and human-centric side of sustainability.
Thank you. Marina?
I'm Marina. I'm director and founder of Point of View. I'm also an artist, and I use arts and fashion to raise awareness around sustainable fashion. And
Okay. Sophia?
Yes, I'm Sofia Ciconia. I'm the founder of the Fashion Week in Tbilisi and the Fashion and Art Foundation. So I'm curating also at the moment. We're working on the new art and culture center in Tbilisi. So it's very short.
Very short. And Oscar?
Hi, I'm Oscar. I'm an artist with education in medicine, and I became a designer. I did my work at Austin, the last 2 decades, developing sustainable projects on the fashion industry. And my work as an artist in my artist studio, and dedicating to, yes, to bring activism in a sense of the art and transforming it through the design into practice.
Great. Well, I look forward to speaking with you guys and finding out more. So I'm going to jump right into it. And Mara, I will start with you, the first question. And since the panel is called Fashion is Art, Sustainability and Design, I want to start off with a quote by Marcel Duchamp, the artist, who once said, when you do a thing, you don't do it in 5 minutes or in 5 hours, but in 5 years. And as you said, it's been 5.5 years since you transitioned your brand into focusing on sustainability. I would like to ask, how was this transition? How did the consumer react to this, your brand transitioning into becoming sustainable? And how easy is it to educate the consumer to understand this change that you went through with your brand?
Well, like I said, and like you said, that I made this transition after 15 years of running a company. And I also just want to reiterate that by any means, like, we are not there. We are not a sustainable brand. We are a company that is constantly working towards less harm and new ways of creating systems and from ground up. So I think that there's this idea around actually being a sustainable brand, but that kind of doesn't exist in a way. So we got to that place 5 years ago through great amounts of discomfort, basically. And I've always led from that space where when something becomes uncomfortable enough, you begin to search for a shift or change. Like, comfort can almost be your worst enemy sometimes because it keeps you in one place sometimes for too long. And so it was great amounts of comfort that came from realization. It came from awareness of what was happening within the industry I'd been in. It had come from a sense of feeling paralyzed for a few years leading up to that, with the idea that it would be impossible to shift. I saw it like this cruise ship moving forward, and the idea of like turning that fully into a different direction felt almost impossible. But I got to the place where it was more of, I would rather close down and stop the business than at least attempt something. And so we started from that place of attempting very quietly, and by first examining our existing parts as a company and reaching for the lowest hanging fruit. And at that point, it was on a fiber level, and where we could replace conventional fabrics for less harmful, recycled organics from that space. And at that same time, we were going through an aesthetic shift as well. So it wasn't just like, you know, speaking to our buyers and our customers as, okay, well, we're attempting to do things better. We didn't even speak to any of the shifts for a few years out because everything was still kind of like quietly nose to the ground and very experimental in that. But some of those challenges stemmed from also beginning to really look different as a brand as well. So our buyers had been buying us for a certain reason for many years, a certain price point, aesthetic, etc. And when we made this shift, we also shifted the way that we looked and the way we were producing and the fabrics we were using and everything. So one of the big challenges was continuing to maintain the business we had before. And we didn't do that. We weren't able to maintain the business that we had before. We went through a contraction, and one that was ultimately chosen and decided upon, but definitely came with a lot of new discomfort of contracting a company that had been on a specific and more upward trajectory. So that was one of the big ones, was convincing wholesalers 5 years ago that this was the route and the route that they would eventually want. And 5 years ago was a different world when you talk about sustainability and you talk about it in fashion. And by no means were we pioneering it. We weren't. We were, I feel, latecomers 5 years ago in some sense. So then, you know, there were so many people too that were just like, what? Nobody cares. This price, I don't want a different price point. It doesn't matter. It's not what our customers are looking for. So that was one challenge of just staying the course, understanding people were going to leave us. Okay, stayed the course. Another one was dealing with budgets and price points. And when you're shifting everything from the ground up, it becomes a whole new ballgame of how you're running your business and how to create budgets from that place and new margins and profit margins. And if you're not profitable, you haven't sort of succeeded at making a model that can actually work for yourself and for others. So that was definitely one. All the materials, higher minimums because we were making all of our fabrics. The fabrics that we shifted into weren't stock. We had come from a stock business where you could just buy in as many yards. And now we were weaving everything. We were doing it all for ourselves. So those were big ones. Transparency within the supply chain, huge. Kind of vetting into all of your existing systems and then realizing, okay, this is definitely not going to work. We need to part ways immediately. And this is going to work, but we're going to have to work as partners to really like fix some of your own systems. So, and then even when you feel that you've got partnerships secure, there's always, to this day, the transparency within your supply chain is an incredibly hard task. Because especially if you are not sitting within your factories, there are bits and pieces that you can't have total control over. So, and then as far as communication, we were so almost, I'd say, nervous about the transition and not ever wanting to come across as someone who had figured it out. I still haven't figured it out. And by like communicating that or using, you know, green or sustainability as our lead, especially in those beginning years, was something that was completely uncomfortable and not something we were going to do. But at the same time, there were these shifts in price points. So it was kind of balancing that communication. So those were the big ones.
That was really, wow. Like you said, it's not easy to be sustainable, and you cannot ever be 100% sustainable. And I love the comparison sort of comparing it to cruise ship aviation. You know, we want to avoid the big iceberg that we're going for, so we need to sort of start moving. And there's so many aspects, as you mentioned, that we do need to consider: the fabrics, the designing, the traceability. I know, and as you said, we're not pioneers. We're following on something that was started. I mean, we can trace it back even to 1983. When the UN commissioned, what was it called? The Brundtland Commission, where they had to actually understand what is sustainable development. And they published a paper in 1987 with the definition that sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, and which led on to the 2030 Agenda of Sustainability that the UN has put in place. Oscar, I know you started your brand in 1998, if I'm not mistaken, and you were an advocate for sustainability over 20 years ago. And I know that you've got the philosophy, which is the ASAP philosophy, which is as sustainable as possible, as soon as possible, and kind of like picking up from what Mara said. You design, but you work backwards, because you create your product first, you design your product, but then you try and understand what materials you can then make the products in by looking at what is available from a sustainable source. Is that correct? You're on mute. Sorry.
And sorry, guys. No, I'm not. Maybe in back.
Yes.
Is it fine now? Yes. No, I would say it's the opposite. First of all, as Mara said, and you said, sustainability is not about being 100%. Sustainability is about a going on process. It's a going on process. Come on, we are living, our generation, we're living a transition moment of the line of civilization. We are changing from 200 years of industrial revolution now to another one. So it takes. I like to say that as an artist, to work in fashion, it's great because we can transform concepts into practices, and even entrepreneuring it as a fashion, we can really change and bring numbers. So yes, as sustainable as possible, as soon as possible. We have to begin. I remember 20 years ago when I first began I began searching for new materials. We couldn't find some sustainable materials, at least in Brazil. Or in other countries should be something you couldn't find it. But we didn't even understand at that time what means sustainable development. As you said now, yes, we can use the natural resources that we have now if we keep them in the same way we found it or better to the next generations. It's so simple. If we understand that, you know where you can be able to work on. Now, you know, what I think it's interesting about my work and with my teams at Osclen and in the Institute, is that we have developed new materials from zero, from cradle, some projects from NGOs inside the forest, on cooperatives, or in the slums, the favelas, things like that. Some of your social and environmental projects, and even some industries, some new materials like the recycle PET in that time, you know. So some of the projects we worked hard on the ground. You know what I really think it's important people understand, what I can bring from my experience is that, and the same thing I did last year in the collection, I worked with Courrèges in Paris. I think it's not about using materials. Designers, we have to have the social and environmental design thinking in our minds. As we have colors, as we have textures, as we have different materials, as we have our concepts, you know, everything that what we have in our mind when we begin to work, to search, if we have already in our design thinking sustainability on it, this will be in our car. It will be in our car process. So it's super important for us to understand that and not be pushed by and criticized as I was 20 years ago. I can imagine you, Mara, also, when people used to say, no, but you are only 10% sustainable, something like that. I had experience with some certifications and some institutions that would say, no, but you're not 100%. You can't say you are sustainable. Well, I'm not saying I'm 100% sustainable. I'm just showing, expressing to my consumers, my clienteles, my stakeholders, you know, what is sustainable in our project and how beautiful, how innovative, how cool, you know, how luxury is this process that there is on behind. You know, this is about the new luxury thing. It's about people have to understand that luxury comes from how it was made, some product or service. I like to say, what's the noblest value of the human being? I'm gonna help all of us when we dedicate ourselves to the others. It's the noblest gesture a human can do. So when we dedicate ourselves, our time, we dedicate ourselves with our time, our talent, our research, our love to do something so well done with the best practice that you believe, of course, this product and service will become something sophisticated. And this will become something luxury. So the new luxury, I think it's the values that we have behind, same as luxury, all the elements, quality, dedication, etc., and bringing these contemporary desires and needs that we have on the 21st century that's about sustainability. So what we have...
It kind of goes back to the noble thing is to help each other, but it's also a community, no? And that's what I know that you do. You've got these communities where you work. I know with the fish leather, so there's this sort of the technological with the craft, you know, taking something but moving it forward for future generations. And I think that is what's very important. It's something that through your Instituto and your brand is what you do, because I know you've been working with these companies. I think you've been following them for almost 20 years, so you've sort of been growing together as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but you know, what's important for us designers now, right now, because, you know, when we design a collection, we bring all, you know, standards from the industry, new fabric, colors, pigments, etc., etc. And we have it, and we develop a collection to our clientele, you know, to our consumers. I think it's right now, that's what we do there in Osklen and Instituto. We began, you know, to come to design in that way. We design from the raw, from the fish skin, or from the organic cotton, from the recycled cotton, and some pigments we are using now. We as designers at Osklen and the Instituto, we work on both sides. It's so, first of all, it's interesting, it's the best. Who loves designing, creating, it's great when you develop here. And sometimes when you go in that side, developing, understanding the supply chain, understanding the process, or even creating, redesigning this process, you have so many inspirations to do that way. You know, it's, I'd like to bring this sustainable design thinking. It's so important for us this moment. And us in fashion, yes, we are one of the great protagonists in change sustainability in this planet, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And it's very important. And that's why my next question is for Sophia. Sophia, because you work with young designers, you've got, you know, the Tbilisi Fashion Week, but then you also have the Be Next competition, which is a way for young designers to promote themselves, but also you facilitate disciplines to meet with each other. I wanted to know, like, through your platform, do you also encourage and sort of mentor them about the importance of sustainability, environmental issues? Maybe, like, you know, Oscar was saying, introducing them to certain communities about the supply chain, traceability. Is this something that you encourage and tell the participants as well?
Yes, we just started doing this because fashion is quite new in Georgia. We've started working in this direction seriously around 5 years ago when we've launched the project. And before that, the designers didn't know anything about this, anything. So we had to start from zero. First of all, the biggest problem was nobody knew where Georgia was. Most of the people still don't know, and especially in fashion industry. And we had to, first of all, introduce the country itself, invite as many people as we could to international press or experts, buyers to Georgia, and to introduce our fashion through art and culture, not only fashion. We have to do everything at the same time because they are discovering the country, and the rest of the world, especially people in fashion, they have to discover Georgia first. They have to understand that this country exists. It's not in Russia. It's not state in US. It's independent country, which is quite small, but very unique and interesting. And we have, for this small country like this, we have so many interesting and talented designers. But the most important part of our project is exactly mentoring them and guiding them to help them how to produce. We are helping them to communicate with the important people from the industry or factories, press, buyers. And so we are creating the fashion industry in Georgia. We are doing just first steps at the moment. It's not like in Italy or in USA or in any other. It's very quite small industry at the moment with only talented designers who have huge desire to put Georgia on the fashion map, let's say like that.
But there's lots. I mean, I was fortunate because you invited me in 2012 to the Be Next, and there was amazing talent and craft, which was absolutely wonderful. And I think last year at PT, there was Georgia was represented. So it's really great to be able to see that Georgia as a country and the designers are gaining the exposure, you know, that is necessary, because it's absolutely amazing. Marina, the next question is for you, because we all face this problem. We always, you know, the biggest thing we do when we wake up is, what am I going to wear? And I know that one of your art projects is, you did, was it last year, you did the one dress to impress, where for 2 months, you always wore the same outfit every single day. And, you know, that's like breaking one of the biggest taboos of fashion, because obviously through our clothes, it's how we express and how we communicate. So how did this come about, and how did people react to you wearing the same clothes every day?
So I actually started this campaign almost 5 years ago.
I can see there's a pattern. Everything's been 5. Sophia is 5, Mario is 5, you 5. So it was good getting that quote.
But the idea was really, 5 years ago, there was this, or you're sustainable or you're fashionable, but there's no in between. And it was really a kind of, as you mentioned, a taboo to repeat an outfit if you're part of the fashion industry, or to go to a wedding and only have one dress throughout the whole wedding. Like this idea that this social pressure of always looking different. And I had just entered the fashion industry as a model, and was feeling this pressure more than ever, and was seeing people around me the same, my friends, like, oh, let's go buy something because we have this event and we don't have anything to wear. So I really decided to do this campaign called One Dress to Impress. And I wore a red suit for 2 months every day to showcase that it's okay to repeat an outfit, that there's nothing wrong with it, nothing's gonna happen. And one thing is saying repeat outfits, and another thing is showing it. And throughout all my campaigns, I really emphasize not only saying something, but showing that it can be done and showing that it can be easy. And the idea of this campaign was really showcasing that I'm part of the fashion industry and I'm going to repeat this outfit for 2 months. I'm going to go to events, go to meetings, go to shoots, and nothing's going to happen. I'm not going to be banned from this industry. I'm not going to be insulted. Nothing's going to happen for repeating an outfit. So it was really a project to normalize repeating outfits and normalize the idea that you don't need to have money to be able to be part of this industry. It's a creative industry. It's an industry where you're part of it because of your creativity, how you style yourself, not because what you're wearing and who you're wearing and what collection you're wearing.
That's not, and I think one thing I really love about yourself and Mara is the fact that you're making these statements with bright, bold colors, which is nice, as opposed to people sometimes are always a bit hesitant because they think that a sustainable brand is maybe, I don't like using this term, but sort of maybe a bit boring, a bit bland, but the fact through your collections and through your artworks, you're showing that sustainability can be fun. It is, if we use the term of Generation Z, cool and all stuff like that. So it's really nice that, people are starting to realize that sustainable fashion is not boring. And I know also you doing yellow like a lemon, which again, using sustainable brands, and Mana, you mentioned before with the fabrics you're using. So if you can both just expand a bit how making the sustainable fashion more open in the sense that, raising awareness for people to understand that it's not something boring,
Should I start?
You can start.
Right. Yeah, well, that is the color is the basis of all these activations. And as you mentioned, like this idea of like sustainability is boring, is white, black, or brown, and it probably will break after one wear, or it's plants. So it was really, these campaigns were really showcasing color as the visual effect. Like you see one of the pictures of me doing the campaign and it's yellow, it's red, it's a color. So Yellow Like a Lemon was actually launched during Paris Fashion Week. And I went to all the shows dressed like head to toe in yellow. And it was different sustainable brands, secondary market, borrowed pieces, rented pieces. And it was really a campaign to showcase that what sustainability means. It doesn't mean buy a sustainable brand, but it also means use something that has been used already, rent something, borrowed something. And this idea that maybe sustainable brands are more expensive generally. But if you rent something, if you borrow something, if you buy secondhand, it doesn't need to be expensive. And that's also being sustainable and a conscious consumer. So the idea for Yellow Like a Lemon was showcasing all the alternatives there is to change your clothes every day while being more conscious. And also I chose yellow because it's a bright color, but it's also the least color that you would think of sustainability. So, and I launched it during Fashion Week. So you would just see me running around in yellow and be like this crazy girl, like she's probably like top fashion brands all in yellow, but no, I was all sustainable. So it was really making a visual point that if I can do yellow for 2 months, you can do black for the rest of your life. So really showcasing that if you put your time and effort, you can be more conscious.
Mara, I know, speaking of being more conscious, I know that you've actually started working now with Prana and the responsible packaging movement, where you're streamlining and cutting back on packaging. What sort of brought that up? Because I mean, we all love receiving something which is amazingly packed, you know, the tissue paper and everything, but I know you're streamlining that, and that's another step towards your brand being sustainable. So if we could just hear a bit more about that. You're on mute, sorry, Mara.
Hi. Packaging is a huge hurdle in this industry. It's big. And for us, it was definitely in the foreground of when we began moving in this direction. But since then, we've been able to dig in on different levels. So early on for us, we did switch to compostable swim packaging. That was in 2016. And it was a great alternative from our traditional poly bags, but it's still not a fix because not everyone has access to composting, and it's really not good when you recycle these. So it was like one step forward, but not the ultimate, it's still not the ultimate fix. For spring 2020, we shifted to all glassine packaging, which was a big evolution for us. And as far as like hang tags, stickers, buttons, we use compostable and recycled materials for all of those. As far as the Prana responsible packaging that was launched by Prana, we're working towards the reduction and eventually elimination of all virgin plastic and non-forest stewardship, the FSC, friendly forest fibers in our packaging. So that's a big one for us. And if the brands are working together, a huge part of all of this, and I think that it's being brought up a bit here and there, is the idea of collaboration. So when you get more brands together, more activists on the same thing, you can move forward a lot quicker. And so collaborating with a Prana to make this movement, it helps all of us involved, which is a really big one. Yeah, so for us, we've got our goals are set to eliminate all virgin plastic by 2022, eliminate any plastic packaging on any parts of our garments by 2023. And we already and do, but continue to prioritize paper packaging with high recycled content and remove any fiber sources from ancient or endangered forests by 2025 within our primary, secondary, and tertiary packaging. I mean, it's a big thing. Packaging alone is
huge,
like
absolutely huge.
Huge.
Wow. Oscar, I just wanted to touch on something that Marina mentioned about like reusing, rewearing. I know that Ophelia is working with Polygene with the Stay Fresh technology, where they treat the cotton so you wash less and you wear more. So again, that's another way of being sustainable. I just thought it kind of connected with what Marina was saying. If you can just tell us more about the Polygene. You're on mute. You're on mute, Oscar. Sorry.
Polygen is a new technology that helps to keep the fibers in a bacteriostatic way. So, yes, the first issue on sustainability is us to be economic. To be economic in all sense, in everything, from the water we use, from the clothing, everything. Of course, this is we are living a new way that as less we can buy, as less we can use, as more we can use the same pieces. If it's fashion, we can use it, and we understand we can express ourselves in other ways that just not about changing our looks every day. Polygenic, it helps you. You don't need really to wash your t-shirts every time you wear it. It's weird. It's weird and this and that because sometimes you have, but it's really that. So we use it organic cotton, recycled cotton, the t-shirts, and also with polygen. So in the whole sense of the piece has a very interesting process, and I would need culture of sustainability. It's about use and it's about the supply chain. It's very interesting process, and this technology, I think, will come to stay longer.
We have a question from the audience, from Mercy Noel, and they ask, what first step should we take so that our entire production cycle is truly sustainable and we have access to innovation? So how do we become the entire production cycle truly sustainable? What would you guys?
I would say it's the origin of the fiber. The origin of the fiber, if you think in a way, origin of the fiber, to understand where it comes from. If it comes from, oil industry, it comes from no organic cultivations, it comes from farms that are not fed with labels, things like that. I think it's the first one, I would say. I would say in another way, thinking, it's design thinking in your mind. This is the first thing. So you can think on the supply chain and the consumer use and the post-use of the consumer. If you have the whole process, understand your sustainability in your mind, the economics, you can understand the whole, understand and work and intercede in the whole process, the supply chain, on the use, as we were talking about now, to use that less, and in the process of this circularity economy. So if you have this in your mind, you can understand the whole process, how this fiber was produced, to the end, how it will come again back to the nature. So if you have that, it's the first thing.
Mara, is there anything that you would like to add as well?
I would echo the end of life aspect. We put a lot of focus on the front part of it, on the production, which is enormously important. But I think that for oftentimes, like in that design process, that we stop once it leaves our warehouses or once it leaves, the concept and the production part of it. But honestly, that's just the beginning of its life. The goal is to keep things out of landfills for as long as possible, or for them never to get there, or to have end of life, set up within your company and within your design process. So that has to come at the very beginning of this. Like, how do I design something, that will just stay out of the field? So yeah, I would add that as I'm echoing Oscar, really. It's just the circularity part of it, but it's more important than we think, and it starts at the very beginning.
So Sophia, is this something, any advice on any emerging designers or people, you work with these young creatives, is there anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, sure. I think that they have to, now young designers are thinking more about it than before. And when we are now taking designers to our platform, our main concept is that they have to think about all of this, and after they have to create their own brand. Otherwise, it has no future and not the potential, because the world is changing so fast, and we have to keep
absolutely
with it.
Speaking of waste, I don't know if we have time, but Pistoletto's Venus of the Rags was this amazing artwork. Demna used it for Vetmans, but Marina, you created this useful waste picture, and for me, it sort of reminded me of Pistoletto, because it's you. We'll call you the Venus amongst all this waste, and it was really, I think, a very strong image for people to understand the waste problem. I see Jordana, so I think the time is up. But I don't know if you just want to tell us about it very briefly. If we can have like a few seconds.
Sure. I basically, with this image, I wanted to create a visual representation of our waste, because when we throw something away, we throw it to the trash, it goes away. But there's no away. It's still in our planet. Maybe you don't see it, but it's still there. And back to the idea of circularity, we can't keep throwing and creating waste. We really need to see a way to create circularity within all the production, especially fashion, which is a huge waste.
Perfect. It's a huge problem. But Jordana, thank you so much.
No, I just want to say I wish we had longer time. I feel like we can have you guys speak for over an hour and have people be so tuned in because you're all so amazing for different reasons. And I know it almost sounds fake because I use the word amazing so much, but that's truly genuinely what I feel. And it's such an honor to have all of you, people that are really making a difference and doing things for the right reasons and just so vulnerable and transparent and genuine. And it's just amazing. So I really appreciated this conversation. And from the bottom of my heart, I hope that we can all continue conversation. And thank you all so much. Massimo, great job. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Thank you. So that was really incredible. I know that we all want more time with all of these speakers. And like I said, I know the word amazing comes out of my mouth, I think, a million times during these events, but it really, truly is genuinely what I feel, just because there's so many incredible leaders really taking, like, you know, taking the reins into their hands and making a difference. So without further ado, I'm going to announce our next panel, which is titled Fashion and Sustainability in Culture, and it's being led by Oyiza Adaba. I hope I said that correctly. And I'm just really thrilled to have all of them on board. So welcome.
You watch me unfold. You pull me in close, Mother dearest. You see to my bones, healing waters free flow. Touch holds every fold of my body, magnetized to who you are, well of mercy. Suddenly you see all of me. How is it all you see is me?
Thank you all so much for being here. I'm so excited to get this panel conversation started. I believe everybody's here. I haven't seen you, but here we go. So I'll let you take it from here and let's
Thank you, Jordana. Hello, everyone. Hello, world. You're welcome to our session, the Africa-related session on sustainability in our culture. I'm so happy to be hosting this together with an amazing, let me borrow Jordana's word, an amazing panel. I'll be introducing them shortly, but the purpose of this session is to allow us present our works, three amazing Nigerian brands that have come up, not just fashion brands, but fashion brands with responsible sourcing, with culture at its foundation, at its core, and have been there for a long time and about to teach us so many things within this very, very short and packed space. So without much ado, I'll go ahead and introduce our dynamic panel. I'll start with Zuzukado. She comes from Nigeria. When you mention her name in the fashion industry, it says, she stands out as an Iroko tree. in the forest of shrubs when it comes to Zizi Kado and her impact and her contribution to the Nigerian fashion industry. She's been a recipient of so many awards, too many to count on this platform, and she's impacted and contributed to the fashion world. And is a great add to this mix about what we're talking about here. Zizi is one of the pioneers that started with African fashion, African fabrics in fashion. And she'll tell you herself, a lot of people laughed at her when she did, but today, indeed, it's paying off. And we also have Maureen O. Maureen O is the Maureen Obawea is the founder of Maureen O. We always have to differentiate you from the brand. But Maureen O is about sharing African beauty and craftsmanship and creativity through its handcrafted leather handbags and accessories, both for men and for women. So you can definitely visit their store and check out some of the amazing things that Maureen O as a brand has been doing in Nigeria. The last brand that I'd introduced is Itai. Itai is the youngest of the brands, and it was started in 2019, and it is run and headed by Rosemary Onubaye, who is also on the panel today to talk about how this has impacted on the traditional and local women that actually do the weaving of these hand-woven cloths. So you're all welcome to the panels. These are the people that will be speaking to us. Joining me on Africa Related is Maima Richards. Maima is a business development manager, and she would be taking us through some of the future plans that these brands have for us. And we look forward to sharing so much information with you. We have such a short time and we have so much to talk about. So let's start with Zizi. Zizi, you have pioneered this. You started something that so long ago, a lot of people, like I said, made fun of you, made jest of you, laughed at you and said, why are you using traditional fabrics? So take us through this journey of how our culture has sustained you as a business throughout this time.
Well, thank you that you asked that. For me, it has always been about identification, about my culture, my roots. And when Zizi Kado was born, it was born out of the fact that I wanted to create a kind of identity for us Nigerians. I mean, the same way you will look at a Malian or a Kenyan, a Maasai, and then you know where they're coming from, was the same way I wanted that kind of identity, that when you see a Nigerian, you will know this person is a Nigerian. And the best way for me to do that was to use our indigenous fabrics. I mean, the Ankara, the tie-dye, Ashoke, Akwete, Akwacha, Kurukuru Bite, so many different fabrics that we have, and as well the Okene fabrics as well. We worked with all kinds of fabrics that we have that are woven and are produced in the country as well, and to create this unique identity, which is what we have now, and for me it's a dream to see that something that was born out of I would say curiosity, really, and it is now a global phenomenon of some sort.
And how has it sustained you? How has your business been? How has it grown you as a business?
Well, I mean, this is going to be our 20th year this year, and so far as a person, it's shown me the world, because I've traveled quite a few places. I mean, displaying and showing off our rich culture, and as a business person, it's amazing. I mean, we started off, I can remember, in one little room, and now we occupy a whole building. And not talk of the wealth creation that comes with it in terms of ethical fashion and everything, and a wealth creation for the young ones, and it's impacted greatly in my life, and I would say also in Nigeria, because you look at it now. Previously, people used to look at tailoring or designing as something that is only done by those that didn't finish school. But right now, everybody that I know, that is anybody wants to be into fashion because it is a global thing.
It sure is, but we still have to pick select the chaff from the wheat, you know.
Oh yes,
yes, because it's not everybody that is called into this. But you've also applied, you know, a tremendous level of creativity and also quality in your designs, and this we'll see in the video that we hope we can play. I'm not sure if it's going to come up, the first video by Zizikado. Okay, while we wait for that. Okay, we'll just give it a minute. But while we wait for that, it's a great segue into Itai, because Itai is a new brand, unlike yours that has been in existence since 2001 and even beyond that, because of when you started creating. But Itai brought to the forefront the plight of the weavers in Okene, and this is just one location. And the justification for this brand is because looking at it, and the economic impact of weaving cannot really be underestimated in these parts, because this has been a mainstay and a means of livelihood for some of these women. So with that, I'm going to go from Zizi now and go to Rose. Rosemary Onubaye is the community leader for Itai, which is an indigenous brand. And she's sitting with all of the weavers, some of the weavers in Okene. Rosemary, it's good to see you. Can you hear us?
Oh, wow, the network.
Okay, it's all right. She's coming to us from Okene, so we can always swing back to her later in a few minutes. While we wait for that again, I can come to you, Morino, the perfectionist. If it's not perfect, it's not going out there. And which brings me back to a key point, which is this craftsmanship that is applied. We don't always see it in the quality of some of the things that come out of our country, sadly. But it is one area that you have been so dogged about in your business. So tell us about that, and what it pays, how it's paid you, and also how it's trickled down to others in your business.
Absolutely. I'm excited to be on this panel. Thank you very much, Fashinnovation team, for having all of us. And it's exciting to talk about the craft that comes out of Nigeria, that comes out of Africa. One of the things that motivates me is the fact that we have authentic stories to tell. We have beautiful stories to tell in our crafts. But for some reason, in the past, we've been a bit challenged by the craftsmanship, the quality in the craftsmanship. And it's for me, something that you can't just skip over. It's something that has to be worked on, because if we want our voices to be heard and we want the world to see our beauty, the authenticity of our craft, we have to be committed to making it excellent. It has to be, you know, excellent enough to be on a global platform. So for me, that is one of the motivating factors that pushes me, that, you know, makes me go on. It's a bit of a challenge, but it's not insurmountable. It's all about sharing the vision. It's all about inspiring with the dream. It's all about showing the artisans how the level of their craftsmanship can influence even their economic well-being. So once they key into that vision, it now becomes much easier And when they see the beautiful things in which they create, and they also see how it's accepted globally, it really encourages them to give it what it takes. And, you know, they see how it impacts their lives, because then with the kind of products that are out there that are excellent, of course, it will meet with a lot of perception, favorable perception, both locally and internationally. And then, you know, it gets sold, and then it affects their livelihood. And
Absolutely.
they believe in the fact that that is what they should do after that. So it's been a challenge, but it's been well worth it. It's a journey I'll take any time.
And with that, I really wish I could, you know, put so much flesh to this presentation, because we had a lot of videos that we wanted to share with you, our public, to see some of these works that we're talking about here in terms of the quality of it, and also to give you an opportunity to not only buy some of these works, but to donate some of the towards some of the great causes that these works support. So I'm sure with our partnership with Fashinnovation, they'll be able to take it further, where we can throw more light on this discourse. With that, let me go to Rose. Rosemary, are you back with us in Okene now? Can you hear us, Rose? We can see her, but we lost her again. It's all right. I'll give you a backdrop to what Rose is doing. Rose is sitting with the weavers in Okene. We look at our fashion stages and look at our runways, and we think that that is where it started from and ended right there. We forget that these fabrics were once just from the farm, and it was made to wool, and it was turned to you know, it was processed, and then from there the designers such as yourselves come in. But again, back to the grassroots impact of these works that we see. We hear stories. Mama Hawa, for example, is one of our community leaders, and we hear stories about how she has been weaving for 50 years, and how weaving has changed her life, and how it is so difficult to get the younger generation to be interested in weaving. And this is what has kept, this is the type of culture that has kept and sustained these parts. I'd also want to make reference to Ntonso. Ntonso is it's in Ghana, near Kumasi. And some of you that have been there, there's the Adinkra Crafts Village in Ntonso. And these are people that since COVID-19 started, they have not been able to work. They have not been able to sell one piece of fabric. They have not been able to put themselves online for other people. They depend on tourists, and tourists stop traveling. So that's the impact of COVID. And these are some of the sites that we would have loved to share with you. But our friends at Fashinnovation would bring that to you so that you can know how to help. Rose is still not with us, but I'd like for Maima, before our session ends and before I come back to the designers, I'd like for Maima to take us through some of the things that are happening with Maureen O, with Zizi, and with Itai down the future.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Maima. In terms of the brand. Oh, wait, Rose is back.
Rose is back. Should we try?
Yeah.
I think
Rose is fine.
I still can't hear
Rose.
It's frozen.
Yeah, Maima, carry on. And
okay. All right, not a problem. In terms of our partnership and working with these phenomenal women and with the Adinkra village in Ghana is very, it covers so many.
You know.
You know what? Let Rose go, because we might have another technical issue, and then she would fall. Go ahead, Rose.
Rose, can you speak with us now? Can we hear you? Okay, so we don't, I would advise Maima to carry on, so due to time. And Rose,
Okay.
just hang on.
All right. I will start off in terms of Zizi Cardo with her long, illustrious history. She is also now venturing out into opening a flagship store in London, which is during this current period in time, it's a difficult task. But when you are growing and expanding, these are some of the things that you need to do in order to bring your brand to a larger market outside of what you've been working in. Now, some of the partnerships that are being looked at are whether it's technical support, financial investment. Zizi Cardo brand is well established, and this is something that she is working on to move to the next level. Now, Zizi Cardo, on your end, outside of starting your brand out and expanding into the UK, what are some other facets that you find are difficult on your end that you would like more attention to be brought to in terms of evolving the brand?
Sorry, darling. You were breaking up a little bit, so I couldn't get anything you were saying.
Okay, I think Maima was asking in terms of your brand's future and the development of your brand, in addition to your plans to open your flagship store in London in 2021. I know you have some amazing plans that you want to share with us, but also what have been some of the challenges that you have, you've also has also followed you, this way, and how can the world fashion community come into partnership with you to help and alleviate some of those challenges?
Well, I think, like she said earlier, it is more of a technical aspect in the sense that the world is going virtual now, and there's a shift in how things are done. And so getting to where we can be able to say, okay, we're having a very successful 3D fashion runway is one aspect that we're yet to get to. Africa, Nigeria, I would say, we're yet to really catch up with all the how do I say
technological development,
technological advancements and things like that are there. We are yet to catch up with those things. So those are areas that I would really appreciate. To get to find somebody who could help me in creating a website or an avenue that would
an online store, your virtual runway.
Much more than where I am now. And like she talked about investors as well. That is a very good aspect. And it's sad that we're having some trust issues when you mention Nigeria. A lot of people are like, you know what, hey, you have to be careful. But not everybody is a bad egg. And so I would ask that most people that are looking in as investors look at the brands they want to work with, and there are some really good brands out here. Like my sister Moreno, I've seen her work. It is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. When if we do get investors that would invest in what we do and help to create even more impact in the society, because when we grow as a brand, then you can be able to sustain the economy as well by wealth creation. Right now, outside the greatest body for employment is small, medium businesses. The government don't really employ much. So if we, the individuals that have created these platforms, the creatives that are here creating atmospheres for the nation to grow, if we do get investors, it will go a long way.
Nice one. Thank you. Moreno, I know you have some upcoming projects as well that Maima will give us a brief breakdown on? Maima, can we hear you on Morino?
I'm having a technical difficulty right now.
I'll take that. Well, with Morino, I know you have ethnic edge, and you also have the leather training
academy for
project,
women, yes.
academy for girls and women coming up. So please give us a little bit of background about that.
Oh, okay.
And the type of partnerships that you're looking for.
Yes. At Morino, we want to share our stories with the world, want to share our African authenticity and craftsmanship with the world. At Morino, excellent craftsmanship sits at the heart of our leather accessories. And one of the ways we want to expand our business really is by increasing the skill sets, because that is one of the challenges we have here, finding the artisans who have the skill set and the attention to detail in the product. So one of the projects we have upcoming is to teach especially women and girls and youth the art of bag making, the Morino way, which is a fusion of traditional craftsmanship and global standards and global excellence. One of the ways in which we need partnerships, we need connections, we need people, is in the technical expertise angle. How we can really use what we have in Nigeria, what is local, what we're used to, what is indigenous to us, how we can use it to create excellent pieces that will stand, on global platforms. We need those partnerships, and those partnerships cut across technical expertise. It cuts across funding, because we want to scale up and have this academy, and also scale up, the number of units we produce, so that it'll be a viable source of income, contribute to the GDP, impact the social and economic lives of women, girls, and youth, and just put Nigeria on a positive platform internationally.
Sustainability in culture. What else can I say? This has been an amazing, wonderful, enlightened team, and it's just been your projects as individual women, as Nigerian women, as African women, is one that directly impacts your causes. One to follow. So I'd urge everybody to go to zizicado.co.uk, to morino.com, to
morino-o.com.
morino-o.com, at itaiOurCloth.com. All our websites and links will be up. Don't just look and browse and say it's nice. When you buy, when you do purchase, it changes lives. I wish you could have heard some of the testimonials from these women in these villages, in these communities, that these designers and these creative people directly impact. And don't forget that this is post-COVID period, and a lot of creative people are, really in a bind. As a journalist, I've been able to speak with a lot of creatives, and some are very depressed. Some are going through a lot of challenges during this COVID period. So we have to think of alternative ways to globalize. Let me borrow Zizi's word, globalize our culture. And that is what this panel is for. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming and joining us. I'd like to thank Rose, even though she's not seen, and our women too. Zizicado, keep doing what you're doing and keep glowing. Morino, we're waiting for New York launch, and Maima and I are sitting and coming up with all sorts of ideas for us to put our culture on the globe, and also enable our culture sustain our communities. Thank you again for having us. Thank you, Fashinnovation. Thank you to
Yeah.
all our team. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. And just so you know, because I think what you're doing is so wonderful, we're going to post all of the videos on our website so that when people are watching, they can go back to our landing page and they'll be able to watch all of the videos that you weren't able to play. And I would also love to feature your work, and we're going to talk about this, but I just think there's so much more conversation to be had around this discussion. So just leave it up to me. I'll make sure to really highlight everything that you already talked about and so much more, because I really do want to continue the conversation with all of you. So thank you guys. And Rosemary, I'm sorry that the connection didn't work. This is technology, but I would love to highlight everything you have to say. So we're going to work on this together. So thank you all so much for being here and participating.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jordana.
Nice
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, bye, Ma.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. So next we have an incredible panel. Once again, I feel like the two words most commonly used for me is incredible and amazing. And it truly is genuinely because we've put together our most people that we are most inspired by in the industry and just in life, with who they are, what they do, and how they do it. So with that, we have our next panel titled Fashion is Inclusivity, Diversity Within Sustainability. And we're super excited to have back with us Essence Gans, who is the beauty director of BuzzFeed. Hi, thank you so much for being back. And I'm going to just let you take this wonderful conversation over. I'm sure you're going to do a tremendous job.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Is everybody here yet?
Not yet. They're on the way, I believe, really soon.
So we'll wait. Where are you in New York right now?
I am. I'm still in New York, but I'm from the South, so I'm going home next week for a little vacation.
Oh, that's nice. All right. So here we go. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. There's Ngozi missing. Yeah. But she should be on here soon, so I'll let you get started. Thank you, ladies.
Awesome. Hopefully by the time I get done with this blabbing, Ngozi will be here. But hello, everyone. Welcome. This is the Fashion is Inclusivity, Diversity Within Sustainability panel. And I am going to let these lovely ladies introduce themselves. I have Abrima, Celine, and Ngozi is on the way. So why don't you two just introduce yourselves really quickly?
Abrima?
I don't know who you want. Okay, sure. Hi, my name is Abrima Uria. I'm the co-founder of a brand called Studio 189 that's based between the United States and West Africa in Ghana. And we basically have a brand that exists to use fashion as an agent of social change, working along the value chain, connecting the dots from farmer to consumer, making women's wear and men's wear clothes, and preserving traditional techniques.
Amazing.
My name is Celine DiCarlo. I am the VP of Brand, People, and Culture at Mara Hoffman, which is based in Manhattan. And this is our 20th year. And about 5.5 years ago, we shifted towards working within a more sustainable framework. And very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm assuming, I guess, should we get started? Probably
we're laughing. Well, Rima, you can say what we're
laughing. We're laughing because I know this is a serious panel, but it's still funny. We're laughing because right before the panel, I'm Ghanaian and she's Nigerian. And we were making Ghana Niger jokes. And we're like, you Nigerians, you're always late. And she's like, no, the Ghanaians. And now we've lost Ngozi. So please continue.
She's not helping her case right now. No. That's hilarious. Well, no, she's not. We're going to get started because the first few questions, anyone can hop in and hopefully she'll join soon. I don't know what's going on. I just texted her. Awesome. Okay. So right now, we've noticed that. And I think a lot of this is due to social media, which is kind of like, you're here and go. So, do you want to introduce? Also, Abrima was talking about how you would be late. I'm not sure, but I just want to, I just want to throw that out there.
Tell Abrima I was late making the perfect jollof rice.
It took 2 more seconds. I was going to go after jollof.
Ngozi, do you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Sure. My name is Ngozi Okaro. I lead Custom Collaborative, which is a nonprofit social enterprise focused on providing opportunities for women from low income and immigrant communities to have careers in sustainable fashion. So I'm really excited to be here today representing myself and the ladies who trust us with their time and their money.
Amazing. So let's just hop right into it. I was just talking a little bit before you hopped on about how we are having more conscious conversations largely due to social media. And one of the conversations that we're having right now is about sustainability. And fashion has really, become an integral part of this conversation. They've been very involved in this conversation. But one thing that we have noticed with a lot of social issues and conversations around them is that the I guess loudest voices are often white, or the most prominent voices are white. So how have each of you contributed to more sustainable fashion, and why is it critical that people of color's voices are amplified in this conversation? Anyone can go in.
So then let me jump in. At Custom Collaborative, the work that we do centers women of color. And in addition to educating them and ourselves around the many ways of sustainability and as they evolve, but just listening to them about what they say about sustainability, learning and using what their practices have been. And I think that especially in Black American, Black African communities that I'm aware of, sustainability and using things to their fullest and really having respect and kinship with the land has always been important and a tradition. And so we're really working to amplify that in collaboration with others. And for us, sustainability means not just the environmental, but also human rights and living wage. So that's a big focus for us.
Absolutely. And I'm going to echo what you're saying as well. I think just because your question was, why do you see, to make sure I understood correctly, more white people in the sustainability space versus people of color? And I think, it's like Ngozi said, culturally, indigenous people are inherently sustainable. It's not really a thing. I know we're using the word, and I know that it's being amplified, and I know there's reasons behind it because there's a need to kind of give it shape and preserve. But I think that, the fundamental principles, which is why I believe I like it so much, and I like so many of the people that are working inside this space, are one that are more community-based driven and that are very conscious, and that is how we've always operated. There wasn't enough, there was an abundance, but then there also wasn't enough, so we share clothes, we don't throw things away. We use things. Some of the things I use, you don't want to know how long I use it, but we use things to their fullest potential. We do most of our work in West Africa, kids use over and over and over again, things are repaired. I even myself had to relearn, when I got there, if something was broken, I'd have this inclination to want to buy another one because that's what we kind of do now in the West. But you don't do that. It's broken, you fix it. You fix everything. No part goes unused. And also because you have this kind of personal accountability to have, just thinking about secondhand clothing, for example, Ghana, Nigeria, all this, but that's the last stop. So there isn't another place where it's going. So you're kind of personally accountable for figuring out what to do with the things around you, which makes you so much more conscious, because if there's toxins, if there, all that stuff gets in the waterways, it affects you, it affects your health, it creates malaria, it creates disease. So you don't want any of those things, and so I just think that you kind of inherently on every, environmentally and humanitarian wise and in every kind of way, and also just how you use money within a community is inherently sustainable. And the things that are not sustainable are things that are coming from outside. And what we're trying to do, I think all of us as a community, is kind of take a step back and remind people, hold on a second, before you get very excited about plastic, let me remind you what plastic does. You know, you can't burn it, et cetera, because people have been told to start using these things. We want to kind of preserve it before it's too late, because that's, for me, Africa and a lot of indigenous communities are the last stop, and we need to protect what they're doing so we don't, you know, ruin this planet.
Absolutely. Celine, can you talk a little bit about what Mara Hoffman, the brand, has been doing and how they have specifically showed up as an ally when it comes to fashion sustainability and, you know, partnering with communities of color? And also, if you could add on how, like, any advice that you would have for companies that are largely white to step up as allies and make room for just more diversity and equity when it comes to fashion and sustainability.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think every white person who answers this question tends to state this, and it's important to do so, that we're not a company that does it right or perfectly, but we are one that it is at the crux of daily conversations. So it's interesting because I feel like this word ally is quite a new one that has entered lexicon within DEI, and it's almost this tool that a lot of white people are using to make themselves feel better, but actually in doing so you continue to others. So I just, you know, just to start off by saying we don't use that word. It's not part of you know, our semantics internally as a company. What is recognition and reckoning massively, because when we shifted as a brand towards sustainability, we didn't do so. We did what we could with what we had, is always the statement, but we didn't do it right in the sense, if you're really going to shift towards sustainability, especially if you're in the apparel industry, it has to be done through the lens of social, racial, and environmental justice. You know, otherwise you're just making certain shifts externally, but you're not really approaching the company at a systemic level. So, you know, I just want to be clear in terms of that's where we were. And what did that look like? You know, it's easy and difficult at times to be there to just give money. And though that is critical, again, we had to go deeper. So yes, there were the donations. Yes, there was the fabric donations. But then we really started to think about what it is that we had that we could give and share. And one of those was our showroom. And so we lent that out free of charge to various organizations and missions that we aligned with to host events, you know, pro bono, be it graduation ceremonies for Custom Collaborative, be it workshops that looked at dismantling racism within the apparel industry, and just really figuring out how we could be of service within our own community. I think, again, with the apparel industry, it's very easy to speak about, I'm going to start up this campaign and that campaign, but where's the work? Where's the boots on the ground work? Where are you showing up on a grassroots level within the community? And so, especially as it pertains to, let's say, women's empowerment and economic advancement, it's one thing to do a hashtag and speak about it, but, you know, are you working with a partner like a Custom Collab to really push those agendas forward? So I think it's about, obviously, the giving, the showing up, the being of service. The rallying of consumers was a big one for us as well. So while we were taking action, we became much more vocal on a socio-political level in 2016 for obvious reasons. And then we just stuck to that. You know, and at first, and I think a lot of brands can go through this very honestly of, I don't want to be divisive and I don't want to take sides. Well, that's gone. That's out the window now. And so we obviously have to, and we are that voice. And so now we also use our platform as a company to rally our consumers to say, especially white consumers, the onus is on you. What are you doing to shift and dismantle, to learn, dismantle, unlearn, rebuild, and restructure? Because you can't dismantle and then rebuild the system in the same way. It's a full-on restructure, and we have to do that as a company. You know, we're not there yet internally. We've always been very diverse with how we've casted, with the models that we've used. But internally as a company, we have a ways to go in terms of getting our diversity numbers up, ensuring our inclusion policies are in place, and then also looking at equity and ensuring that we have women of color within those more senior leadership roles. But that's something, again, that is discussed all the time. So I think when it comes to advice for white-led companies, it's really getting over, first of all, the white paralysis, I call it, of like, oh, I don't know what to do. I would say to not speak until action is taken. looking internally as well as externally, to not fear copying what other companies are doing that resonates with you, because this isn't a territorial issue. This is about taking the responsibility as white people who are profiting off of a system that was built for white people on the backs of Indigenous and Black and Brown communities. And again, as I said before, dismantling and restructuring it. And that might mean restructuring an entire company. That might mean eradicating some positions and building out new ones and ensuring that those hires are people of color. And I'd say the last thing is, it's easy to also implement DEI policies, but, do those companies understand what that means? And obviously I'm speaking to the white companies right now of, diversity is an easier numbers game. Inclusion is very different. Equity is very different in and of itself. And I guess the last thing I would say is community. Community is everything. What are you doing to uplift those around you? When are you stepping back and shutting up and listening? And when are you speaking up? And if you're speaking up, are you by someone's side? Are you behind them? Or are you in front of them? And that's, it's the nuance that's very critical.
Can I add to Celine's kick-ass response?
Yeah.
I think it's such an interesting moment in history. I think about this all the time. And it ties to also what Celine was just saying, because we're at a turning point, really, right? Turn of the century, everything is changing. Everything we knew, everything is changing, and people don't know which way to turn sometimes. Like, how do I begin with all of this? And, all these rules, all these, systems that were put into place, in my mind, they served us for some time. They might not have served me specifically, but they served, in some way, people for some time, and they held up, but they were not necessarily the most, like you said, inclusive or the best kind of systems. And it's time to change them. It's like, okay, good. You did that. You built whatever you needed to do. It's done. And so to me, I think a lot about, whenever I have these kinds of conversations, and that's why I love what Celine said, is what are your values? It completely starts there, because if you don't check those values, and you said something about how you can't dismantle a system if you're just going to use those, like the system's values to take it apart and build it back again. You got to start again, or you have to check your values. And what I love about both the women on the panel, and what I love about, if we're talking about allies or whatever that word is that Celine was talking about, is that a lot of times it's about even being invisible. Even for me, a lot of times it's the stuff you said, boots on the ground. A lot of times it's the stuff that nobody knows you're doing. I know in Goes you do stuff that nobody knows you're doing. It's like you don't need to know what I'm doing. What you need to know is that every time I have a chance to do the right thing, I'm gonna do my best. And sometimes I'm gonna make a mistake, but my intention, like I started by setting my intention, is to do the right thing. And the right thing is relative, maybe, but it's still a level of consciousness, and it's all the things that Celine said. But I think that's really important, because a lot of times people want to fix it, as if it's going to be done tomorrow. This isn't going to be done tomorrow. This is going on for hundreds of years, and it's going to continue on for hundreds of years. So you're going to at some point have to decide what matters more to you. Do you need to be a trillionaire? And think of what is a trillionaire? Why do you need trillions of dollars? Is it really important to be a billionaire or a trillionaire when you know that half the world is making less than $1? I think about that with Studio 189, and I remember that moment of realization I might have had 2 years ago when I was like, we're never going to be a big company. It's just not, we're just never, and the reason is because we know too much. I know too much about what somebody else goes through. I know their name. I know their family. I know if they're sick today. I know if they just got in an accident. I know if they need medical, I may or may not be able to fix it, but I know so much about it that I can't be a trillionaire, because to do that, you have to do that off the back of somebody else. And so I do think that a lot of it is like, if you remove the PR part, it's really asking yourself what matters more to you, and how can you use your platform, whatever that might be. And that's something I really admire about both the women, because I've been to these events that Mara Hoffman's studio does that they have no need and no reason to do. And I don't know anybody else who does events like this at their space, and no one will ever know they did them, but they have the space and they opened it up, and they say yes to things with even half knowledge, because they know it's the right thing to do. And they show up with full support. And that's what you need. I feel like so many people show up with support, But then, and I can go, I know you know about, you got to check all these things. We want to help you, but you got to do this, this, this. And then we're going to sit on your head. And then you have to say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then you have to sing and dance for us. And at the end of all of this, we're going to give you $1,000 to support the project. That's not support
at all.
Yeah.
Talk about, because, and you both touched on just like thinking about sustainability in this like larger lens. And even when the panel was first presented to me, I was like, oh, sustainability, earth, soil, water, like just very like basic level. But there is a a much larger conversation. And I don't think people think about like the economic welfare of people or just the welfare of people in general. So Ngozi, can you talk a little bit about, because you've created, both of you, Brima and Ngozi, and Celine with Mara Hoffman as well, but you've all created opportunities for people of color to earn wages through design and production of sustainable fashions. Can you talk a bit, Ngozi, about how creating these opportunities for people who are disproportionately left out of the fashion space directly correlates to sustainability?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And sustainability, when I first started doing this work with Custom Collaborative, so around 2015, it was strictly about organic cotton. And at that point, we were talking about something that hadn't been talked about as much, but at least was on the table, which was dead stock, which is what we use, fabric that is not needed and is overflow. And from the beginning, I started Custom Collaborative out of my concern for my particular dressmaker, because she wasn't charging me as much money as I thought that she could in order to make these great dresses. And so from the beginning, that was baked in. I think it's easier for some people to forget that part of sustainability because we're talking about people who society has othered, right? And so if we're saying, one, we don't know who made our clothes, and that two, they were probably made overseas or whatever, and they were made by women, and they were made by, non-white women, it's easy to almost disappear them, right? And so then sustainability doesn't come into the picture. But the people who largely make our clothes are the people who are most affected by climate change and these environmental issues. So it seemed to me, and it still does, that like these are the people who should be centered. These people should be centered not only in thinking about their habitats, but also their lives. Like, what difference does it make if we use organic cotton to make our socks if the people who are making those socks still receive sub-poverty wages? So I think it's all part of a whole. Like, if we take care of the environment and the whales and the dogs and the goats, all of which I'm in support of, we have to be taking care of the people. And if we don't think of the people, then it seems to me what we're saying is we don't value them, we don't see them as equals. So I think that this is, great opportunity for everyone to be engaged and to have agency. And like, honestly, the women in our programs have come up with some really great sustainability ideas for our products and for their own that I would never have thought of and that I hadn't heard before. So I think that they add a great voice. I'm happy to be aligned with them.
Amazing. Brima, I want to talk to you about Studio 189 in particular, because the price point leans more towards luxury. Like, it's not your, everyday fast fashion prices. How do you justify the price points to people who may automatically assume that sustainable fashion is going to be cheap or more accessible?
So when we started, I made a very specific and concerted effort with the pricing. So it's actually interesting because our pricing is not really, we position ourselves as luxury, but it's more like affordable luxury. So like by American standards, it's kind of contemporary pricing, a little upper, because our shirts are like $175, right? But by what people understand, like African made or Black made products to be, it's very expensive, and there's a few very intentional decisions that I made when I did that. One is it's really expensive to make stuff. Like people, fast fashion's fascinating. It skews your belief on how much it actually costs to create. Just like what they did with the food industry in some capacity, where they, subsidized, and people don't understand how much work goes into making something. So a lot of our products, for example, wovens, they're expensive. For me, like we don't even, sometimes the margin is very small, very, very small. And so it puts people at a very precarious position, because if you ask for too many discounts, which stores do that a lot, if you, if you don't pay, which people do also a lot, then somebody eats that cost, and that work is expensive because it takes a really long time to weave fabric, and it takes a really long time to do all those steps, to grow it, to spin it, to weave it, to dye it, and that's like a baseline cost, right? Like if I was doing what I really wanted, it would be more expensive, because I would love to have more money to be able to supply like more needed benefits to people, in communities that don't have access. The second thing is, I think there's a misunderstanding of how expensive it is to do work. Like when you're in remote communities, for example, I remember I was in Ivory Coast once, and the toothbrush was like $100. I don't know, it's like crazy. Like I pay more for electricity in Ghana than I pay here. Like you have to think, like it's actually, people have this idea that Africa is very cheap and it'll be cheaper, or in certain communities in the United States that are rural, it's going to be cheaper, but your lifestyle oftentimes is way more expensive. And a lot of people who are operating at the lower levels of economics are actually spending way more for basic services. I mean, look at the tax brackets. People who are up here, some of them are not even paying taxes. And people who make almost nothing are spending so much money in taxes. So, there's that. And then there's also the perception. I wanted to shift the perception, because there's a conception, and then it trickles down that people are valued less. And it's really unfair. If you take two equal products or two equal people, why is it in your mind that this one should be, I bought it in the market, it's $2 and I don't care about it and I throw it away. And this one should be, to Gucci, $3,000, and you don't even hesitate and you spend your money. The consequence of that is that this one, that's Gucci or whatever brand you like, creates so much economic value for those people. And in your mind, you wear it with pride, you get that great job, and it starts to escalate all your activities. And this other one that you've decided is worth nothing, which is actually not true at all, you've now discounted to like throwaway stuff. And it's very untrue. And so, to me, I think it's important when you're looking at things like natural indigo, you need to value that at the price that it actually costs to produce it, to make it, so you can create more equity along everybody in the value chain. And I try to kind of price accordingly. And it's not the easiest, because sometimes customers don't understand, and we have to take the extra time to re-explain why it takes longer, why it's not the price that they should think it should be. And if you ask me for a very big discount, I might say yes, Essence. I'm not saying you will. But when you do it, I will explain to you who's losing when you ask me. I'm like, I'll give it to you. If you think $30 is going to hurt you, $30 in another person's pocket is 150 CDs, which could feed a family for a week. $30 you're going to spend on coffee. Are you sure you really want that discount, or are you just doing it because you think it should be cheaper? And then once the person realizes it, they go, oh, I actually had no idea how much it costs to make clothes. And so I think clothes should be valued at their price. I think we need way less stuff. People would honor the materials and the workmanship. And I think we need to rethink how we honor the people that are doing the work, so it's not so skewed. And, design in one country is up here, and, the workmanship and the craftsmanship for the people who are doing the work is way down here. And I just want to close by saying one more thing, because it was tied to what Ngozi just said when you said about sustainability and the environment. I feel like if people don't want to do it because they care about somebody else, then okay, fine, don't. Do it because you're selfish. Because if you think that you're living in a silo where you're not affected by what happens to somebody somewhere else, I think we're watching the planet right now, and that is not true. You are completely immediately, like, as soon as I think about that a lot, the toxins in the water, those fish, the chicken that you're eating, it gets re-imported back to your country. You'll eat that chicken and you will get cancer. So when you make your choices about how you want to live your life, trust me, whatever you think, if you think those people don't matter, that food, it ping pongs right back to you, all those natural resources, all those raw materials, and you'll suffer the effects. I think we've now seen this is not something we can do alone. It's something we need to do together, and we need to value it accordingly.
Absolutely. Celine, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. Right now, we're in the middle of a fight for racial equality. I mean, we always are, but right now we're seeing so much with the protests. How do companies show up for Black lives, not only in these like recurring instances of social injustice, but also in the day-to-day of how they treat and advance Black employees, how they treat Black consumers, and specifically in terms of sustainability in Black and Brown communities being more vulnerable to those issues, which we've seen in recent examples with like Flint, Michigan. I still don't even believe they have clean drinking water. And Newark, New Jersey, I know had like a water crisis. How does a more sustainable business model in fashion positively impact disadvantaged communities?
I wish there was a straightforward answer to that. And there's a few parts to the question. So I'd say in terms of showing up for these reoccurring instances of social, racial injustice and injustices, put it lightly, I think we can all speak to the brutal murders in broad daylight that are happening, mostly to Black men at the hands of white police. I think that when it comes to companies, there has to be, when we go back and speak to that DEI piece and diversity is checking off the numbers, it's really that inclusion piece that is critical. For us, a big takeaway and learnings over the years has been focused on the trauma that is caused to our employees that are, and we're 97% women, so I speak mostly women, there's only one dude in the company, but the women of color in our office and how it affects them on a mental health level. And so being very cognizant as a company of what we see in the news and how that then affects our employees and reaching out with, reiterating the policy of taking days off if needed or taking wellness days or pushing the importance of mental health. I think that's a huge piece of it. Then there's always other inclusion initiatives that need to happen so that you're creating a culture within your company that is safe and not just in that sense of creating a harmonious space. Actually, it's quite the opposite. I believe that for us, a safe space is one in which open dialogue can happen. And so are we creating an environment whereby women of color, if they feel like they need to address an issue or they are experiencing microaggressions in some way, be it out in society or within the company, that we have a space where that can be spoken to and there can be real raw talk about that. And there's not going to be that defense from white colleagues. And I think there's also, that impetus around the equity piece of who are the members of senior leadership, what are the career progression paths that we can create. And I think when it comes to Black consumers, it's the same thing. We, at times we'll have Black consumers reach out with what they have felt to be issues of microaggressions, be it in some of our assets or in the past, semblances of cultural appropriation. And we take that very seriously and we respond. We engage in that conversation and we do it, and Mara's very intent on this. We do it in a message of gratitude. It's never of defense, because even if we feel as white people that we don't see what it is that's being pointed out, well, that just speaks to our blindness. And that's the way in which we work. And we really try and implement that company-wide, and so a few years back, we had an all-white creative team that was focusing on visual assets that mostly featured women of color. And, one day it was this, wait a second, this is so wrong. And so really figuring out, again, what I was saying in terms of restructuring a company and rehiring so that, that there is a relevant perspective within the company that is what is also spoken about and shown visually externally. And then I think when it comes to speaking to those Black and Brown communities that are most vulnerable, especially right now, I think, it's sad that it takes a pandemic for people to actually see in front of them that it's Black and Brown communities that are disproportionately affected by climate change, by pandemics that are happening right now. And so I think as a company, it's critical to keep that front of mind. Like, there should not be another murder in order for us to create a Black Lives Matter campaign. There shouldn't be another death in Flint, Michigan in order for us to then speak about the water crisis and the lack of the administration's protection of its, as a civil right to actually protect its people. It shouldn't be a trend. And that enrages me personally a lot with these brands, is these social media campaigns that literally make me want to spit, because it's a big FU to those communities. And so it's about keeping these issues front of mind, and that is on white people and white-led companies. The onus is on us to keep that, to make sure that our consumers are taking action, that they're signing petitions, that they're lobbying, that they're acting as advocates themselves, that there is an election coming up in almost 50 days, and you sure as hell be registered, getting a ballot, knowing where your polls are, and assisting others in disadvantaged communities in states where there are these new laws popping up to make sure that those communities are held back from actually voting and creating the shift that this country needs, so we're no longer under a white supremacist dictator anymore. And so I think it's like, in that tone of voice as a company, you have to be forward facing. And so I would just say that with companies, it's knowing when to be quiet, knowing when to speak, knowing when to show up, knowing when to take yourself out of a situation if you don't see enough Black and brown people with you on a stage, saying, I'm not doing this unless there's greater representation and a diversity of voices. And if, they can't change the programming, then take yourself out. What the hell, like, what does it matter? Right. And to you. So I could go on. There's a lot that I think companies, white-led companies especially, can do. And I guess the last thing I would say is, once people become more aware, if you see something that's in writing or you see something that's positioned wrong, you don't just reach out to your friends or peers of color and say, oh my God, can you believe this just happened? You take action. You step up and say something. You say, you shouldn't be positioning it this way. You shouldn't be saying it that way. You shouldn't be turning just to Black women and brown women and say, oh, I want you to create this committee to lead this charge. No, you are that oppression. And so I think it's just thinking and acting in such a way. Never take the last word.
Ngozi, I saw you wanted to say something.
I did, and thank you so much, Celine, for saying so many of the things to so many people who can hear it from you, who might not hear it from me or Brima or Essence. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Another thing I wanted to say about consumers that I don't know if companies think about, but as a consumer, I have been treated poorly in some instances, to me, seemingly because I'm Black, right? But now that I have like this whole plethora of Black-owned and brown-owned companies that I can buy from, like, the other companies better step it up, because I could just decide I'm not buying anything unless it's from somebody Black or brown, right? Yes. Like, my husband just gave me a beautiful set of wine glasses for my birthday. I'm like, okay, I don't need to buy any more Spiegelau or Schatz Duzel or whatever. I don't even need to go to their stores, right? And so then the question is, for these companies, is it important for you to be exclusive? Is that more important than having the customers buy your goods that you might want? So how do you treat people both in your companies and in your stores, right? And. So I think it's an important moment, and hopefully people will continue to push to make us better.
Ladies, I think this is the end of our panel. I just want to say thank you so much. Y'all all, like, I'm from the South, so we always say, like, you took me to church, like, y'all took me to church. Like, it was just so, everything that you said was so valid and so true, and it was so, like, on time for the moment that we're in right now. So thank you all so much. And you have a lot of fans in the comments, a lot of fans. I saw a few people say that they need you guys to run for president. So consider that. But
Brima for president. Brima, shout out to your Fashion Our Future 2020 campaign. Yeah. And for all the around that civic engagement. So thank you to Brima for that.
Thank you.
Say thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for this really transparent and honest conversation. I learned so much. I feel like every day I'm learning. And so just listening to this was it opened up my mind to so much more than I already knew. So I really appreciate all of you for that. And I really hope that we can all continue conversation, because I don't want this to be the end of it all. I just want this to be the beginning so that we can all continue to grow together. So I really, really appreciate all of you, and congratulations, truthfully, on all the work that all of you are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So next, we have another panel. And for those of you who have been following this, I changed my outfit and I'm wearing a beautiful outfit by Talib Law. So thank you. And I just want to mention the next panel that we're going to play a quick video and then we'll get started. So the title is Fashion is Empowerment and Inclusivity. It's going to be led by Jessica Andrews, the Deputy Fashion Editor at Bustle Digital Group. And so without further ado, we're going to play a clip and then we'll take it forward.
My journey began at a very early age. I grew up in the kitchen next to my mom, secretly sneaking the cookie dough straight from the bowl. I think that it's in my bones. My name is Kristen Tomlin. I'm the founder and CEO of Dough Cookie Dough Confections. When I first started my business in New York City as a young 20-something female, I was greeted with a lot of hesitation and a lot of people that didn't know what I was doing. I love that this business is run and was started by all women. I launched online to essentially crickets. At first, the orders started to come in and they were people I knew and people that I went to college with, and then they all shared it on social media and it slowly started to kind of snowball and took off from there. During our busiest time of the year, we'll have up to 85 employees. I work almost nonstop. I'm incredibly hands-on in the business. I'm involved in every single aspect of the operation. There is no job too small or too big. Yeah, that's a lot. What I was looking for was a true partner. I didn't just want a shipping carrier. I wanted somebody who was in it with me and was able to help me figure it all out. UPS is a great partner, making sure that our product is safe. So they provided us with testing kits that has a little digital thermometer inside the box to make sure that we could monitor the temperature of every single package every step of the way. We ship nationwide to all 50 states, and we just expanded into Canada. We've had so many fans and friends that wanted our products across the border that we had to find a way to do it, and UPS was the one to help us. All about spreading the dough love.
Well, that got me on the mood for cookie dough, but let me focus now on right here. And I didn't get a chance to say hi to Rebecca and Tanya. Thank you both so much also for being here today. I know this panel is going to be nothing short of inspiring with you wonderful ladies on here. So I'm going to let you take this over, Jessica, and thank you all so much again.
Thank you so much for having us. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
Yes, I'm so excited to get started because for me, being a fashion editor, inclusivity and empowerment are the reason why I do what I do, right? And it's just such an important part of my job and such a huge passion for me. So to be able to discuss it with you guys is a great honor today. I just want to kick things off by just having you quickly introduce yourselves and give a little bit about your background. So I'll start with you, Rebecca, if you could just introduce yourself to the viewers.
Yeah, Rebecca Minkoff, co-founder and creative director of Rebecca Minkoff and the Female Founder Collective. Started my brand 15 years ago. I can't believe I'm saying that. Feels like 100. Based in New York City, accessories at an accessible luxury price point.
Awesome. And Liliana, how about you go next?
Absolutely. My name is Liliana Vasquez, and I just want to say thank you to you, Jessica, Rebecca, Tanya, and of course, this incredible platform for giving us the opportunity to have a really important discussion. I am a host and producer for E! Entertainment, specifically on E! News. I am also the executive producer of Pop on Peacock, the new streaming service from NBC. And I am the founder of the LV Guide. It is an all-inclusive, accessible website that shows women how to live their most stylish life effortlessly.
Love that. That's so cool. And last but not least, Tanya, if you could tell us a little bit about your brand.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tanya Taylor. I'm a fashion designer and founder of my label. I've been around 9 years. It also feels like 100. And we are a size-inclusive brand based in New York City, all about color. We hand paint our prints, and we're all about kind of creating joy and optimism in fashion.
Love that. Love that so much. All right, just to kick things off, I feel like diversity is such a buzzword these days. And, you know, you hear it being tossed around, but you wonder, do people really embrace it or even understand what it means? So if you guys could just talk a little bit about what inclusivity means to you, just not in theory, but like also in practice in your career. And how you embrace it every day in your roles. Rebecca, how about you start?
So I think there's a lot of talk about surface inclusivity, what people put on their Instagram feeds. And I think there is a huge call to action that it has to go far deeper than that. You know, how many people are represented as people of color within your company? I'm extraordinarily proud that over 50% of our staff are people of color, BIPOC. And it's not just that. I think what Aurora James did with launching the 15% pledge that anyone can get behind is, when we do reopen our office and we do reopen our stores, how do I allot 15% of my, you know, vendors, cleaning supplies, lighter, whoever I need as a resource within my stores, you know, to be funded to Black businesses? It's showing diverse talent, whether it's a podcast or an Instagram Live. It's taking a 360 approach, not because it's the right thing to do, but because it's proven statistically, if you want a better business, you need to have people that don't look like you at the table. And I think so many people are so scared, and they're, you know, I guess it's saying I'm scared to be successful, right? So I think it's about how do you do this from a, not a top-down approach, but from a everywhere you look, how are you ensuring that there's representation, there's opportunities for people, and that you are putting your money where your mouth is, and it isn't just hiring a, you know, a BIPOC model for Fashion Week.
Right, 100%. That's so important. What about you, Tanya? What does inclusivity mean to you? And especially from the size inclusivity perspective, because I know that's such an important part of your brand ethos.
Yeah, I think from a diversity perspective, though, this summer, same to Rebecca's point, we realized that, you know, it's not about what we're putting out on Instagram and what looks public about the company that matters in terms of diversity, but really looking at the internal team and having really raw conversations and knowing that we're a small team, we're only 25 people, but we do hire over 50 people a year for freelance positions and people that support the company. So like, how can we have a better philosophy that is a mandate of how we approach diversity in all of our hiring decisions? And, you know, what kind of recruiting firms we're working with, what kind of volunteering opportunities we have. So I think that we've worked really closely to make sure that the values I have are aligned with what the company is doing. And that has definitely always been why size inclusivity exists. So my mom was a size 14-16. She was a chairman of the board of an all-male oil and gas company. And I would watch her get dressed and go to work and not have anything to wear and therefore feel less confident and less powerful. And I think that being able to look at contemporary fashion and see how little is available to really awesome women that are also young and fit and healthy and they love color and they want to express themselves, we want to fill that void and really be able to, you know, just give them the tools to be like their most empowered self.
Yeah, that's so important. I mean, as someone who, you know, has struggled to find dresses that fit me, like, or items that really embrace my curves, I feel like that's so important. And I really like appreciate what you're doing. I'm a huge fan of your designs, but I feel like the fashion industry needs more of that. So thank you. And then Liliana, let's talk about your platform, because, you know, I always feel that like representation is just so crucial. And when it comes to like television and e-news programs, a lot of times you don't see people that look like you if you're a certain race or a certain size. So like, how in your career have you really helped promote inclusivity from a representation standpoint?
Absolutely. Well, you know, one of my biggest complaints has always been that there is a single narrative that exists for my community, for the Latinx community, and for many communities of color in entertainment. And going back to what Rebecca and Tanya mentioned, you know, there's diversity and inclusion that you do for show, and then there's equity. And how do you build equity in your company across a vast scape of backgrounds? Because that's what really makes us distinct and unique. And so for me, when I was given the opportunity to anchor e-news, being the only and first member of the Latinx community to have that honor, it was important to me to open the door within the structure of E! Entertainment and NBC Universal and bring in people that supported the show that also come from my background. There's not a lot of Latinx producers. There was not a Latinx stylist. There wasn't a makeup artist working in the room that represented us. And so I thought, you know, I don't own a company in the same way that Tanya and Rebecca do, but I can make and influence hiring decisions on behalf of E! and NBC that do promote that kind of diversity. And the reason that that's so important is because to say that you're doing something is one thing, but to give up an opportunity or to risk an opportunity and give it to somebody else takes it to a whole nother level. And that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm asking of myself. That's what I'm asking of my peers. That's what I'm asking of my bosses at E! and NBC, is to not to take something away from someone, because I don't think that you should look at it like that, but it's to create an opportunity for those that have less, right? And acknowledge that you have more. So let's start breaking up the pie to make space for people that are starting so far behind from where we are right now.
Right, right. And that's such a good segue into my next question, because I want to talk about like giving back to the community. I actually did a panel yesterday talking to college kids in vulnerable communities. And the idea is that, like you said, like some people are starting further behind, they're having disadvantages, and it's so many challenges in the way of them being successful. And I really think that it's important for us, given our platform and our careers, that we're always giving back and that we're always investing in the future of the fashion industry through young people especially. So I wanted to talk about, Tanya, how your brand is actually giving back, because I know that you guys are very charitable and have a lot of philanthropic efforts that you're working on. So could you speak a little to that and why it's so important to you to give back?
Yeah, so I think I always kind of just grew up with a very philanthropic kind of thoughtful approach. I'm Canadian, so maybe it's part of being Canadian. But as a company, I think when COVID hit, we knew that we had access to manufacturing. We had all this excess fabric left over from retailers canceling orders. And so we just jumped into making masks. And that's one thing that we've been able to do in philanthropy this summer is we've made 180,000 masks. We've donated 30,000 of those to New York and Toronto hospitals, and just kind of put ourselves out there as a great resource. I think outside of that, maybe similar to how you were speaking to college students, we've been volunteering our time with Fashion for All Foundation, which is a really great organization that serves underrepresented college students that are interested in fashion, want to know what all the rules are in the industry, and maybe they're not just a designer. So last week, we as a team showed them how you design, fit, sell, and market a virtual collection. And I think it's a tool that they're going to need, because imagine you're a college grad right now and you're scared because you have a passion for this industry and you don't really know where you're going to fit in. So I think that that's something. And then we also have a partnership coming up this month that is focused on color and focused on donating masks and being kind of a resource for support of New York City.
Wow. I love that. I love that. Those are all really, really important efforts that your brand is making. And then Rebecca, I know we spoke about this before, but I was really heartened to see how your brand really got behind the Black Lives Matter movement and has really been a force, I think, in in fighting for racial equality and very anti-police brutality. So can you talk about your efforts there and how you guys are giving back? And then if there are any other organizations too you want to highlight your work with, I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, so I felt extraordinarily paralyzed, I think, as a lot of people did after George Floyd, and I was grappling with how do I do something about this, and what can I do? And so I guess my aha moment, and I mentioned her before, but the organization that Aurora James launched, the 15% Pledge, was like sort of my aha moment where I said, okay, that's something I can get behind. Money equals power. Right. Money changes the economic structure of communities. And so if I can help support that in any way, I'm all in. And so was just, there to be someone that was, taking the pledge, talking about the pledge, and anything I could do. And then I said, okay, how does this trickle down? Again, how does it trickle down into my company and where our finances go? How does it trickle down into, okay, 15% of my feed every week is donated to showcasing Black founders, interviewing Black founders. I podcast with Black founders, LinkedIn interviews, wherever I have a platform, I'm sharing that 15% if it's not monetary. And then how do we go deeper? At the Female Founder Collective, we have a platform called Support Your Ladies. It's over 9,000 female founded businesses. I was like, we got to resort this list. There needs to be a Black directory. Mm-hmm. And so, not overnight, it took a long time, but we have, almost 1,000 Black businesses that you can search for. So it's very easy, again, to say, I want to spend money. I need, a new calculator, a new hair supply, a new, fem care kit. This is who I go to. And you don't have to work that hard to find out who these women are. So that's when that was for me the way that I could help make the greatest change, at least, or contribute to it, was by, just a clear example of when you look in the past when women have money, right? And when the gender gap gets smaller, you see companies thrive, families thrive, and communities thrive. So why don't we take that same approach, not just for the Black community? I think we need to conquer it in all marginalized communities, the Latinx community, the Native Americans. I haven't touched that yet, but that's where this movement needs to go.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that actually leads me to a question I had for you, Liliana. Because right now it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and at Bustle we're coming up with a lot of content, really featuring Hispanic designers that have had success in fashion, but also emerging designers who might need our support. And to me, it's very similar to what we saw with, as Rebecca Minkoff mentioned, after George Floyd and that racial reckoning where there was this outpour of support for Black-owned brands, and I would love to see that for other communities too. So can you speak to what you're doing on your platforms to really kind of embrace up-and-coming Hispanic designers, and also how the regular consumer can get involved and how they can help support that community?
Great question. And thank you so much for sharing that. I think sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle because it's a month that starts mid-September and it goes to mid-October. So it's not 1 month, it actually spans the course of 2 months. And that is because so many Latin American countries celebrate Independence Day in the middle of September, including Mexico, which is where my family is from. And so one of the initiatives that was really important to me was I've been with NBC since the beginning of my career. I started as a local reporter in Philadelphia at WCAU as a consumer reporter at 4:00 in the afternoon. I had no idea what I was doing, let's be very honest. But you know what? Like all entrepreneurs and builders, you build and you figure it out. And in that time, I've been with NBC at the local level in Philly, in New York, at the network level, at the Today Show, and now obviously for one of our cable affiliates with E! Entertainment. In that time, I'm saddened to say that I have never really seen any of our networks really tackle and celebrate what it means to be Hispanic or Latinx in the United States. And I wanted to change that. And in past years, I'm going to say that I have been too scared to push for change. But when I saw what my friends were doing and I saw how brave their voices were, I thought, you know what, it's about time that somebody speak up. And I did that. So I went to all of my leaders at E! In different divisions. I went to the linear division, I went to the social division, and I went to online. And I said, listen, this is happening. You have 3 hosts, okay? But more than that, there are 60 million people in America that identify as Latinx. If you want to be successful going forward as somebody that creates content, you need to speak to these people. But first, you need to celebrate them because you have to create authentic connection with your consumer or your client, right? And so I said, how are we going to do this? So I spearheaded an entire campaign against those three, across those three divisions, to highlight and amplify Latinx stories, rule breakers who I love, philanthropy in the Latinx community, and also who I think is new and next and coming up. And that's something that we're not seeing a lot of. There were no Latinx actors nominated for the Emmys. There were no Latinx shows that were nominated for an Emmy. And the reason I think for that is because we haven't turned the volume up loud enough. And I do think that shows like E! And Entertainment Tonight and other entertainment news shows have the responsibility to amplify the incredible work that is happening in our community. So if I had to lead that by myself at E! In 2020, I am just hopeful that in 2021, all the other networks will follow suit to continue to create opportunity and visibility for this incredible community.
Right. Absolutely. I am 100% with you. And I really am inspired by the work that you're doing. And like I said, that is something that we look to at Bustle as well, just kind of making sure that that representation isn't just lip service, and that is something that we continue and that we really invest in. I know as one of the few people of color in my job what it's like to speak up and like the courage that it takes. So I really commend you for doing that. So I also want to talk a little bit about politics and fashion and how that kind of intersects, because I know, Tanya Taylor, you're working on a program around getting people to vote for the upcoming election and making sure that their voices are heard and encouraging voter turnout. And I think sometimes brands are hesitant to enter into that arena. Sometimes they'll think they'll alienate consumers or shoppers. So what really inspired you to get involved in that at the risk of really putting your brand out there and maybe alienating consumers? And what advice would you give to other brands who kind of want to step into the political arena but are hesitant because of that?
I thought there was just no question in speaking up. I think that there's fashion has such influence, and right now it feels like a responsibility to speak to the importance of people registering to vote. Like which is a bipartisan activity in a way. It's like if you, regardless of which way you're going, just make sure that you know your voice matters. And so what we're doing for New York Fashion Week is, for the first time ever, not showing a new collection, but instead we're showing content around how easy it is to register. And then we've added action buttons on our website for people to be able to go and check the registration or register to vote. And it's part of Fashion Our Future. So it's this organization of different designers that have come together, headed by Abrima Maria, that is really focused on just encouraging youth to realize how important this election is. And it's risky, but I think that I started the brand to be risky, and I think it's really important to always have it stand for what you believe in.
Right. No, I totally agree. It's 100% worth the risk. And Rebecca, can you speak to that as well? Because I know that you know, and when we covered you in Bustle, we talked about, you know, for your presentation, you featuring a breastfeeding model and that being controversial, but you really embracing that part of motherhood. So can you speak to like why it's important to use your brand to speak up? And then to like from a political standpoint, anything that your brand is working on to really like get people to vote and be active in our political process?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kenneth Cole was probably the original trailblazer of using his ad revenue for change, especially highlighting the AIDS epidemic when it was in its infancy. And I think that more designers need to take their stance. I think, as Tanya said, like, it's too risky not to speak up and not to stand for something and to get others, when you have this huge platform, to do the same. I think the future of brands is that you know exactly who you stand with. As a customer, you know you're part of X's tribe because they have the same ideals and ethics and morals that you have. So I don't think you can't not stand up. So for Fashion Week, you know, we are doing a presentation, but we're also launching, I think it's tomorrow, our Vote Tee in 3 colors, and proceeds of that t-shirt go to an organization called Vote, Run, Lead, which I love because not only does it encourage voters, but it encourages women to learn how to run for office. Because again, women are just going to do it better, and there need to be more of us represented in office.
Amen.
Yeah. From the Senate to the House of Representatives, you know, that's good. But like local, city and state, you know, if we have, you know, those are people on the ground. So they teach women how to run.
and how to do campaigns and get them funding. So you'll see the t-shirt come out tomorrow, and then you can buy it in your size, and then we're launching kids in a few weeks. Not that kids can vote, but I thought it was cute to have mommy and me get the younger generation excited.
Yeah. No, I love that too, because I my niece is one of my favorite people. She's 14 and she's already like, I can't wait till I can vote and I know who I'm going to vote for. So I do think it's important to get them excited about the process. So that's really great. Yeah. I wanted to talk too, I know you mentioned like women leaders, and it's interesting to see on social media people talking about women leaders of nations and their response to coronavirus, and how, women have made such great decisions when it comes to that. And, it's just a testament to like why women need to be in leadership. So I'm 100% with you on that. But I'm curious as to how that's impacting the fashion industry. And right now, as Tanya and Rebecca, you mentioned, your shows are going to look a little different this season after coronavirus. And really the whole fashion industry is grappling with changing in the wake of that. So if you could speak to how coronavirus has impacted your brand specifically, and what ways that you're transitioning in the midst of this this stage for fashion, and especially when it comes to Fashion Week. I know your shows are probably going to look a bit different, so if you can speak to that as well. Tanya, why don't you start?
Sure. I'm sure Rebecca and I would both agree that everything's changed. And the last 6 months has really kind of challenged everything you used to do, which I think is a great thing. So for us, we have always put women at the kind of core of how we grow the brand, but it's more than ever. So in the last 6 months, we have hosted so many private Zoom get to know your customer kind of events, because it's so important that what we create is for someone. Like, it doesn't feel like fashion is about making things anymore and making kind of surplus of collections and excess of shows. Like, it feels that getting to the point and being really functional, being really conscious of price points. Maybe if someone loves prints from us but can't buy a $500 dress, which we don't want them to buy right now, we've offered them puzzles, we've offered them t-shirts, we've offered them swimwear. We've taken all of our old fabrics and made excess upcycled pajamas for them. So I think it's like, how do we really look at someone's life and realize how much their life has changed and how much consumers have changed, and then listen and kind of react to that. So it's no longer fantasy. I think it's definitely rooted in reality now.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I've definitely seen that from a fashion writing perspective, that people are looking for comfort, they're looking for function, and things that really help them in this stage in their lives. So that's definitely great insight. And Rebecca, can you speak to how your brand shifted? And I know we talked about that a little bit in our last conversation, but if there's any updates on how coronavirus has really impacted your business strategy and how you're pivoting.
Yeah, I mean, as we spoke in the last time, our business shrunk by over 70% in the first 2 weeks of the virus, when, all of our wholesalers decided not to take in their orders or cancel them. I wish I could have turned excess leather into a mask, but I couldn't. And so we really focused on just strengthening my relationship with the consumer, whether, again, it was having these distractions from the news for an IG Live of just like, let's not focus on the news for 20 minutes of your day and let's interview someone great. Or, I pivoted my podcast to be Corona-specific editions. So rather than Hear a Woman's Journey, it was, how do I market during COVID? How do I sell during COVID? So that you had 15 minutes of time, hopefully when you're hiding from your children and they're homeschooling, that you could get a good tip to help your business or help you through a challenge. And I think it became a lot of, more intimate gatherings similar to Tanya, private Zooms. Just how do you take your relationship to the consumer? We're all at home, we're all on our media, and strengthen it during this time. And I'm extraordinarily grateful, because theoretically a woman does not need a handbag right now, but our business is up. So, we didn't adopt a strategy to have our business go up, but in coming closer to her and really being authentic. I don't lie when I say I did most of my work the first 6 months from my bathroom floor, because it was the only area where there were 2 doors that you couldn't hear the kids screaming. And she was like,
oh, you're real too. That's amazing. You're suffering like I am. And so I think that obviously no one could have made a strategy to make that happen. But I think when you, again, like what Tanya said, when you boil down to what matters, it's you and your relationship to the consumer and serving her what she needs.
Right, 100%. And Liliana, I want to speak to you from a media perspective, because I feel like we can kind of relate in how coronavirus impacted our industry and how media's really had to pivot. I remember, and I think I talked to Rebecca about this, but it became less about me covering fantasy and more me, serving my reader in a way that was very applicable to her everyday life. What she's searching for, where she can buy masks, where she can buy face shields. And having to pivot like that was challenging. So have you seen that as well in your experience? Because you're more in television. So what has that been like? And then also with your individual platform, like how have you pivoted in the wake of Corona?
Well, absolutely. When I started my blog in 2008, back when people were like, you have a blog? Is that some kind of like disease? What is it that you have again? I said from the beginning, I wanted my content to live on this matrix of accessibility and aspiration, right? So it looks like this. Sometimes we're in this like upper right quadrant. Sometimes we're kind of in this like back left quadrant, depending on where we are financially in our own lives and what's happening on the world around us. That has completely shifted. I've taken away the aspirational matrix and we are just living on a line of accessibility. I want real, right? And you've seen that really shift in how people like us my currency is celebrity news, right? All of a sudden, the people watching E don't really care about how celebrities are living their life in their like multi-million-dollar homes, because the rest of the world is suffering. We are going through a global pandemic that has been devastating to all of us in ways, whether it's family members that we knew, economic, it paralyzed this entire world. And it really shifted the priorities of how we storytell, because it was no longer about sharing the over-the-top aspirational fantasy, right? In the same way that fashion has shifted, right? Like Tanya was saying, like, your dresses are beautiful, but we don't have an occasion to wear one of these beautiful $500 dresses. But like, damn, I want to feel really stylish and cute in my pajamas. And that's okay. So we kind of pulled back as a network and how we program to say, okay, how can we reach them? What are some of the additional topics we can talk about? And one of those topics that we took head on was Black Lives Matter. George Floyd was murdered in front of all of us. And for the first time in history for E! News, we were talking about things that mattered in the political space. We were talking about things that mattered to us as humans, not just as somebody that sells entertainment news. And I think we underestimated how much our audience wanted of that. I think oftentimes we kind of play to the lowest common denominator and we don't elevate and inspire the people that are watching us. And that's our responsibility as creators, as artists, as fashion designers, as storytellers. Like, elevate and inspire the people who are your captive audience. And that's something that we've had to do. And I think you've seen this even just among influencers. And I know Tanya and Rebecca, you both work with so many influencers. We're seeing influencers really have to respond to this aspirational life that they have been selling and that they have built their careers on. And all of a sudden, their followers and their audience is saying, I want the real you. I don't want this like perfect version of what you think you should be selling. I want to connect to who you are. And I am so happy for that shift, because I think it was long overdue. And you're seeing this rise in people who are really accessible and willing to open themselves up. And it's about vulnerability, right? It's how you communicate vulnerability to the people that are listening to you and watching you. So I've had to reset that. I definitely had walls and boundaries, and I was like, no, I want to present this way. All that went out the window because I couldn't even control my feelings for weeks on end. Like, I would literally walk into my studio to shoot and I would have just been in tears because I'm taking care of my husband who has COVID and is type 1 diabetic. All of a sudden, I didn't care about how I presented. I cared that I was living something that a lot of other people were living and going through. And I think that's what has challenged us most, is to be human first and then who we present on social media. And it's okay if you lead with more vulnerability than this pretty package.
I love everything you just said, and I couldn't agree more. I think that it's like, that's how you really connect with people, and that's what really resonates. And I hope that's something that stays after this time, you know?
Please, from your lips to God's ears, please don't let that go away. I am like holding on to that with like a death grip, because it's made Instagram for me and social media such a better experience.
Right.
And I think we all live on social. It's how you build brands. It's how you communicate. I mean, I connect to my relatives on Facebook because they're older and that's how I keep in touch. But I really hope that we see the value that this has created and how you can really shift behavior just by staying true to what it is that you really want at the core.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that really speaks to the second word from this panel, which is empowerment. And I think if you're really empowering someone, you have to meet them where they are and you have to be authentic and honest. And that's where you make that connection. So that is on point. I'm like, every influencer listening, please take it from Liliana, because that's what we want to see. And that's what really, I think, resonates with people. So I have a question for you. Oh, wait, Tanya, go ahead.
One thing we did this summer that, Liliana, you just made me think of, and I think it was such an eye-opening shift, is we thought that people wanted to see like perfect lookbooks and perfect models in lookbooks, and it to be like photos, like not well, like retouched and like, you know, shot in a studio. But we didn't have any money to do that this summer. So what we did is we found friends, like my best friends, and we sent them clothes and we gave them full, like free reign to shoot it in their houses, style it the way they wanted, talk about their dog, talk about like dance in front of their kitchen, whatever the heck they usually do. And it was perfect. Like it was like, well, and it was better than perfect. It was like so raw, and it brought such an expression of who they were forward without any filter. And I thought it really spoke to how fashion doesn't need to hide behind that lens of perfection, but really like embrace that women have different body types. They have totally different things they're going through, and like show it. And it cost us a fraction of what we would normally spend. So I think it's a good silver lining.
Yeah, you know, I have to add that I really loved seeing that shift, I think, with fashion brands when it comes to lookbooks like yours or like photo shoots, even at magazines. It just being more pared down and authentic, and people's like spirits and their personalities really shining through. It's just so refreshing to see. And it's something that I definitely hope continues, because, you know, the idea that fashion has to be elitist, that's so old school. It's like we need to move beyond that. And we need to democratize and really embrace the every woman. So yeah, that's spot on. So I have a quick question for you, Rebecca, from the audience. I know we were talking about philanthropy before, but an audience member wanted to ask about inventory philanthropy, and if that's something that you are doing to give back, and how do you reconcile that when clothes aren't selling or handbags aren't selling as much during a pandemic? Is that something you've done or would consider? And especially now with sales, like how do you make that work?
So once we obviously had a bigger inventory, or pile as we called it, of things when the pandemic first hit, and we had Operation Melt the Pile. And obviously to stay in business, you know, while it would have been great to donate everything, we wouldn't be around. We had to actually, you know, we paid for those goods. We had to get paid for those goods. So we have melted that pile. And sold it. And we have any excess goods get donated. We work with Dress for Success. So I think we probably have dressed more women than anyone I've met. So we definitely do a healthy amount of donations, but we also cut our inventory so lean that now we don't operate with excess. And that's, again, a silver lining. And I think a lot of designers taking that approach, just cutting to sales, cutting to, you know, more reality instead of this, you know, drug-induced haze of I'm going to cut a lot of units and then I'm going to get rid of it.
Right.
We've really adopted, you know, a lot leaner behavior. And so we don't have much to donate, but there's about, I don't know, a couple hundred samples in this office that are going to be donated in a few days. So.
Yeah. You mentioned being leaner, and that's also something I hope that stays around post-coronavirus. I know a lot of brands are adopting made to order, or they're making less inventory, and it actually, you know, helps the industry as a whole be more sustainable. So that's something that I'm hoping that continues as well. So just really quickly, we don't have much time left, but if you guys could each name one thing that you hope changes in the fashion industry post-coronavirus. I mentioned sustainability, but I'd love to hear from you guys something that you hope we come out of this stage with that can make the fashion industry better for everyone. So I'll start with you, Liliana. What do you think?
I'm unmuting myself. I would love to see more personally from Afro-Latinas. Obviously, as we embark on Hispanic Heritage Month, I do think that, in the Latinx community, we have our really big designers that we all know and love. But I really hope that we get to shine a light on this specific group of severely underrepresented women and men, especially in fashion. There's so much talent that is coming out of Cuba and the Dominican Republic and Brazil. And I really hope that we create a space for their voice. I feel as a culture, as someone who's half Mexican and half Puerto Rican, we take sometimes from our Afro-Latinos with music and food, but we don't give. And that's something that's a real priority for me, is to, as I'm somebody who is considered a white passing Latina, and I'm more than aware of what that privilege has given me. So I hope that as an industry, we really start to embrace the culture and the uniqueness and the beauty of our Afro-Latina artists and designers more.
Yes, I love that. That's so important. That's so important, yes. And Rebecca, what about you? What would you love to see change in the industry?
I think in addition to everything Liliana said and what I'm assuming Tanya's going to say, I think that I would love for the consumer to really be thoughtful about where she's getting her goods from, and that fast fashion can go away. I get it that it's an addictive drug and it's cheap, and not everyone has the wherewithal again to buy, accessible luxury items but it's better to save and buy something that's made with ethical people, with workers that are paid, with companies that maybe go over and above and take less of a margin so they can give back. Really truly know that when you're giving your money to a company that has those things in mind, you're supporting a lot more than that company. It's a whole entire ecosystem, and that's far healthier and far better for even the planet than buying the $20 top that's going to disintegrate in your laundry because you had to have it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And then Tanya, let's close with you. What would you like to see change in the industry?
Well, both Rebecca and Liliana have covered a lot, but I think definitely more diversity throughout the industry at all levels. I think that a thoughtfulness and focus of what designers should be making and what retailers should be supporting. I think the idea that, retailers should really look at when a customer wants to buy something and pare back what they represent. It just everything started to look alike. So I think that if we can get to really celebrate individual voices more in leadership and in brands, I think that'll be a lot more inspiring to everyone.
Yes, I love that. Well, thank you ladies so much.
I want to just say thank you all. Jessica, you did an amazing job. And all of you, honestly, what I really love is that you guys are very bold about what you believe and you go after it and you bring it to your community. And you all support so many different, people, and it's so diverse. And I also, because you guys really inspired me, I feel like I could take over the world right now just being woman. My parents are actually from Egypt and Tunisia. So I just want to mention, we also partnered with Fashion Trust Arabia to help, the Middle East, especially after the bombing and everything that happened. So I just think it's important, to remember everybody and that we're all the same and united, we could be so much stronger. And you guys just, oh my gosh, inspired me to know, you guys can't even imagine. So thank you all ladies so much for the wonderful work that you all do. And I hope to continue conversation with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. That was amazing. And yeah, like I said, I feel like I can take over the world right now and just really stick up for what I believe, which is people and the universe and unity. With that being said, our next panel is really going to go into branding and storytelling. I feel like a lot of times you don't really know too much about the brand, even if the brand is amazing, because they're not sharing it in the right way or in the right light or in enough light or enough storytelling. So with that, I'm going to announce the next panel, which is Fashion is Entrepreneurship via Branding and Storytelling. And it's being led by Larry Golko, who's a brand strategist and executive coach, founder of Brand New Day. Welcome back, Larry. So excited to have you.
It's good to be back with you, Marcelo. It's you have a wonderful program, and you're really killing it. So I'm proud of you, and well-deserved accolades and reception.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm thrilled. So I'm going to let you get to it because I know there's a lot to talk about.
Great. Well, I'm really pleased to have, really a diverse bunch of entrepreneurs here, from Olivia, with that creates radiant clothing by such expressions with folks who are with challenging disabilities, and Avrio, who's redefining the sustainable shoe, and Commonwealth Packaging, that is really creating really kick-ass creative packaging that really sells products. And also, last but not least, I really, as I said earlier, Jake Cowles, he owns a company called Midday Squeeze, CEO, and he owns the first functional chocolate bar. Everything a chocolate bar isn't, he says. Everything a protein bar, I wish it was. So we have the first group here, and we'll get started. But before we get started, I wanted to kind of ask all of you individually, what was the defining moment that you decided to be wired as an entrepreneur? And more importantly, what was the defining moment that inspired you to create the brands that you've created today, and you're so dedicated, and you have a vision of milestones to really drive brand performance and revenue growth through the roof? So why don't we start with John and go with Sydney, and Andrew, and then Jake and Giovanna, and we'll get through it all. We'll be good.
Hi, so Avrio Footwear. I spent several years in the footwear industry talking about sustainability, talking about introducing biomass into the materials, increasing the recycled materials, and really trying to press upon all of these brands. And sometimes they would tell me, well, we'll look at that in 2026, or we're going to look at that later, or there's not really a market because it's expensive. So what inspired me is I finally got to the point and said, do I want to continue to work and be these executives with these companies? And what legacy is being left? What sort of footprint would I leave behind? Back to the pun on shoes. I'd want to make a difference. So we started Avrio, and Avrio is a Greek word which means tomorrow or the future. So we really thought about, myself and my team said, how can we impact the future with what we've learned in the material science end of it, and then incorporate that into a product? And footwear being 20 billion pairs a year sold, that was it. And I read this article that said, why should you start a footwear company? And the first sentence was, absolutely you should.
Right.
So some writer out there told me to start a footwear company, and Avrio Shoe was born. And what we did is we counted on inclusivity. We wanted to do collaboration, cooperation, transparency, and eco-innovation. So our goal is to create an incredible product that's not just sustainable on the product itself, but actually throughout the process, the community, the process of manufacturing, sourcing, and packaging.
Great.
That's probably not a bad way to push it off to Sydney.
Great segue.
Andrew, I'm curious to know also, as far as entrepreneurs, what was the defining moment for you guys to get involved in the fashion business or packaging? But why packaging versus anything else?
Great question. So we can't take credit for founding the company. We are actually the third generation of Commonwealth Packaging. It was started by my grandparents in the early 50s. So while I can't speak for them, I do know their story. And the summary of it is basically they were my grandfather went out and realized he wanted to start a business. And it was 1953 or something like that. My dad can correct me on that. And he realized that he needed to start a business and take care of his family. And he started to ask around and what opportunities are there? He was living in central Pennsylvania at the time. Someone said dentistry supplies. Someone said a bowling alley. And then he had a connection in the packaging world. So
you saying bowling alley was a second runner-up to the venture you're involved in.
Right. We're at the Fashinnovation right now, but we could have been at like the bowling alley conference. But long story short, they started out selling to mom and pop shops in central Pennsylvania, paper bags that he would stamp on. And as the company has evolved over the years, especially in the last 2 decades, we've really seen brands and retailers invest in their packaging to tell the story of their brand, right? It's not just a vessel that you leave a store with or a package that you get in the mail. It's so much more than that. It's about the brand ethos. So that's really where we are today. And we joined both in the last couple of years as we saw that marketing started to play so much more of start to have so much more of a role in the packaging experience, as you see with social media and unboxing. So that's kind of we can't take credit for founding the company, but we can take credit for propelling it into the next generation.
Great. Okay, now I want to talk with Giovanna. It's really interesting. Your company is really almost like a Bombas company, almost like a Warby Parker. You really have focused in on creating a brand that's purpose-driven. and you've really created these radiant, designs. And you know better than I do, utilizing talent with people who are physically challenged in a variety of ways. And so can you share with us, what was the defining moment for you to go in this part of fashion versus just, designing shoes or sweatshirts or working for Nike, whatever it might be? What was it? What was the defining moment in your gut, in your heart that said, I want to really create a brand of really something different made by people who deserve attention and respect and love? I'm curious to know the whole background on how your company came about.
Right. So my whole career, I've been a designer for the past 10 plus years. I've been a designer in the fashion industry, primarily designing prints and embroidery for multiple brands, from luxury to contemporary. And my whole life, I've always felt a calling to help other people, to work with individuals with disabilities. My mom was a special ed teacher, so I don't know if it's like something in my DNA, but I've always just had this calling. And throughout my career, I felt something was missing. And about 2.5 years ago, I began volunteering at an organization in Chinatown called the Center of All Abilities. And I began leading an art therapy program for them on the weekends, just as a volunteer. I'm not a trained art therapist, although I would love to be eventually. And anyways, I saw this incredible talent that these individuals had. And the center caters to all different type of neurological disabilities and disorders. So autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy. And the art, I saw this world of incredible talent and such meaningful artwork, because a lot of them, they can't communicate the same way you and I can. So for them, art was a way for them to express their personalities, to, have a sense of purpose and joy. And I just, as a print designer for the past 10 years, I saw this artwork and I was like, oh my gosh, this needs to be on a dress. This needs to be on a scarf. And my mind just immediately went there. And I realized my gifts and my talents, I've been using, to help other brands. And what if I took that and I married it with my passion of helping individuals with disabilities and promote inclusivity and promote awareness, that these individuals are just like any of us. They may not communicate the same way, but they have incredible talents and incredible abilities, and they need a platform to express themselves and to have that opportunity to show their gifts. So I kind of thought, let's marry the two. I brought the idea to my husband, who is much more business minded than me. And we kind of, that's how it all started.
Okay, so now we're going to go from that to Jake. Again, what was it that inspired you to get involved in this product category and this company? And also, I want to know, what's the origin of Midday Squares? Yeah. And if you didn't brand it Midday Squares, I'm just curious to know, what was the second runner-up name that you're considering for the brand of chocolate bars, the first functional chocolate bar? So share with us briefly about that story.
Thanks. So our story is interesting. First of all, my entrepreneurship journey started when I realized I really wasn't good at college. I started getting 59s and 62s in actuarial science, and I tried to work in the investment world, completely failed, and just started my own gym at the time outdoors and trained people in Canada because it's cold here and people enjoy the summer, and started creating this whole entrepreneurship of realizing that I had this set to build a business, and I really had a passion for it. So in August 2018, we launched Midday Squares. Midday Squares is the first functional chocolate bar company, and I'll get into that in a second. But why did
you bring it Midday Squares?
So Midday Squares, it's a midday snack. So basically what we designed it for was when people have that chocolate craving at 1, 2, 3 o'clock and get that energy slum and need something to pick them back up, but still enjoy the indulgence of chocolate. And it was important to design something that would get them from that 2 o'clock till that 6 o'clock right before their dinner. And that's why we called it literally Midday Squares, kind of like what 5 Hour Energy did for, you know exactly what you're getting when you have it,
Right.
Yeah, so we started in 2018, August, and it's family business, my sister, my brother-in-law, and I. And the whole idea was to take a chocolate bar, marry it with a protein bar, but eliminate all the artificial stuff that's in, protein bars, the chemicals, the preservatives, the additives, all that stuff, but keep it as a real chocolate bar. And it's refrigerated, it's fresh, it stays in the fridge, and it's been a crazy journey. What we kind of wanted to do was take the Nike model of building kind of like that media side of the company, but alongside the food. And a lot of food companies forget about the storytelling and the aspect of, building that brand side rather than just focusing on product. And that's something that we specialized in and focused a lot of our attention on to kind of create at the same time, simultaneously, a media brand and a food development product. We're a manufacturer, so it's quite fun to do both at the same time.
Well, it's all of us on the panel here. A brand is probably the single most important financial asset you own. And I look at the landscape. Too many brands don't have a focus. Right. Too many brands are copying the brands. I call it a sea of sameness. They're stuck in the muck. The real big difference, even though my podcast at CBS is called Name Brands, the big difference between a name brand and a brand name. A name brand is somebody wants, or your go-to brand, and a brand name is a name you just file as an LLC. And too many companies really lack the emotional connection to really resonate with a consumer or why to buy. So I'd like to ask you, because I'm very, very hot in this with my clients, my programs. I always ask people, what are you really selling? I know what you all make. Right. Like Harley Davidson makes motorcycles. They're selling freedom. And Disney's selling happiness. Right? And FedEx Express selling overnight. They weren't the first, but they own overnight. You know what I'm saying? So it's really important. I'm trying to understand. Life is good. They sell optimism and good vibes. So we don't make T-shirts, but they're not in the T-shirt business. So Javon, if I ask you, what are you? I'm going to go around the horn here. What are you really selling that resonates, that's authentic, that people it resonates with them, and versus because you're not selling clothing. You're selling something much more grand. We all are in this panel. So I want to just kind of go around and do a deep dive, deep soul, feeling of what are you truly selling that's really emotionally connecting and rationally justifying.
Right. So yes, like you said, we're not just selling clothing. Our whole vision and our whole mission is to really connect the consumer with the social impact that they're making and share these human stories. So we're selling human stories and we're selling human connection with individuals with disabilities, and we're bringing awareness to talents and abilities and trying to break these barriers that people have.
But if you had, I'm sorry, but if you were to tell me in one word, a couple words, what are you selling? Like Disney's freedom and Holly's freedom and Disney's happiness and Boston Children's Hospital is selling hope. But they're selling hope. What in 1 or 2 words? What are you really selling?
Human connection, I think.
Okay. And Andrew, I know you're in packaging, but you're not selling packaging. What when you do Kenneth Cole and other companies, what are you really selling that's a wow factor to the buyer?
Not to take the easy way out, but we're selling storytelling. As you know, we're the B2B people here on this panel, right? We're not going directly to a consumer, but we're facilitating going directly to a consumer. So the story we help our customers tell has to be authentic to their brand. If someone is saying they're sustainable, but their product is showing up in a plastic poly bag, that's not a congruent story. You're going to confuse your customer.
You're selling physical storytelling, right?
That's
You're the storytelling. And John, what are you selling? I know talking about it's beautiful, and I know the story about all the environmental things that go in. But, you're not selling footwear. What are you really selling?
No, we are people often say, they told me at the beginning, you're really a science company that happens to make shoes, right? We're more than that. We're more than just a footwear company. And very early on, the icon leader in the industry asked me, are you selling a shoe? Are you creating a shoe? Or are you creating a brand? And I sat back going, wow, I'm so focused on the shoe and the first implementation, the first prototyping, that I forgot about the brand. And I said, I'm going to focus on the brand. And literally ever since that time, everything we've done has been the brand. And what we're selling is we want to elicit that emotion where the consumer, the buyer of and Avrio shoes has made a decision for a better future. So we want the consumer to be the hero. They're the ones that have cleaned the air, cleaned the water, improved the environment, and really make tomorrow beautiful. Not us. We simply showed them a path to walk upon and gave them an opportunity and an option to buy a shoe that will make a difference. And we call those micro decisions. People will say, well, I'm not a sustainable person. All right, if you walk down the road and you see a piece of trash, you pick it up and throw it in the trash can. Right, that was a micro decision and a sustainable decision. So those I don't want to say that we're selling hope, but we're selling the future, and we're selling the consumer the ability to be impactful.
Great. And Jake, and again, you're not selling chocolate. What are you really selling that emotionally connects, that you feel there's no other brand in your space that anybody can compare, that you have either you've created a category or you dominate a category?
Yeah, so we basically say all the time that people come for the chocolate but stay for the story. So we're selling transparency, and it sounds so weird to say that, transparency can be sold, but the whole idea of the real journey of entrepreneurship, the good, the bad, the ugly, and showing everything, the fact that we're nowhere near a bureaucracy, and that the way we do things is so real to who we are, and we share everything, whether that's therapy sessions, whether that's the idea of failures from machines, the costs. Our customers and our community are with us the whole way through. And forget about the chocolate. They're with us on every aspect of the business, whether that be meetings, whether that be failures or successes. And I think that's
in two words. I asked you 2 words. What are you really selling? What are those 2 words?
Transparency and good vibes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
transparency, Larry. So what he's saying, exactly. If more companies would do that, look at what Giovanna's doing. Jake, my hat is off to you. Nobody wants to be transparent. Everybody's going to promote, look how great I am. Look how great we are. Look what we're doing. You need to show the entire package. You need to tell everybody, hey, we have these struggles, but we're going to address it and we're going to fix it. But Jake.
Right. So the thing is, and I'm really happy because you're all integrating the same kind of passion and thought process. And I want to ask you another question. My next question is, no, it's all about, in college, everyone teaches about consumer behavior, consumer needs. And in my opinion, it's not about consumer needs, it's about wants. I mean, nobody needs a Rolex watch for $5,000 to $10,000. They want it. I mean, I just bought a tag watch last week. My tag watch was, if it says 3 o'clock right now, the Rolex says 3, or a time is supposed to say 3. So it's not about time, okay? So nobody, and I love Jordana and Marcelo, nobody needs Fashinnovation. But we want fashion innovation. So it's about wants, not needs, right? So what would you say, Giovanna, what is the reason people want, I mean, no one needs your brand, they really don't. But what is it so special, what's so compelling that people want it, and why you're seeing such success? Because you're one brand, you're an aspirational brand, not a need brand.
Right, I think our customers come to us for the human story and for that connection and social impact aspect of the company. And then they stay because they love the prints and they love the color and they love the styles. But I think that they resonate with the story, and they resonate with this idea of lifting others up and lifting, giving a voice to the unheard.
Right.
And that's kind of, as of now, that's what our customers are coming to us for.
Now, Cindy and Andrew, Jack Welch, who we know is the CEO of the century, he always said to me, if you don't change the game, Larry, game will change you. I want to know, what are you doing in the packaging world as it applies to fashion that you're being a game changer? And I always tell people, if you're betting 1,000, you're losing. If you're betting 1,000, you're complacent, you're stuck in the muck, you're doing things 20 years ago. So what are you doing that you feel is bold and disruptive? Because there's no substitute for innovation today. And we live in such a ever-changing, rapidly evolving world, of competitive world. I'm saying all of us in this room here, we're all in market segments that are very, very crowded. So what do you do that's bold and disruptive that gives you an edge upon other brands?
Yeah. I mean, I think that anyone can go out and buy a paper bag or a PP non-woven reusable bag, right? But we are partnering with manufacturers around the globe that are at the forefront of technological innovation in creating packaging. So completely home compostable poly bags, right? Like we all need to be moving towards that. Think about how many poly bags the fashion industry uses every single day, right? Like we are partnering with our brands to solve that problem, making tote bags that are made out of recycled plastic, like the Rothy's model, right? And John, what you're doing, like that technology exists, but first of all, there are not a ton of packaging partners in the world, but they don't have the access like we do after 60 years being in business. So to your point earlier, Jake, about transparency, not only we are communicating transparency, personal in our packaging, but also what the brands are doing, but we're also at the forefront of technological innovations to make packaging a more sustainable part of the industry.
And it's our job to make that easy for
Andrew?
I was going to say it's our job to make that easy for our customers.
Right.
As everyone knows, the expense model in retail and in fashion is contracting all the time. So a lot of particularly startup companies don't have the budget, frankly, for a packaging expert on their team. And that's where our job is to build a trusting partnership to bring that innovation in. Let us go out and figure that out to solve your problem for you and make it as easy as possible so you can focus on your project.
Sydney mentioned about partnerships, John, and I always tell people you can either grow your business organically or you got to look at co-marketing or the partnerships.
Right.
And you're growing your business, John. Are you growing it organically? Or are you searching out other partners to co-market to drive growth in more in totality versus trying to do it solo?
Right. No, it is actually in the totality thing. So I'll give you an example. We're promoting the change makers. So in the travels that I've done throughout the world in various manufacturing, various products, there are always people that are on the side, and there's some packaging people I'm going to talk to Sydney and Andrew about later on that have some packaging ideas. But again, we spoke before this that we really, I think we can help one another here. But we are really looking at identifying the change makers, these startups with these brilliant ideas that don't have a venue, don't have a voice, and are not really sure how to do it. Not that Avrio is the expert, but Avrio is inclusive. I'm working with college students and universities as well, so they understand that they're going to be able to run the future. So what do we want to help them do and guide them? And it is truly, truly on a platform. All of us today, it is, I think everybody, humanity understands where we are. Right. And individually, we're not going to be able to impact the future. I'm not going to get it with 1 million pairs of shoes or 100 pairs of shoes. Right. But if I can introduce people to Giovanna and I can introduce people to the midday chocolate bar, which I'm going to buy a case actually. But
I agree. Oh, no. Jake is going to send us all a case. We're not buying anything.
All right, Jake, we're going to put it all on Larry's credit card, all right? And then you can send us all a case. Because Jake needs money. He needs a startup. It's about a revenue here. I love the idea, and I also, on the transparency real quick, what Giovanna does on her tags to tell who the artist is and where it came from and what's going on. People don't understand how many humans actually touch our products that are made around the globe. You would not believe how many hands touch every pair of shoes before it gets to us. And Giovanna said it best earlier. We're impacting these human lives and their families, and we're giving them the ability to earn a wage and earn an income. And that is important. And this is why Aubrey also says what we buy it truly does define us if you think about it on that totality level that you referenced earlier, Larry.
Yeah. But it's interesting. It's like, millennials represent 52% of our population, and millennials are not price sensitive. However, we all buy brands that resonate with our own value system. Mm-hmm. And the more all of you create a meaningful conversation, I don't care if it's Giovanna's dresses, I don't know how much it costs, $100 or $200, whatever it is. If we feel good about it, it's like Paul Newman's company, Newman's Own. They donated $800 million to children's charities. Is he the best salad dressing, popcorn, pizza? I don't know, but I buy a lot of Newman's Own because I know that 10% of his money is going to help kids with sadly challenged with cancer. So is it worth more than Barolla's $189, $249? Maybe not really, but if you feel there's a value, if you can relate to it, that's why.
It elicits an emotion, Larry. It elicited an emotion to make that choice.
Exactly. Jake, I want to ask you a question because you're really in a very crowded field, as many of you are also. But chocolates, I'm not saying candy, but food ever. I want to know from you, Jake, what kind of trends are there in your space? Do you feel there are fundamental changes, and do you think the trends represent to you opportunities or threats?
So yeah, so 100%. So there are huge trends in plant-based products, and we are under a plant-based product. That's a huge trend in the space. And fresh snacking, this is where our consumer base is going, is into eating foods that don't contain preservatives and additives. We're caring more and more about our immune system and our nutrition. So that's something really special. But most importantly, I think our most dominant factor in this space that allows us to separate from the crowded food space that it is telling the story of entrepreneurship and really sharing that journey uncensored. Like, I'm talking about nothing's off the table. Therapy sessions are on the table. Everything is shown, because at the end of the day, you have nothing else to show other than your product, but you got to give people a little more than that. You got to give them the opportunity to be part of something special. And what we do every day is to focus on humanizing the brand as much as possible, making the faces on the brand out there in the face of the customer, not just the packaging. Packaging is great and all. And Commonwealth, you guys are doing a great job, but you got to also show the people behind the business and what they're doing and who they are. Because again, humans interact with humans. And in today's world, it is right now, especially, humans are craving human interaction more than ever.
Exactly.
So we share that, and that's allowing us to get ahead of the bigger guys, the conglomerates that don't do that. Like the big guys paying big dollars on marketing. We're doing no dollar pay on marketing, but sharing the stories of real humans.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it's funny. When I did a program with Jordana back in June, I think it was, one of my solo guests was Lizanne Kinlaw, CEO of Talbot's. And I said, Lizanne, I know her really well. I said, Lizanne, what's really fashion? What's today's trends in fashion? And she says, Larry, anything above the belly button. That's, I mean, let's face it, all of us. And John, your product's great, but I have not worn shoes since February. I mean, I'm right now in Boston in my home office. I go back to Cape Cod pretty soon. I'm either in sneakers or flip flops, and that's it. But when's the last time I wore a pair of loafers? I don't remember. You know what I'm saying? I want to ask you guys.
We're not selling just shoes though, Larry. When you put up a pair of shoes, you're going to go, I just cleaned the water. I just took 243 liters of water and filtered it. I took algae out. I cleaned the air. I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, you just talked about Newman's Own. Paul Newman put out there and listed the feeling.
And John, I have all your information right here. All the good things you're doing, John. All right.
Yeah. Transparent right there, Joanna. See the transparency? That's we also tell you exactly which companies we use to derive and generate that. We introduce that to all the brands.
It'll be 10 more minutes, and I want to ask some personal questions at the end. I want to go around the horn one more time, okay? Describe for us one of your most recent product launches, okay? One of your product, and why was it so significant? Why did you create this new launch of a new product?
So we're actually a baby company. We just launched April 1st. So that's our first collection. Yeah, right in the middle of COVID. But
it spirit, don't get down.
Yes, no. It was actually a huge blessing because April is Autism Awareness Month, and we had always planned on launching April 1st to really showcase the stories and highlight our artists. So instead of really promoting product and promoting sales, we pivoted to promoting the artists themselves and their stories. And I think that, it's given us this great opportunity to create a network and sort of like a community of people that have the same values and the same kind of mission-driven mindset. So it's been great. And we actually just had a photo shoot last month with a model and activist who has Down syndrome. So we're working on building. Really cool. Yeah, we're working on being fully inclusive in every aspect.
That's great. Sydney and Andrew, what was your most recent product launch, and why was it so significant?
What we do is so custom that I can't say that we've had a significant singular product launch, because while we are trying to kind of push in one direction and learn more about what's available to our customers.
I'm not trying to make an ad, you're just fine, but for one of your clients, can you share with us one launch of a new packaging design and whether it's and why it was so successful?
Yeah, I think so. We had one for a pretty major retailer that basically the whole message was sustainability, and it was not just what are the materials and kind of behind the scenes, how is this important, but they chose to brand that to communicate to their customers too. So there's actually text on the bag that talks about the materials that were used and how sustainable they are and all those kinds of things. And that was significant because, packaging has often kind of been seen as a cost center, not really as part of the marketing ecosystem. And now this was such a great step, or more subtly maybe, but now this was kind of an important first step out there of saying we made really conscious decisions about the way we went about designing our packaging so that we could have an impact that we know is important to us as a company and to our customers. And I think that was really interesting. And it's something we've been it's almost like when the first person kind of dips their toe in the water, everyone else chases them in.
Right.
That was an interesting approach where now people can say, hey, this is okay for me to be really blatant about what I'm doing from a packaging perspective to communicate our values as a company.
Right. John, I know we have limited time, but you tell us also what's the most recent launch you've created and why?
Okay, so we have 3 additional models behind the one that we're going with right now. But one of the things I'm very proud of is back to that collaboration. We're sending out, I'm going to actually send out a personal note to all the people that backed us initially on this first model, and it's on recycled paper using the algae ink. And we're sending everybody, and now they're going to know because they weren't going to know until now, but we're sending them one of the reusable stainless steel straws with a case, with an RVO case. And everybody that backed our shoe is going to get one with that note. I'm very, very pleased to be using living ink on the algae ink on our document. So
great. And Jake, what was your most recent either flavor or chocolate product you launched recently?
Yeah, we recently had a 3rd flavor called Bust the Peanut. It's like a chocolate peanut butter, very similar to a product out there that we all had nostalgically as kids. It was very successful. It cost us $8,000 to launch the whole thing, and it ended up bringing in, I think, 120,000 bars in the last month and a half.
Wow.
So that was something.
How old is your company, Jake? How old is it?
Our company's 2 years old as of 2 weeks ago.
Wow, it's great.
Congratulations.
Okay,
Jake, I wish that we knew you during quarantine when we were home with our 2-year-old and at 3 p.m. every day.
Well, now you know me, so we're good. We're good. We'll still get you going.
I'm in the Cape in the last 4 months in Falmouth, and besides going to the beach, I mean, I was a Pilates person. I was doing Zumba and everything, and I just kind of went cold turkey. And so like all you do is work, Zoom, eat, go to the beach, eat.
Sounds terrible.
What's that?
It sounds like a terrible life.
No. How much eating? I mean, go to the beach and chips and this, and I mean, we just keep eating and eating. It's like insane. But anyhow, this is my lightning round. We have 5 minutes, which is great. These are quick answers. No long dissertations, right? I don't care how crazy the answer is, right? We're gonna start with Giovanna, then go to Sydney, then John, then Jake. Okay. Okay. Here's my first thing. America runs on Dunkin'. Giovanna, what do you run on?
Social impact.
Social impact. Sydney and Andrew, what do you run on?
Bags and boxes.
Okay. John, what do you run on?
Most eco-friendly shoe on the planet.
Jake?
Wacky people.
I run on pizza. Okay. Okay. Share with me one word that describes you best. Jake?
Energy.
John?
That describes what? I cut that part out.
One word that describes you best.
Focused.
Focus? Great. Sydney and Andrew, what word describes you guys best?
Married.
Good. Stay married. Great.
Speaking for both of us.
Loving.
Loving. Great. And that's, I'm sure, personal and your business because you have a love for things you do. That's great. Okay. Tell us one thing, and this was correct. Tell us one thing we don't know about you, Jake. One thing we don't know about you.
I'm a goalie.
You're a goalie? You play, okay.
Ice hockey.
Oh yeah, John. Tell us one thing we don't know about you.
Oh my gosh, I enjoy doing puzzles with my wife.
Okay.
Actually, ones that you put in the jigsaw.
Right. I have no patience for that. Sydney and Andrew?
I'm a long-suffering Philadelphia sports fan.
Yeah. Go Boston Red Sox. Go Patriots.
Yeah.
Please like me. Please like me. Giovanna?
I'm a huge true crime junkie and a web sleuth.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
People don't know. People think people don't know about me. I can go to the beach for 8 hours, really, and not say a word. My kids think I'm grumpy. I'm there with my headphones. That to me is my out. I can easily stay 8 hours on the beach. People who know me don't think I can stay 1 hour at the beach, and I can do it all day long. What advice do you wish you received when you first started your venture, going back in time right now? What one piece of advice?
Getting comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Meaning really moving outside your comfort level and
At all times.
pushing the envelope and be edgy, right?
But yeah, always taking that risk and apologizing later.
Yeah. Well, you know the old saying, it's better to ask for permission than ask for permission than beg for forgiveness.
After, yeah.
Yeah. John, what's something
that I underestimated? What was it?
What was my question to you?
What was the piece of advice?
Yeah, so the advice would be somebody should have advised me that social media is not a snap. It is a complex set of a network that you need to clearly understand.
It is.
That advice didn't came. That was a reality check for me.
A friend of mine who's an entrepreneur in Boston, very successful, he says, I cannot go to my investors telling them we have 140,000 likes, because likes don't translate into revenue, period.
Correct.
Sydney, Andrew, tell something we don't know about you guys.
So, something that you don't know about us? We already did that. You mean one
the advice.
Words of advice. What's the phrase? Efficiently, something about working efficiently. I can't think of the phrase right now, but so much of what we do it's in all hours of the day job, right? We're communicating with manufacturers all over the world. So it's okay to take some time in the middle of the day to take a break because you're up at 5:30 communicating with mills. So that's okay.
Okay, this is
Monday's fair, Sydney.
We have 2 minutes to go. Okay, this is really literal fast one, right? If you had the opportunity to have dinner with an iconic entrepreneur in any industry, not even fashion, or maybe fashion is fine, all right? That you don't know, you never met yet, who would you love to have dinner with?
Wow.
I'll tell you mine. You know who mine is? Larry David.
Love him. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Have dinner with him would be amazing. So what entrepreneur out there that you never met would you love to have a coffee or dinner with?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk? John?
Phil Knight.
Phil Knight. Wow. Sydney and Andrew?
I might have to punt a little bit and say celebrity and say someone like Dave Grohl.
That's fine. That's great. And Sydney?
Does Michelle Obama count?
Yes, he does. Well, a quick story. A friend of mine was kayaking in the vineyard last week, and his kayak went close to the shore, and someone helped push him off. And you know who it was? Michelle Obama, right there in Eggertown.
Now I know she was in the vineyard.
Yeah, they bought a $14 million home there. Her and her husband were sitting there with 10 Secret Service under umbrellas as they were relaxing on the beach in Eggertown. And Giovanna, who would be the one person you'd love to have coffee and meet with that it'd be amazing? Who would it be?
Tommy Hilfiger.
Great. You know, I have to know Joseph Bood, but I met briefly Diane von Furstenberg back in March in Boston, and I could have listened to her for another hour. She was amazing.
She's incredible.
Has joined us. I can't talk any faster.
No. I want to say, can I answer that question?
Yes.
I want to go to dinner and have tons of drinks with all of you because this was so entertaining. I seriously up on my chair. You guys are amazing. You guys are insightful. You guys are full of knowledge. But it was also so entertaining. Like, this really gave me that boost of energy to keep going till 8 p.m. tonight. And I just want to quickly say, Larry, you're incredible. Like, you really get things going, and I love you for that. John, honestly, I cannot wait to get my Avrios. I'm like counting down the days every day looking for it. Yeah. It's amazing what you're doing. Jake, like Busta Peanut, it's like gone already in my house. Play forever.
My shipment date.
You actually sent me one of your tops. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. And she's actually going to be on the 3D runway show tonight, guys. 8 p.m. She's going to be one of the brands at the 3D runway. So check it out. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. And Sydney and Andrew, I feel like I should create something so you guys can package it because it seems like you're so passionate about it. But I just love this panel so much.
I want to end with just saying, everybody stay safe, really stay well. And as Robert De Niro would say, I look forward to seeing you guys.
Thank you all so much.
Well, we're all going to get together after this.
Right. Yeah. Virtual hug. Yes. Virtual hug.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Yeah.
Peace.
That was so fun. I really love that talk. I love like transparency and realness and making things fun, because we're living in a day and an age and a year that's been so tough in so many aspects. So bringing a little laughter is always good for the soul. So with that, I am super excited for this next fireside chat. I actually just personally tried this product, this brand, this company, and I'm in love with it because it's like a fun little surprise. I feel like a little kid all over again. And there's so much more about this company that is just incredible. So without further ado, fashion is how clean went mainstream. And we have Katia Bouchamp, the co-founder and CEO of Birchbox, and Kalea Underwood, the beauty editor at the Zoe Report, who's going to be moderating this fireside. And I cannot wait to have these ladies on. So here we go.
How do you make the world's most complex, fascinating, unpredictable, volatile, and transformative business uncomplicated? Meet the AI that provides the technology the fashion business needs to create tomorrow's trends today. Stylumia Apollo predicts fashion wins and losses before they undergo the test. Stylumia Iris, real-time feedback for predicting consumer attention on visuals. The Stylumia Market Intelligence Tool, computer vision for ranking global trends. The Stylumia Fashion Intelligence Tool, visual business intelligence for your data. Stylumia Muse, create machine-generated winning designs. Stylumia Runway comprehensively captures 100% of runway insights. Predict tomorrow's trends today. Be the first to see the change. Machine-generated designs. Double the chance of creating winning products. Real-time results. Global data sources. Sophisticated AI. Stylumia. The AI that's not just a solution, but a revolution.
So on that note, speaking on revolution, I feel like, Katia, what you've done with Birchbox is really leading a revolution within the beauty industry. And so I'm super excited for you guys to take this forward. Thank you both so much for being here again. I'll let you take it from here.
Great. Hi, everyone. Hi, Katia.
So nice to see you.
Yes, nice to see you. So let's get started. I'm so excited about this topic, how clean went mainstream. I think that these days clean is sort of a buzzword as well as sustainability. So I'm excited to see your take on it and how it applies to Birchbox and the beauty community at large.
Awesome. Yeah, me too. It's definitely a trend now officially.
Mm-hmm. So before we get into that, let's back up a little bit. And for the uninitiated, can you talk about how Birchbox came to be and how did you get your start in the industry?
Sure. So it feels like so long ago because as of this month, we're celebrating 10 years of Birchbox, which is unreal. And 10 years ago, when we came up with the idea, my co-founder and I were actually business school students with really no plans to launch a business, but with the intention of learning how to write a business plan. And we saw a huge opportunity in beauty when we noticed that only 2% of beauty was sold on the internet. And basically, we quickly put together the recipe of why that was. There was way too many options. People really wanted to try a prestige product before they bought it. And something to exacerbate the many options was there was constantly new launches. So to say there were millions of options was not an exaggeration. And that obviously is a challenge, whether it's physical retail or e-commerce, but it was a particular challenge for beauty. So we said, well, how can we tackle this? And we designed the Birchbox business, which was meant to limit the options for consumers and also make them relevant by personalizing them to your profile. And then give you the ability to learn more through our content and the ability to purchase. It was really simple. So we set out to do that. It was early and quick that consumers said that they really loved this way of discovering in their own terms. And then there's been about 1 million things that's happened in between them and now. And one of them has been the trend in clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, even from an editor perspective, I feel like every pitch that I get, and I get many, like at least 2 out of 10 are about like clean beauty and sustainable ingredients and sourcing and whatnot. So I totally agree on that trend cycle as well.
Yeah.
And on that note, when you founded Birchbox, was clean a priority, or is that something that kind of like you started to see organically, since like we said, like it's such a trend right now?
Yeah, no, it wasn't a priority. I would be definitely misleading if I said it was. I think, we were interested in it as consumers, particularly our beauty editor at the time knew that this was, really relevant, really important thing to consider. But it was niche. And what that meant was that there weren't a lot of scaled options of brands that actually were clean. So we really weren't able to work with these small brands that didn't have the ability to sample their product, and consumers weren't demanding it. So obviously brands weren't scaling, and these are very related things when consumers say, well, I want it so badly that I will help you scale because I'll buy the product, I'll support the brand. But in the early days, there were customers who asked for it, but it was very few and far between.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is? Like, my theory is that the education was just so scarce back then. Like, I think that now consumers and readers, they're just so discerning because they have a wealth of information online and whatnot, and they're doing their own research. They're not just relying on like PR decks and whatnot. So why do you think that that changed?
Well, I definitely agree. I think that consumers are more informed, and Birchbox, like that was a core issue that launched our business. Was we felt like we were smart women in business school, and beauty is already an extremely confusing industry. Almost feels like it's deliberate. There's 200 SKUs from one brand, and you just got to ask the question, like, why? Right? Do I need all of this? And then there's this new layered question of, well, do I need clean? Are these ingredients okay? Are they bad? Are they dangerous? So I think once there started to be a little bit more of a mainstream conversation happening, you didn't have to do the research to start to understand that there were good products that were effective and didn't have some of these ingredients in them that were starting to be proven to be dangerous.
Mm-hmm. That's really interesting. And this next question is kind of two-pronged. So you kind of touched on this, but I'm curious as to like how the conversation about clean beauty changed from your purview, and if it's something that you feel like you kind of had to convince your consumer. Because for me, like when I was growing up, when I looked at beauty, like whenever I thought about anything natural, I would automatically assume like crunchy, which I know is like really uninformed. But I think that back then, like I said, like there was so little literature on what clean and sustainable is that, that was just my assumption.
Look, I mean, Birchbox is mostly a distributor of other people's brands. We ended up, we'll talk about this later, launching a few of our own brands. One of them is clean. And I think, the brands are the ones that did the work, because the innovators, the entrepreneurs who recognized that clean did not have to mean it was unsexy or it was uncool or it was crunchy, or even, that it was boring. It didn't have to be brown to be clean. It didn't have to, be just green to be clean, right? So I think brands did the work and developed really fantastic products showing and kind of showcasing that clean can be really, really sexy and do the work and do a great job for you, the consumer. And there is less of a trade-off and less of a trade-off. And as the innovation has continued, I think the reason why we're starting to see this crescendo in the trend is because there's not a trade-off anymore. Once you take away that issue of, well, I'm giving something up in order to have something that has a little bit more safe ingredients. Once that goes away, then, we're starting to see that consumers are like, oh, well, of course, if I can have everything I want and not have these ingredients that are potentially harmful or proven harmful, then I'm going to move, right? And look, I think there's still maybe some of a trade-off because the cost of making a clean product is still more expensive, right? But that even still is getting more and more. That's changing, and it's leveling the playing field, and it's causing a lot of existing brands as well as new launching brands to reconsider formulating to be clean.
I feel like some brands kind of have these like no lists. Like I feel like that's kind of a trend. Like, oh, there are no sulfates, there are no SLS, et cetera, et cetera. Does Birchbox ever consider that, like when considering products to put in monthly curations?
Yeah, so we have a clean category, and that we're very clear on the products and the ingredients that can't, that fit in that category itself. And the goal for Birchbox was obviously to push that to become the majority of the business. What we've seen is a massive shift. So we've seen an over 40% jump in our clean business and clean demand this year. It still makes up, just under 20% of penetration for the business, but it's a massive growing category. So what we did with that is we launched a clean option. So now you can decide, if you're a Birchbox subscriber, you can choose every single month a clean box for your subscription of samples. So you can have that experience and have a dedicated experience. And as clean becomes more mainstream, I absolutely believe that it will become mainstream for our entire catalog.
Wow, that's awesome. 40%, that's like very, very notable. Are you noticing an increase in any particular category, like whether it be skin or fragrance or hair or makeup, or is all of the above?
Probably not surprising. I mean, I know you're in beauty and you know these trends really well, but I think the biggest thing that we're starting to see become mainstream for clean is skincare. And it's predominantly skincare on your face, which really confuses me because we have so much skin on our whole body, but skin on your face is where we're seeing like the biggest shift and the biggest consumer drive toward saying, okay, well, I want to make this clean. I want to make sure that my pores are ingesting, clean product. I think what I know is that we have pores on our head and the rest of our body, and particularly under our arms. And if you're still using an antiperspirant, this is a PSA to implore you to stop because aluminum is dangerous. But I think that this is just the beginning, right? Where you're seeing really fantastic skincare that is, again, really effective. Most of us, when we think about skincare, we think about anti-aging. And so that's usually a mix of moisturizing and exfoliating, right? Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing that a whole host of brands are pushing into creating great skincare to accomplish those two things that are natural. And so that's leading the trend. But I think, there's absolutely, you're seeing a burgeoning trend in hair. Absolutely. There's gotta be body. I'm banking on body coming in because, we don't want to preserve from here up and then suddenly just look kind of, little wrinkly, the rest of it. So
that's so funny you said that, because I was just in a meeting yesterday where we were talking about like beauty trends from here to the end of the year. And I feel like body is like huge because everyone's at home and everyone is just looking at themselves. Like,
and natural nails. I'm going to be pushing natural nails and how you can accomplish having pretty nails that you don't have to constantly be, shellacking or whatever is happening. I think that is going to become a trend too. I think at-home manicures, I think manicures in general are going to start having a new meaning where it's going to actually be about the health of your nail and your nail beds and it's going to round your nail versus shellacking and covering them.
Yeah. For sure.
We'll see. Maybe it's just a hope.
Are there any trends in terms of clean that you're noticing in that space for nail care?
I mean, I know we're all talking that nails are getting done at home, but I think the shift towards a more natural self is kind of being, pushed right now with having less access to services, and people are kind of exploring natural in all aspects of their life, whether it's their hair color, their nails and not having done nails and seeing how they can bring that health back. I think the biggest trend we're seeing is really in that skincare aspect. We're definitely seeing people taking more time to work on that foundational health of their skin. But that was kind of always where Birchbox leans, because we are a beauty retailer, but we focus on a consumer that's not obsessed with beauty. And that basically manifests itself into a consumer who isn't trying to transform through makeup and is more interested naturally in just, well, how do I kind of take care of myself so I can be more myself? So we've always had a bigger skincare business because we serve the casual consumer, not the obsessed consumer, but still seeing even more interest in those kind of treatment products, whether it's like serums or masks. Those are really driving the growth right now.
Mm-hmm. I love that. And yeah, that speaks to my personal beauty aesthetic. Like, I'm very much skin first, everything else after. So
true. Skin first. I mean, I really do like hair too, but I'm always trying to figure out ways to not have to like heat style it, not because I'm against it, just because I don't have time. I'm a mother of 4. I have a business, and I don't make time to style. So figuring out like the hacks for it has always been my thing, like skin first, and how do I kind of twist my hair in a way where I can wear it down sometimes.
I love that. So going back to the clean conversation, so we kind of already talked about, like, from a business perspective, if you've seen an increase in consumer demands for clean.
Yes, absolutely. So like I said, 40% jump in our business. Over half of that is leading like skincare. Like I said, like the skin on your face is still really leading the trend. But we definitely think that is going to continue to penetrate hair care further. Again, it's kind of a chicken and an egg. Once consumers start to show demand, then you start to see brands, whether it's existing brands or launching brands. And as Birchbox, we then find those brands and bring them into the fold so that our subscribers, they sign up and then they can get a monthly box of clean if they want.
That's awesome. And you and I kind of talked about this earlier this week, but from your purview, what is the difference between the buzzword clean and the buzzword sustainability? Because there is definitely a difference, and you explained it beautifully. So relay it to our watchers, our viewers.
Sure, yeah. So clean is obviously really focused on not having specific ingredients that have been proven to become potentially harmful to your health inside the product itself. Sustainability is more focused on the actual packaging and, in some aspects, the formulation of product that relate to its impact on the planet. So it can absolutely go into product ingredients as far as like how those ingredients are sourced. But it also tends to touch on the fact that when you're one of the biggest issues that a lot of people who are vested in the sustainable movement will talk about is that there's a lot of water in beauty products. So a big part of the sustainable movement is removing water from product in order to have it not be as heavy, in order to make it less of an impact when you're shipping it to the various places, first the warehouse, then the store, then the consumer, so there's so much shipping involved in our consumption that the weight of product makes a big difference. And then of course there's sustainability in actual packaging. So when you get the packaging itself, whether it's, a tube or something like a bottle, is it made from post-consumer waste? And then can you recycle it? The reason that hasn't been as big of a shift, which we were talking about, is that it's really hard to it's hard to recycle everything. We're all learning that. And it's not something that's done very well, but it's very hard to recycle small products that have, ingredients on the inside and getting them clean. So there's a move towards bigger bulk sizes that are reusable, refillable with less high waste refills. And like I said, a move to remove water and a move to think about how actual ingredient sourcing can impact the sustainability of, getting clean ingredients. So I'd say most sustainable brands are also clean, but they are different things.
Mm-hmm. And how is Birchbox answering that call to tongue twister, to sustainability?
Yeah, it's such a great question. I mean, we've always really recognized that it's a huge issue in how you consume beauty. And there's a few things that are fundamental about what we've done. From the very beginning, it's been making packaging out of post-consumer waste that is recyclable, offsetting carbon footprint. But I think the biggest thing we do is our service is designed to reduce waste, right? And you and I both know this, and everyone watching that is a female knows this. before Birchbox, I mean, almost everyone has 10 half-used things in their beauty cabinet, or even not half-used, like a quarter used, and you might have 40 because you're a beauty editor. So, that is a lot of consumption and a lot of waste in beauty. And even just being a better matchmaker of saying you've tried something small that has a small waste footprint and you are going to buy something large and use it till it is done, I think is one of the biggest ways that we can impact the sustainable movement. And then it's, of course, supporting brands who are really investing in changing the way beauty is sourced and beauty is designed and beauty is packaged. And then also when there's an opportunity, creating brands that do that also.
For sure. And just out of curiosity, like, why do you think that there's still aversion when it comes to clean and sustainable? Like, I think that, again, like, there is a lot more openness about it. And I think that there is curiosity, but there are so many brands who are just staunch in their mission to not take care of their consumers and not take care of the earth. Like, why do you think that is? And how can we change that?
Look, I mean, I don't see it as this like nefarious movement of not trying to take care of people. I think you could argue that in some cases product has been greenwashed and there isn't the ingredients that exist in some products have not been proven to be, bad for you. Just because it's chemical doesn't mean it's dangerous, right? Just because that's how it was derived. And in a lot of cases, products are still being, derived out of chemistry, but they are just not inclusive of certain ingredients that have, kind of landed on a no-no list. So I think that in some cases, that's part of it is a manufacturer, a brand doesn't really, they believe that what they're doing is still consumer friendly and is also driving that efficacy, and consumers want to see results. And, you want to give them those results, right? So that's partially it. I think that in some cases, some consumers haven't prioritized it. And again, I ultimately think that that's what ends up dictating what brands are doing. So if all consumers just said, well, this is the only way I will put anything on my body, I mean, trust me, it will be just like what happened when we had a pandemic and overnight, we all changed our lives. Overnight, everything will change if consumers insist that it will change and the prices will go down. And, we know how that works. But if consumers don't demand it, then brands don't have that necessity to change.
Yeah, for sure. In that same vein, like, I'm so excited about this, but can we talk about Aero and how that came to be and how it's answering the call to everything that we're talking about right now?
Yes, I am so obsessed with Aero. It's everything I'm wearing today, which is, I know, not a lot, but we created our own beauty brand to really be about delivering to our casual consumer who wants to look like themselves, have great products at great prices that are also clean. So that is something that we wanted to do, and we relaunched Aero to make sure that we loved every product so much and kept it clean along the way. And we dabble in a lot of things. So we have a fantastic moisturizer. One of our best-selling moisturizers is an Aero product, a best-selling lip balm. We have a brow tint. We have a little under-eye brightener. We have what will be the unicorn of all leave-in conditioners, because it doesn't just make your hair detangled, it also kind of brings back a little life and doesn't just weigh it down. And we have an aluminum-free deodorant, which we've been passionate about for a really long time. Oh, and a lip oil. So we've launched products based on, like I said, the casual consumer and what we think they really want and need to kind of have a very simple routine that is effective, that is clean, and it's been incredible. The response has been instantly. These products have risen to the top of their category because they're designed to be simple, friendly to consumers, well-priced, and get the job done.
Do you have any favorites, or can you pick a favorite?
My absolute favorite is our Radiant Skin Moisturizer. It is feeling beautiful in a bottle. It's a very light base. It has a hyaluronic acid in it, and it has a little bit of like an opalescence that just makes you look dewy and fresh and youthful, which as you get older, you want to get more youthful, very young. So that's my favorite. But the hair detangler, I am not someone who ever would use a detangler, even though I need to detangle, because I hated how it just made my hair look so flat and weighed down. And when I tried this, I honestly I was like, wow, this is everything you could want and more.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Detangling is like my least favorite process in my wash day. So I'm really excited to try that one.
Yes. I can't wait to hear what you think.
Yes. So in these last few minutes, can you just tell us about your hopes for the future when it comes to keeping beauty clean and being sustainably responsible? Like, what are your biggest hopes?
I think, the most important thing is to continue to understand what is safe for consumers and make it really digestible so that consumers are well equipped to care for themselves, and to have opinions and demands about what they want to put on their body, just as much as we have opinions and demands for what we want to put in our body. And with that, with consumers just saying, like, this is what I want, it is going to shift all of our opportunities to have, like I said, existing brands and brands that are launching, ensure that they are living up to that. And also, find new innovations. Like, once consumers explain like what makes them uncomfortable about something that they're understanding, brands can answer that because they are, entrepreneurs at their core. And just like we set out to solve a problem with discovery and ultimately to help serve a customer that we felt was just not being served, the casual consumer, that's what brands are always thinking about. Like, how do we innovate? How do we stand out? So equipping customers with that simple information and then having them help push brands is, I think, what will lead to a great future for everybody, for the whole industry and for all of us as consumers.
Do you think that we could ever have like a completely clean industry? Do you think that's possible?
I mean, look, you can define it as you want to define it. So because, the definition is ours, I think we can have an ingredient safe industry. Absolutely. I think that there is an ability for us to, further kind of tighten the reins on what ingredients that we allow into products in the US, especially, and absolutely offer customers a great experience, an effective experience in beauty that has safe ingredients.
So I want to just finish this off by saying you guys were amazing. And Katya, I'm on trend with you right now. And I loved just a little part that I giggled at the end, because I have 2 toddlers at home, and every time you say you have 4 kids, it blows my mind because with the 2 I'm going crazy. But at one point just now you went like this, like with your arm, because I and then
Lego.
But you didn't miss a beat, because usually if it's me, I'm looking at my husband, I'm like, so I thought that was really funny and really cute. And I love, like, just between the 2 of you, Kalea, like the way that you interact and just what you do as a reporter and your work is just very fluid. And it was a very honest conversation. And I felt like I was one of the many women that you guys were talking about. And I'm sure everybody else watching felt that too, because you really made it very personal, and you made people I'm sure everybody reacted or felt something personal to what you guys talked about. So thank you both so much. This was really, really incredible, and I really enjoyed it very much.
Thank you both.
Thank you for participating, and I hope we continue the conversation.
Me too.
All right. Bye, guys. Stay safe. So without further ado, that was an incredible panel. And it's so funny because I'm not like a beauty regimented person. As you see, you probably don't know, but I have no makeup on. It's just something that I'm not really used to doing and don't really like to do so much. But I really love to try to take care of my skin to make it look natural, but also take care of it to be healthy. So I really love that conversation, and I hope a lot of you related to it as well. So without further ado, we're going to announce our next panel that is super dynamic, and I'm sure this is going to be incredible. I've been looking forward to this conversation as well. The title is Fashion as Personalities and Models Impacting Positive Change, and it's being led by Melissa Megginson, who's the community manager at Tailwind. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Jordana.
Thank you so much for being here. I love the mic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got my whole setup done just in time for this panel, so very, very excited.
I want to go get myself one now. No, but I'm super excited. I know this panel is going to be amazing. So we'll just wait for everyone to come in. Is everybody in yet? No, everybody's starting to come in.
Oh, Richie.
So we're missing 2 others.
So 2 more.
Yeah, so they should be coming in a minute, but I'm going to leave you guys to it. I know this is going to be amazing once again. I am super personally excited for this panel. I've been waiting for it. So I'm going to let you take it over, and I'm sure it'll come in any second.
Awesome. All right. Well, while we're waiting, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm the moderator, so I'm not one of the personalities that's going to be espousing so much amazing information to you guys, but I'm really excited to be talking to everyone here today. I'm Melissa Megginson. I'm the Sponsorships and Community Manager at Tailwind. And if you're not familiar with Tailwind, we're a Pinterest and Instagram scheduling and analytics tool to help businesses of all sizes grow and find success on those platforms. So I'm so excited to be here. I've always loved fashion, been super interested in it my entire life. So amazing to be here and excited to talk to you all. We're still waiting for 2 more, but you know, as we're waiting, we can go ahead and get started with the intros. So Nigel, if you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us a little about you.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, good to see everybody, Melissa, Richie, and everyone else.
Good to see you.
Guys, it's such a pleasure and an honor to be in this company. As some of you may know, I'm a fashion photographer. I have been in the fashion industry pretty much my entire career. I started off as a model, so I understand that aspect of it too. Back when I was about probably 50 pounds lighter and actually had hair. But hey, hair's overrated, right? You know, I became a photographer in the mid-90s, and I slowly but surely, you know, moved all over the world shooting, and you know, ended up working on television with a show called America's Next Top Model that I then did for 17 seasons with Tyra Banks and Jay Manuel and Jay Alexander and what have you. And before moving on to doing a show called The Face with Naomi Campbell for a couple of years. And more recently, I have my own show called Top Photographer, which is a YouTube-based show. And, you know, I run a consulting company that consults creatively for brands such as Marriott and Sony to fashion brands like Pamela Roland.
Awesome. Yeah, I know my teenage heart was a flutter when I was like, oh, Nigel Barker of America's Next Top Model fame.
Why teenage heart? I mean, you know, the problem with the show like America's Next Top Model is people come up to me and go, oh my God, my mother loves you. And we're like,
okay. Okay, my 30-something heart as well was a flutter.
There you go.
So, Mr. D and Richie Rich, I would love for you guys to tell us a little bit about both of you and your project with Beauty Queen.
Sure. I'm Mr. D. Lots of people around the world say create the world's greatest brands, but I think brands are very boring because they're created in boardrooms, and boardrooms are boring. So I like to say create worlds for teens, tweens, and queens that really change their lives and give them a voice. And we're going to be doing that now with our latest entrant into the marketplace. We're calling our new baby Beauty Queen. And Beauty Queen is for everyone that beats to their own drum, everyone that is their own person, and everyone that waves their magic wand and their flag of who they are and their identity. And we can't wait to share the information with the entire fashion innovation crowd today and with the entire world. When I was growing up, I dreamed of becoming Walt Disney. I was fortunate at a very young age getting involved in fashion to meet my best friend who's down below, Mr. Richie Rich. I dreamed of being Walt Disney, and Richie dreamed of being Mickey Mouse. And so finally, we're able to work on a project together and bring this out to everybody, and we can't wait. Richie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. D. So Mr. D, he launched NARS Cosmetics and Ed Hardy and many things. And we met at a very young age, like at Bryant Park. And I was known as a club kid in the 90s, DIYing like a lot of clothes for my friends and I that we couldn't find or couldn't afford, and having fun with it. And then I started doing fashion shows, and then like I actually did one season with Nigel at America's Next Top Model, and then Project Runway with Heidi Klum, and a lot of MTV, which when I was a kid, I wanted to be on MTV. I didn't know how. I was like, I'll jump through the TV. And then it's kind of like what Beauty Queen is about. Like it's that kid in the bedroom that wants to like create and have fun and be something out there. And also then my line Heatherette became really fun, like with Paris Hilton, Naomi Campbell, different friends like that, walking the runways here in New York and shows around the world. And yeah, and that's kind of like our whole lives are where beauty queen stems from. And then we thought about this way, way, way long ago before even we knew we'd all be stuck in some kind of, you know, hole. But we wanted a virtual world where, because I always thought fashion shows, like, you can go to them when you're invited, but if you're that, like, back to the MTV, if you're that, or top model, you're that kid that you can't walk in it or be in it, and you're in the other end of the world. Now you can actually be part of it all. And like we're doing right now, like you're in London, Arizona, and boom. Oh, by the way, I'm rocking Erickson Beeman and Karen Erickson and Mandy, say hi to you. Out of them. And so yeah, we're excited. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to chat a little bit yesterday, and I think what you guys are doing is so important, giving teens and people who don't feel like they have a community or a platform somewhere to go. That's just amazing. And Arizona, we're just going around introducing ourselves. So I'd love for you to just say who you are, what you're passionate about, and a little bit about yourself.
Of course. I'm Arizona. I am a model, and now I primarily identify with climate activist, actually. I became fascinated by and now along social justice. I now call myself an intersectional environmentalist, which is, of course, the meeting of not only environmentalism for white people, but environmentalism for every color of person, and recognizing that this is a whole, the diversity conversation is the environmental conversation. And until very recently, it was still a separate conversation. And there were these two things that were happening perhaps alongside each other, but it was still possible for people to say, you know, I'm going to focus on the environmental side right now because I think that's more urgent. And I think we're hopefully coming to a place now where we don't compare the two and go, one is more important than the other, but they in fact probably cannot be solved without the other one being solved too. So these are the things and issues that I think about on a daily basis, a minute-to-week basis, actually, I would say. I feel the urgency really strongly every single day because I read a lot. I educate myself about what's happening around the world because on a daily basis, I wouldn't feel climate change because I'm privileged and I live in a city and it's called London. And London is a beautiful climate. It's really nice and moist and lovely, and things grow here and we have plenty of food. And I would not notice that climate change was happening if I didn't go out and read about it and make sure that it was surfacing near my face. So I've turned my Instagram channel or account into an educational zone where I do my best to share what I'm learning and the changes that I'm making in my daily life to lower my environmental impact and raise my social positive impact. And it's never been a better time in my life. I mean, and this is the most important thing that I'd like to share with everyone is that becoming an activist and making my life more sustainable has actually enriched my being and enriched my own life experience rather than detracting from it. I don't find that I deny myself anything. It's not a situation of having less, being less, eating the food I don't want to eat or wearing ugly clothes. Not at all. In fact, I appreciate everything I have more. I have better things and I love my life more and I feel gratitude. So it's an amazing journey, the sustainability journey. It really is. And now from my own self-education and public educating, I have started to consult brands, fashion brands, to help them in the transition of becoming a more sustainable brand, leading toward a regenerative future, because that's the word that I think we all need to be using more readily, especially governments, I would add. Governments need to be talking about a regenerative future rather than just a sustainable future, because we're not on target right now to meet the Paris Agreement even. And the Paris Agreement relies heavily on carbon. And there are so many other things to consider when it comes to climate change and climate relief. So that's me.
Absolutely. Amazing. Yeah. And you've inspired a couple of thrifting trips for me recently. So you're doing a great job. You've at least reached like one person in Oklahoma.
Amazing.
All right. And Sophia, so glad to see you. We're just going around introducing ourselves. And so I'd love to hear a little bit about you.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Some technical issues. So I'm from Brazil, as some people might know. And right now I'm in Portugal. I've been living in New York for about 10 years. And unfortunately, on my 10th anniversary, I couldn't be there because this year I couldn't go back because of the virus. And I have been working with several designers, photographers, and I've always had an idea that I would never work with who doesn't go with my principles. So I think it's important for all of us to support that. For example, sustainable brands. I always try to choose a sustainable brand over a brand that is not sustainable. I've been booked for shows that have fur on the show, and I would refuse to use fur. I think we should all just have that always as a priority, you know, because people look up to us and we should be examples. And right now I'm in Europe, I'm in Portugal, and I'm very excited to be here with you guys to talk about everything Valisa is going to bring to us. Thank you for having us.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for telling us a little bit more about yourselves. And of course, this session is about impacting a positive change. And so I'd love to hear from each of you what that phrase, that impacting positive change, means to you. So we'll start with Mr. D and Richie, if you'd like to tell us what that means to you guys.
Yeah, you know, we've spent so many years in the fashion industry, in the fashion world, here in New York, Los Angeles, Milan, Paris. I think all of us have on this group. We've all become dynamic personalities and been blessed to have these phenomenal careers. And it gets to the point where you say to yourself, you know what, we need to really kick it up to the highest level possible and then beyond. I think the most important thing for kids is to be able to have a dream and to be able to follow that dream. Early on in my career, I was able to meet Francois Nars. He was a boy from the south of France and had a dream to become the world's greatest makeup artist. And then he wanted to have a line of lipsticks. With only 12 lipsticks, how do you begin that? How do you get that out to the world? I turned to him as my best friend and I said, don't worry, we got this. We can show everyone that with 12 lipsticks, you can make a difference and people can support you. Cut to nowadays, with our new platform that we're creating, this global membership community Beauty Queen, we really believe that the beauty industry is its own thing and has become its own type of corporate vehicle. And we love that, we commend that, and it's great what they're doing. We want to do something completely different. We want to give people first. We don't want to be selling them lipsticks first or different items first. We want to put them together to be in the same room. So we like to say that we're creating the super fan industry and that we're pioneers in doing so right now. And having someone like Richie, who at an early age was always wearing a face of full makeup, and he considers himself a boy, but he had never had any apprehension about going down the street in New York or getting on a plane, going on a subway, and being who he is. It was always so admirable. And now, years later, we speak to so many children, so many teens, so many tweens, and adults that are even Louisiana and can't go out of their homes with makeup on, born as a boy. We have to change that. And so Rich and I looked at the marketplace and said, you know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it step by step, one piece at a time, and change the game. But definitely not change the game for beauty. Change the game for the kids. Give them something they never had before. And that's what we think is so important right now, to have that inspiration and to have that sort of elegance, like Nigel said in the beginning, to just dream, and dream more.
And it's exciting because we're building kind of like a little club within our club of finding people. One amazing friend of ours, she was 5 when she first walked into my fashion shows. Now she's 18, and she models, but now she wants to be in agriculture and she's Arizona. You both would get along so well. And her and her friends are all about the environment and also, you know, dyeing their hair and this and that and everything and having fun, but also with great messages around everywhere when the protests were happening here in New York and just I don't know, raising consciousness for why you are who you are and being you, and you're allowed to be you, whether you're whatever girl, boy, with that or whatever that, like, just know the world and be part of the world and everybody get along. Like, that's always been our motto. It's such an easy thing to say, but geez, it takes so long.
Yeah, well, exactly, Richard. While we're doing makeup, and that's the core of the world that we're creating, it's not so much about the product, it's about that everyone is a huge fan of makeup. All these girls, these guys, whether you're non-binary, however you describe yourself. So makeup gets you in the room together because that's the similarity that everybody shares. But then the conversation is about everything that Arizona is talking about, everything that Sophia is talking about, everything that Nigel and Richie are talking about. It's about that conversation, about everything that everyone shares, like-minded individuals. And no one's ever really said to these kids out there, what do you think about? What do you dream about? And that's us. And we hope to have a fantastic time doing it. And we are already.
It's a great
my insecurity is more the first than anybody. I'm like, let's talk about it. Hello. Like, we all have them. I mean, you know, and dreams still. So.
Plus, the website for Beauty Queen is just so much fun. It's a full-on throwback to the 80s, 90s arcade style. It was a lot of fun to go through. So, Arizona, how are you internalizing that impacting positive change? I know you spoke to that a little bit, but I'd love to hear more from you about that.
I'm going to borrow my answer from Indigenous peoples who do not say that they're trying to reduce their impact on the earth. Not at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, they are beautifully saying we want to have an impact on the earth. They respect the earth as a being who needs their love, and they need the love of the earth. And when you see that, when you feel yourself in relationship with the earth, it's a very different story that you can tell yourself about impact. Because if the earth can feel us, and now I do this all the time, and I invite everyone else to start now, from every day forward, we can actually begin to feel that space between ourselves and the earth. And that's all the earth needs from us, is just to feel that love. And it sounds so strange when you live in a city and you live indoors and you walk on pavement all the time and you don't really see a lot of vegetation, and the vegetation that you do see has been planted by humans. And we're very, very far away from a naturescape, and our eyes are not used to resting on a naturescape. It seems so foreign to think that the earth could actually be a being. But if you dream into it a little bit, and if you read about, there are some amazing authors who write the most incredible things. One of them is Robin Wall Kimmerer. Her book has changed the way I think and feel. Charles Eisenstein, also very much a different way of associating with our planet. And this is how I'm now moving forward, is to build a relationship with the earth so that we can have an impact together.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. I hadn't heard that saying before, and I think that's a really lovely thing to put out there. So Nigel, what about you? How are you internalizing impacting positive change?
Well, first of all, I think it was very beautiful what Arizona just said. It struck a chord with me, and it just reminds me again and again just how there's so many things that we all have in our hearts that we want to achieve and want to do. And we walk the planet and we see injustice every day. We see issues every day, and we have to make a decision as to whether we do something about it or whether we sit back and let it just occur. And I think that certainly the younger generations are very motivated, and revolutions are normally caused by younger generations, or certainly aroused, and they're the ones who are doing it. But I think it's in every one of us, and we often feel an anger, and we feel it boiling up inside of us. But it's not enough to be angry. It's not enough to be upset. You have to act, and you can't just talk about it either. You've got to get up and do something. You've got to be present. You've got to be there. And one of the things that I've tried to do certainly throughout my career, and I say to people, look, I understand. I'm lucky. I've got a sort of a soapbox, and when you're on a big show, you can talk about things for fun and all the rest of it. But to draw people's attention onto more important issues is always the key thing to do. But I say to young photographers and young people, certainly on social media all the time, if you're looking to really make a difference in this world, and by the way, there is nothing more gratifying than leaving your mark on this world in some way, one way or another. And the younger we are, the sooner we should start to do this, is to find an organization, to find a cause doesn't matter really what it is, as long as it rings true with you, that you're passionate about it, and get out there and make a difference. And whether you're a young photographer, you know, all these organizations need content. They need to showcase their issues, what they're about, their mission. And by photographing, creating content, videoing, interviewing, documenting, showcasing, displaying on the World Wide Web, on Instagram, on whatever it might be, whatever your platform of choice is, you can get the word out there and you can help illustrate what the problem is. And as they say, a photograph, you know, can often speak a million words. You know, you don't have to say much. You can go celebrate this incredible world we live in, and allow people to also appreciate it. You know, and it doesn't just have to be if you're a photographer, just by getting out there and volunteering and listening and being there and being present is a huge part of the process, versus just being a voyeur. You know, this is our world, and you know, it's up to us to look after it and to care for it and to treat it well in all aspects. And that goes to one another. If you see someone, you know, having a problem, do you cross the street and walk away from them, or do you go up to them and say, "Can I help you?" And I think we're all, doesn't matter what religion we are, or where we come from, or what color we are, or creed, or anything else, you know, we all understand the basic tenets of being a good person, and that is universal.
Yeah. And if we each did something small, even, it would make the world so much better of a place too.
Start with these simple things as opening a door for anybody who's in front of you, behind you, any direction at all. The smallest gesture, with a smile, with a pleasant attitude, with the way you wake up. And quite frankly, it starts with yourself. So have compassion for who you are, learn to love yourself, and then others, you know, then the rest will follow.
Beautiful. Love that. All right. Last but certainly not least, Sophia, I'd love to hear your take on impacting positive change.
I think Nigel put it very correctly out there. Everything he said about finding an organization and things you're passionate about and using your strength to help others. When you really are passionate about something, I think you can really use that and to help other people. And I'm very passionate, like Arizona said, about the indigenous people of Brazil. And especially I was quarantining there for like 3 months, which I never spent this much time there. And I really saw, it was great for me. I saw the reality that's happening in Brazil. I was watching the news every day, and I feel like we do need to go back to our roots and reconnect, like Arizona said. And the indigenous people, they have that in their hearts, you know, they're connected to earth, they live sustainably, you know, and it's just something that we got lost, you know, in our civilizations, in our fashion weeks, in our crazy lives in the big cities. And I think we definitely should go back to our roots, think about earth, because nothing here is forever. We don't have endless resources. And find what you are passionate about, like Nigel said, and you know, do something about it. And so many people you know, lost their jobs, and it's super sad the situation we are living now. But use your free time, you know. I think everyone should, you know, we have now here, we are connected through the internet. You know, 15-20 years ago this would never be happening. So I really think it's very easy to get involved and, you know, to share ideas and to use your free time. If you are unemployed, if you are free, like, use it for the good, for the other people, to help others as well. So and one last thing, I also think how can you impact in a positive change also in the fashion? I think I'm a fan of Anna Wintour, that she been recycling her looks, and I really think that this is something we should all try to like start doing it, because we don't need to wear 10 different looks you know, every week. You know, I think the fashion industry in general been growing into this bubble that, you know, now the COVID just arrived to just explode this bubble. And it's just, we need to think sustainable. We need to go back, you know, go backwards a little bit and watch what can we do to be more sustainable and recycling and everything in this matters is important.
If I can just jump on that, you know,
yeah.
With what Sophia just said, you know, not just should you obviously absolutely recycle your looks, but, you know, as a consumer, the consumers out there, you all have power. You know, where you buy, what you buy, who you buy from, do your research, you know, put your money where your mouth is, look for brands that you know the food chain, you know where they're getting their clothes made, do the research, find out. And you know, look for brands that really stand for something, that have a meaning and have a, you know, when they say they're behind Gay Pride Week or whatever month or whatever it might be, make sure that they truly are. I know that it's not just a token. They're not just putting that rainbow.
Yeah, just like stick a rainbow on it. And,
you know, we're not interested in that. Are they employing gay people? Are they a part of the community? What are they doing? How are they making a stand? And that goes for everything across the board, whoever they are, whatever they are. And that way we can make a difference. If you look at social media, it's a great example of a massive evener where certain people have become relatively famous because of who they are, their personality. Now, whether you like them or not is beside the point. But the point is that we have the opportunity to like them, follow them, comment on them, and give them that platform. And we have created a whole new sort of set, if you like, of influencers and people out there because we're interested in their point of view, right? So with that power, we have the same power to make brands listen and also to put brands under and to pick brands up. So we need to use that power, every one of us out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that also none of us should neglect our daily careers. We all are kind of in the sandbox of glitter and glamour and style. But even with Nigel, I mean, Nigel, the impact that you made with Tyra Banks on that television show that started at a time when a kid that lived in the middle of nowhere had no way of becoming a model. And it's not about the fashion, about putting on the high heels, about putting on the leggings and putting on the glam. For them, it was about making an impact. And you made such an amazing impact on these kids that to this day, I don't think anything else has really had such quite an impact on these kids that really said to them, get on the runway and march the way you want to march. Get behind the podium and talk about climate change the way you want to talk about climate change. So I really commend what you did. Growing up and watching that show was such an inspiration to me. And I think that we all talk about, you know, we have a philanthropic arm, a beauty queen called Teen Queen. It's attached to Trevor Project. So many kids are confused, have no one to talk to. We want to just give them a 1-800 number they can pick up and ask about problems. We want to help to prevent suicide right now. There's so many different issues that are hitting all these kids in so many ways. But if you go back to just our daily careers, we are making an impact in a major way. And Nigel, I just want to say, what you guys did was phenomenal. You guys created the genre, really.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We had a very, very lucky opportunity, and you know, to your point, you know, and to everyone's point, and I love the glamour and the glitter and everything. All the ways you describe it are you know, make me smile and make me feel, you know, happy too. But it's one of those, you know, without being ironic or joking aside, you know, that this is the runway of our life. And if you're going to walk it, then walk it with pride and make a difference. You know, walk this runway and change it. You hit the end, and you're going to turn like you've never turned before. And
that's it.
Right?
That's it. Preach, Nigel. Yep. Preach.
Amen.
Keep going. Keep going.
Can't have
it. This all comes off, but the confidence has to be in you, and if you can instill that in people, that's the best. You know, and
it's nothing like giving back, right, Richie? You know, if you give back, people say, how do I have the confidence? Where do I get that confidence from? But, you know, I tell people, if you give back, the pleasure is in the giving, right? We all know that. And when you give and someone else says thank you and you've made a difference, or even if they don't say thank you, but you see change and you help someone, then it makes you feel like I can stand up tall. I've got pride now. I'm a good person, or I'm trying to be a good person, and I'm making a difference. That in itself gives you the ability to stand up tall and walk with pride. And I think that is another reason, for a selfish reason perhaps even, to do the right thing. So you can feel good about yourself, so you can live with confidence.
And it is, it's the beginning of Fashion Week, so that is what we're saying now. It's like, you said it, the runway of life. That's what Fashion Week is right now. Like, you know, it's a change in fashion, which I think is even cooler. And
talking about...
Models, like, you all were models.
this talk about change and how things have been adapting, especially in this year, this kind of unusual year, some may say unprecedented. It's just very, very important to look back and say, okay, how have we seen my particular industry grow? How have I seen myself grow? And that's something that I'd love to hear from each of you is, in what ways have you seen the industry grow and change? You know, whether it's within the past 9 months or within the lifetime of your career. And you know, Nigel, I'd love to start with you and hear a little bit about how you've seen that change happen.
You're starting with me because I'm the oldest one here. I get it. It's okay. But I'll take it. I'll take it.
Most knowledgeable.
You know, shave my head just so you have no idea just how old I am.
You don't look the oldest. Not at all.
That's off the archive. For 30 odd years, and you know, I remember Richie at Heatherette and his greatest shows, and you know, following his career from the get-go, and from when he was just starting up, you know, and being invited to his shows and what have you. But when you see the change in this industry, it's remarkable. And the fashion industry, despite all its downfalls, has always been a huge supporter of a lot of important causes out there, whether it's Fashion Targets breast cancer, you know, whether it's, you know, various events through Fashion Week and the massive philanthropic arms of many elements of the fashion industry. They have been very responsible for making a difference. And it is often a reflection of the world. Well, you know, and what I mean by that is that fashion is often a reaction to what's happening out there. And that's the reason why after the 80s and the age of the supermodel and all the glam and all the glitz, you know, came heroin chic and androgyny and, you know, and there's a sort of a reaction to, I don't want all that excess and it's kind of wrong. And, you know, as you look through fashion history, you'll see how things morph and change and go back and forth and what have you. And right now, more than anything, probably through social media as being a huge platform that's given so many people a voice, is that the face of, say, modeling and fashion has changed dramatically. A lot of people are, in fact, sort of modeling, and a lot of people are creating and are getting out there and having their voice be heard. And, you know, I think that is another one of these reasons why probably the biggest change is this digital sort of arena that has created a platform that so many people can be heard on. And if they have an interesting story to tell, then it's a way of getting it out there and for people to hear it and listen. And that is remarkable. And you'll see, you've seen brands and people arise almost from nothing. That would have been impossible before, because before it was down to people like perhaps myself and editors and fashion designers on a whim to decide that we liked this person, that we thought that was right, that we were going to showcase this person, that we were going to put this person on the cover of a magazine, that this person is my muse, that, you know, and then the rest of the world kind of had to deal with it. Right. And now that has been pulled. That rug has been pulled from underneath designers, photographers, editors. They're listening. There's a reason why Kanye West and Kim Kardashian were on the cover of Vogue. It wasn't necessarily that Anna Wintour wanted them, and she may say differently, but, you know, the world said they're in vogue because they are, and they were. You know, at that moment, no one was more in vogue than they were. And so that is what's happening in the world, and that's the choices that we can make and the power that we have. And people out there, when they realize, when they buy something, when they wear something, when they have something written on their shirt, what does it mean? What does it say? What are you saying? How are you saying it? Are you saying it with kindness? Are you saying it to be defiant? Are you saying it to be revolutionary? What are we saying and how are we saying it? And there is no wrong or right to this. There are differences, and the differences are there to be celebrated. And of course, you know, obviously, if you're creating a situation where you're hurting people or animals or things like that, that is obviously a problem, you know, but that's up for all of us. And I think none of us want to do that. Therefore, we need to understand what we're doing and be educated, and knowledge is power.
Yeah. And there's been a really amazing democratization of information, dissemination of information, new people being able to have a platform to do this without going through those traditional forms that you were speaking to. And I think this, I'd really love to get Arizona's take on this, especially since you even spoke to your own change personally through how you view fashion.
I just feel so lucky to be passionate about this right now rather than 10 years ago, because it was not cool to be into sustainability 10 years ago in fashion. Even when I began to be interested in this. And when I went on my sustainability journey, I remember I would sit down at a fashion dinner and like, start chatting to the person next to me about sustainability. I realized soon that I would have like a minute and a half before that person was like, okay, and talk to the person next to them on the other side. Because it was scratchy and earthy and just not what they wanted to desire at all. And I feel incredibly like my timing was superb, the accident completely randomly. But that I'm about this now, and that
I think we might have lost her.
We're losing her.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Am I back? Am I back? Oh no.
We can hear you.
Hello? Am I back? I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, this is the downside of the new digital world.
Yeah.
It's amazing how everybody's everywhere.
There she is.
Okay, you're back.
Oh, no. I'm back. The whole time I could hear you and see you perfectly. I'm sorry. I'll just wrap that up really quickly and say, yeah, it's easier to be a climate activist, right?
Come on, Richie, do something like dance or something.
Yeah.
You gotta entertain us. Come on.
I'm surrounded by entertaining people here, so I'm sure we can come up with something. Okay. Well, gotta love technology.
So we can hear you.
I think we can.
Can you hear me now? Carry on. I'm finished now. That
okay. I think we got most of it.
Amazing.
All right. Well, Sophia, I think you would have a really great perspective on this, especially being an international model and seeing changes in different countries as well. So I'd love to hear your take.
Yeah. So what I think about what I think is amazing about that has been changing in the industry also is about the fabrics. How now we have so many different fabrics that like designers couldn't have that before. Like when I was designing swimsuits last year, I'm not involved in the company anymore, but I got to know a lot about fabrics when I was doing that. And for example, now we have Econil, which is this fabric, it's an Italian fabric made entirely from fishnets and, industrial waste. And it's made from plastic and fishnets. And this is incredible, guys. We having these resources and this kind of fabrics available. Like it's the future. Like now, to see this changing the industry, like this is just the beginning. And I'm happy that all of this is happening now, because again, we didn't have this 10 years ago. So I think this is amazing the way the industry is adapting, and hopefully this is going to be more and more happening with new recycling methods and new ways to produce, and not only us as the customer, as the consumers, like Nigel said. Am I saying your name right?
No, you can say my name however you like. But
my accent, I'm sorry, my Brazilian accent.
Miguel, Nigel, it's all good, quite frankly.
Sorry, but yeah. So I'm just, it's just amazing. Like even the way he said it, that we have all these designers, and they can also make a choice, as the ones designing, to choose ecological fabrics. Not only, as he said, the customers, the consumers need to think sustainably, but also I think the designers have these options right now, and this is amazing to see this change. And the more we all, on both sides, as the model, as the consumer, as the photographer, as the behind the scenes, the makeup artist, we all together thinking ecologically and sustainably, I think we are going on the right path.
And cruelty-free.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. You know, technology is, of course, bringing us together here, but then also what it can do for the rest of the world. Are we going over?
Yeah. Well, this is the time that we have to wrap up, but I have to say, first of all, I'm a people person. It's what I live by. It's why I do what I do. And I just love to help everybody and unite everybody. And I love the fact that all of you are in that same page in different ways. And I think Beauty Queen, by the way, what an amazing idea. And I really am like super rooting, and I'll do whatever it takes to really get it out globally, because the reason we leave this platform open and free to everybody around the world is because we want everybody to be in this conversation. For us, it's all about inclusivity, no longer exclusivity in fashion. And Nigel, with all of the words that you said, you inspired me so much. Once again, I know we had a chat recently. Sophia, the same. Brazil, Arizona. I love the fact that you're environmentalist and what you're doing for the environment and sustainability and being such an advocate. And Melissa, rock and roll in the moderating. I think you were one of my favorite moderators.
Thank you.
Incredible job. So thank you all so much. This was an incredible panel, and I really loved it, and I'm inspired by it, as I'm sure everybody else is. And let's please continue this conversation, all of you. I don't want this to be the end of it, but just the beginning to so much more that we can all do together. So thank you all so much. This was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Obrigado.
De nada. Ciao. Bye, guys.
Dream big, everyone. Dream big. I can.
Yes.
Thank you. Love everybody.
Bye. So that was incredible and so inspiring for so many different reasons, but I just love genuine reasons for the why, as I always just keep saying, and really just people being people and supporting each other and wanting to unite more with each other. So without further ado, I'm just going to mention the name of the panel for the next conversation, and then we're going to play a quick video, and then I'll come on and introduce the moderator. But the title is Fashion is Industry Success via Collaboration and Giving Back. For me, that's the only kind of way that we can see success. So here we go. Let's play the clip. So here we go. We're going to get started. I know we're missing Theo, right?
He's trying to call in. He just texted me.
Okay.
He's getting a please wait message.
Okay, so he should be coming in soon. I'm going to make sure that I do that, but I'm going to let you, Jackie, take it from here. Jackie Mallon, editor of FashionUnited.com. And I know that's going to be an amazing conversation. I'm a true believer that without collaboration and giving back, you don't have a business. It's so important, those two things. And of course, inclusivity and sustainability and so much more. But giving back and collaboration is key to any success in my view. So I'm super excited to have you all here once again. I'll let you take it from here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jordana. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm Jackie Mallon. I am the US editor of FashionUnited.com, which is an Amsterdam-based fashion B2B website, which has a presence in 30 countries and in 10 languages. Today's panel, which I'm excited to moderate on, is Fashion is Industry Success via Collaboration and Giving Back. And I have with me 3 of the 4 individuals. Theo is joining us, 4 individuals from the industry who are passionately committed to the idea of giving back. It should promise to be 30 to 40 minutes of very uplifting content, I think, which all of us could use at this time, given everything that's going on in the world. So without further ado, I will ask you guys to give a brief intro of yourselves and what you have going on. And so if we can start with Helen.
Great, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Urban Zen I'm the CEO of Urban Zen. It's a multifaceted company in the retail, health, and wellness space. So we have a foundation that supports several important causes and also our namesake foundation. And we were founded by the iconic designer, Donna Karan. Some people know us for our luxury products, our partnerships and collaborations with artisans around the world through all categories, jewelry, home, and so forth. And on the wellness front, we complement Western medicine by teaching healing techniques to anyone from our own employees to healthcare workers and patients across hospitals in America.
Thank you, Helen. Kimberly?
Hi, I'm Kimberly Carney, founder and CEO of Fashwire. Thank you so much for having me here today. So Fashwire is a global platform providing 300 designers from more than 30 countries vital insight into consumer buying and behavior patterns. We are a two-sided marketplace. Fashwire is a B2B data hub to navigate consumer demand and increase profitability, and a B2C shopping platform powered by consumer preferences using personalization to connect consumers to brands. And we have a FashGive philanthropic arm, and we work closely with Retailers United. So it's super exciting right now to be able to give back to our industry.
Jeannie.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Barsom, and I'm the Senior Vice President at Merchandise Operations at Michaels, but I'm also the founder and CEO of Gifting Brands. So that video you saw in the beginning was all about us, and we're all about collaborating with both consumers, brands, and charities. And how it works is Gifting Brands is the first ever fashion e-commerce website that partners with fashion and luxury brands to donate excess inventory. So, in today's world, part of sustainability is, for us, we fill that circle of sustainability when you have end of season inventory and you don't have anywhere to go with it. You don't want to sell it off to a jobber, or you don't want to sell it off to TJ Maxx or Ross. Instead of putting it in landfills, which has been a practice that people are now, thank goodness, walking away from, you can donate it to Gifting Brands. And Gifting Brands then gives you a tax write-off because we are a 501c3. And we actually put it on our website for sale, and it has your brand, you have your own brand page, and 100% of the proceeds go back to charity. And so we're really excited. We're working with charities like A Better Chance, who Theo is on the stage with us today, who he'll tell you about himself. He's part of A Better Chance. We're working with Charity Water. We're working with really charities that support women, children, and families. So we're really excited that we're a sustainable company, but we're also a nonprofit, and we give everything back to charities. And we're now it's a new way to collaborate with brands. We call it inventory philanthropy. So you don't have to give money. You can give excess inventory, get a tax write-off, and make a difference. So we're really thrilled to be here.
I love that, inventory philanthropy. Maybe we can go into that further a little bit later on. Just my first question deals with the first half of the title of our panel today, which is collaboration. So the word collab has become a very trendy term, sort of a marketing cliche for maybe when luxury designers partner with sneaker brands to drop an exclusive shoe. This is obviously not that. So I wondered if we could start maybe with each of you giving your idea of what the word collaboration means to you. So we'll start with Helen.
So at Urban Zen, collaboration is connecting creatively to, create a wonderful product. In our case, it's two or more companies, regardless of the size, coming together to create what otherwise would be complicated or impossible without the other. We love the idea of collaboration rather than commissioning someone to do something for us. It's so nice to share the stage with another partner, whether it's in the home or in apparel or jewelry. So it's, sometimes we think of going to a partner for shoes and saying, hey, why don't make us this shoe? We're looking for this, and then we slap our name on it. For us, we rather be who we are with who that other person is. And again, creativity leaves space for collaboration and to share a stage. And that's what that means to us here at Urban Zen.
Yeah. And Jeannie, what does that mean to you?
For us, collaboration can happen in many different ways. And I'll use an example. Before I joined Michaels a couple months ago, right when the pandemic broke, we were just getting ready to launch Gifting Brands. And one of my board members called me and said, hey, I know you have a lot of industry connections in retail. I'm working on a project to help get masks made because UT Southwestern Hospitals here in Dallas was, obviously everyone back then was worried about having enough masks. And so I made some phone calls. I called a friend at Michaels, and Michaels ended up donating $1 million worth of fabric that we were then able to pass that along through Gifting Brands, our nonprofit. And they were able to get over 200,000 masks made. And they were really trying to help the healthcare workers because they wanted double protection. So, collaboration can come in many different ways. So we're open to collaborating in whatever way a brand wants to collaborate and help. There's Theo.
Hi.
Hey, Theo.
Excellent. Kimberly, you want to take that?
Can you guys hear me?
We
can. We're so glad you're here.
All right. Technologically challenged.
Well, you're here now. That's what's important.
Yes.
So, we were just in the middle of speaking about what the word collaboration means. So I was going to ask Kimberly, and then after maybe Theo, you could give us a little introduction just of yourself and what you have going on, and then rush right into what collaboration means to you personally and professionally. But Kimberly.
So collaboration for Fashwire comes in so many different forms. We have our brand partners who we work with daily as we help connect them directly to the consumers. And what we want is for our designers to be able to understand the consumer's needs to help drive profitability by helping them, cut back on the production costs by getting the consumer data. So for us, we collaborate with our designers on a daily basis with over 300 brands from worldwide that can come together, and we have our Fash Talks that has been phenomenal in helping people get to know and understand all these designers around the world. And prior to COVID, we were able to put them on fashion shows, which helped give them original content. So pretty exciting time for us right now as we've all navigated through this time together, and collaboration will continue as part of our DNA as we move forward.
That's great.
Theo, please.
Sure. A brief introduction. I'm Theo Killian. I have been in retail for the lion's share of my career, starting out at Macy's, going to Home Shopping Network, working with Jeannie at The Limited, and then going to Tommy Hilfiger. And Jeannie and I met up again in Dallas to turn around the Zale Corporation. So that's sort of what the professional profile is. I'm currently on several boards. I'm the chairman of the board at Tailored Brands. I am on the board of Claire's, the wonderful little girls brand in the mall. And most importantly and most significantly, I'm on the board of an organization called A Better Chance, which is an organization that's been around since 1963 and that allows talented children of color who may not have the economic means to be able to get into private school and create a platform for their future. So when I think about collaboration, and I'll talk about it more as it relates to A Better Chance, I think about this opportunity, particularly in the moment that we're in right now, because I believe COVID laid bare all of the infrastructure issues that we have in healthcare and education and employment, and certainly in terms of racial inequity. All of that has been laid bare. During the course of this session, 33 people will die in the United States, which is a staggering, staggering number. So collaboration for me is defined sort of narrowly by the work that Jeannie is doing and that A Better Chance will benefit from. But more importantly, it's all the people and partners that we've had at A Better Chance over that 57-year period to be able to change 16,500 children of color's lives in ways that are beyond anything that they could have ever dreamed, including me as a better chance alum myself.
Wow. I wonder, as you guys are so inspired to give back and think of others and have a very humane attitude within the fashion industry, I wonder if in your past, maybe as you're coming up or early in your career, if you had mentors or you had a figure that personified the idea of giving back who really influenced you. Jeannie, I see you raise your hand.
Well, I have to say Theo actually is my mentor. Love him. Theo and I met in the early 90s when I was a buyer at The Limited, and he was head of HR, and then we've stayed in contact, and then obviously he called me to Dallas and I joined with sales, and he's amazing. Not only is he, kind-hearted, he's very philanthropic, but, the one thing that I always loved about him at sales, he knew everyone's name in the company, even the people that worked in the DC. He connected with everyone, no matter what level of the organization. And it didn't matter who you were, whether you worked in the cafe or you were an executive, he treated everyone the same. And I just love that about him. And he's an amazing mentor. He actually helped inspire me through the reason I came up with this idea of inventory philanthropy was when Theo and I were together at sales, and he was the CEO, by the way, he didn't mention that. We had $1 million of excess inventory that we were able to write off when we were selling the company. And I started looking for and I couldn't find any. And so a couple years after that happened, I contacted Theo and said, hey, I have this great idea. What do you think about it? And he encouraged me, and he's been on my advisory board the whole time. So he's amazing, and I can't express how important it is to have a great mentor and multiple mentors.
And Theo, was there someone who was that figure for you that you could pass it on to Jeannie?
There's an expression, we stand on the shoulders of the people who got us to where we are. And so for me, that's a countless amount of people. I will only name a few. It starts with my grandmother, who made it to the 4th grade, but who always inspired in me this idea that education was going to change my life. My grade school teachers, all of whom's names I could recite, who made a difference in my life. My junior high school teachers, and then the people who I've learned from throughout my career at Macy's. There were innumerable people who inspired me and who taught me. And the reason why I knew so many people's names when Jeannie and I worked together at Zales is because I believe that every human being is a book. And if you open them up, there is a story. And if you let that story come out, you're going to learn something that's going to inspire you. So the work that Jeannie and I were able to do at Zales was largely inspired by going into the stores and just listening to people telling us what to do. So yeah, I get inspiration every single day in every walk of my life because, but for the will of God, there go I.
Mm-hmm. And Helen, I read your amazing, I think it was an op-ed in Fortune.
Yes.
Where you spoke about being a Black CEO in America. And I know that you mentioned a little bit about mentors within that. But if you'd like to share some of that with us.
I think Theo said it perfectly. I would only be reiterating what he said in the sense that there are so many people along the way who made the investment, right? Whether we call them allies or friends or leaders, but all along the way, I can say you can track all these influential individuals who invested in my career development. And that was incredible for me. I think when I think about giving back, right, I can't help, and I don't say this because I work for Donna at Urban Zen, but I worked with Donna Karen back at LVMH when we were there under Donna Karen. It was always about the we and not the me, right? She was always thinking about, how am I giving back? What are we doing? It's not enough just to be for us. And I thought, how incredible, because it resonated with my life and my upbringing. So whether she did 7th on sale for HIV and AIDS, or it was, Super Saturday for cancer research, and even now at Urban Zen, with children and education and the healthcare system. So when I think about one person, it's definitely her, because and I'm always impressed by people who not only do it in word, but action, especially when the world expects them not to be doing it, right? So, and she did it way before it was cool and way before it was a trend in the industry. She was all about conscious consumerism, so know who you're buying from. And she wanted us to be the best, because she wanted people to not only buy the best product, but know they're buying into an ethos that we stood by, and that they themselves hopefully would incorporate in their life, which is giving back.
Yeah. And Kimberly, you?
Yeah, for me, it starts really with my dad. He is my biggest inspiration, and he was a self-made businessman and always gave back. And growing up, I always heard, oh, your dad has the biggest heart, or your dad did this, or your dad. And I just remember thinking, I really want to be like him when I grow up, and I want people to say like how they talk about him. So for me, it really started with my dad, and then just like everybody else, it's along the way you have these different mentors, and today I'm inspired every day by my team, by my advisory board, by people I work with on a daily basis, which helps me learn and continue to grow and continue to enjoy giving back. So
I see, Kimberly, you're in your, it looks like you're in your Fashwire brick and mortar right there.
Fashwire showroom now, yes.
And you have Fashwire e-commerce. And so I wondered if you could talk a little bit. We don't really know what untold damage that COVID has leveled across our industry. But some people believe that crisis brings innovation and opportunity. And so I'm wondering how it has impacted what you do, good or bad.
So, well, this was a store. and prior to COVID, it was doing very well. But I had already thought ahead and realized a while back that there needed to be a digital solution. So quietly, my team and I were building this digital platform. And so when the pandemic hit, we had about 225 designers. And then we were able, when everything came to a halt, retail, production, we were able to provide a global solution, a reach out to consumers all over the world. So we were able to, our designers were impacted, but we were able to help with our platform, not only bring on new designers that were rethinking their strategy, but continue to help with our own brands. So for me, it's two sides, but it's definitely taught me a lot. And I think that we're all navigating through this next normal and what that will be. And I try to stay positive and look at, there's a reason for, I've gone from 2 businesses to really focused on the direct to consumer. And it really is, I'm learning every day, like how to go forward with all of this, and meeting people like Jeannie and listening to other people's stories, super helpful, because then I can in turn look and see, oh, well, what can I do to turn the store situation positive? And so and just even this panel is inspiring to me.
Mm-hmm. And Jeannie, you launched gifting brands during the pandemic. So talk about that.
So we were waiting to launch until we had this event, because our whole purpose of doing this event is to let brands know. So this is the first time we're really out speaking to brands to let them know about inventory philanthropy, and that we are a solution for them that is not only sustainable, but it also elevates their brand image, because we can tell this story about how they're giving back and tie back to charities like Theo's with a better chance. So we launched 2 charities, A Better Chance, Theo's charity, as well as the Family Place. We made the decision in April to launch early. We only had a few brands online, but we said, you know what, let's do something. Let's not wait till it's perfect until the fall when we were going to launch after we had more brands online. We said, let's just do it, and we'll use it as a testing environment. It's been great. People have responded, and now we're excited to launch and tell everyone who we are, and come collaborate with us and help us make a difference. And, especially to be able to raise money for grants for a better chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, and maybe Jeannie talked about this while I was struggling with my technology, but the Family Place is a wonderful organization that provides shelter for women who are at risk. And I was speaking to one of our coworkers, Jeannie, who, as you know, is also involved in domestic violence. And one of the other issues that's been laid bare during COVID is this idea that they had a 22% spike in the number of women who are captured at home and who are subjected to domestic violence. So there's all of these things that are going on that we now have an opportunity. You talked about in innovation, Jackie. We have an opportunity to change the things. All of these things have existed before COVID. There was racial inequity, there was educational inequity, there's indigenous people inequity, there is incredible issues with women having violence against them. Now we have an opportunity to do something about it, to make a choice, to take a road that we're going to go down and do something that's, I think it's terrific that people are getting $1 million here and $1 million there. That's great. Those kind of transactional things are terrific. But to really get involved in making a difference in people's lives is the kind of thing I think we're talking about here today. So I just wanted to shine a light on this issue of domestic violence because I don't think it gets talked about enough.
True. I would definitely say about innovation, this period has been incredible for our foundation in the sense that we focus on healthcare and supporting healthcare workers and nurses and training them for self-healing techniques. But it was so challenging because historically we've been in the hospitals, right? Our integrative therapists have been in hospitals across the country. And then to be told that you're not an essential worker in the midst of the peak of COVID, especially in New York. So we immediately pivoted, and which we weren't digital in that space, in our foundation healthcare space, went completely digital, created 5 videos, 5 minutes each, that were shared for free to every frontline worker across the country in order to stop, and wherever they are, whether you're waking up before you go to your shift, in the middle of a hard shift, right? Dealing with those issues that are specific to COVID, right? And they're dealing with life and death within a second. And it's so fast, the speed at which they're working is incredible. So how do we assist the healthcare workers when we can't go in? So we found a way to do that on their phone. Again, escape, get in your car right before you go to bed, and just a 5-minute meditation to help. And that has been, I'd say for us, just the silver lining in all this, that we were still able to find a way to get in and help our frontline workers. Those are on the front line supporting us.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
I was on the Gifting Brands website. So you have some gorgeous, products there, luxury jewelry, and I wondered what you have noticed about the consumer emerging from the pandemic. If their shopping habits have changed, are they only buying sweatpants? Are they going for the beautiful jewelry with the diamonds in it? What have you noticed?
Honestly, you know what's been interesting? Our men's shirts from Tory Richards has been doing really well. So I think it's wives buying for their husbands. And the higher price jewelry, one of the other things that we do is not only do we sell the product, but the charities that we work with, when they have big galas or charity events, we donate the product there as well. And that's where those do really well. And we're able to get, higher ticket prices, $1,000, $2,000 sales off of those. But the men's shirts, the men's dresses, and the jewelry has been good. We don't have any sweatpants right now, but we'd love some.
Kimberly, at Fashwire, have you noticed a difference with what consumers are buying? Have you noticed what people are buying, if it's changed since COVID, if they're looking for particular items?
I think they've reprioritized what they want. They want quality, they want comfort, and they want ease. So, whether they're going to be on a Zoom call or they are just going to be working from home and not having to show their face that day. It's so different now because people aren't buying the luxury that they once wore on a regular basis because there's no events at the moment. So I think there's just been a shift in priorities of what's important to them. And just even as simple as they don't want to have to take it to the dry cleaner, or they don't want to, and that's a lot that I hear from people who do come by the store, because we are still selling the product we have in. And that's one of the number one questions I get asked is, what's the wash? And, and do I have to hang it dry? Do I have to do this? And you can just tell they just want ease. Ease is really, I think, what I'm noticing.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just add a couple of notes of optimism?
Please.
Particularly if you're in the men's business. One is our rental business is actually pretty good. People are starting to get married again. Those weddings that were held off for a while, and they're not getting married in sweatpants. Thank God. So that's one hopeful thing, is that people are, and not unlike throughout history, women are leading the way, thank God, to dress the idiots who can't dress themselves. And the second hopeful thing from history is the pandemic in 1918 lasted for 2 years, from 1918 to 1920. And out of 1920 came the Roaring 20s, when everybody was fashionable, everybody was dancing, everybody was collaborating, and there was a worldwide celebration of the freedom that they had. And fashion was at the forefront of that. So don't know if history will repeat itself, but I'm told history doesn't always repeat itself. Sometimes it rhymes. So I'm hoping that it's going to rhyme this time, and that we're going to start seeing people dress up again on the other side of this thing.
And we're seeing a lot of home shopping. We're seeing a lot of our home product blowing off.
Yeah.
We see people coming in wanting to buy the product off the floor. And we're like, no, we need that. But it's a lot of demand at the home space. And we're seeing an uptick depending on the region. So in China, where you're seeing people going back out, we're seeing business pick up. We're seeing, of course, some of the coastals, you see LA slowing down, of course, naturally. But yeah, see home exceeding expectation is incredible.
The other interesting thing is, because I'm at Michael's, people are taking on new hobbies. Art supplies are blowing out. Jewelry supplies are blowing out. People are, and a lot of kids things, because, so many people now have their kids at home, then they need art projects. So that business has been really strong. And, people are taking up hobbies that they've never done before, knitting, crocheting, all of that. It's been great.
Banana bread.
There you go.
I hope I get this right. I heard from you in our previous conversation, you used a Gandhi quote, which was, when we try to find ourselves, we should lose ourselves in the service of others. And I'm wondering if that is how you guys together believe that we're going to get out of what we're in at the minute in fashion, because we previously we were going hard, we were going fast, there was no stopping it. We've started to think of people over profit and slowing down, and then the pandemic happened. And I wonder if what you guys are doing and that kind of Gandhi spirit is really what will take us through this. Theo, you can start as you brought.
Sure. There's a few things that are going on that I think should give us hope. The Business Roundtable, which is made up of 181 incredibly powerful CEOs, a year ago broadened their platform and said it's no longer just about shareholders, it's about stakeholders, and stakeholders includes communities and it includes employees. So all of a sudden, if you're one of those corporations, you have permission to do good work. The other thing is, institutional investors for the past 3 years have been focused on ESG, environmental, social, and governmental. That gives us permission from the biggest investors in the world to be able to change the environment that's ravaging California right now, to be able to do great social work. And then I think the other thing that for me gives me enormous hope about this, for me, Helen and I talked about things that are personal in the way that we give back. So for a better chance, it's really closing the circle. They got me started. They gave me a lift. So I owe it to people to create 500 opportunities every year for young people to be able to get the same chance that I had. But the thing that is most encouraging right now, different than the civil rights issues in the 60s, is the color of the people who are walking, the ages of the people who are walking, the people who are pissed off. Really gives me great encouragement that we're at a point where we can make seismic systemic change that'll last for a long time.
Love to hear it. Does anyone else have anything to add to that?
You know, I partner with the New York City Mayor's office on healthcare issues and women, just helping women succeed. And the more I give myself to that, the more I see there are so many hopeful entrepreneurs and business people and healthcare workers who are actually really positive about the future. You're right. You see, it's all doom and gloom, but inside everyone's hopeful, supportive, and sometimes it gets us out of our bubble or that media channel that we're so used to hearing. But when you're with the people on the ground, there's so much hope, and I think we're going to get out of it stronger and better.
Yeah, and like I'm part of Retailers United, and it's a group of tech and retail industry executives who have come together to help America reopen and help retailers and wholesalers open up their businesses again by giving grants and resources to help do that. So it's a great organization to be a part of, and really has been super impactful on the designers that have received grants from us to date.
It's awesome.
So I wonder, you guys you've worked with some of the biggest brands in the US. You've held some C-suite positions in very high roles. And looking back, what you would tell your younger self? What you would say not to worry about, or what you would say focus on this, or?
Keep raising the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's a risk.
What you would tell your younger self?
I would say take a risk, make a difference, and give back. I think I spent way too much time in my early career trying to work my way up in the different companies I was at, and I didn't have time to volunteer and give back. And I wish I would have done more of that then. It's so fulfilling. It really makes a difference. And don't forget to spend time with your family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and trusting your instincts, I think, adds to all of that, as well as, trust your instincts to go forward, with your vision and stay true to your values as you move forward in your positions. And as you continue to raise the bar, stay true to your core.
We don't have a lot of time left. It looks like a couple of minutes, but I was interested in hearing a little bit from you, Helen, about your relationships or your collaborations, partnerships with artisans, the artisanal community, because I know that in Urban Zen, a lot of product is very well beautifully crafted and from different parts. And so how do you approach a collaboration like that?
Right. So Donna does do extensive traveling, and some of our artisan community comes just from connections and networks, but a lot of it, I would say about 80% from her travels. So she meets people and she works and she's on the ground and she's, molding clay or, directing how things are worked. It's incredible. She's in there. And then we give them the platform, we give them the selling opportunity. We know that she has a platform and she succeeded at it. And as we all do, we believe that there's so much beauty in this world, mm-hmm. and that we need to sort of break through the noise and show something different. So I love it. I love the work from Bali. The furniture is from Bali. Some of it's bamboo. It's all done by hand. You look at, Guatemala, even in America, there's amazing artisans who just need the platform.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yes, Theo?
I'll be very quick. Just what I tell my younger self is something that is a line from a song in The Color Purple that says, I'm thankful for every day that I'm given the hard and the tough ones I'm living. Mm-hmm. And I think understanding that early on, that the hard ones are going to pass, and be thankful for those days is something I think I'd tell my younger self. But I also wanted to, thank the three of you for participation, Jeannie for introducing me to Fashion Innovation, to Marcello and Jordana, who've done an amazing job of creating this platform, and do a shameless plug for Jordana's book, which is coming out, I believe, early next year, which is about homelessness in Brazil. It Can Be You. So this idea of philanthropy, I think, runs deep, and runs through all of us. So kudos to Jordana.
That's amazing. Just briefly, Jordana will probably be along soon, but how do you guys choose the charities that you work with? Like, Judy, how did you choose the charity?
We are really focused on women, children, and families. And I first chose charities that I have been involved with. So I'm on the board of the and I chose A Better Chance because I know what great work they do through Theo. And then I've also researched other charities like Charity Water will be launching next month. They're doing an amazing job of creating wells all over the world for third world countries. And so we really want to work with charities that are making a big impact because we want them, when people buy our products and our donated products, we want it all, we want it to make a difference. So we want to know that we're working with nonprofits where a large percentage, typically it's about 85 to 90% of their income goes straight to their mission. And at Charity Water, 100% goes back because they have philanthropists that come in and pay for all their headcount or their overhead, and 100% goes back. So that's why I chose them.
I wish you guys all the best in what you do. It's so heartening. Jordana, we just need your plug.
Oh my God.
Jordana, I had to give kudos to the platform. You and Marcello have done a great job. And importantly, to give you a plug for the book that's coming out, that's also about philanthropy. It can be you from homeless. So kudos to you.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Buy Jordana's book.
Honestly, yes. I have to tell you, I never talk about it because I never want to I wanted to just come from people like you that admire what I'm doing. And I appreciate that more than you can imagine. And even though you guys all gave advice to your younger selves, and I'm already 40, I'm taking all of that. You all just literally made me even almost emotional with what you guys were saying. And I believe so much in what all of you have done and are doing. And oh my gosh, this was just super inspirational. And Theo, honestly, you just totally warmed my heart times a million. And I know it comes from a genuine place. So thank you all so much for being so transparent, so honest, and so wonderful with the work that you all do. And I hope to continue the conversation with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. So that just got me super so funny because I don't really talk often about myself or the work that I'm doing just because I want to really shed the light on who we're bringing on board. So by Theo bringing up my book, and just to talk about it briefly since you brought it up, I am launching my book titled It Can Be You, to give a face to homelessness using the voices of the fashion industry. So I'll post something about it, but Theo, that was amazing and the whole conversation was inspiring. So trying to get back up now to a different conversation, but it's a conversation I'm actually really excited about. It's actually a pitch competition. The title is Fashion is Growing with Venture Capital, and it's partnered with Gorgeous and powered by Gorgeous and being hosted by Gorgeous, and incredible people that he brought on that he's going to be introducing to all of you, and incredible brands that are going to be pitching. One, actually, Jordan O'Darce, who we had the pleasure of having as a speaker at the last event. So this was a treat. And I'm excited about the next brand that I'm going to hear about right now. So Rohan, if you can join me, there we go. Thank you so much for being here and for partnering with us and putting together this incredible part of the day that I know so many of us are looking forward to. And I'm going to let you, without further notice, just take it from here. And I know it's going to be exciting. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jordana. Well, it's great to be here. It's going to be fun. We're all looking forward to this. And I think if we can, let's bring David and Madeline on stage as well. Perfect. I'm just going to share my screen here. Can you guys see my screen okay? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay, let's hop right into it. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to the third episode of Vested Interest with a special feature at Fashinnovation. Thanks again, Jordana, for having us. Vested Interest is an online pitch competition that we've started for direct-to-consumer e-commerce brands. My name is Rohan. I manage our investor partnerships at Gorgeous, and we're super excited to continue this series as a way to help companies scale. For those that are unfamiliar, Gorgeous is an e-commerce focused help desk with deep integrations with Shopify and Magento, and we work with a ton of amazing brands all along the D2C spectrum that potentially could be great investment opportunities for investors. The format will be as follows. For today, we will have 2 brands pitched to a panel of 2 investors. Each brand will have 7 to 8 minutes for their pitch, and they'll be sharing a deck. They're welcome to share anything with respect to the background of their business, how much capital they're looking to raise, what they do with the capital, revenue numbers, and other stats, so on and so forth. The investors on the panel will then have 7 to 8 minutes collectively to ask questions based on anything and everything that they did or did not hear during the pitch. And I'm also excited to announce that the official co-host and sponsor for this event is #paid. Their platform helps D2C brands fix influencer marketing. Brands use their network and of creators to find best fits for each campaign, source authentic and diverse content, and drive purchases by running paid social ads through creator handles. And good news is they're offering 50% off the first campaign to both brands today, which I'll announce in a second. But first, let's introduce the investors that are on the panel today. First, we have Madeline Kuehlen from Victress Capital, who leads consumer investments there. And we have the managing partner at Reformation Partners, David Rogg. I'll turn it over to each of the 2 of them quickly to do a brief 30-second intro. And Madeline, would you mind kicking things off?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm really excited to hear from the brands. I'm Madeline. I'm an investor at Victress Capital. Our focus is on early stage consumer companies backed by diverse teams. And so for us, we look at everything from brands, we look at e-com, we look at everything that underlies that from a tech perspective. And our focus is at seed and Series A. So super excited to be here, excited to learn more.
Awesome, thanks a lot. And David?
Sure. Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me on this. So I'm David, co-founder and managing partner at Reformation Partners. We are a fund based in New York, focused on the best capital efficient businesses, early stage with a particular focus on consumer products, and very excited to dive in with the 2 companies presenting today.
Awesome. Thanks a lot to the both of you. And on the brand side, just as we were talking about 2 phenomenal brands, of course, our first brand is Boyish Jeans, pitched by Jordan Adars. Boyish is committed to minimizing its impact on the environment. Their focus is on innovation and sustainability in the fashion industry and has truly allowed them to establish themselves as a leader in the space. The second brand is Pasco, pitched by Patrick Robertson. With a focus on addressing the underserved socially sustainable apparel market, Pasco is taking strides in the right direction. Their product is made by digitally mobilizing a USA team from their homes, allowing them to efficiently and effectively create designs that are both comfortable and fashionable. At the end, the investors and I will sync up and pick a winner based on the brand itself, potential for growth, overall likelihood to invest, and overall feel. And before we get started here, ongoing thank you to our partners who provide perks and discounts to the participating brands on Vested Interest, Kinship, Mute6, Rewind, Chronos, SwayPay, Blue Stout, OmniSend, SMS Bump, and Class Rebel. Okay, and that's it for me. We're going to get started here, and we're going to bring Jordan up from Boyish Jeans to start. Hey, Jordan, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. So you heard the intro there. The floor is yours. You have 7 to 8 minutes. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys inviting us. It's a really unique situation here to be back here in Fashion Innovation, which I'm very excited to be speaking in a different format this time. When I originally started Boyish Jeans, kind of started it with the inspiration to inspire others. So I'm really excited to see what Fashion Innovation is doing to inspire others to create better products. It's something that is not really a trend, even though some might say that it is trending. To me, it's a movement. It's going to become the new standard, which is the reason why Boyish focuses so much on sustainability and creating products that do not have waste, that utilize products that come from waste and upcycle them to give them new lives. I kind of was lucky enough to start my career in kind of being a jack of all trades and, being everything from pattern making to production to design to wash coordination and fabric development. I started a brand called Girlfriend Denim for Revolve, which was great because it was a huge success. Launched it at Barney's, which unfortunately is still closed, but it's still a brand that's around right now and still doing great. You can find it at everywhere from Nordstrom's to Revolve.com. Then I went on to learn a little bit more about sustainability at a company called Reformation, which focuses a lot on sustainability, which was great. Here I was able to kind of define what is sustainable denim. This was about 4 years ago, so it was in consideration that no one really knew what sustainable denim was. Most people just thought, oh, organic cotton is what sustainable denim was. And when I went to Reformation, they were like, oh, well, we don't use cotton at all. And to me, I was thinking, well, jeans are actually made of entirely cotton, so what are we going to use to make these jeans? You know, hopes and dreams. And it's actually kind of funny because their motto was that they are, you know, being naked is the most sustainable, you know, clothing item technically, and that they are number 2. So I was like, well, technically we're doing number 1 here, which is being naked. But there I was able to identify kind of the way to blend fibers together, which wasn't an easy method to do because I went to a lot of companies that were making fabrics that considered themselves the most sustainable you know, denim mills in the world, and asked them to take recycled cotton and to take certain cellulosic materials and blend them together. And I tried with many and failed, and I found the right ones and I succeeded. And I realized that my sort of technical skill in this market was what was really going to give the advantage here for the future. And that's what Boyish came about. We launched Boyish in 2018, and it was a great success. About 1 year later, we were in stores such as Nordstrom's, Intermix. We are also in stores, small boutique collections like Planet Blue. We have our own online distribution to sell directly to consumers through our website. And just earlier this year, we also launched a small sort of pop-up collection with Bloomingdale's just before the pandemic. The pandemic definitely made us think a little bit differently about how the future is going to go. Luckily, a lot of the changes that actually happened during the pandemic were things that we're already actually working on identifying more of, which was great. We ended up shifting a lot of our focus into adding improvements on our website. We didn't realize that we had been a first for many different attributes to our company. We ended up realizing that we were the first completely 100% carbon neutral denim brand in the US. We didn't realize that when we launched our completely transparent supply chain mapping with Retrace, that we were kind of the first denim brand to fully map their supply chain like that here in the US. And not only that, we also measure all of our metrics, and we have a third-party company just clarify all of the life cycle assessments of our products. I think one of the biggest issues with sustainability is greenwashing. So we've realized that, you know, we want to make sure that our consumers don't just know that we are doing something sustainable and that we say, believe us, we're doing it. Because the unfortunate side is that there's a lot of companies out there that all state that they are making sustainable products, but at the end of the day, they are damaging other people's lives. You know, and that's the important thing, that we give the consumers the power. And the reason why we're so focused on sustainability is the more we teach our consumers and educate them about what makes a sustainable product sustainable, then they're able to hold that guideline, hold that bar up higher for the other companies. And so that the other companies now have to realize if they want to make better products, that they really need to step in and actually do it. You know, if they say, there's statistics out there that state that about 60% of the organic cotton that is used in fashion is actually not even organic. You know, there's only 250,000 tons of organic cotton grown each year. So if you put the numbers together, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the unique thing about jeans is that, you know, there's a lot of capability for them to be one of the most sustainable products. However, they are one of the worst in fashion, one of the dirtiest. The dyes, you know, the fact of using cotton in general, which is a surface crop that grows in high climate areas that utilizes a lot of water and an absorbent amount of pesticides and insecticides and fertilizers that all come from fossil fuels. So one of the purposes here is that you take something that can be the worst and you flip it over and make it better than everything else, then it gives you kind of the inspiration to say, what else can we do? And this is when I started realizing the success of what we've created with Boyish can be interpreted into other garments. So we launched knits and started making t-shirt jersey fabrics, and we started making fleece fabrics with sweatshirts. And we realized that that was actually even easier to make completely zero waste. We blended it with a fiber that we use in our jeans called Refibra, which is actually a cellulosic fiber that comes with blending wood pulp with actually waste fabric from big fashion manufacturers that are just throwing away the scraps from their cutting. And we work with this company out of Austria called Lenzing that produces this cellulosic recycled material. And we blend it with our organic cotton that comes from Izmir, Turkey, to have some of the lowest impact garments that also have the most premium quality. When you touch these garments, you feel like this should be $100 t-shirt. And then you actually compare it to this other materials that you find out there. You know, say you go on one of the, companies that we sell to, Nordstrom's or Bloomingdale's websites, and you buy a $100 or $200 product from them, a sweatshirt or whatever it is, and you feel it in comparison to ours, and you think this is just a, regular cotton, regular polyester product that's selling for $200. It feels like crap. It sheds microplastics. It has pesticides. Who knows what it's made out of? Who knows who made it? And if the factories were even audited or treated well, I mean, the cotton could have come from the western portions of China, where they're using slave labor pretty much right now in the internment camps that they've created for Muslims. And at the end of the day, you compare that to our product that's completely audited, completely transparent, half the price, or if not a third the price. All the information is accessible to the consumer so that they know, hey, at the end of the day, I know I feel comfortable producing this. And not only that, it's a company that supports other organizations. We plant one tree for each purchase. We even work with a company called 1% for the Planet, that the founder of Patagonia, Yvon Chouinard, he created this to help other companies connect to nonprofits to work together. And so we also support companies like Solar Sister, where we're donating money to help support them create better initiatives for people who need it. But not just to give them money, but to create solar power in rural villages in Africa where they would normally use, charcoal, wood, kerosene, things like that. So the whole concept of business should be not just profit. Even a government shouldn't be just focused on GDP. Perceived values are what's really important right now. And one of the things that the consumers are shifting towards right now is the value that they consider themselves for the future. What does this do? How does this treat people? How does this treat the planet? What is it doing for me? They don't want to just look good in a product. They want to feel good because they're supporting good. And that's what Boyish delivers. And as we are advancing our company, we're having extreme growth, and it's a difficult thing to do to keep up with. So what we're trying to do right now is we actually started realizing that a lot of investors started reaching out to us that, hey, maybe this is something that we need to learn how to adapt and how to expand. And so now we're looking at creating a small sewing line within our offices to specifically start making our own products, where we can make them within 3 weeks, put them onto our websites, find out what's selling well, and then take those blueprints of designs and send them to our other factories and produce higher quantities at lower prices, and then also offer them to our wholesale partners such as, Anthropology or Free People or Shopbop or Revolve. And this kind of creates a way to reduce our waste by not overproducing, adapt to a faster growing trend market, and not only that, reduce our cost of goods and increase our quality all at the same time. So these are sort of initiatives that we're trying to implement by kind of creating a smart designed supply chain. And I noticed your hand moving, so I figured that was the out of time notion.
Just wanted to let you know we're slightly over. So if you have like 1 or 2 minutes to wrap it up, but
that was pretty much it.
But if not,
I'll open.
Fantastic.
I'll leave the rest of the time open for questions.
That's great. Appreciate that.
Great. Happy to start, and then I guess Madeline and I can trade off. So thanks for that, Jordan. Could you just walk me through, tell me a bit about your supply chain? So obviously very transparent, very focused on the sustainability angle, which is great. Where are you producing, and what does that working capital cycle look like for the business?
So right now we have several different countries that we work with. We produce a little bit here in Los Angeles, but unfortunately there's not much subsidies from the government to really support growth here, let alone sustainable machinery that we really need to find. So we end up going where a lot of that sort of supply chain ends up. We ended up in Turkey, where we have 3 factories that we're working with in Turkey. We have a factory in Italy, and we also work with a factory in Thailand. Our working capital pretty much comes from a blend of also, profit from sales, but also our wholesales. we get orders in advance. So we collect orders pretty much about 6 months in advance. And what we do is we take those purchase orders, and as soon as we ship them to our customers, we usually ship on terms anywhere from 30 to 60 days. We work with a factoring company, and the factoring company finances our POs and gives us the money to be able to produce them for our wholesale clients. However, we don't get the same sort of treatment when it comes to inventorying our product for our own website, which is where we're seeing the most growth, is through our direct-to-consumer channels.
What is the current split right now between your direct-to-consumer and your wholesale?
At the beginning of this year, it was probably about 30% direct-to-consumer and 70% between wholesale and also distributors internationally. Right now, we're teeter-tottering around 40% direct-to-consumer and 60% wholesale and distributors internationally.
And what do you want that to look like over time in terms of what is the best case in terms of what that split looks like as you grow?
I think somewhere between the 50% direct-to-consumer to 60% direct-to-consumer, depending on whether or not we have brick and mortar stores, which I know sounds like a crazy idea, but I still think it's extremely relevant, just not in the next 6 months or a year, but going forward into 2022, based on unique experiences you can deliver to customers outside of just selling product. But nonetheless, I think somewhere right around there with a 40 to 50% wholesale model, because wholesale clients are still extremely relevant and important, especially due to brand relevancy. A lot of direct-to-consumer brands, it's very difficult to give people the perceived value of your product, because these days people compare you to everything else they can find on the internet. And well, you know, the difficult part is you can find pretty much anything on the internet for as cheap as you want it to be. And people don't understand the difference on how that was made or where that was made. So the unique experience you're able to get is through not just direct-to-consumer if people want to find more information, but you also have the relevancy of these other wholesale distributors being able to sell your products and pretty much saying that this is a product that we believe in and we also think our consumers will be interested in. And you get to gather their customers for life as well, because whenever they can't find something there, they can still come to your website and purchase products.
On the customer side, and maybe the answer is different between wholesale and e-com, what do you see as your customer personas? So who is your target customer? You know, curious age demographic, where are they based? Maybe socioeconomic level, like who does this resonate most with, given the sustainability angle and everything else?
So I actually have a lot of decks, like a brand deck that tells a lot about that, which I'm more than willing to send that out to you privately through an email. But our consumer is definitely between the ages of 24 to 34. I like to call her a big girl. She's just graduated college. She's got her own job now, and she's got big girl money. So she's going to say, all right, if I'm spending my own money now, I definitely want to start buying something a little bit more conscious, because I'm not in college. I can focus on, I have a career now, so I'm career focused, which means I want to focus on building future. This goes all the way up into the 30s, where we also have women that, you know, they've learned about what's happening with the world, and they know that their dollar is their power. This isn't just a matter of voting for government people to go talk about how they're going to do things and then just take a bunch of money from corporations. These are women who know that I got to purchase stuff that's going to help support the future of other people. And not just that, but I also want to purchase products that's not toxic to myself. A lot of clothing actually holds a lot of toxicities, carcinogens, things like that. Currently, right now in the beauty world, you have a lot of people talking about SLS free, paraben free, paraffin free, all these sort of things, because people are starting to realize that corporations were actually using worse materials to cut their costs. And now consumers are becoming more educated, and they want to know, hey, if this is going on my skin, I want to know that it's not going to cause a rash, hives, pimples, blemishes, anything like that. Especially more important on the women's side of the business.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. We have maybe 1 or 2 more minutes. Madeline, David, any other additional questions from you guys?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I actually have a question.
Are you good?
Can I ask,
okay.
I know it's probably not like traditional, but can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, because I obviously, you know, I get a lot of people that email us. Everyone looks at our brand and everyone's very curious, like, oh, you know, like they want to call me, find out all the details. But I think for a lot of people out there that are listening right now that have a lot of interest in wanting to start their own brands, that they all have interest in, like if I start a brand, like I have no idea about anything about investors or anything. What are the things that attract investors to brands?
Yeah, I can start, and I'm sure Madeline will have a lot more to add. So to me, and for what we care about at Reformation, is sort of three key things. So one is a lot of what you've talked about during this time, which is brand, right? So what is special? There's obviously in the apparel space, so many brands doing like jeans, how many different jeans brands are there, but what makes your brand stand out amongst the milieu, and why is someone clicking on your Facebook ad versus the 5 other, jeans ads they're seeing? So that's a key piece. That's qualitative. That's obviously gut feel as opposed to quantitative. The two quantitative things in particular that we care about, with a particular focus on brands that don't need to raise 5, 10, 15, hundreds of millions of dollars, but grow much more sustainably. We care a lot about unit economics and working capital cycle. So two things that if you nail it, you can grow incredibly profitably. If you don't, you're going to need to consume a lot of capital to get there. And so, different industries, there's different ways to structure in accordance with that and to try to be able to grow on customers rather than external funding, or creatively leverage things like factoring, like you mentioned you guys do. So at least for us, that's how we think about it. I'm sure Madeline has other criteria she thinks about.
I think we're fairly similar. Capital efficiency is really important to us. We're early stage investors, and we stick with companies through the life cycle. And I think in the consumer space, we're always looking at what that exit might look like and what that means for us and the founders as you go through that cycle. I think in terms of what makes a brand stand out, we're looking a lot around authenticity, around community, as well as the commerce part and how those fit together, why those really resonate to a specific demographic, to a specific consumer, and what really that brand voice looks like and how they speak to their consumers. And I think in a quantitative way, we look at, okay, well, what does that translate to in terms of AOV within a certain category? What does that translate to in terms of repeat purchases? How long does this customer stay with this brand? And how do you really see that loyalty play out on a metrics for you? And so I think that's really important. And as of late, I think we look a lot around shifting demographics, and we look a lot around accessibility and what that might look like.
Yeah, I feel like those are things on my mind as well. I'm always thinking about perceived value, considering that there's companies these days that don't even make products that can be $18 billion, companies. So it is very important. I always look at Impossible Foods and the importance of creating plant-based meats. And that's kind of what I always looked at with Boyish. Is I wanted Boyish just to be the plant-based sort of clothing manufacturers that make non-toxic, organic, carbon neutral products. And in a world where everything's becoming plastic, clothes are made of plastic, they hold carcinogens and all kinds of crazy stuff. So I really appreciate you guys giving those answers. It's very meaningful.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Jordan. Really appreciate the pitch and the Q&A, of course. We're going to bring Jordan off stage now. We're going to bring Patrick up.
Thanks, Rohan. I really appreciate you having me here.
Thanks, Jordan.
Hey.
Hey, Patrick.
How's it going? Good.
Good, good. We're super excited for this. You should see the share screen button at the bottom, yeah?
Yeah. Let me share.
Okay.
And I'll get started.
Awesome. The floor is yours. Go for it.
Okay, hold on. Share screen. They said it was easy. Sorry, one sec. Let me find there. Share. Come on, technology. Really? I'm going to try again. Hold on. Share screen.
Yeah, no worries.
Not happening.
If it's not popping up, Patrick, you can
it's not happening.
Okay, go ahead. You can speak to it.
So Patrick Robinson and I started a brand called Pasco about 4 years ago, and that's after being in the industry for about 30 years. So I've I've been the head of brands, some of the biggest brands in the world, from the Gap, Target, Giorgio Armani, Perry Ellis, Paco Rabanne, and a few others. And I would say 5 years ago, I got to this place where I was doing as the head of this company, and the last one was Gap, really wasn't aligning with my virtues and my values, right? And I saw an opportunity where the world was going, and I think that's what you're hearing from a lot of brands, right? They see this opportunity for sustainable or responsible, and we moved in that direction. I decided to launch a brand to, shit. Did I lose you guys? Really?
We can still hear you. We just can't see
you. Are you there?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm not sure what happened. This is great. So I'll keep going and we'll figure out that screen. So Pasco came along because of we wanted to see if we could build a consumer product that had sustainability and responsibility and all those things, and we went out and did it. And so we had this amazing growth. We started 4 years ago, and we went from $700,000 that first year to $3.2 million in our second year to $6.9 million last year. We were on track we were going to jump. We were raising money and getting ready and lining ourselves up to double revenue to $12 million in 2020. Never tell the world what you're going to do. COVID hits us, right? And we stopped with fundraising. Of course, you guys know that, because everybody went to a place of going back and protecting their portfolios. And it was probably a godsend, because we started going through COVID and we saw revenue drop, and we were cash crunched and we were bringing in inventory slow. And as a Black man, this is sort of personal. I watched Floyd die, and I watched it over and over, and something hit me, something personal. I just let go, because being a Black man in this country, you've dealt with racism. I've dealt with it my entire life. I mean, from being a 14-year-old kid and getting thrown out of my first girlfriend's house with her father raging at me, right, and calling me every name in the world. And so I understood. I had something just sparked up in me about being disregarded and devalued. And then I started seeing food lines in this country, where we started seeing people going to food banks to feed. And then we saw the unemployment go berserk, and especially in the fashion, well, I know it's the fashion industry, but all across the country. And I decided that we were talking about responsibility and sustainability and all that, but we were talking out both sides of our mouth, if that's the right thing to say, that we were missing a social part. We were missing a part of community. The reason I gave you that whole story about the racism being Black, there's something that I just kept feeling like that we're separating ourselves, and we're separating ourselves from the products we buy and the people who make them. And so we pivoted, and we did it super fast, and we changed, and I would love to, I'll send you guys the slide, but we changed, and we changed the name to Pasco Community Made. And we started making Pasco in people's homes in the US. So we went from Asia, moved all of our a big portion of our manufacturing here, stopped manufacturing in Asia. We launched this July 11th. We launched it as a pre-order. Customers started buying it. It's already 18% of our revenue, our monthly revenue. And we're making it with all these people who have lost their jobs throughout the fashion industry. And we started seeing a new opportunity, an opportunity to build a platform that connects makers to consumers to a company. And what this means is, imagine you buy something from us now. You buy a pair of pants. Madeline or David, you guys come and you buy a pair of pants from us, and you take it home and it rips. So you would have the conversation usually with the company, with me. Instead, what we're doing is we want you to actually have the conversation with the exact person who made your pen. And we'll be able to facilitate that conversation. You'll send it back to them and they'll repair it. What we want to do is bring into this conversation all the makers with you, so you start valuing the products that are being made, that you have in your life. because we think what's happened is, one, we've become a disposable society and we throw away everything. We think everything, especially clothes, are all disposable, but we also don't value the people that make them. We definitely don't value them overseas, and we don't value them here. And what we're going to do is, the reason we call it Pasco Community Made is this platform is going to allow you to have a conversation with the people who made it. At least be able to, you can decide how far you want to go into it, but not just having a conversation with the company, but having a conversation with these makers and actually watching your products be made through the process. We see this, and the reason we're calling it a platform, when we don't just see it as clothes. We see an opportunity to take this across the country and to plug in all sorts of different products. And so you can imagine we look at what you need for home and work and for travel, and thinking about all these amazing products that you could have. It's been, I'll probably catch up to my 8 minutes, so I'll go a little quicker. It's been this amazing experience of unlocking these people and understanding who they are. We started with the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey. 500 people wanted to be involved, tailors and seamstresses and pattern makers and technicians with the first one. We don't need all those. We've already had outreach from Alabama, South Carolina, Detroit, California, of other people who want to work at home and do this. We're seeing it's a whole different way of looking at having, the gig worker, right? The gig worker making a consumer product and making it from their homes. I think what's really interesting is that when you talk to the people who are making it, one of the things you start finding out about the people is the makers is that they never see generational wealth. They never understand that they're not sure that their job is going to be consistent over a period of time. What we're doing is unlocking a system that actually allow them to actually be able to make something and show them that they can make that over and over and over for a period of time. We're also paying them in a way that's really fascinating. Minimum wage in New York is 15. With what we're doing, you have the opportunity to make between $25 and $35 an hour. And another part of it is, one of the things that we quickly found out was, unlike an Uber where it's the corporation and the people who work for them, what we saw was an opportunity to actually give them equity in the company, to actually make them owners, so that you start changing that conversation so that they feel like the products they're making, they want to do the best possible work they can because they're a part of owning the company. And that's an interesting legal thing, right? So we've been studying the legal, because you can't actually make contractors employees, but you can build a co-op. And you can make that co-op part of the company and so form a different company. So we're being very creative in the way we're thinking about this, and we're moving very quickly. We launched this July 11th. We're going to ship the first products starting the end of this month into October, and this just starts rolling. By Q2 of next year, it will overtake. So we're bringing down the clothes that we made in Asia while we're bringing this up. By Q2, end of Q2, it'll be Community Made will be 65% of the products. And then by the end of the year, we'll be close to 100% of the products that we make. So that's what we're up to. Let's see if I can fix my camera.
Awesome. I was going to say you look great, but it sounded even better. So appreciate that pitch. Obviously, you guys are undertaking some really, really good initiatives, launching that in July. We've got a condensed time frame here, so I'll toss it over to David and Madeline for some quick Q&A. There you are. We can see you again. Perfect. Whichever one of you wants to give it a start.
Sure. Just to clarify, can you walk through the relationship with the makers in terms of how you find them, how their compensation is driven, and then also what that customer support aspect looks like in terms of what's on your end and what's on their end?
Yeah. So customer support. So all that customer support, shipping, all of that's on our end, and we have a very interesting way that we're doing that. I'll come back to it. The relationship on how we find them is, I've been in this industry a long time, so I have a little bit of a secret there that I know a lot of people. And so what you find is, once you connect with one tailor and one seamstress, they start connecting you to more because they all seem to know each other. What we found was during the worst of COVID, these groups of tailors and seamstresses from home got together and started making PPE. because most of them were unemployed, and it was a way that they really felt, I think, first and foremost, to give back, but they were also being paid to do it. Since they had formed those groups, we actually found a large group of them through that. There's a great crew that's called SLB. They group that was large amounts of PPE. We plugged into that and found some of the best people. But some of the crews, we have this wonderful woman that's making some things for us, and she used to work on Broadway, and she used to be one of this amazing seamstress tailor on Broadway, and she's been out of work for now 7 months. Where cutting is still the only thing that we have to do in a big because you do it all at once. It's still in a big facility, but even that, the gentleman who runs that, Tony, he used to run a place with 15 people. He's down to 3 people. So they're looking for this work, and we're able to come in and give this work. And this is something, what we're doing right now is we're coming out and building these relationships with them, because as things get better, we want to be in a place that they see more value doing it, working with us, than what they would working somewhere else. So we're looking at a whole different model than that model. And I'll be honest, all the models that we're hearing from the gig workers out there that aren't happy and don't really have a long-term relationship with the company, we're actually turning that around. We're using we're thinking about the company different. I'll shut up in a sec because I can ramble. We're looking at the company different, because even the way we're building the company, because we're not building, I came from big corporations where it's this massive corporation and everything's on the inside, and everybody on the inside gets the stock options and rich and blah, blah, blah. Everybody else that makes stuff, if it's made in Bangladesh or China or blah, blah, they're all screwed. And that's not the model we want. We see this as being regenerative, right? A platform wherever we're adding value to everyone. So not only adding value to the brand, but adding value to the consumer and to the makers. I'll be quiet. I can answer some more later.
So I think the vision's really interesting, and like the obviously made in US angle. How do you scale this, and how do you maintain consistency and quality? Obviously, having sort of production all across the country with folks from your network. I imagine at low volume it makes sense, but as you hopefully scale this to replicate the volumes you're doing with overseas production, that's the scale.
Yeah. The data, I keep spinning, but the data on how many people, just to see in the US. That we envision going to and making other products. But if we just stay with the clothes, there's a huge opportunity. I mean, and it's not just the New York area. It's not just the California area. We see this opportunity in South Carolina. We see this opportunity in Texas. We see this opportunity in Alabama. There's amazing craftspeople that we can sort of plug in. And that's not even getting into it. We've had already outreach and conversations with people like, would you train people? Well, that's down the road, and that's an opportunity, but we don't even have to go there because there's so many people that we could scale this with and grow it with. And it's what we have. This is truly where you use technology to be smart about how you build everything out, how we automate it. Another cool point I just want to point out real quick. This is my own question, but I'll answer it. One of the things, everyone talks about that they have outside people like say that the company's doing, like the company's green, the company's fabulous. Like you always hear that from me, right? I'm the best thing since peanut butter. I make all these things. We're actually turning that around and actually allowing the makers to grade the company. So they're going, every time they make something for us, they actually get to grade the company. The customer gets to grade the makers in the company. So it's really a community of a dialogue. And that's changing that idea of, let's go out and get a company that I pay to tell me I'm green and beautiful and I do all the great stuff, right? This is actually people saying, oh, they actually paid me a fair wage. They actually do use good materials. This does have me have a better life. Or I hate the damn company. They don't do anything right. But that honesty that's the future, and that's how this has to work. So
Okay, looks like we lost Patrick. It's that upstate New York Wi-Fi. Apparently, that's why David left the state. But okay, so obviously, really good pitch by Patrick, and Fashinnovation's been really generous with the time from here, so I appreciate that, guys. 2 good pitches and 2 good Q&A sessions. What we're going to do is we're going to take the rest of this offline, as opposed to normally picking a winner on the live webinar. And if either one of the 2 investors or either one of the 2 brands want to have a conversation after the fact, we'll be sure to make that happen. If anyone wants to get in contact with me at Gorgeous regarding vested interest or regarding customer support, rohan@gorgeous.com. Shoot me an email. We'll get you lined up in either one of those 2 scenarios. But thanks again to David and Madeline. Really appreciate the time dedicated to judging this.
No, thank you guys. And I'm sorry, I kept trying to push for time. I'm like, they can wait.
Sorry.
And I thought he was freezing, and I thought it was really great what he's doing. I thought both of them were amazing, and I really appreciated this so much. And please do share with us who you guys choose so that we can send tomorrow with a post email thanking everyone the results of it, and also a way to contact whoever you want, our guests to contact. So make sure to send it over. And thank you guys so much. And I'm sorry that we had to push it forward a little bit, but you guys were amazing, and the pitches were great. Even though he was breaking up, it's technology. It happens.
No worries. Thanks, Jordana, for having us and for featuring us on this. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. So yeah, technology, it happens, right? But next we have an incredible fireside. I'm really excited to get to it. It's a company that I've known for the last 24 years of my life, and there's so much they're doing with innovation. So I know there's a lot that you're going to talk about. So the title is Fashion is Embracing Power and Femininity. I'm loving how this is so women-empowered focused this day. And leading the conversation is Dominic Maduri, who's a junior reporter, executive lifestyle at Business Insider. Thank you so much, Dom, for being here with us. And I'm really excited for you to take this over.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Hi, Kristen. I'm going to let you guys take it from here.
Hi. Okay, so hi, everyone. I'm Dominic. And of course, I'm with Kirsten Bowen, who is the Senior Vice President of Merchandising and Design at White House Black Market. Ms. Bowen, she rejoined the company in September of 2019. She was previously with the brand from 2005 to 2008, and she's a 35-year retail industry veteran. In her current role, she is responsible for the vision, strategy, and tactics of product assortment and growth with the brand. And before joining White House Black Market, she served as the EVP and GMM of merchandising, planning, and marketing and digital at Jackrabbit. Previously, she held various leadership roles of merchandising at Anthropologie, Limited Brands, and she received her degree in fashion merchandising from Ryerson University, and she currently resides in Naples, Florida. And I'm a fellow Floridian, so hello. And we are going to be talking about how fashion is embracing power and femininity. And so it seems like, just to jump right into it, it seems like before, women in high-ranking positions couldn't be too fashionable with what they wore. But now all of a sudden that has been struck down, and embracing individuality has somewhat become one of the most defining aspects of the past decade. Would you agree with that?
I do. And through fashion, we have the privilege to allow women to fully embrace their complexity, inspire confidence, and encourage women to both embrace their power and femininity, which is honestly such a inspiring, and we're so lucky to be in an industry that we're able to do that. Because no woman is one thing, and we embrace her. We embrace her complexity and her nuances, and we love to just have her and give her the medium to express her individuality.
Yeah, because especially because it seems that in the modern era, we're really bridging the power, or we're bridging the gap between power and femininity, and we're mashing it all together. And where it's like women can be seen as fashionable, authentic, powerful, and all of these different types of things.
And, you know, at White House Black Market, we talk a lot about owning contradictions. And what you just said is really owning those contradictions. And that was what our brand was built on. And we talk about it in many ways about who we are, how we design, and how we embody our customer, who we believe it's that. And we, you know, when you're not trying to be something else and you're showing up authentically and owning it, that's powerful. And some of my favorite sayings of owning your contradictions is, you know, talking less to say more. And it takes a lot of effort to look effortless. And, you know, it's a way to express herself and have a unique expression. And that really changes with her mood. And fashion allows you to do that as well.
And, you know, just going off of authenticity, do you think authenticity has become such a talking point right now with, you know, the upcoming Gen Zers, you know, millennials really, you know, pushing for, you know, brands with authentic messages, you know, people really embracing individuality. Do you, like, is there a point where you can think about this past, you know, decade or, you know, century where authenticity, there was a turning point and, you know, people really embracing their authentic selves?
You know, I believe it's a turning point with each individual, and when you're able to accept yourself and who you are, and that's when you can authentically and confidently express yourself. And I think that happens in different places for everybody, and we want to encourage as a fashion brand that's okay. And once you're able to do that, it's almost an unlock, and you strike up this confidence and this spring in your step, and you can be you, and whatever that means to you and how you show up, that you can match the way you look and the way you present yourself with your mood and your personality. And to me, that's truly being genuine and authentic.
Do you think social media has contributed to this at all?
You know, it has. It allows, you know, it gives you, you're influenced by so many things, and you can take all of those influences and decide how that impacts you and what you take away from it, and then how you show up.
Because, you know, another point in all of this, it seems like in the past, you know, the traditional meaning of power was, you know, rigid, and there wasn't a lot of expression, and you had to blend in, and you had to embrace whatever, you know, you wanted to embody, you know. And so now it seems like everything is, you know, as you said, a direct contradiction to that. And now it's really, you know, it's completely something different.
You know, when you do think about traditional power dressing, and I remember this in my career, you had to blend in. You shouldn't stand out, and you were told to dress simply and to be understated. And, you know, women are also not taught to cultivate confidence at an early age. So it, you know, and I feel like you can feel so much more in control when you are able to present yourself in a way that expresses your personality, your mood, and who you are. And then you show up with true confidence, and you have that feeling like you own it. And this is you, and this is who I am, and that's okay.
And again, like, do you think that it's this really, I guess, this up and coming generation that's really pushing down and saying, like, you're going to accept me as I come, you know? Do you think why do you think that expression has become such a big thing in these past few years?
You have to be, because again, I think you have to love yourself, and you have to believe in yourself before anyone else can believe in you, and before you can truly make an impact on everything you do. And you have to show up every day and be the best version of you, and whatever that is, and accept that some days it's going to look different than others, but and that's okay. And that's why we say at White House Black Market, and when we work together, it's really owning your contradictions and being who you are, and showing up how you are, and supporting each other and being okay with that.
And do you think that this sudden rise in expression and individuality has anything to do with, I guess, the casualization of the workplace today?
You know, partially. I think the casualization in the workplace, it probably does have something to do with that as well as just having access to so many more things, as you said before, through social media and just seeing more, and then using all of those different mediums to gather what you want to take away and how you want to express yourself.
And I mean, do you feel that I'm just because I'm thinking of like Silicon Valley style, which is super kind of a reject of, the typical Wall Street, Brooks Brothers suit and tie, and you have people who are now wearing sneakers and jeans and everything. It's not just, of course, women who are embracing a new type of individuality, but also we see men, we see people, of all over who are really stepping into this new light. And what do you think the future holds for that? Do you think that it's just, these days of, I guess, crisp cut suits are over, or what is your take on that?
Casualization has, far before COVID and what's happening now, casualization was already becoming so much more important. And I believe the last few months have accelerated that. And for us to be working from home, and we've almost adopted a new normal. And it's funny because there's two sides to that, because we want to be casual, but we want to feel polished and put together and confident. So when we all were in lockdown, we all of a sudden didn't have to dress up anymore. And for a brief moment, that felt great because you could be in your sweats all day. But you got to a point where now you were ready you want to pull yourself together again. Dressing is ritual, and you want to get up in the morning and put on your outfit, get ready, and then you feel confident, put together, and ready to conquer the day. So I'm seeing a lot of our customers and even our team coming to work now and showing up, and they're looking fantastic, and they're just like, I'm ready to dress up again. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to put my jeans and my great shirt on, but it might not be a blazer anymore. It's definitely more versatile. Comfort's important. And also now with working from home part of the time, potentially going into your office, going to another meeting, and then however you're moving around throughout the day, you don't have time to change. So now we need to adapt and make her outfits work all day long, and you don't have time to do those changes anymore. So the versatility and the comfort is paramount.
Yeah, and I was just about to ask, is how tied is this expression to people just being seen? Because we are, working from home now, and everyone's in sweatpants and, just putting on a top. And, I have pajamas on under here, but so how tied is this to us just being seen? And,
It's again, I think it just goes back to self-expression. And when you put on an outfit and you get dressed and you're feeling good about yourself, and you feel pulled together, and what you put on makes you smile, and you remember why you bought it and when you bought it, and you feel more ready to conquer the day. And I think the sweats on the bottom right now are working, but we are seeing that movement that I'm done with my sweats, I'm done with my leggings, let me put on a pair of jeans, let me put on a great dress. But the rigidness of that being uncomfortable is not working anymore. It has to be something now that looks fantastic, but is also comfortable and moves with you. Because it's also, when you're in your sweats all day, there's no line between work and home, and that getting dressed really creates that divide.
And just for just to know, so who is like the ideal White House Black Market customer, and what industry do you see, like, you know, the clothes that you're offering and the style and expression that you're offering customers, which industry do you see, you know, this newfound individuality disrupting the most?
Well, at our customer, you know, we don't really put an age on our customer, but our woman she's busy. She's career driven. She's very social. She has a lot of obligations in the house and out of the house. So she needs something that works for her, but she always wants to look polished, put together, even when she's on her downtime. She loves to get dressed. She loves clothes. She loves fashion, and she looks to us for outfit inspiration, for style inspiration, and things that make her feel beautiful. That is one of our things that we say, is we always want to make women feel beautiful and give them confidence and make them feel feminine and ready to conquer whatever her day looks like. So that's our customer, and we have customers in every different industry. And what we do when we create our collections is we make sure that you can put them together in different ways, because it's not a formulaic way of dressing. There's a lot of different components that you can dress up and dress down, and that's really the contradiction in what we do. We do a lot of fashion that is, if you're wearing one piece that's a little more over the top, your bottom is understated. And we're able to create those looks for her. And I think that's why we have a unique place in the market.
And, you know, with something that I'm just interested about, it's been well noted that, you know, a woman, overdressed, overeducated, you know, well-dressed, well-educated is, you know, quite intimidating to some people. And so do you feel that as women begin to really embrace their power and their individuality, that more people are going to get, you know, intimidated, shook, scared? And what do we do about this? Do we care?
Women, we need to embrace each other and really thrive on each other's successes, pull each other up, and really bond together. And that is something that, for all of us to be successful, is what we have to do, and support one another and not be intimidated, and celebrate each other's successes and help each other when we need that support. And that's what we thrive on.
And as we, of course, going back to, I guess, the pandemic, which we can't ignore, do you feel that power dressing in the age of the pandemic, you know, whether we're working from home or, you know, if restaurants are open at 25% capacity, or, you know, do you feel that power dressing is going to change in this era? And, you know, in the future, like, what is it going to be? Are we all going to be wearing, you know, Victorian era gloves again, or what are we going to be doing in the future?
Well, we are definitely looking at that. And, you know, if you go through history, there's always a period of transition when you come out of a pandemic. And we believe that through next year, you're gradually going to get, you know, everyone is going to be ready to, you've been almost confined for so long that you're just bursting to have this self-expression and to be able to and I believe it'll get bolder, and people will want to express themselves. And there's a school that says there's going to be a lot of minimalism, but I do believe there's going to be more opulence, and people will want to you know, wear bright colors and fun prints, and be able to express themselves again as they connect and wear things that bring them joy.
So you're saying we're actually going to be entering the Roaring 20s all over again?
I do. I think that's coming. That is, I believe that will come.
And so So White House Black Market has started, preparing for, I guess, the dresses, the stockings, everything, the little headpieces. Have you?
We're not there yet, but it's definitely a lively conversation that we're having. And because when you go through, obviously this is going to be a very different holiday, but in our industry, we're working almost a year in advance. So we're really thinking now, you're transporting yourself to holiday 2021. What's that going to look like?
Oh my God.
Yeah. It'll be very different. So we're excited to imagine that. It gives us inspiration and it makes us smile. And again, that's what we do. We bring, we bring excitement and a way for our customer to escape and get excited.
And just, really quickly, because I know that we are running out of time. How does White House Black Market utilize social media in terms of really, I guess, giving the image to women to embrace their individuality and power? Do you hire like specific models, or like do you look at, micro or macro influencers? What is the image that you convey on social media, since it's, a very big thing now?
We do several things, and when you go on, when you look at us on social media, we use a lot of people that work within the brand, because we have such an incredible diverse group of women in the brand that we use, and then we use a very diverse group of influencers as well that we feel relate to who our customer is, and we want to always ensure that we are relatable and that she can connect with who we're putting in front of her.
And before I, ask or open it up for questions from the audience, last thing, everybody's wearing masks. I'm looking for, cute masks that are, not the medical ones, but things that I can hang out with my friends, or not hang out with my friends. Let me back up. I mean, like socially distance and see somebody else with. How long do you think masks are going to be in fashion? And are those slowly becoming, a power symbol in themselves?
I don't think masks are going away anytime soon. I completely agree with you. Masks right now, I'm a lipstick girl. I love wearing bright lips, as I see you as well. And now that I can't do that anymore, because when you wear lipstick, it gets all over your mask. Masks are really the new lipstick, and we're excited we are now matching our masks to our outfits. We're matching, we're doing printed masks to match back to what you're wearing. For holiday, we have a whole embellished mask collection as well. And we also have mask chains. And we love our mask chains, because when you take off your mask, you always lose it, or you put it somewhere, or you wear it around your wrist and it's awkward. So we actually made mask necklaces that hold your masks, and that has become our new favorite. So we're having fun with masks, and I agree, they are the new fashion accessory.
And so I'm going to open it up if anybody has any questions for Kirsten. I saw someone said that they love the blouse you have on. I also love the blouse you have on.
This is actually our Tiger Organza trench, and it's on our website right now. Please check it out. It's fantastic. I wear mine with a t-shirt and denim, and it's really fun. It's that one statement piece.
Yeah, I love the necklace too. Is that like a matching necklace earring combo?
It is.
I saw.
Yeah, this is part of our new fall that we just launched. Thank you.
Yes. Do you have a matching mask to match the shirt?
I actually do. It's on the other side of my office. I wear my mask all day long.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny. I just got gloves in today. So I don't know I don't know. So
we haven't done gloves yet, but that's a good idea.
Oh, new trend alert.
I'm sure the person who's running our accessory division is getting on it right away.
So I just want to come on here. This conversation was really great. And I love that the way you guys really played around with femininity, but also what you were saying, Kirsten. I agree. Like, I started off this pandemic really focusing on the pajama on the bottom and business up top. And then now I kind of feel like I want to get up and get dressed and, you know, get out and feel good. And I think that's what fashion does at the end of the day, right? So yeah, so I really, it was an incredible conversation and very uplifting in many ways. And I just love the energy that you two also shared. So thank you both so much for being here. And we're super excited to continue the conversation and not let this be the last, but the beginning of something. So thank you both so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day and stay safe.
You too.
Bye-bye. Have a good night. Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
So next, first we're going to play a small video of a brand by the name of Talib Blanc. I'm actually wearing her outfit and her necklace, and I even have her bag here. There it is in the corner. But huge fan of the brand, huge fan of Deborah, the designer and the founder. So we're going to play her video, and then we're going to go on to the next conversation that I'm super excited about, titled Fashion is Resilience. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it right after we play this clip. So there we go. And without further ado, I welcome our leader of this conversation, our moderator, Pandora Amaratis, with Daily Mail U.S. Style Director and Daily Mail TV correspondent, who's going to be speaking with Eric Blasberg, Head of Fashion and Beauty at YouTube. And again, Fashion is Resilient. I love that title. That's like my first question I ask people during this pandemic is, how do you stay resilient during this? And so I know we're going to hear lots of goodies here. So I'll let you guys take it from here. And thank you again so much.
Thank you so much, Jordana. Derek, I'm really so excited to be speaking with you. I find your career so fascinating. And I feel like we all have so much to learn from you. So let's start with the personal stuff. Where did you grow up?
Thanks for that introduction, Jordana. And hi, Pandora. I hope I don't disappoint. Now the pressure is on with an introduction like that. I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, and I lived in the same house in the same school district for the first 18 years of my life. I had a super suburban, typical American childhood. And then I went to NYU when I was 18 for college and was the opposite of that. And then I just never left. So that's what I did.
I feel like, so I think it's safe to say that you are officially a cool kid. I mean, like one day you're hanging out with Gigi, the next day you're with Victoria Beckham or Gwyneth Paltrow. Were you always like that? And do your friends back in Missouri, like, are they like, what the heck are you doing? What happened?
I don't know if I would call myself in my childhood a cool kid. In fact, like this is kind of a random personal fact. I didn't miss a day of school, K through 12. I had perfect attendance, K through 12, which has only really blown my mind as obviously here in 2020 when we're thinking about, homeschooling, virtual schools, when children are under the weather, they shouldn't go to school. And I was such a nerd. Like I went to school sick. I went to school with a cough, with a cold, with a flu. So I was definitely not a cool kid. But
so was it for the academics, or do you think you had like FOMO or something if you stayed home?
It definitely wasn't FOMO. I mean, it was partly the academics. I was,
Yeah.
I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, which is where a lot of other people like Carly Kloss grew up. Carly was 6 feet tall when she was 13 years old. And so I think her entree to New York was obviously going to be in a different arena of the fashion world than mine.
Yeah.
I came here really based on academics and scholastics.
Yeah.
So,
so then how did you get into fashion? Was that something that you always wanted to do?
So I went to journalism school. I went to NYU, and I have a degree in journalism and I have a degree in dramatic literature. But I think what sort of jump-started my career was that when I was in college, I was already interning. So my freshman year of college, I wrote all the biographies at a modeling agency called Elite Model Management, which was on 22nd Street, 121 22nd. And then I think it's moved to, I don't even know if it's still around, actually. I'm sure it's still around, but I don't know if it's still on 22nd Street. And then my sophomore year, I interned in London when I did a year abroad at Dazed and Confused magazine. My junior year, I interned at W magazine. My senior year, I interned at Vogue. And when a job opened after I graduated at Vogue, I worked there. So, I definitely started my career in fashion probably earlier than most people. But I think a lot of it had to do with going to school in New York and taking advantage of my proximity to this industry from an early age.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure coming out, you just had like the head start from everybody else. Like,
And then, and actually, yeah. So, I mean, we don't need to get too into the weeds on all of this, or else we won't get past my first year of college. So my first job out of college, I got this amazing opportunity to work at Vogue, and I was really the terrible assistant. I was like the worst assistant ever. And
it's not an easy job.
And I was fired. So like I had this great job, and then I was fired, and then I went freelance. Everyone at the magazine, I think I can say this, liked me enough to, so I worked for the international Vogues. And I wrote for magazines, and this is just when sort of obviously the world of online journalism took off, and I worked for a company called Style.com, which some people probably will remember, and some people may not remember, depending.
But I feel like you've had so many major positions like Bazaar, Vanity Fair.
So
You've written books.
Yeah. I was probably a workaholic in school, never missing a day. And obviously, working in New York is a much more glamorous place to do it. But I still probably have that same drive and ambition to not miss anything. And so that was a great opportunity I knocked out a couple books. And now I'm sort of in this new chapter. So after working in magazines for a long time and writing a couple books, I started 2 years ago at YouTube as the head of fashion and beauty here.
Yeah.
So
I know that yesterday was actually the anniversary of YouTube Fashion. So
yeah, it was. I mean, and as I'm sure anyone who is celebrating a birthday or an anniversary or looking back nostalgically on 2020 or the past year, last night was literally the 1 year anniversary of the launch of Slash Fashion. And so 1 year ago, we had this big party in the middle of New York Fashion Week, and, Gigi and Bella and Kendall, like all these great models were there. And this week we have a much different reality. But in a surreal way, it at least affirms that what we were doing with Slash Fashion is an important hub, because a lot of the shows that we're not going to be going to this season, we'll be watching on virtually.
Yeah.
And we'll watch them on YouTube as well as other social platforms.
Yeah.
But definitely, I think youtube.com/fashion is going to be the ultimate place to catch them.
Of course it is.
For the next 4 weeks.
I definitely want to get to Fashion Week because, of course, that's such a big thing right now. But going back to the YouTube, what appealed to you about the job at first?
I mean, to speak super candidly with you, when I was first approached by Google to do the job, I was like super hesitant. You know, I was like, oh, I've been working in magazines for so long. You know, this is really the career path I thought I would be forging for myself. And then what I sort of realized is that everything I loved about working in magazines and what I loved about working online and what I loved about social media is really telling stories and working with models and photographers and makeup artists, hairstylists, and really there's other parts of my job that aren't doing this, but a big part of my job at YouTube is telling those stories and working with photographers and hairstylists and makeup artists and models and you know, collaborating with them in a way that wasn't so dissimilar to magazines. And so what I sort of, you know, like most people, I'm sometimes hesitant to change. Most fashion people, you know what you know what you like, and you sort of stay in that lane. But once I sort of, you know, I had some friends who helped me take a step back and look at this incredible opportunity. Also, there hadn't been a fashion and beauty vertical on YouTube, so there's this incredible new space for us to explore, and I have no problem saying I've loved what I've done for the past 2 years with these guys. It's been awesome. There's a great team, and of course, you know, YouTube is a Google company, and so you have access to some of the smartest and brightest minds in the tech space, AR, VR, you know, search. You have access to all these data points, so it's been a real exciting opportunity and a huge education.
Yeah, it's so fascinating because I feel like, especially with like fashion designers, they were really hesitant. There was the exclusivity that went along with being in fashion. And I feel like they were apprehensive about social media. And now it's just like, it's so funny. It's all out there, you know?
I mean, you probably remember this when Tom Ford launched his first. So Tom Ford, of course, was the creative director at Gucci, and then he launched his menswear line, and then he launched a women's wear line. And he forbade camera phones, anyone to bring a camera in, and he refused to allow in online outlets. And at the time, I think the idea was that fashion needed to be to keep it like crisp or delicate or elegant. It needed to stay in this little bitty box. And now, you know, now Tom Ford uses some of the Instagram social media models that we've come to associate in the fashion space as much as girls. So I should have prepared myself for this, Pandora, and that Tom his collection, but it must have been with that first women's wear collection was probably, you know, 6 or 7 years ago. So even in that short amount of time, you know, fashion has really, I would say, opened its eyes to the power of digital.
Right. And like ironic that we're in this situation that we're in right now, you know? What would you say has been maybe something that you're most proud of, or what has been like a win there for you?
Well, like the obvious answer for me to say is that at YouTube, the biggest thing that we did was build, you know, this vertical / fashion, which is now the world's largest style video content aggregate. So that's like a huge. That is something that I think will affect YouTube and the fashion industry in a major way. But there's also been like smaller things that we've done. We launched Naomi Campbell's YouTube channel, and she.
Wait, how did you convince her to do
that? Well,
your charm.
I guess charm. When you know Naomi, you realize what she wants to hear, and what she wants to hear about like social media and content creation is that she's the boss and she's in charge. So what's awesome about YouTube is that you're your own director, editor, producer. You decide when you want to upload. You have final cut. You have final approval. You can do your own titles, your own captions. So obviously, people have come to Naomi and offered her, you know, documentary series or, you know, TV shows and stuff. But I think what appealed to her about YouTube is that she's her own little media company.
Yeah.
we did a lot of stuff together. So I guess maybe 2 Januaries ago, she closed this really important Valentino show that was all based on the glamour of basically a Black couture excellence. And it was like a very emotional video that, oftentimes fashion shows seem to be quick and superficial, and this is like a very powerful show that she did, and she documented all of her channel. And even in May, in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, she pivoted her YouTube channel to become a place for public figures in the social justice movement, including one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, Cleo Wade, who's this incredible Black poet, Beth Ann Hardison, who is the founder of the Black Model Initiative. So she, it's been thrilling to work with her. So I've enjoyed working with her. Louis Vuitton built a whole YouTube vertical, LVTV, which has been, obviously I think Vuitton is having a huge moment, and they really pulled back their curtain and to explain their process and creative vision. In July, Dior did 3 different shows. They did a couture show at Mia Grazia. They had a menswear show by Kim Jones, and they had a resort show in Puglia, sort of the first fashion show to happen after COVID. And there was no audience, but they felt it was their duty to support the artisans in Italy. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm rambling at this point, but there's a lot of exciting stuff I'm proud of.
And then there've been a lot of collabs.
A lot of collaborations, and so one of my biggest sort of objectives when I came to YouTube was help bridge this gap between the world of glamour and fashion and beauty and Fashion Week, and also then this bustling creative community on YouTube of creators. And so Liza Koshy came to a lot of these collaborations happened obviously at Fashion Week, so before COVID. So Liza Koshy came to the Dior show in March. Emma Chamberlain came to the Louis Vuitton show. We brought Bretman Rock to New York Fashion Week. There's this incredible creator called Ashley, aka Best Dressed, who did a 3-part diary on New York Fashion Week on her channel. So sorry, the short answer to your question is yes, collaborations have been an incredible outlet to show the fashion world what creators can do, and also show creators the world of fashion. So that's been a great opportunity that we've worked on too.
Yeah. And then, when you first got the job, like what was the thinking behind building it? Because it just seems like such a huge undertaking. Like, how did you even go about that?
Well, I think the reason I wanted to build something like Slash Fashion was the idea that a lot of people in the fashion community were unaware of some of the incredible content that exists on YouTube. We really wanted it to be sort of a lighthouse for the quality of content that exists on YouTube and that people are creating for YouTube. And to answer your question, how it was built, I have no problem telling you, by a bunch of people that know how to do that stuff, who aren't, obviously Google has some of the best and smartest and brightest engineers in the world, and they're the sorts of people that when the new fashion guy comes and says we need to build an online home for fashion and beauty on YouTube, they're like, okay, great, how can we do this? How does it look? And if you go on Slash Fashion, you see there's shelves for fashion show collections, and there's beauty, model live, stories of style, and all of that is populated algorithmically. So the engineers at YouTube were able to identify what quality fashion content looks like to make sure every time you go there, you see something that is hopefully interesting, intriguing, and inspiring.
Yeah. All right, so now let's talk Fashion Week. So of course, everyone had to pivot to a digital fashion week. It's just such unprecedented times, and to respond to that, like we have the CFDA with Runway 360, IMG has their own platform. So what is YouTube doing?
So we really got to flex the muscles that we've sort of built in the past year in July. So in July, YouTube collaborated with I'm not even going to try to say it. I know this is a very international audience today, and there's probably some people who can speak French watching, so I'm not even going to attempt to speak French. But the French Federation, the French Fashion Federation, we collaborated with them to build the first ever digital couture shows and digital French men's fashion week. And it was, again, Pandora, I wish I was more prepared. I'd give you all my numbers. I think our watch time doubled. 58 new designers who had never been on YouTube launched channels. The results were really incredible. And to talk about that just for like a couple seconds is that, I read a lot of the reviews in the fashion press that sort of said, digital fashion week is tricky. I want to be at the shows instead of watching on my computer in my dining room. And I thought that was sort of interesting because, of course, everyone would love to be I would love to be in Paris too, right now, and having a little baguette with some fromage on it. But it felt incredible from where I'm sitting to work at a company that was continuing to translate the creativity and ideas and designs of these fashion brands at a time when it's impossible to travel, and the safest thing we can do is stay home. So I was super enthusiastic. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling. To answer your question, we are in touch now with over 100 brands who are all going to live stream their shows on youtube.com/fashion. And so, this is the place to come and see all the shows.
Right. I know, I kind of feel like while it's not where we're all used to, that doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. Like there's definitely a silver lining. I feel like there's definitely a lot of designers that are showing that maybe didn't have the opportunity to show before. There are some positives. Would you agree to that?
It's also changed the way I think a lot of designers have thought about showing.
Yeah.
So Kim Jones was in the news yesterday because in addition to working for Dior Homme, it was announced he would be designing women's wear for Fendi. And what he did for the Dior Homme show in July was a conversation with an African-based artist who was the impetus for his entire menswear collection. And in pre-COVID, I probably would have gone to Paris and seen that show and, maybe heard about this great artist who he collaborated with. But in this new version of Fashion Week, he was able to introduce the artist, show the artist's work at his studio. So there was also a crazy show from Milan called Kid Super, and it was an entire fashion show on miniatures and stop motion. I won't take up too much time, but there was like a bunch of super cool new things that designers did.
Wow. Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the creativity and the innovation. I'm looking forward to that.
Did you say innovation because this is called Fashinnovation? Do they make you say that?
On purpose. How would you say the last year has affected like what you're doing?
What I'm doing at YouTube or in my life or right now in my apartment or all of it?
Yeah.
I think for most members of the fashion industry who spend a lot of time on airplanes, I think like 3 or 4 years ago, I did the New York Times looked at my Instagram account to look at my geotags, and they calculated I'd been to California 15 times in 1 year. This has been a complete shift in how I spend my days and the amount of time I can devote to working at home, and it's changed the way that I think we all communicate with people that we work with internally, externally. So looking back on the last year, there's a lot of stuff that I regret missing. At YouTube, some of the biggest content drivers for us are Coachella, the Cannes Film Festival, the Met Gala, which of course we weren't able to feature on our platform. However, I do think next year and the future of fashion will benefit from this sort of reset and this moment that we're in the middle of. Yeah. And it's been a dark couple of months. And so, you know, a lot of stuff has bubbled up. And so I hope, I pray that we're all a kinder, more compassionate world and industry on the other side of this, because it needs to be.
Would you say that, like, I mean, has the pause like benefited you in any way? I feel like I'm doing meditation. I'm doing all the stuff I never did before.
Well, my dog is still confused why I'm still here all day, every day. One of the things that I guess maybe I took for granted before COVID is that I didn't check in with my family as much. And so literally I got back to New York after Paris Fashion Week, I think on March 4th. And every single night from March 4th until tonight, when we get off later, I've done a family FaceTime with both my parents, my brother and his wife, their 3 kids. Like, so I definitely think there has been positive effect. There's been bright spots in these dark days.
Yeah. Okay, we have a viewer question.
Oh.
Do you think that due to COVID, there are still opportunities for others to become the next Derek?
I think so. Yeah. I grew up sort of this school nerd in St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah, I think that you're proof that like anything is possible if you want to do it, right? Like, you worked so hard at it, though.
It is interesting to think about how sort of COVID will affect the career trajectories. Sorry if you all can hear that siren. I'm definitely in New York City. I think it's past.
I thought it was mine, actually.
Well, people know where we are now. They know that we're not saying we're in New York and we're somewhere else. When I was an intern at Vogue, the bookings girl, so the girl who booked all the models, would say that the thing that she loved most about the models that she would put in the magazine are the ones that were happy to be there and easy to work with. You know, and I think I've said this before in an interview, is that like that little line, happy to be here, easy to work with, really stuck with me. Yeah. And even when, even when like days are long or there's contract issues or, releases, model releases and all those forms and stuff that are frustrating to work with now, I still try and tell myself to be happy to be here and easy to work with. And I think that more than where you grew up or, the pandemic or all that sort of stuff, I think that is what will affect, that mentality will have a better effect on a career trajectory than anything else.
Right, like no matter what you do. And would you say that's kind of been like the secret to your success?
Yeah, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Those questions always sort of humor me because it's like, I still feel like I've got so much to prove. And so.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
When people ask me like for advice, I'm like, oh God, what if I say the wrong thing? Or, so I hope happy to be here and easy to work with is good advice. But yeah. I think that's a safe bet.
I feel like you have so many friends, like you're so popular. So that I feel like that means that you're easy to be around, right?
Yeah, and that might be just some good old fashioned Midwest morals, some Midwest charm.
Right. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, the rest of the question was tips for those of us who want to come into the space.
I think right now, like when I don't work and, I'm not a designer, but what we're seeing happen in the design community is pretty stark. It's that, a lot of things are digital focused. A lot of things are, if I were to give advice to the younger version of myself, it would be to make sure that you have basic tech knowledge, some, computer skills. You're aware of how all that stuff works. Most new fashion companies are not going to be reliant on brick and mortar retail. Most new fashion publications are not going to rely on newsstand sales.
Right.
So my biggest tip for a new generation of fashion folks is make sure you understand the digital landscape.
Yeah.
And to be fair, most young people today do.
Right? Yeah.
You hang out with like your friend's kid, and they have, you can't figure out how to figure out your phone, and you give it to some, 13-year-old, and they've fixed your phone for you. So maybe they're one step ahead of me.
I just wanted to come on here and say both of you were, I mean, I'm not surprised. You both were amazing. And what I love most is how genuine both of you are. And I think like that comes, it's something really nice to see, and it's very pure, and it's very genuine. It's very transparent, and you can tell it comes from a really good place. And I think for a lot of people that see fashion as this, like, I don't know, but people see it as sometimes superficial. I think the opposite. I think that people like you and everybody else in the fashion industry is so passionate, and they're really in it for the right reasons. So I really appreciated this conversation so much. And another thing too, you guys mentioned a lot about Fashion Week and runway shows. I know both of you have super busy schedules, but at 8 o'clock, we're actually showcasing a 3D runway show collaborative that we put together that's really different. And I would love to get your feedback. So aside from all of that, I thank you again so much for supporting and being a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Of course. I hope to continue the conversation with both of you. Congratulations on everything you do and continue to do, both of you.
And don't forget, youtube.com/fashion, your ultimate home.
I forgot.
All right. Bye, guys.
So that was really fun. It's so good to see people that are so genuine for the reasons that they do what they do, especially when they're in such high levels. It's just really refreshing. So now I'm going to introduce the panel, the fireside chat, I should say, and then we're going to play a video, and then we're going to bring them in. So the title is Fashion is Evolving, the Critical Business Role of Influencers Today. I'm super excited about this conversation. It's going to be led by Alexa, and I don't want to mispronounce her last name, Chen. She's the editor of Beauty and Influencers at WWD, and she's going to be with Amber Venz-Box, the co-founder and president, Reward Style and Like to Know It. So we're going to play a clip, and then we're going to get started.
As long as she can remember, Amber Venz-Box was determined to work in the fashion industry. With an innovator's vision and a designer's eye, Amber cracked the code for monetizing digital lifestyle content at the young age of 23, launching Reward Style as a solution for her own blog, VenzEdits.com. Founded by an influencer for influencers, Reward Style utilized Amber's unique perspective to connect top-tier influencers with more than 1 million brand partners worldwide. A 3-time featured keynote speaker at South by Southwest, she's been named a Forbes 30 Under 30, Inc. magazine's most influential millennial entrepreneurs, a member of Business of Fashion's 500, and one of Entrepreneur magazine's 15 female entrepreneurs to watch. Amber's dedication to the influencer industry is unrivaled. She's constantly testing and dreaming up new technology to propel this career path forward, particularly focused on Reward Style shopping app Like to Know It, which has revolutionized retail in the digital era.
So I'm going to let you guys get started. And that video alone just inspired me. I'm like, Superwoman, how do I even come close to that? So I'm sure there's a lot more to come in this conversation. So thank you guys so much again. I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you. Amber, I love that video. I haven't seen that before. I think you might be on mute. Is it just me?
Yep,
there we go.
Okay. Ready.
Great. So we're going to talk tonight about the state of the influencer industry, how it's being impacted by the coronavirus pandemic, and what's to come in the following months. But to start, next year, 2021, will be the 10-year anniversary of Reward Style and Like to Know It. For those who aren't familiar with you or your company, how would you summarize what you do?
Well, Reward Style really took a traditional sales model and then modernized it through the creation of a technology platform. So let me tell you what I mean. Prior to launching Reward Style, I was a personal shopper. And that meant that I negotiated a commission on sales with stores all over my city. So I would guide the purchasing of my personal clients by bringing wardrobes, outfits, accessories, full looks into their home, and I would personally style them based on those clothes that I had pulled from all over town. In 2010, I actually launched a website to market that service. And I quickly found that what I was doing was called blogging. And it turned out my customers actually really preferred to go to the blog as opposed to booking appointment time with me, having me come into their home, schlepping clothes back and forth. The only problem with this was that I could only make money offline. And so I didn't earn anything when they bought stuff from my blog based on the recommendations that I had put together. So while stores were still getting the sales, I actually wasn't earning any commission. And so I had set up this entire business that I was investing a lot in, from having a website and a photographer, spending time every day doing these like 3 blog posts, doing a newsletter, and had in fact cut myself out of my own business. So in 2011, my then boyfriend and now husband and I created a platform that really modernized the business of personal shopping. And what we did was we brought that commission on sales model online through a platform. So we created a B2B platform where a hand-selected group of bloggers were welcomed into pre-negotiated relationships with online retailers. We gave them the publishing tools to guide their followers to shop through their posts. And at the time, we were monetizing blogs. That's really all that there was. From a social media standpoint, there was Facebook and Twitter. Everything was happening from a desktop. And so I think that context is really important for how we approach the industry. And so today, when you think of what Reward Style has become almost 10 years later, we're a platform where the world's top digital creators are running their businesses. So this is where, where you and I log into, Google and Zoom every day, they log into Reward Style and Like to Know It. They're managing their brand relationships, the publishing tools, both from mobile and desktop, their retail analytics, their collaborations, their flat rate work, their content licensing, their growth consulting team is there. And it's where they run their entire businesses. On the other side of that marketplace, there's 5,000 global brands that do the exact same thing on rewardstyle.com. So they're running their scaled influencer marketing business, including what we call their distributed sales force, which are these sellers. They're doing collaborations, content licensing, and even more through this platform. In much the same way, when you look to other industries of what like an Etsy, an Airbnb, a Shopify has done to create a technology platform that empowers these solopreneurs by taking really all the crap out of business and letting them just focus on their core competency. That's what we did for the creator business, really starting about 10 years ago, and have really pioneered that ever since.
Yeah. And you recently launched Like to Know It shopping video. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that feature is different than video capabilities on other social media platforms?
Yeah, so content has obviously really evolved over the last 10 years. We started out, monetizing blogs, and then into Pinterest and social media platforms like Instagram that were mobile, and then mobile closed social. Snap was the same as kind of Instagram as far as being that walled garden. Of course, we have even more platforms today. And so, we launched the Like to Know It shopping app in 2017 as a new publishing platform for influencers. And this was a place intended for them to make their entire lives shoppable. So yes, you might see content there from other places that they're publishing on the web, but they're also putting more of their life in there and just making everything about whether it's where they're traveling or their home or what they're wearing completely shoppable. And so, creators are attracting followers really across a myriad of platforms, and Like to Know It gives their shopping audience really the most efficient and useful consumption experience. And it was really created for that intent-driven shopper who today discovers on her phone. So I'm giving you this context so you kind of understand where we're coming from with video. In the first 9 months of the app, we reached 1 million users. And in the first 6 months of this year, shoppers purchased $500 million worth of product from the Like to Know It app. And last month, we had the 8th annual Reward Style the Conference, which is the largest global influencer conference. And we launched Like to Know It shopping video to those 8,000 attendees. So let's actually take a look at that product, and I'll talk to it a little bit more. So if you guys have the video. So to kind of answer your direct question, like what are the differences with video? Really like to know what shopping video is an expansion of a product that's already working. So our biggest difference is just going to be sales volume. Brand adoption, we have 5,000 retailers who are live and linkable within this product, who are integrated into our ecosystem technically. And then of course we have influencer monetization built in. So this isn't something where you're running an ad unit or you're looking to a single product. It's not something that's available to just a select few within our ecosystem. Nearly 100,000 influencers can now use this media type to create. And this summer, Like to Know It became the #1 source of influencer-driven commerce. And this is really just a new media type within that ecosystem. So it's unique when you think about video in that you have to think of the context. This is someone who's in the Like to Know It app. They're in the process of shopping. That customer is not there to be entertained. They're not there to learn how to dance. They're not there to learn who is getting married or divorced or looking at political news. They're literally going shopping. And so this tool really empowers creators to bring an emotional value to products, which is something that I think you can only do by placing them in the context of someone's real life. And so by better understanding, product origin or quality or selection or context of use, we believe that this will drive really massive outcomes for influencers and brands. We have a shared goal of driving retail sales.
Yeah. And you've been a player in the influencer industry since its inception. How would you describe the state of the industry today, and how would you say it's being impacted by COVID-19?
Yeah, COVID has had a huge impact on the industry. And I think certainly one of the most underestimated parts of any business is really the impact of factors outside of our own control. Both tailwinds and headwinds that kind of change the rules of the game. And there's a number of things that we've really seen changing the business of influence over the last few months. And so I'll walk through just a couple of those. First is, when globally we all moved to work from home, influencers really started focusing on the things that fit that lifestyle. So they're moving away from party wear and travel content and makeup, and they're moving into skincare, loungewear, home gyms, home offices. So they really expanded the categories of content that they were talking about. We in the Like to Know It app launched the LTK Stay Home campaign. And that allowed influencers a single place to put all the content that was really about life at home and thriving at home. Influencers actually put about 450,000 pieces of original content into that bucket in the first half of this year. So they really leaned into giving people really the tools to have a better life at home. So that sort of expansion of content was meaningful. The second thing is that retail stores closed, and when you think about the influencer industry and they're driving online sales, before this, online was still only about 10% of what's happening in the retail space. So overnight, when you close these stores, you're actually forcing customers, customers who are already shopping online are now shopping online more. Then you're forcing those who have never shopped online to try it and to learn how. And how are they doing that? They're really learning about what products and where to shop through influencers. On the other side of that, from the marketing side, when these stores are closed, offline liabilities were really building. And so you think about, all of the retail space and just kind of the real estate bill of a lot of these organizations, or for furloughing employees, it became quite expensive. And so we saw that with store closures offline, that these businesses really started to focus on outcomes and really sales. And when you think about what was the customer doing, like they're not able to go shopping, they're not going to the movies, they're 6 feet from their friend if they're with their friend. Their consumption increased materially. And I think that was pretty widely reported that it was around like 30% increase across most social platforms. And influencers really became this window to the world. And this was really a perfect time for marketers, because nuance is required, both on a global scale with, what country are you even talking to and what's happening with that space, but especially even just domestically within the US. We saw that different states had different rules and regulations, and what an influencer in Boston was able to do, an influencer in San Francisco was not. And so as a brand, it becomes very difficult to navigate what type of content that you're going to put into the ecosystem. And so being able to pass that to an influencer who has a very niche audience, and letting them decide when they wear that dress, do they need to also wear a mask? Well, if it's acceptable for her age group and her demographic and her region, then she'll know that and she'll put that in the context, versus other places who maybe, weren't required to wear them. And so that kind of the nuance that was required, brands were really able to lean on influencers for that. We saw tons of promotional activity, which influencers love. It gives them something to talk about, and it really worked in converting customers. And then I think one of probably the biggest things that we've all felt, even outside of the influencer ecosystem, is really just, starting in March, we began to see more socio-political dialogue across social platforms than ever before. And that really reached an apex in about June. And so, that dialogue across these myriad of current events transformed a social media use case in just a few months' time. So you kind of started to see the dissolution of escapism via social media content and what was appropriate to post perhaps in December of 2019 and became suddenly distasteful, by June 2020. And so with that, we saw that influencers started being very intentional with where they put what type of content. And so you started to see sort of a fracturing of it not just being all dumped into a single place, but being very thoughtful. And so, we saw that reward style influencers actually created 43% more like to know it content in the first half of this year. And I would say that's in large part because shopping content for the majority of this year has been distasteful on other platforms, given everything that's really happening in the world.
Yeah, those are all great points. How would you say the rise of technology and influencers has disrupted the fashion world, especially New York Fashion Week?
Yeah. It's important to understand the history of Fashion Week, and it was something that was created in the 20s to really show store buyers and the media, the magazines at the time, what would be available for next season. And as we all know, that was achieving some sales and marketing goals, but it was super long lead times because it's stores buying for fall. It's giving magazines time to decide what they're going to write about and get it into print, and so long lead was totally normal back at that time. And really, when you think about Fashion Week, so if this is sales and marketing activity, it's anything that you do and invest in is going to be about business and driving outcomes. And really, technology changes consumer expectations. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. Used to, I grew up in an era where you went down the street to Blockbuster on Friday night. You walked up and down the aisles. You looked behind the box to see if the video was there, if you were able to get it. You saw your friends there. It was a part of just common culture. And then, overnight, one of the largest publicly traded companies in the world, essentially it flipped. And all of a sudden you saw that, hey, streaming became available. They didn't have streaming, and everyone just wanted to sit at home and watch Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hulu, or now the millions of streaming services that you have. And so that changed culture, it changed business because of what technology did, and it just made it easier for you to consume. And I would say in much the same way as what we've seen with the fashion industry, where used to, was that Blockbuster experience where you got the magazine a few months later, you were looking for those kind of specialty items. But when really social platforms changed the game, because and even blogs to a little extent, but social pushed it way forward, where you were immediately seeing these close. So from a technology perspective, the way that we thought about it is we have always been about business. We're trying to sell a lot of things to a lot of people. And so for us, we really felt like the goals remained the same, but the tools had changed. And so in 2014, we actually powered the first Ready to Shop runway, which today might sound like an obvious thing. Anyone who was doing runways and over the last several years was doing Ready to Shop, but CNN actually came and covered it. It was this huge novel thing. We spent months and months with the brand, the retailer, the manufacturer, getting all of this ready to power it. The next year we hosted a digital Ready to Shop runway on our Instagram handles. And that was novel too. It was the first time that you could actually, instead of going to a runway show, you were actually seeing it on Instagram. This year, fast forward five years later, we've activated our network of influencers around fall trends. So we're both looking at the data of what we have and what they're already talking about, and then also polling them about what they believe is going to be in fashion. And then they're putting out content that's ready to shop now. And social media has changed things where they don't want to see a boot that may or may not actually even be manufactured in the next 6 months. It's essentially a waste from a marketing perspective. And so I guess I point back to with Fashion Week, how, whether we like it or don't like it or like the outcome, it's really technology that's driving all of this change.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to open it up to, we have a lot of audience questions coming in, so let's take those. The first one here is there still room for someone to become an influencer with how inundated it is and how fashion is changing?
Yeah, absolutely. I have exciting news for you, and that is that our class of 2020 is the most productive in our history. And so what productivity means to us is their ability to earn. So whenever they create a post, how much are they earning per post? There's a lot of different kind of metrics that we are looking at. And today people want to shop from their peer group and other people. They want to shop from the girl next door, or the guy next door, or the family next door. And so they're looking side to side. Also, algorithms have really made this into a nation of niche. And so if by truly being yourself, you're going to attract people who have those similarities with you, regardless of those are physical attributes or where you live regionally or how many children you have or whatever those attributes are. You're going to be able to attract a niche audience. And I think one of the most exciting things when we look at our reward style millionaires, we have now well over 100 reward style millionaires. That's women who have earned over $1 million through our platform. Their average following is around 500,000. The lowest following on that list is around 30,000. And so you can do a lot with a little by reaching those niche audiences. So it's not too late.
This kind of ties in with the next question. Do you work with micro as much as you do with macro? And do you feel COVID-19 has given a bigger voice to micro influencers?
So there's so many definitions on what a micro would be versus a macro. We work with influencers across so many different content categories, actually different publishing platforms, influencers in over 100 countries. And so there's a lot of ways to slice what we work with. We are working with influencers who are producing content professionally, regularly, in a way that provides massive value to their readership. And when we look at quality today, when I say quality versus quality when I started my blogging back in 2010, it used to be how nice your photos were, and that was like if you're a good blogger or not. It's basically, can you afford a nice camera or have a boyfriend who can take a nice photo. Today we actually see that really more candid in the moment content really converts, and so a lot of the barriers that used to exist have really been broken down, and it's how good are you at building a community. But we, when I talk about the class of 2020, these are newer influencers. These are not influencers who started 10 years ago or 5 years ago. And almost 90% of them actually don't have a blog or another platform. They're actually using a third-party channel like a YouTube or an Instagram or a TikTok. So there's huge opportunity going forward.
Yeah. Another question is, do you think technologies will shape the next normal or simply be a part of the next normal in fashion?
It absolutely shapes what is the next normal. And it's around the tools and innovation. We are investing heavily in people and innovation and bringing people in from really other industries as well. So when, for us, we feel like we have laid the runway for this industry and really pioneered it. And we're now focused on actually elevating our talent and our technology. And so a few of the people that we've brought in lately, Jeff Dawson, who's our CFO, he took Match.com public, obviously a large consumer mobile application, and a family of products there. Bill Bowden, we've just hired. He is our CTO. He was previously CTO of mobile computing at IBM. Okay. We've also brought on Kit Ulrich, who was the youngest ever CPO, Chief Product Officer of a publicly traded company. She was at Shutterstock, Weight Watchers, and then a venture partner at Firstmark. The reason I go through these things is I'm trying to express to you how important the technology that you're building is and how from other industries are seeing what's happening here and bringing their careers here. So when I talk through, Bill or Jeff or Kit, these are people who are highly sought after, who are very aware of their career path and what their next choice means for them. And they're voting on this industry. They're coming from, technology and consumer completely outside of, they're not influencers themselves. They don't have kids that are influencers. They just understand this is where things are headed, and absolutely technology will drive the next chapter.
Yeah. And then we have one more question here. Working with fashion influencers who have many looks to show their audience, does it, and if so, how does that play a role in sustainability? Do you see more sustainability focus in the influencer realm due to COVID?
I see a much more focus on utility during COVID. And so when we look at the products that are kind of being promoted, it's not just fashion. So whereas reward style started in fashion, it used to be 90% of what we did. Now it's closer to actually like half or a little bit less than half. And so you're looking across, home, across beauty and fitness, grocery even. So there's a lot more happening than just in the clothing space. And I think the great thing is there's so many influencers today that there's someone for everyone. So if you're someone who actually cares a lot about sustainability, there's actually a huge group of influencers that you can follow that fit that lifestyle. And I think what people often overlook with influencers is that you are opting into the people that you follow. So if someone's not living a lifestyle that you agree with, or you just don't even like the color of their clothes, you don't have to follow them. This is a choice that you're making. Certainly sustainability is becoming important on a cultural and global level. And we see that reflected in the products people are choosing, how many times they're featuring those products. And so, you might see influencers starting to build, a capsule fall wardrobe, and they'll show you 500 ways to wear that wardrobe, or you'll see the same product over and over again. And that's in part a reflection of just their reward style analytics. They know, for example, that a certain sweater sells for them, and so they're going to wear it once a week for the whole rest of this season and continue to move that product. So it is at play.
Yeah. And I think we have time for one last question. What does the future hold for influencer marketing, and how can fashion brands and entrepreneurs take advantage of this moment?
Yeah, a couple things. So I would say take a moment to reassess and be completely intellectually honest about where your customer is. So just because they were on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or in a magazine or watching a TV show 6 months ago, they might not be there right now. So where is it that they're doing the thing that you need them to do? So be honest about what that platform is and where you're spending your money. Understand that we live in a nation of niche and algorithms, and that requires scale. So used to, you would be able to work with, think of it like a blockbuster movie, like that. Those used to happen, and now it's on Netflix and it's telling me, Amber, because you watch these 5 shows, you'd like these other 5 shows. And there's so much content. It's also personalized, that in order to be in enough consumers' feeds, it's not just knocking out the one influencer that you think is the popular girl or guy. It's actually that doing influencer marketing very well requires scale. I think another thing is that the correct way to think about influencer marketing is as your new sales force. So we're seeing more and more brands that are not launching through multi-brand. They're actually launching direct to consumer. The multi-brand model is fading, and that's a whole nother, I think, conversation. But as they move direct to consumer, then they're trying to find consumers. Where are those consumers? Well, they're entertaining themselves for free on social media. Who's creating the content? Social media influencers. And so, and many of these people, of course, right now are not launching physical retail stores. And so you don't have a physical sales force. They're guiding purchasing. So you should really be thinking about influencer as your new sales force. When you think about this level of scale, it requires massive rationalization. And so you have to think about, what are you measuring, and think about what are you actually trying to get to? Like a lot of times when someone's new in influencer marketing, they'll say, oh, well, I worked with this influencer and they had X million followers and they got so many likes and saves and shares. And then, today that's really not enough, whether you're publicly traded or a small private company. It's really think about what is it that you're actually trying to achieve. And if it's sales, then focus on influencers that drive sales. And I think then from an influencer perspective, it's being cross-channel, it's being cross-vertical, it's being the guide, the big sister, that's giving them all the insights and information. It's not being the hero that doesn't respond to comments and wears things that are completely unattainable or stays at hotels and doesn't tag where they are. The go-go days are kind of the Wild West, where you used to be able to, be successful economically as an influencer by being the hero, I believe, or older, and the way that you're going to build wealth and be the infinite player as an influencer is your ability to drive sales. So you have to think about, what are people doing now? What are they doing the next few months? And then how do you create content that allows you to be their best friend and guide all the purchases they're going to be making over that time?
Thank you guys so much. This was really insightful. And the world of influencer, the world of social media for me and for a lot of people around the world, especially when it comes to brands looking to get their stuff out there, I think people look at it and they say, oh, this is easy. But then when really it goes, time to do something, they realize how much work it takes and how you have to really be specific and know where you're going. So I love all of the tips and suggestions that you just gave. I think that helped a lot of people, from the bigger brands to the smaller brands. So thank you so much for the words of wisdom and the knowledge and the inspiration, because I think both of you come in with a lot of optimism. And I also love the sharing of conversation and the energy between the two of you. It was just very free flowing. So I really appreciate both of you so much. Thank you both for being a part of today. It meant a lot to us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's continue the conversation, please. Bye.
Bye.
So we're going to finish off the day, but not finish off, because after this last talk of the day, which is our talk that we've all been waiting for, we're actually going to have a 3D runway show. So make sure to stick around for that, because it's going to be something really, really special. But this panel, this fireside, I should say, which is our final fireside of the day, is titled Fashion is a Journey. And the reason why I love that title so much is because we've been on a journey today. We went live in China, then we went to India, then we went to Kenya, then we had speakers from all over the world, including Nigeria, Colombia, Brazil, the US. So really it was a journey, and that really is what fashion is all about. And I couldn't think of a better person to talk to us about this than Rachel Zoe, CEO and designer, being led by Riza Brunner, who's the staff writer at Time. And I think this is going to be such a dynamic and beautiful conversation, because obviously both of you I'm inspired for different reasons. And Riza, I do have to say, I love the way that you storytell with purpose, and with just like the way that you write, it really captures people. So I know this is going to be fantastic. So thank you all. Thank you both for being the final part of our day, which we're all anticipating. So I'll let you take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, so yeah, I'm Reza. I'm a staff writer at Time, and I am thrilled to be here with Rachel, who is one of those people who really needs no introduction, but I will do it anyway. We all know Rachel has been an incredible stylist working with celebrities and high-profile clients. She has been a pioneer in the reality TV space, in editorial and media platforms, in brand collaborations, and as a designer and an entrepreneur herself. So Rachel, welcome.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yeah. So as Jordana mentioned, the title of this final talk of the day is Fashion is a Journey. And I can't think of anyone who's had more of an interesting journey than you in this industry, truly, because at every step, it feels like your choices have really reflected or been trend-setting in terms of what comes next and what we've seen in a lot of the innovation in fashion. So let's start with, where are you at on the journey now? I know you're in the process of relaunching and rebranding your subscription box service. So let's get into that first.
Very exciting. Box of Style, we like to say Curator, formerly known as Box of Style. And Box of Style was born about 5 years ago. Out of this idea that my husband and co-CEO, Roger, and I really came up with to try and curate for women and try and curate for as many women as I possibly can, and somehow really still touch it and be so immersed in it and really try and touch as many women as possible, because that's the thing I sort of get asked most to do. Like, dress me. What would you do if I was saying this? If I have a first date, or if I'm, starting a new season, what should I buy? And so it really was born out of that idea. And so Curator, several years later, was born out of the idea of what more can I give women? And what can this be beyond the box? And because we've had such tremendous success with Box of Style, we really said, okay, what more can we give our amazing community that we've built? And so Curator is French for curator. And the idea is that I really want to curate women's life completely. And so it's now, Curator is more of a lifestyle, women's lifestyle membership program. So it is, of course, still the Box of Style, but it's also, oh God, I just lost you. Hold on a second. Sorry.
It's all good. It's the Zoom life. We're all living it.
So like people inevitably call whenever I'm doing something live. But the idea is that this is really going to be so much more beyond the box, and you still, of course, get your box and your curation, of course, but it's more than that. And we're going to have, marketplace and the shop and the collective and all of these things. So, yeah, super exciting.
Well, it's interesting to me because that really reflects, I think, people's interest in finding community and like personalized community now, which is so important, and sort of aligning themselves with brands and platforms that share their values and present the lifestyle that they want to be a part of. And it's an interesting evolution because I think of your early work as sort of part of this moment of the singularity of pop culture and fashion in a way. And now I'm really curious where you think we're at now. Are people breaking away from that and seeking out these smaller opportunities or ways to connect in different ways with brands and products?
It's interesting. I think, so let me understand the question. You think in terms of like when it was styling and working with different designers for placement on celebrities and things like that versus what people are doing now?
Yeah, it feels like there's more of an interest in connecting on a personal level and not just an icon level.
Yeah, because I think that was sort of why influencers were sort of born into this community, was because I think in a sense, they are more attainable and real, right? And I think that I think a brand is only as valuable as the person behind it now, unless, if it is a brand of a person, if that makes sense. So I think you have to really be very clear on your mission of your brand, the focus of your brand, what you mean not only to yourself, but to the greater world in terms of what you want to do for people. And in my case, the mission of my brand has always been to empower women to live a life of style, and whatever that means. And however I can continue to do that on my journey is what I do. And I think now there's so many different ways. There's collaborations. There's, I think obviously, as you've seen, everyone kind of shifting into e-commerce and direct to consumer. And I think obviously in COVID, that's a whole nother conversation as to what's happened into what people are buying, what people are interested in, and the psychology of people right now, right?
Yeah. And what are you noticing in terms of how consumers are interacting now with products that they're interested in, or how are you looking at trying to figure out what will resonate with these women right now because of everything that's changed in the world lately?
It's a really good question. And funny enough, my mission behind Curator has always been when I'm there and we're looking at all these products, it's not necessarily, how do I explain it? What I really go through in my mind when I'm choosing an item, where is she wearing this? Why does she want this? Okay, and there's different psychology behind a beauty item versus like an accessory or a fashion item. Because where is she wearing this? What are these women? Where are they going in this? How are they using it? Is it just going to sit on a shelf? Is it going to, so I think there's a lot of questions that I really ask myself. And, I do know one thing that she really does care about is value. And that is something, so our current, at our launch, the value is over $700. And, you're really paying $99.99 or $350 for the year, $349.99. But the reality of it is, I want to give her things that she's going to use, love, covet, or if she didn't know she wanted them, she's so excited to have them. And then she keeps, it's one of those things, a constant thing we hear is like, I didn't even know I needed this, but now I'm obsessed with it. Or I didn't know that I even wanted this, but now I can't stop thinking about it. Or this beauty product that I can't wait to buy again. So I kind of like to think of it as that I'm sort of a gateway between women and what they may not have known that they needed. And I think as we're in COVID, I already came from a very pragmatic place when I do these curations. I really like to think very hard about the pragmatic, in the pragmatic sense, because I think a lot of people think with me, I'm like, oh, you should just spend on this or buy this, you'll wear it at some point. And like, of course, there's that element if you're a collector or someone that just likes to look at pretty things in your closet. But I really believe that the women that are in our community are sort of coming to us to sort of say, this is what you need. And if there's 5 things that you need this season, these are going to add. It may not be the only 5 things, but it's certainly, you're going to be happy about it. And I think in COVID, I think we really now thinking about much more at home and much more cozy and much more functional and, transcending all seasons, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I know I've lived almost exclusively in athleisure for like 6 months. So thank you for
the rest of the world.
Fashion Week from home.
The rest of the world.
So when you are stepping back even farther, Curator is only one of the things that you're working on.
Yeah.
When you're choosing how you want to interact with the fashion world right now and what you want to put your energy towards, because you also have a family and a lot of demands on your time, what is rising to the top for you? What's exciting for you to work on? And what is standing out?
I have things that I work on have to check certain boxes. They either have to be really like thought-provoking, inspiring, exciting, motivating, and the like. And if it's not those things, it could also be just a really good business decision, if that makes sense, and something where I see potential growth and something becoming, much larger, like when I invest in companies, because I really love to do that. And really helping, am an advisor in a lot of companies, and I really love doing that. So I really love consulting, and I really love working with brands that are very passionate and need support. And I think they have a really good shot at a really big future. But I also love creative directing, and I also love partnering with different brands. And it could be anything from gin to swimwear to, and I love doing that because I love being a part of everything and somehow making it prettier.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Always a little more beauty in our lives.
Listen, I've worked on everything from, strollers and car seats to, like I said, to alcohol, and I think that all things should be as chic as possible. Why not? I think it makes you happier when you look at it.
Absolutely. I agree. So one of the other things I've noticed, especially in the last few months in the fashion world, is that there's a
oh no! Wait, you're frozen.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
There's a desire from consumers to connect with brands who are really accountable and conscious about what's happening in the world, what's happening to the earth. So I'm curious how you think that has changed over the last decade and how you approach those kinds of questions.
It's a really good question, actually. And, not to go back to it, but even with Curator, we made a huge shift in sustainability and packaging and the like every possible thing that we could do. And we're obviously going to keep going. And it's this weird, amazing thing in this time that you have a sense of guilt when you don't do that. And I actually love that, because I think that's when things really start to change, when you start to be affected by the lack of changing something for the better in sustainability. And I think, listen, there's really amazing pioneers. I'd like to say Stella McCartney would certainly be one of the very first, like, I mean, I would say the first luxury designer to really stand strongly by her message and be so successful at it. And I think now you're seeing so many people do it. And I think that the younger generation, I think as we go, it's going to matter even more, because I think it's really starting to affect people's decisions as to what they buy, and whether that's in beauty, in accessories, in clothing, in home. I mean, honestly, in anything. And I think, you know, I know for myself, it's like if you are about to buy two things, like you immediately go to the clean or sustainable. I mean, it just makes you feel better. I know for me, the turning point was when I became a mother. And as a company, it's definitely something so at the forefront of our thoughts, our actions, and our mission, for sure.
Yeah, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
So you have, as we've mentioned, played a lot of different roles over the years. I read that you even started out as a restaurant hostess before you got your first magazine job.
I actually told my dad that's what I was doing for the rest of my life. I called him like my junior year of college, and I was like, "This is it, Dad. This is what I'm doing. This is my favorite thing I've ever done. I loved being a restaurant hostess."
That's amazing. I mean, well, then two questions. First question is, do we see a restaurant in the future? And second question is, what is your advice to people who are just starting out and like trying to figure out how to get their foot in the door?
Yeah, I mean, I would say a restaurant in the future, other than attending them, probably not, possibly investing in one, but definitely not starting one. I have so many friends in the food industry, and I got to tell you, even for the best of the best, it is a struggle. And it's a really, I think people don't understand until you're in it. Like even when I was a hostess, I saw it. Like, I mean, the hours that you keep, you know, it's an insane life. So no, other than maybe designing a restaurant, like,
that could be cool.
But no. But that said, I should also sort of say as a caveat to that anything I've ever said I would never do, I've done. So I really made a promise to myself that I would never say that again. So you never know.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's important is you've taken a lot of risks, and especially from like traditional fashion perspective, not everyone would jump into reality TV or start a website or be interested in those things. So how did you develop the confidence to feel like you had the foundation that could take you from there?
You know, it's weird. I kind of always knew that I was not, I knew that I wasn't going to follow a traditional path. You know, you just have to kind of know that about yourself. You know, I think as a young person, I was very unclear about what I was going to do with my life. And the truth is that, you know, I thought I was going to be a psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist. That was my major in college. I loved sociology and psychology, but I'll be very, you know, honest about the fact that I really didn't like being a student. And I think, you know, when I found out in order to actually be that, you had to go to a lot more school. And I really, from the age of like 16, was ready to start my life. I just was that person. So I did go through college and I did get my, you know, BA and all that. But ultimately, I fell into a job as a fashion assistant. And I knew that I was obsessed with what I was doing. I was being paid nothing, literally nothing. I mean, what today would be considered illegal. But I think but I lived for it. And so I didn't care. That was the thing. It was like very Sarah Jessica Parker, like you just starved for fashion. It's like you loved it. Yeah. And I didn't care. I really loved it that much. And I think I really have an incredibly supportive family and, you know, husband. And I think with that, like, it's not a confidence that I have in myself. I think when you are surrounded by people that lift you up, like when you have parents that are like, go for it, do it. This is your art. This is your, you know, there were moments where I wanted to quit and I wanted to get out of it. And I felt like I was superficial and I felt like it didn't mean anything to people. And, you know, all of that, when you have people that you love and you trust that are really just rooting for you, I think that really helps in those moments. But I think transitioning to television, that was definitely at the top of the list of the thing I'd never, ever, ever do. And being a stylist, you know, even still, I'm way more comfortable behind the scenes. And a stylist is a very behind the scenes job, or used to be anyway. And, you know, it's sort of like I wanted to do a show that was very much like Elsa Clinch, CNN style. And I really was obsessed with her. And I loved how she got to speak to like John Galliano and Karl Lagerfeld and Giorgio Armani. And I was so obsessed with them. And they were my heroes and they were like my lifeline. So I was like, I want that job. I want to talk to them. I want to get into their minds. But then, you know, when life happens and then production and then Bravo, and then all of a sudden it's a show about, you know, my life and my studio and my assistants and all that. And, you know, at the end of the day, what I really wanted to do, and I think in effect, you know, when I listen to it now, I think it really did have that effect on people. I really wanted to give people insight into the fashion world because I think there was such a mystery about what fashion people actually did and what designers actually did and how things went from like a clothing rack or a runway show and then ended up on like Julia Roberts or something, you know, and I wanted to demystify that a little bit, you know, so that was that. And, you know, the books, again, a thing I said I'd never do, but that was really fun. That was really cathartic for me doing my style books.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, starting a media business, you know, a lot of that is my husband, you know, I think the two of us together, you know, he's so media savvy and business savvy and, you know, brand. He's very, he's just very forward thinking in that way. And, you know, he was one of the founders of the Webby Awards. And so I think like his background combined with my background and the insanity of all of it, I think just us being together was sort of like, okay, what's next, you know?
Yeah, so much of it is about building the right team, really, so that, you know, you're surrounded by people who will push you in the right directions, open your eyes to innovative thinking and be a part of it.
And it's gut. It's really gut. Like, it's really, I wish I could say I wrote a list of what I was going to do, but like, I genuinely didn't. And if I did, I would have changed it a million times. And I would say to young people, this is a really challenging time right now, more than ever, to obviously get a job. I think to focus on obviously direct to consumer and the like. But I do think if there's a world that you can really make a career out of your passion and what you love, that's the ultimate gift in life. It has really served me, and people I know that are the greatest success genuinely live and die for what they do. You know, it's second only to their family, you know, and I think that it really does wake you up differently in the morning when you love what you do.
Absolutely.
So I think that, and I think if you have the opportunity, I would take this time to like take a gap year. You know, it's not like you can really travel, but like really take this time to kind of spend the time thinking about what you want. Maybe like, you know, I've had some young people in my life ask me if I think they should get like, you know, go to grad school now and take this year as an opportunity to like just add value to their, you know, to their repertoire. And I think, yes, like if that's of interest to you, why not?
Yeah.
Like you're just that much more valuable, you know?
Yeah. Take the risks and
just do it. I mean, listen, I took a lot of risks in my career. I mean, when I look back at it, I'm like, what were you thinking?
And so question, any regrets? I mean, are there any things that you would have liked to do better?
I mean, yeah, of course. Definitely. I mean, I think not necessarily ones that would be obvious to people, but I think to me for sure, you know, I hear all the time like, oh my God, you're always successful. You don't fail. I'm like, of course I failed. I have failed countless amounts of times. It's just like, you know, first of all, I think it depends on what you consider a failure, but I also think to that end, and I know it's so cliche, but it's like my failures have 100% made me who I am. You know, sometimes failure is okay because it has to wake you up. You know, you have to be like, you know, I can't really be great at everything, and that's okay. And, you know, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people I would choose to have not had on my journey along the way. I would have really, I think things would have been a bit better, easier at many times, and maybe even different today if I didn't have certain people in my life, you know, but I think that's just, it's like what life is. You have to learn. You can't always have like fabulous, amazing, rosy people in your life because then you don't know how to spot the bad ones, you know?
Yeah. I've always believed you have to learn your own lessons. You can't just read them from a book.
Nope.
So we have a question from the audience. What has kept you resilient when going through difficult times?
I would honestly say to that, my family. I would say before having children, I would say my parents and my husband. And I think in really hard times when you want to kind of crawl up and vanish, they really make you want to come back out and say, like, you have a lot left to do. And, this is the impact you're having on people's lives and you can't just like vanish. But then I think even more importantly for me, once I became a mother, that was really the biggest way to become resilient. You just are, because when you have kids, you just look at them and like everything, you just have to fix it. You got to fix it. You got to just, and my mother said to me, like, you never know how strong you are until you have to be that strong, and I think when you have children, I think you just, as a woman, as a mother, as a woman, as a working mother, I think you just become a warrior. I use that phrase a lot and I really mean it. Like, you really start to become a bit of a warrior and you have this visual of you with like these like wings and the field and you're like, I got this, and I'm telling you, it does work.
Yeah.
It really does work. And like I said, I think sometimes I'm a little, when I look back, I'm sort of like, how'd I get through that one? You just do, and move on. And then you just go, for me, a lot of times it's been like, I know I'm going to look back on this and laugh someday. And sometimes you do laugh and sometimes you don't laugh, but you go, remember that?
Made it through.
I made it.
So speaking of motherhood, another audience question is about that balance between your career and your entrepreneurship and your family life.
Yeah.
What's allowed you to juggle it so far?
You have to sacrifice on some things, I should say. I would say that the biggest sacrifice I've made is, a big part of my job, not in COVID, is actually being out and traveling and being at events and speaking at conference, like doing all of these things that require your physical presence. Yeah. And once I became a mother, there was this gravitational force that really held me to my children, not because like I wanted to leave them, but couldn't. It was more like, this has to really be worth it for me to get on a plane and leave my kids, And I think for me, this sort of like going out all the time and like doing all of that sort of thing and traveling all the time, that is a very thought out, calculated decision now. And I would say I am an extremely hands-on mother. I actually currently don't even have a nanny, but listen, I don't want to miss anything. I love tucking my kids in. I love doing everything with them. It's the most exhausting job I've ever had in my life. Really? A lot of jobs, but I think, I have 2 young boys and they're my life. Honestly, they're my life. And I think becoming a later parent in life, I think you're able to sort of sacrifice some of the glamorous events and the social things, and you pick and choose. And I think, I think there's a lot of decisions that you have to change the way you make those decisions.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. One more audience question. Can you share a moment of difficulty that you turned into an opportunity? So a negative that you were able to turn into a positive, or maybe a failure that you flipped around.
Well, let me think. God, that's a really good question, but one I really have to really spend time thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been several. I mean, there's definitely been several in my styling career for sure. Even simple things that was like, okay, the hero dress she was about to wear for the Oscars ended up ripping as she left. And then we had to switch to the backup dress. And guess what? She ended up on the cover of Women's Wear and Vogue.com and so it ended up being a happy accident kind of thing where it turns out really well. But it does happen often, and it happens a lot in our business life where something an opportunity will fall through, and then a way better one comes out, comes to the top that ended up being I can't believe I almost did that one. when this one is so much better. And that's happened a lot. I mean, it does happen, which is why I try not to get really down when something doesn't happen. Because, you know, again, it's that like cliche, which I guess exists for reasons, but like, you know, when one door closes, another opens.
Yeah. All right, one more audience question.
Okay.
What type of startups are you most interested in these days? And I want to add on to that and also ask, and what types of brands have you been gravitating to, or what types of designers are catching your eye on the fashion side? So let's do tech and fashion.
Sure. I would say, okay, the first one, startups. So definitely one that is a way of connecting experts in their field to people, which is amazing. It's an app called Intro, and it's an incredible concept that I really love. There is some very clean and innovative skincare that the foundation of it is something that I think many women and men would find very fascinating, because it really leans on something called like basically hormone disruptors that I think we don't even know what those are, and we've never even heard of them, but yet they're affecting hormones on every level and every stage of your life. So for me, I'm attracted to things where I can see not only myself using it, but women that I know and women that I don't know really wanting to be a part of it, whether it's a product or a service. And it having a very long life, but it has to hit something that isn't already out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't tend to want to attach to things that are in very, very oversaturated already.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What 3 tips would you give an entrepreneur?
Find your voice, your message, your vision. Stay extremely focused. Figure out what it is that you mean to people and what you want to continue to mean to people. What are you giving people that they don't already have? And I don't mean that as a physical product. It could be an experience. It can be a connector. It can be anything. Do not try and keep. You have to surround yourself with people that balance you. You have to surround yourself. You don't necessarily want to find a partner or a team that's exactly like you. You don't want yes people, because you end up in disaster. You want people that are going to help you realize your dreams and execute on your dreams in a very focused and concise manner, if that makes sense. If 2 people sitting there dreaming, nothing's going to happen. You're going to raise a ton of money on an idea that may probably not happen. And then I would say, absolutely stand up for yourself and be your biggest advocate. And you have to be, you know what I mean? You have to believe what you're saying, because when you walk into a room and you don't believe what you're doing or what you're selling or what your future is as a company, no one else is going to believe you.
Yeah. And I bet that's a lesson that you have put to use many times, because especially as a woman in business situations, it's so easy to be undervalued and
perceived as difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. So looking ahead now towards whatever comes next.
Yes.
What do you think our new normal in fashion is going to look like?
I mean, you know, in all honesty, I mean, I think this pandemic really turned the world upside down in every possible way. I do think there are a lot of silver linings in it that have come out for people. I do know a lot of brands that are thriving in the pandemic, which is both amazing and surreal. I think for us, we've really been okay and really, thank God, you know, doing well. But I think it's because we were already pivoting to D2C and we were already doing that. So I think that was super beneficial to us in the last 6 months. But I think in terms of fashion in the traditional sense, honestly, I cannot wrap my head around that going back to the way it was. like not exactly the way it was, because already I think we were starting to see that people weren't feeling like they needed to physically attend things anymore because it's right online. I think there's no mystery anymore as to what it looks like the collection is showing. And because of social media, you're literally seeing it as it's happening, no matter where you are in the world. So I think no matter what, it has to change. But I think so many things are having to change right now that I think everybody's going to need a minute, like in terms of, fashion weeks and things like that. I think, there's so many brilliant minds in the fashion world. I think even just the amazing producers, like Alex de Batac and, all these amazing people that put on fashion shows. And I think they will come up with brilliant concepts to still deliver. But I think there's no question about it has to change. And I think the biggest factor right now is that people are buying in a different way and shopping in a different way. And I think, it feeds, it's all this, right?
Yeah. Well, I have no doubt that you are going to continue to match that journey and that evolution, Rachel. So thank you so much for joining for this conversation today.
Thank you. It's just so fun.
Thank you both so much. I actually wrote down a ton of quotes that you said that I'm going to use. But one that I think, you never know how strong you are until you have to be that strong. I think that's something that we're all needing to hear and kind of visualize. Yeah. And then I love that you wake up differently in the morning when you love what you do. I think that's super important no matter what. And I love that you said that you knew you wouldn't follow a traditional path. So those three things really stuck with me, and I just had to write them down to kind of keep them with me. But I feel like you really inserted so many nuggets of wisdom and just so much inspiration into all of us to end this day. So I thank you so much. And Riza, and do I say your name right? Because I feel
Reza, but I'll respond to anything.
Riza, you were incredible, and I felt like the energy was great and it was free flowing. And I would love just before you guys go, right now we're actually going to play a 3D runway show that we put together, a collaborative show, and I'd love to get your feedback. And if you have 5 minutes to watch, it'll be amazing. But thank you both so much again. This was such a treat to everybody.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye, guys.
Bye, Risa.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, guys.
Of course. Thank you.
Call me when you're ready, but it's your name. I'm never gonna let you be the one to go away. I can see what I want to see set free. We're going now. You have to close it out. Stop me, I can't. You take me from the car. Why did I have to fall for me so easily? Gotta see the stars here in the light of the day. Oh, when it gets a little dark, the shadow away. Something seems far away. Keep walking straight, don't let us stray. Show me the way to the start. Show me.
Oi, filhão. Tá acabando aqui a produção do evento. Falta, sei lá, 2 minutos. Não. Já tá, assim, não tem mais o que fazer aqui. Só tem que dar um switch. Eu te ligo daqui a 2 minutos, tá bom? Beijo.
Show me the way to the start. Show me the way to like Show me the way to the start. Show me the way to
Hã? O áudio tá vazio.
Well, thank you guys so much. There was a little bit of hiccup there with the video for the runway show. So we're going to actually be playing it again, and we're going to send it to everybody who was a part of today to your email so that you can really watch the full experience. It was made with our partners of Big Things that are just incredible. But with technology, some hiccups happen and there's no way to avoid that. But I hope that you all got to see the incredible 11 brands. And again, we're going to be sending the video, posting it everywhere. But thank you so much to Shivang and Chandralika at Big Things and their entire team for putting this incredible 3D runway experience of what the next normal looks like. And with that video, we're also going to send you where the motivation came from, where the inspiration came from, because the story behind how they came up with putting this 3D show together is just phenomenal.
Thank you so much, guys. It was a long journey today. And we would like to say a big thank you for all the speakers, for the team, for the guests, for all the audience, for our partner, our sponsors. So everyone that's make this happen is not myself and Jordana. So thank you so much. And we are so exciting that you guys have this great time with us. And I hope to see everyone pretty soon again. Follow Fashinnovation at the NYC. And you guys will see a lot of new things coming pretty soon.
Yes, lots of new updates. And I have to say, one thing that really warmed my heart today is seeing people come together from all over the world and really showing us how inclusivity is really a part of every conversation, needs to be a part of the conversation, sustainability, all of the things that we heard you all speak about. And so, as we say, fashion is to love, and virtual unity, real action, one heart. We're all the same. We're all in this together. And I think that we can really shape that next normal of fashion to be a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. And thank you again to everybody.